Hi, my name is Scotty Page. I'm a professor of complex systems, political science, and economics at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. And I'd like to welcome you to this free online course called Model Thinking. In this opening lecture, I just want to do four things. First thing I want to do is I want to sort of explain to you why, I personally think it's just so important and fun to take a course in models. Second, what I'd like to do is I want to give you a sense of the outline of the course, like what we're going to cover a little bit and how it's going to be structured. Third thing is I'll talk a little bit about an online course. I've never taught an online course before. You probably haven't taken one, so I'll talk a little bit how it's structured, how it's set up, what's out there on the web, that sort of thing. And then the last thing I'll do is I'll talk about sort of how I'm going to structure particular units. So each unit will focus on a single model or a class of models. I want to give you some sense of exactly how we're going to unpack those things, analyze them, and think about them. All right? Okay, so let's get started. Why model? First reason I think is this. In order to be an intelligent citizen of the world, I think you have to understand models. Why do I say that? Well, when you think about like a liberal arts education, I think some of us classically think of sort of the great books, like this long shelf of books that everyone should know. And when the great books curriculum was formed, right, and I'll talk about this some in the next lecture, most of human knowledge didn't have models in it. Models are a relatively new phenomena, right? So if you take, whether you go from anthropology to zoology, anywhere in between, when you go to college, you'll sort of find like, oh my gosh, I'm learning models in this course. And we'll talk in a minute about some of the reasons why we're using models, right? But models are everywhere. And so in order to just be involved in the conversation, it's important these days that you can use and understand models, right? Reason number two, the reason models are everywhere, the reason they're everywhere from anthropology to zoology is they're better, right? They sort of make us clearer, better thinkers. Anytime anybody's ever run a horse race between models making, people using models to make decisions and people not using models to make decisions, the people with models do better. So models just make you a better thinker. The reason why is that they sort of weed out the logical inconsistencies. They're a crutch, right? They just, we sort of are crazy, think silly things, can't think through all the logical consequences. Models sort of tie us to the mast a little bit. And in doing so, right, we think better. We're just better at what we do. All right. Reason number three, to use and understand data. So there's just so much data out there, right? When I first became a social scientist, it would be a real effort for someone to go grab a data set. Now, there's just a ton of it. I like to think of it as a fire hose of data, but my friends who are computer scientists, they call it a hairball of data, right? Because it's just sort of all mangled and messed up. So models let us take that data, right, and sort of structure it into information and then turn that information into knowledge. And so without models, all we've just got is a whole bunch of numbers out there. With models, we actually get information and knowledge and eventually maybe even some wisdom. At least we can hope, right? Okay. Reason number four, last sort of main category of reason. And by the way, in the next four lectures, I'm going to sort of work through and unpack each of these four reasons in more depth. But I just want to sort of lay them out there, this first lecture. So reason number four, to decide, strategize, and design. So when you've got to make a decision, whether it's, whether you're the President of the United States or whether you're running your local PTO organization, it's helpful to be able to structure that information in a way to make better decisions. So we'll learn about things like decision trees and game theory models and stuff like that to just help us make better decisions and to strategize better. And also, at the very end of the class, we'll talk about design issues, right? You can use models to design things like institutions and policies and stuff like that. So models just make us better at making choices, better at taking actions. Okay, so those are the big four. Now let's talk a little bit about the outline of the course, what it's like. So this isn't going to be a typical course, not just because it's online, but because the structure of the course is very different. So most courses, like if you take a math course, it sort of starts here and sort of moves along, right, with each thing building on the thing before it. Now, the difficulty with a course like that is if you ever like fall off the train, right, fall behind, that's it, you're just lost because everything what I'm doing in lecture 6 you need to know lecture 5, and for lecture 5 you need to know lecture 4. Well, this course is going to be very different. This course is going to be a little bit more like a trip to the zoo, right? So we're going to learn about giraffes, and then we'll go learn about rhinos, and then we'll go over to the lion cage. So if you didn't quite understand the rhinos, it's not going to hurt you too much when we go over to the lion cage, right? So it's more like just moving from one topic to the next. They're somewhat related in that they're all sort of animals, right? But you don't need to fully know the giraffe to move to the rhino. All right, but obviously, we're not going to take, right, giraffes and rhinos. We're going to study models and importance. So what kind of models? Well, we're going to study models like collective action models. These are models where individuals have to decide how much to contribute to something that's for the public good. We'll study things like the wisdom of crowds, like how is it that groups of people can be really smart. We'll study models that have like fancy names like Lyapunov models and Markov models. These are models of sort of processes, right? So they sound scary, but they're actually really sort of fun and interesting. We'll study game theory models. We'll study something called the Colonel Blotto game, which is a game where you have to decide how many resources to allocate across different fronts. So this can be thought of as a really interesting model of war. It can also be an interesting model of, firm competition or sports or legal defenses, all sorts of stuff. So we're going to just, play with a whole bunch of models, everything from economic growth to tipping points, a whole bunch in between. So it should be lots and lots of fun. Okay. What's the format for this? How's this going to work? What does an online course even look like? Okay, well, let's think about it. So the first thing, there's these videos, right? You're watching one right now. I'm going to try and keep them between 8 and 15 minutes in length, right? Sometimes I might sneak to 16, but mostly I'll be between 8 and 15 minutes in length. And inside the videos, there'll be questions. So all of a sudden the video may stop and it'll say, what's the capital of Delaware? Well, actually it won't say that, but something germane, hopefully, to the lecture. So there'll be these 8 to 15 minute lectures. Each module, each section will have, somewhere between like 3 and 6 of those, right? Okay. In addition, there'll be readings. So on the wiki, you'll find links to the readings. Now, a bunch of these readings will come out of some books that I've written and one that I'm about to write about actually this course, and it'll all be free. So you'll be able to, Princeton University Press has been very generous in letting a lot of the content of my previous books be out there, so we're going to, you'll just be able to download whatever you need to look at, all right? There's some assignments. So there's an assignment on the web page. You'll see a little assignment thing, so we'll also throw out some assignments. So you can just make sure you're following what's going on with the course. And then finally, there'll be some quizzes, right? So we'll throw some quizzes out there just to make sure, hey, am I really getting this? I mean, you'll watch me and you'll think, yes, Scott gets these models, but that's not what this is about, right? This is about you understanding the models. So there'll be some quizzes, right? But all in good fun. Okay, and finally, there's a discussion forum. I mean, there's 40 to 50,000 people in this class, right? So office hours would get sort of crowded. So we're going to have a discussion forum where people can ask questions. I'll answer some. I've got some graduate students who will answer some. Other students can answer things. But it'll be a place for people to sort of share ideas, share thoughts, give feedback, and should be hopefully, really useful. It's structured in a way I think that'll work for everybody. Okay, so how does it work? What's one of these sections going to look like? Well, each section of the course, right, of which there's going to be 21, is going to be focused on, a particular model. Right? And so when we talk about the model, I'll say, okay, what is the model? What are the assumptions? What are the parts? How does it work? What are the main results? What are the applications? So we just sort of, talk through how the thing sort of plays out. Then I'll go into some technical details, sometimes in the same lecture that I present the model, sometimes in later lectures. And this will be, more technical stuff, a little bit more mathematics. And I'll try and be pretty clear about whether or not the math is, easy, medium, or hard. I'll let you know up front, like, okay, this may require a lot of algebra, or this is just, sort of simple logical thinking, right? So I'll be pretty clear about how much effort it's going to take to trudge through some of the examples. And then there'll be practice problems that you can work on as well. And the other thing I'm going to do in every one of these sections is talk about the fertility of the models, right? So remember before I talked about this Colonel Blotto model that could be used to model war or sports or legal defenses, right? Most of these models were developed for one purpose, but we can apply them to other purposes. So we're going to talk a lot about how, okay, now that we just learned this model, where can we apply it? Where does it, where else does it work, right? Okay, so that's it. That's sort of how it's going to work, right? Learning models is really important. Makes you a more intelligent citizen, right? Just just a more engaged person out there in the world, because so much of how people think and what people do is now based on models. Makes you a clearer thinker. That's why so many people are using models. It helps you use and understand data, and it's going to help you make better decisions, strategize better, and even design things better. So course should be really, really useful. We're going to cover a lot of topics. They don't necessarily build on the one before, right? There'll be some quizzes and videos and that sort of stuff, and this should be just a great time. All right, welcome, and let's get started. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. In this lecture, I want to talk a little bit more about how using models can help make you a more intelligent citizen of the world. And so I'm going to break this down into a bunch of sort of sub-reasons about why models just make you better able to engage in all the things that are going on in this modern, complex world in which we live. Okay, so when we think about models, they're simplifications, they're abstractions. So in a sense, there's a sense in which they're wrong. There's a famous quote by George Box where he says, all models are wrong. And that's true, right? They are, but some are useful. And that's going to be a mantra that comes up throughout this course. These models are going to be abstractions, they're going to be simplifications, but they're going to be useful to us. They're going to help us do things in better ways. Okay, so in a sense, right, and this is a big thing in this course, Models are the new lingua franca. They're the language of not only the academy, which I talked about some in the last lecture, but they're the language of business, they're the language of politics, they're the language of the nonprofit world. Wherever you go, whether it's people who are trying to do good, make money, cure disease, whatever it is that they want to do, right, you're going to find that people are using models to enable them to be better at what their purpose is, okay? That's why they've really become the new lingua franca. So if you think back, remember I talked about this in the first lecture, the whole idea behind the great books movement was that there was these set of ideas that any person should know. So within the 100 and so great books, there were thousands of ideas. And Mortimer Adler and this Robert Huckins, president of the University of Chicago, they had this thing that they wrote called the Syntopicon, which was a list, right? Adler put this together. It was this giant list of sort of all the ideas that someone should know, right? An intelligent person should know. So what are those ideas? Well, one of those ideas was to tie yourself to the mast. And this comes from the Odyssey, when Odysseus' ship is going past the sirens, and he wants to hear the sirens' beautiful love song. So what he does is he has his crew tie him to the mast. He ties himself to the mast so that he can listen to them, but pre-commit to not driving his boat over to hear the sirens. Now, at the same time, he puts wax in the ears of his crew so they also won't be, encouraged to sort of drive the boat over there. Well, this is an idea that recurs in history, right? We think about Cortez burning his ships, right? So his men won't, retreat. They'll continue to advance. So this idea to tie yourself to mast is a really worthwhile thing. But here's the problem. One of my favorite websites is a website called Opposite Proverbs. So on this website, it says things like, "He who hesitates is lost," "A stiction time saves 9," or "2 heads are better than 1," "Too many cooks spoil the broth." So what you've got is you've got this really good advice, something that probably made it in the Syntopicon, but then you get something that says the exact opposite. Well, how do we adjudicate between those two things? The way we adjudicate between those two things is by constructing models, because models give us the conditions under which he who hesitates is lost, and they give us the conditions under which a stiction time saves 9. So when we talk about the value of diversity in prediction, we'll see why it's the case that 2 heads are better than 1, and we'll also see why it's the case that too many cooks spoil the broth. So ironically, what models do is they tie us to a mast. They tie us to a mast of logic, and by tying us to a mast of logic, we figure out which ways of thinking, which ideas in the Syntopicon are useful to us, okay? So if you look at almost any discipline, whether it's economics, and here what you see in this diagram is you see a description of sort of this is a utility function for an agent, and what that agent is doing, trying to maximize their payoff, right? So economists use models all the time. Biologists use models as well. They have models of the brain where they have little axons and dendrites going between the neurons. They have models of gene regulatory networks. They have models of species, right? Things like that. Sociology, we have models as well, right? So there's models of sort of how your identity affects your actions and your behaviors and things like that, right? In political science, we have models. In political science, this is a picture of a spatial voting model. So they might say candidates are liberal or conservative on certain dimensions, and voters are liberal or conservative. And you say that, well, you're more likely to vote for a candidate who takes positions similar to yourself. So like where I work at the University of Michigan, we have something called the National Election Studies that's run out of there, where we sort of gather all this data about where politicians are and where voters are, and that allows us to make sense of who votes for whom and why. Okay, so models help us understand the decisions people make. Linguistics, right? Here's another area, right? So you might think, how can you use models in linguistics? Well, this little model here, you see things where it says, you see V's and N and P's in here if you look closely. Well, V stands for verb, N stands for noun, right? And what you got, and S stands for, subject, let's say, right? And so what you can do is you can ask, what is the structure of a language? You can ask formally and mathematically, what are the structure of a language is, and whether some languages are more like other languages and not, depending on how people, set up their sentences. So in German, where they may put all the adjectives at the end of the sentence, that looks very different than, let's say, English. All right? Even the law. This is a graph from one of my former graduate students, now he's a law professor, Dan Katz, where he's got sort of a network model of which Supreme Court justices, who they appoint. So if someone appoints judges from some other judge. By putting that data that's out there in this sort of model-based form, we can begin to understand how conservative and how liberal certain judges are. All right? So there's lots of ways to use models, and there's even whole disciplines now that have evolved that are based entirely on models. So game theory, which is what I was really trained in as a graduate student, is all about strategic behavior. It's the study of strategic interactions between, individuals, companies, nations, right? And game theory can also be applied to biology, right? So there's all sorts of stuff, right? When you go to college, you go to grad school, you'll find that there's game theory models of just about anything, right? So it's actually a field based entirely just on models, right? Why? right? Why all these models? Why does everything from linguistics to economics to, political science use models? Well, because they're better, right? They're just better than we are. So let me show you a graph here. This is a graph from a book by Phil Tetlock. It's a fabulous book. And in this graph, what he's showing is he's showing the accuracy of some different, let me pull up a pen here, different ways of predicting. So what you see on this axis here, this calibration axis right here, this is asking sort of showing you how accurate a model is. And this axis is saying how discriminating is it in terms of how particular, how fine of predictions is it making. So instead of saying is it hot or cold, it might be saying it's going to be 90 degrees or 80 degrees or 70 degrees. So this axis here, this up and down axis is discrimination, and this axis is how accurate. So what you see here down here are hedgehogs. So these are people who use a single model. Hedgehogs are not very good at predicting, right? They're terrible at predicting. Up here are people he calls foxes. Now foxes are people who use lots of models, have sort of lots of loose models in their head. And they do much better, sort of at calibration, a little bit better discrimination than individuals. But way up here, better than anybody, are formal models. Formal models just do better than either foxes or hedgehogs. Now, you might ask, how much data is this? Well, Tetlock actually had tens of thousands of predictions. So over a 20-year period, he gathered predictions by people and compared how those people did to models, and the answer is models do much, much better. Okay? All right. So what about people then who actually make predictions for a living? So this is a picture of Bruce Boone de Mesquita, who makes predictions about what's going to happen in international relationships, and he's very good at it. He's so good at it that they put his picture on the cover of magazines, right? And he's at Stanford and NYU. He's chair of the department at NYU. He used to be anyway. So Bruce uses models. He's got a very elaborate model that helps him figure out, based on sort of bargaining position and interest, what different countries are going to do. But just like George Box said at the beginning, he doesn't base his decision entirely on that model. What the model does is gives him guidance as to what he then thinks. So it's a blending of what the formal model tells him and what his experience tells him. So smart people who use models, but the models don't tell them what to do. Okay. Another reason models have taken over. Yeah, they're better, but they're also really fertile. So once you learn a model that's, for one domain, you can apply it to a whole bunch of other domains, which is fascinating. So we're going to learn something called Markov processes, which are models about dynamic processes. So they could be used to model things like disease spread and stuff like that, right? We're going to find when we learn those that you can also use them, this is sort of surprising, to figure out who wrote a book. You might say, how does that happen? Well, that happens because you can think of words, writing a sentence as a dynamic process. So different authors, right, use different sequences of words, different patterns. So therefore we can use this mathematical model that wasn't developed in any way for this purpose to figure out who wrote what book. Okay, totally cool. All right, another big reason. Models really make us humble. The reason they make us humble is we just have to lay out sort of all the logic, and then we realize, holy cow, I had no idea that this was going to happen. Right? So oftentimes when we construct a model, we're going to get very different predictions than what we thought before. Right? So if you look at things, here's a picture of the tulip graph, right, from when there's a big, in the 17th century, when there's a, this big spike in tulip prices. You could imagine that people thought that prices were going to continue to go up and up and up. Well, if you had a simple linear model, you might have invested heavily in tulips and lost a lot of money. So one reason that models make us humble is, remember, go back to the George Box code. All models are wrong, right? So a model is going to be wrong. But the models are humbling to us because they make us sort of see the full dimensionality of a problem. So once we try and write down a model of any sort of system, it's a very humbling exercise because we realize how much we've got to leave out to try and understand what's going on. All right. Here's another example, right? This is the Case-Shiller Home Price Index, and what you see is you see prices going up and up and up, right? And then you see this, let me put the pen up here, precipitous crash right here, right? A lot of people had models that just said, look, things are going to continue this way. There were a few people that had models that said things go down. These people, the ones whose models went down, they made a lot of money. These people thought it was going to go up, didn't. So we're always going to see a lot of diversity of models, and we're not going to know really often until after the fact which one is right. And so one thing that's going to be really important is to have many models. So let's go back to that fox hedgehog graph, right, that I showed you before. The foxes, the people with lots of models, did much better than the hedgehogs, the people with no models. And formal models did better than the foxes. But what would do better than formal models? Well, people with lots of formal models, right? So if we really want to make sense of the world, what we want to do is have lots of formal models at our disposal. So what we're going to do in this class, it's almost like, remember the old 1632 box of Crayolas? That's sort of what we're doing here, right? We're just going to pick up a whole bunch of models. And we're going to have them, right? They're fertile. We can apply them across a bunch of settings. So when we're confronted with something, what we can do is pull out our models, ask which ones are appropriate, and in doing so, right, be better at what we do. So the essence of Tetlock's book, right, that's where that graph came from of the foxes and hedgehogs, is that the only people who are really even better than what he has a way of classifying what a random choice would be. The only people who are better than random at predicting what's going to happen are people who use multiple models. And that's the kind of people that we want to be. Okay, so that's sort of the big intelligent citizen of the world logic, right? There's models are incredibly fertile. They make us humble. They help, really clarify the logic. And they're just better, right? So if you want to be out there, helping change the world in useful ways, it's really, really helpful to have some understanding of models. Thank you very much. Hi, welcome back. Okay, so in last lecture we talked about how using models could make us more intelligent citizens of the world, how we could just sort of understand how the world works a lot better. That was sort of the new lingua franca. All right, in this lecture, we're going to talk about how models make us clear thinkers. And this is one of the big reasons why people use models, is because they just help us think more logically about how the world works. Okay, so this is sort of a multi-step process, so let's see exactly how it plays out. So the first thing you do when you write down a model is you name the parts. So let me take a simple example. Suppose I just want to write a model of where people go for lunch. And let's suppose it's a small town and there's really just sort of, 4 restaurants. So there's restaurant 1, restaurant 2, restaurant 3, restaurant 4. So those are parts, right? But what else is parts? Another part is people, right? So there's these individuals and they've got to decide where to go, right? Which restaurant do I go to? Well, now we have to ask, what are the relevant parts of the people? Well, this guy's wearing shoes, but the thing is, his shoes probably aren't a relevant part. So when we name the parts, we're going to think about what really matters. And the shoes probably don't matter, nor does it matter if he's wearing mittens or if we put a hat on him. His hat isn't going to have much of an effect on which restaurant he goes to. Okay, so what does matter? Well, one thing that matters is how much money he's got, right? And how expensive these restaurants are. So this restaurant may be cheap, and this restaurant may be expensive, but this may be someone who's got a lot of money. So how much money you have is going to be one determinant of which restaurant you choose. Another thing that's going to matter is how much time he has. Does he have only 15 minutes, right? Or does he have a whole half hour to go have lunch? And different restaurants may take different amounts of time. A third thing, maybe, and I'll write this fancy little signal here for preferences. This is how economists and social scientists write preferences down. These are just, what he likes. Maybe one of these is a Mexican restaurant. Maybe one of these is an Italian restaurant. So he's going to have different preferences over the different restaurants. So these are all things, these are all sort of relevant parts that go into the model. All right? Once we've laid down the parts, then we've got to think about the relationships between those parts. So models help us sort of identify the specific relationships. So what you see on the left is a simple game theory model. This is called an extensive form game, where one player, here's player 1, makes some sort of decision, and then another player, player 2, takes some sort of decision, and then the players get payoffs. So once you sort of name the parts, then the next thing you do in a model is identify the relationships between those parts and how things play out. So now you've got the parts, you've got the relationships. What you can do is you can think through the logic. So let me show you how complicated this is and how models are so useful. Let's do sort of a simple thing that I sometimes play with my undergraduates. Suppose I want to build a rim for the Earth to be shot through. Build a big basketball and I'm going to shoot the Earth through the rim. But I want to give a little bit of space so you can make it. So I'm going to put 1 meter sort of all the way around, right? So there's a little bit of a gap of 1 meter, and then the Earth can go through with just that little bit of spacing, 1 meter all the way around. Well, now I'm going to ask the question, what should the circumference of that rim be? How big around does that rim have to be, assuming that the Earth is, let's just simplify it and say it's 25,000 miles around the equator of the Earth. How big around does that rim have to be if I want 1 meter of clearance all the way around? Think about it. Okay, well now let's do a little math. So we know the formula for circumference of a circle, right? Circumference is equal to pi times d, right? Now what I want is I want to find the circumference of that rim, and that's going to be pi, but my diameter is going to be the diameter of the Earth. And if I think about it, remember I've got this rim here, and I want the Earth to go through, but I want 1 meter on this side, and I want 1 meter on that side. So it's going to be the diameter of the Earth plus 2 meters. So the circumference of my rim is going to be just pi times the diameter of the Earth plus 2 meters. Well, that's pretty easy to solve, right? Because that's just going to be pi times the diameter of the Earth plus pi times 2 meters. Well, pi times the diameter of the Earth, we already said was 25,000, and pi times 2 meters is just going to be 6.28 meters. So the circumference is going to be 25,006.28 meters. So that's probably not what most of you guessed, right? So by writing down a very simple model, just a model for the circumference of a circle, we're able to figure out exactly how big that room has to be, and it's often very different, right, from what our intuition would have suggested. Okay, so working through the logic is a big reason why models make us clear thinkers. Now the next thing models do is they allow us to inductively explore. And so let me give a sort of a fun example of this. Suppose you have a room, right, and we've got this room here, and there's a door. There's one little door right here that people can come out of. And the problem is jammed in the door, right? So, it was people trying to exit this room, everybody gets jammed in the doorway. So it's a question of like, how do you figure out a better way to prevent people from getting jammed? But one thing you might do is you might put a post right here, and this post might prevent people from, bumping into each other as they come out, because they come in here, they sort of bump into the post, and they have to go around, and that prevents people from sort of getting bunched up near the door. So what's interesting here is, once you construct a model of the room, when you put a bunch of people in the room, right, so here's people, and then you have them run out, you can ask, what's the effect going to be of putting the post in? You can inductively explore better ways to sort of position things in the room to prevent people from getting piled up. Okay? Now, once we've sort of worked through the logic and explored things, we can ask, what exactly happens in our model? Now, remember when we talked about types of outcomes earlier on? I said there's really 4 things that can happen in a model. One is it can go to some sort of nice equilibrium, like the planets, if I drop my pen, it just rests on the floor in equilibrium. It can go in some sort of cycle, right, like the planets orbiting the sun. It can be completely random, right? It can just be, totally unpredictable and random. Or it can be complex. And so one thing that models let us do is figure out which of those things is going to happen. So let me throw something out there. Suppose we're looking at oil, which is a commodity, right? And we want to ask, what about the price of oil? What about the demand for oil? What can we say about those things? Well, let's think about it. The demand for oil is, probably going to depend on the size of the economy. And so therefore you'd expect, since the economy tends to grow at a fairly constant rate, you'd expect, the demand for oil, the total supply of oil, to probably slope up, right? What about the price of oil? Well, the price of oil depends on a whole bunch of people who are sort of they might have some in reserve, and they're bargaining, and they're buying and selling, and all sorts of crazy stuff can go on. So if I were going to make a guess, I would say, that the supply of oil is some sort of nice pattern, right? The total world demand and supply of oil is probably a nice pattern. But if we look at the price of oil, it's probably crazy, okay? And so, in fact, if you look at it, that's exactly what you see. So here's oil production right here, and that satisfies sort of this nice upward slope. But if you look at the price of oil, which is down here, that's just crazy. It's completely unpredictable. It's what we'd call complex. It's not random, right? But it's complex. So the models, right, if you construct models of these two things, we can see why, total production of oil goes up and why the price of oil is so hard to understand. Okay. Next, identify logical boundaries. This is one of my favorites. So there's a website called Opposite Proverbs. And on this website, you see statements like these two. 2 heads are better than 1, and that's certainly true. Often it's the case that 2 heads are better than 1. And too many cooks spoil the broth, and that's often true as well, right? It is true that too many cooks do spoil the broth. Well, here's the problem. Theirs are the opposite, right? The same is with a stiction time saves 9, and he who hesitates is lost. So if you just have these sort of proverbs or mantras that you sort of follow, they're not going to do any good, because there's always going to be an opposite proverb that says do the opposite thing. So which one do you follow? What models enable us to do is find the conditions under which one thing holds and one thing doesn't. So later in this course, we're going to see when is it exactly the case that 2 heads are better than 1, and when is it exactly the case that too many cooks spoil the broth. So even though these proverbs are opposite, there's conditions under which one each holds. All right? Okay. Last thing, communicate. One of the real beauties of models is they allow us to communicate our ideas and what we know really simply. So let's take politics, for instance. And suppose you want to ask me, Scott, how do people vote exactly? Now I could say, well, it's pretty complicated. I think that people, they like candidates or they don't like candidates, and then there's these things called issues, and there's a question of is the candidate, do they take positions on issues that you like, or they don't take positions on it you like, and they balance these things, and they watch debates, and I could go on and on and on and on, and you might have really no idea when I'm done how I think people vote. Well, let's suppose instead I write down a really simple model, and I say, okay, so here's how it works. There's going to be a voter, and there's going to be two candidates. So here's my voter, and here's candidate 1, and here's candidate 2. Now, what the voter does for each of these candidates is they've got some sort of likability. So they can say sort of there's likability of candidate 1 and there's likability of candidate 2. And this is just sort of like, you know, how friendly do they seem? Do they seem trustworthy? Do they seem honest? That sort of stuff. So this is, you know, we'll put likability here. Now the second thing I'm going to say is that people care about policy. Now for policy, what they care about is sort of this set of issues. So you can think of, on policies, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the voter, I'm going to put a little left-right continuum, to say the voter over here is maybe a little bit conservative, right? And then for these candidates, I'm going to say, well, candidate 1 is over here, is kind of liberal, and candidate 2 is really conservative, right over here. So this is where candidate 2 is. So now, here's my model of how people vote. What they do is they sort of say, okay, well, how likable is each candidate, right? So they look at the likability of candidate 1 and the likability of candidate 2. And then they ask, how far apart is, here's my sort of policies, you know, I'm maybe a little bit to the right. How close are these candidates to me? Well, candidate 1 is pretty far away. Candidate 2 is a little bit closer. So then, how people vote depends on the combination of these two things, likability and how close somebody is in policy space. Notice how that's a much clearer way of explaining exactly how I think, and it enables me to communicate much more clearly to other people, how is it that I vote? Okay? All right, so that's how models make us clearer thinkers. Now what we're going to do next, once we've sort of got this understanding of models helping us think logically, is we can take those logical models and bring them to data. Thank you. Welcome back. In the previous lecture, we talked about how we could use models to become clearer thinkers. In this lecture, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how we can use models with data. And this is an important reason why people use models. In fact, when we talk to scientists about why they use models, whether they're social scientists or natural scientists, what they'll typically say is, well, we use models to take them to data, to basically use and understand data in better ways. Well, what I want to do is I want to unpack that in several directions. I want to give some specific reasons or ways in which people use models with data. All right, so the first real reason is just to understand some basic patterns in the data. So what do I mean? Well, you could look at data and it could just be a straight line and nothing could change. So for example, if you look at a system and ask how much energy is in the system, we know that energy is neither lost nor gained, so energy is a constant. And we can have a model that explains why we see, energy being a constant. Alternatively, you could see something that's just a straight line, that's just an increasing line. And you want a model that explains that. Now remember, we also talked about how we can see patterns in data, right? So we could see things that go up and down slowly like this, like business cycles, and we could have models that tell us why we see these sort of cyclic curves. We could have something that's much more spiky. We could have a model that explains that. So again, we talked about how there's this sort of hairball or this fire hose of data. There's tons of data out there. That data is going to have patterns to it, and what we can do is use models to understand why we see those particular patterns. Okay. In addition to the patterns, there's also just the use of models to predict specific points. So suppose you're out looking for a house and you see this house that's for sale and you're wondering, well, I wonder how much that house is going to cost. Well, you could have a model that says, okay, the price of a house depends on its size. So here's sort of the size of the house in square feet, and here's the price. We'll just put dollars in there for price, and maybe you've got a linear model. And your linear model says basically for every, additional square foot, the price of the house goes up $100 or $200 or something like that. Well, then if this is your model, it's a linear model, and you've got a house that's got this many square feet, say it's 2,000 square feet, right? And you go up here and find the point. If it's $100 per square foot, then your model would predict that the house is $200,000. So we can use a simple model to make some sort of prediction about just in the ballpark how much the particular house would cost. So this is, again, a common use of models. You construct a model, and from that model, you predict a point value. Okay, third reason why we use models is not so much to predict points, but to produce bounds. So suppose you're the economic advisor to the president, not a job you necessarily want, but suppose you are, and the president comes to you and says, what's inflation going to be next year or next month? Well, inflation doesn't move that quickly, and you might be able to say to the president, well, I think it's going to be 1.2%. And you might be pretty confident that it's 1.2%. But suppose the president says to you, I'm just doing some long-range forecasts. So what's inflation going to be 10 years from now? Well, who knows what inflation is going to be 10 years from now? So you may have some fairly sophisticated models, but they're not going to give you a point estimate. So instead, what they might say is, well, I can tell you with pretty high probability that it's going to be between 0 and 3%. So it gives you a range. right? So your model won't tell you necessarily exactly what's going to happen because there's too many contingencies out there. There's too much complexity, too much uncertainty. You can't say for sure, but your model might give you some bounds about what's going to happen, and that can be really useful for making policy decisions. Okay, reason 4, retrodiction. What do I mean by that? Well, you can use models with data to predict the past. Now, there's a couple reasons you might do this. One reason is you might not have data from the past. So you might want to sort of use models to try and figure out what do we think the past was like. And this is things, geologists do this, biologists do this, anthropologists do this, archaeologists do this. They use models and data to try and figure out what do we think, temperature was like, how many animals do you think there were, what were these civilizations like, those sorts of things. If you have the data, then you can use models to see how good they are. So you can actually retrodict data to see if, in fact, your model would have worked. Let me explain what I mean. So suppose we're looking at some data stream. Perhaps let's stick with unemployment. Suppose the unemployment data looks like this for some period of time, right? And now what you're doing is you're saying, okay, we've got a model. We're going to ask how well that model would do. So what you do is you sort of fix that. You give that model data up to here, so it's fitting pretty well. And then at this point right here, you say, okay, let's see how well our model would predict from there on out. Well, maybe if you run your model, it sort of goes like this. Well, if it goes like that, you can say, our model in the past, if we had used the same model in the past, it wouldn't have worked. And so that makes you fairly dubious about whether the model is going to work now. So retrodiction, going back and testing past data, is a good way to test how good your model really works. 5th reason, predicting other stuff. So you might construct a model for one reason. Let's suppose you're really interested in the unemployment rate. You construct a model to predict the unemployment rate, but out of that pops out the inflation rate, so you get something else. This is a good way to tell, how strong your model is, because typically you construct a model for one reason, it gives you other stuff. Now there's another type of predicting other that's really cool about models. So when they developed the first models of the solar system, right, the heliocentric model, the sun in the center, right, so you've got the sun sitting here in the center and the planets orbiting, the math didn't quite work out right. And they figured out, there must be some big planet out here that's causing the orbits of the other planets to be skewed a little bit. And that big planet was Neptune. They couldn't see it, but their model predicted it. So their model predicted something else, something other, it was evident in the data. So models can predict stuff other than what you expect them to predict, which is pretty cool. All right. 6th reason, to inform data collection. So let's suppose that you're interested in educational reform, which is something I'm really interested in. You want to think, okay, how do we make better schools? Well, what you can do, remember in our last lecture about being a clear, better thinker. One thing models force us to do is name the parts. So if I want to think, how do we make better schools? Well, there's a lot of data out there on school performance. So what I want is I want some sort of model that explains why students do poorly and students do well. So I think, what are the parts of that model? Well, there might be things like teacher quality. We'll call that TQ, right? There might be parental status. We'll call that PS, like whether your parents went to college, whether they've got high school degrees, whether they're doctors, lawyers, that sort of thing. There might be total spending in the school district. That might matter, right? Things like class size. We just put CS for class size. But class size probably matters a lot, right? You might argue that, technology matters. Is there technology in the classroom? You might even argue, does general health, is health a big consideration? And you could even, argue, what is sort of what are the other students like in the school, right? Are there sort of peer effects? Does that affect how well students do? So if you don't have a model, you don't even know what data to go get. And so what models help you do is figure out, okay, what data should we get and what data should we include what data should we go out there and try and find in order to figure out how the world's going to work. So the use of models to name the parts is incredibly helpful for gathering data because it tells you which data to go get. Our last 2 reasons for why you model are a little bit different, but they're similar to one another. And that is that we can use data, right, to sort of tell us more about the model, and then we can use the model to tell us more about the world. So let me explain what I mean a little bit. It's kind of confusing. So one thing we can use models for is to estimate hidden parameters in the model. So here's a sort of a classic model from disease, from epidemiology, the study of disease. It's called the SIR model. So there's 3 types of people. There's susceptible people, there's infected people, and there's recovered people. So if there's a disease, you could be susceptible to it, you could be infected, or you could be recovered. And when you recover, then you're immune if you're not going to get it again. So let's suppose that you work for the Center for Disease Control, and suddenly you see, oh my gosh, people are getting sick. But you don't know there's some sort of flu going on, but you're not quite sure how this is spreading. Is it airborne, right? Is this virus spreading through mucus or something? You're not sure. and you're also not sure how virulent it is, so you're not sure how many people are going to get the disease. Well, what you've got, let's draw a little graph where you've got time on this axis, and you've got the number of people who have the disease. And what you can do is you can sort of see over time exactly how many people are getting the disease. Well, if you can see over time how many are getting it from that data, you can predict how virulent the disease is, like how likely it is to pass from one person to the other. And that's going to allow you to figure out, is the disease going to go like this, or is it going to go like that? And so from that data, you can estimate hidden parameters, right? Namely, how virulent the disease is. Like you can't tell by looking at data how likely one person is to get it from another. You know, from just, you can't tell by looking at the world, but by looking at how many people get it, you can go back and estimate that parameter. You can figure it out. That's what's really cool, all right? Last reason, calibration. So calibration refers to sort of constructing a model and then calibrating it as close as possible to the real world. Let me give an example here. So suppose I want to write a model of forest fires. So I'm going to draw some really bad trees here. Here's a tree. Here's another tree, right? And I want to know, like, what's the probability? These are horrible trees. Okay, what's the probability that the fire moves, right, from this tree to this tree? How fast does it move? All that sort of stuff. Well, what I could do is I could gather, and this data exists, tons and tons of data about past forest fires. And with that past data, I could calibrate a really accurate model of forest fires. How likely are they to spread? How, you know, their speed of spread depends on how dry the trees are, how much precipitation there's been, what the wind speed is, all that sort of stuff. Once I've got all that data, that would allow me then to figure out, you know, how dangerous are particular forests, right? Because I could say, oh my gosh, northern New Mexico hasn't been rained in 2 years. Here's how dry the soil is. Here's how dry the trees are. Here's, you know, how many acres of forest we have. Here's what the wind speed is. And you could know exactly how dangerous a particular forest happens to be at a particular moment in time. So you use all sorts of past data to calibrate a particular model, and, you know, your big model, and then you can use that model to construct policy. And that's what we're going to talk about in the next lecture, right? How do we use models to make decisions, to strategize, right, and to design things? Thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to look at our fourth category of reasons about why you'd want to take a course in modeling, why modeling is so important. And that is to help you make better decisions, strategize better, and design things better. So let's get started. This should be a lot of fun. All right, so first reason why models are so useful. They're good decision aids. They help you make better decisions. Let me give an example to just get us going here. So what you see here is a picture of a whole bunch of different financial institutions. These are companies like Bear Stearns, AIG, Citigroup, Morgan Stanley. And this represents the relationship between these companies in terms of how one of their economic success depends on another. Now, imagine you're the federal government and you've got a financial crisis. So a lot of these companies, or some of these companies, are starting to fail. And you've got to decide, okay, do I bail them out? Do I save one of these companies? Well, let's use this very simple model to help us make that decision. All right, so to do that, we need a little bit more of an understanding of what these numbers represent. So let's look at AIG, which is right here, and JP Morgan, which is right here. So now we see a number of 466 between the two of those. What that number represents is how correlated JP Morgan's success is with AIG's success. In particular, how correlated their failures are. So if AIG has a bad day, how likely is it that JP Morgan has a bad day? And what we see there is a really big number. Now, if we look up here at this 94, this represents the link between Wells Fargo and Lehman Brothers. What that tells us is that if Lehman Brothers has a bad day, well, it only has a slight effect on Wells Fargo and vice versa. So now you're the government, you got to decide, okay, who do I bail out? Nobody or somebody? Well, let's look at Lehman Brothers. There's only 3 lines going in and out of Lehman Brothers, and one is a 94, I guess, and 4 lines. One is a 103, one is a 158, and one is a 155. Those are relatively small numbers. So for the government to say, look, even though Lehman Brothers has been around for a long time and it's an important, company, these numbers are pretty small. If they fail, it doesn't look like these other companies will fail. But now let's look at AIG. We've got a 466, we've got a 441, we've got a 456, we've got a 390, we've got a 490. So there's huge numbers associated with AIG. Because there's those huge numbers, you basically have to figure, you know what, we probably have to prop AIG back up, even if you don't want to, because if you don't, there's the possibility that this whole system will fail. So what we see here is the incredible power of models, right, to help us make a better decision, because the government did let Lehman Brothers fail, and it's terrible for Lehman Brothers, but the economy sort of soldiered on. They didn't let AIG fail, and we don't know for sure that it would have, that the whole financial apparatus in the United States would have fallen apart. But the thing is, they propped up AIG, and, we made it. The country made it. So it looks like they made a reasonable decision. All right, so that's sort of big, important financial decisions. Let's look at something a little more fun. This is just a simple sort of logic puzzle that will help us see how models can be useful. Now, this is a game called the Monty Hall problem, and it's named after Monty Hall was the host of a game show called Let's Make a Deal that aired during the 1970s. Now, the problem I'm going to describe to you is a characterization of an event that could happen on the show. It's one of several scenarios that could happen on the show, and here's basically how it works. There's 3 doors. Behind one of these doors is a prize. Behind the other 2 doors, there's some silly thing like a goat, right? Or a woman dressed up in a ballerina's outfit or something, right? So, but one of them has something fantastic, like a new car or a washing machine. Now, what you get to do is you pick one door. So maybe you pick door number 1, right? So you pick door number 1. Now, Monty knows where the prize is. So of the 2 doors you didn't pick, one of those always has the goat behind it, or silly prize behind it. So because one of those always has a silly prize behind it, he can always show you one of those other 2 doors. So you pick door number 1, right? And what Monty does, you picked 1, and what Monty does is he then opens up door number 3 and says, look, here's a goat. Then he says, hey, do you want to switch to door number 2? Well, do you? All right, that's a hard problem. So let's first try and get the logic right, and then we'll write down a formal model. So it's easier to see the logic for this problem by increasing the number of doors. So let's suppose there's 5 doors. And now there's 5 doors. Let's suppose you pick this blue door, this light blue door. The probability you're correct is 1/5, right? One of the doors has a prize. The probability you're correct is 1/5. So the probability you're not correct is 4/5. So there's a 1/5 chance you're correct. There's a 4/5 chance you're not correct. Now, let's suppose that Monty Hall is also playing this game with you, and he knows the answer. So Monty's thinking, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to show you that it's not behind this yellow door. And then he says, you know what else I'm going to show you? That it's not behind the pink door. He says, I'm going to even be nice. I'm going to show you it's not behind the green door. Now he says, do you want to switch from the light blue door to the dark blue door? Well, in this case, you should start thinking, initially the probability I was right was only 1/5. And he revealed all those other doors that doesn't have the prize. It seems much more likely that this is the correct door than mine's the correct door. And in fact, it is much more likely. The probability is 4/5 it's behind that dark blue door, and only 1/5 it's behind your door. So you should switch. And you should also switch in the case of 2. Now let's formalize this. This isn't so much, we'll use a simple decision theory model to show why, in fact, you should switch. All right, so let's start out. We'll just use some basic probability. There's 3 doors. You pick door number 1. The probability you're right is 1/3. And the probability that it's door number 2 is 1/3. The probability it's door number 3 is 1/3. Now, what we want to do is break this into 2 sets. There's a 1/3 chance that you're right, and there's a 2/3 chance that you're wrong. Right? Now, after you pick door number 1, the prize can't be moved. So it's either behind door number 2, number 3, or maybe you got it right. Maybe it's behind door number 1. So now let's think about what Monty can do. Monty could basically show you, if it's behind door number 1 or door number 2, he can show you door number 3. He can say, look, there's the goat. Well, if he does that, because he could always show you one of these doors, nothing happened to your probability of 1/3. There's a 1/3 chance you were right before. Since he can always show you a door, there's still only a 1/3 chance you're right. Right? Alternatively, suppose that it was behind door number 3. If it was behind door number 3, well, then he could show you door number 2. And he'd say the goat's here. So it's still the case that nothing happens to your probability. And the reason why is when you think about it in terms of these 2 sets, you didn't learn anything. You learned nothing about this other set right here, the 2/3 chance you're wrong, because he can always show you a goat. So your initial probability of being correct was 1/3. Your final chance of being correct was probably 1/3. So just this idea of sort of drawing circles and writing probabilities allows us to see that the correct decision in the Monty Hall problem is to switch, right? Just like when we looked at that financial decision that the federal government had to make with the circles and the arrows, you draw that out and you realize the best decision is let Lehman Brothers fail, bail out AIG. All right, so let's move on and look at sort of the next reason that models can be helpful, and that is comparative statics. What do I mean by that? Well, here's a standard model from economics. What we can think of as comparative statics means you move from one equilibrium to another. So what you see here is S is a supply curve. That's the supply for some good. And D1 and D2 are demand curves. So what you see is demand shifting out. So when this demand shifts out in this way, what we get is that more goods are sold, the quantity goes up, and the price goes up. So if people want more of something, more is going to get sold, and the price will go up. So this is just sort of saying how the equilibrium moves. So this is, again, a simple example of how models help us understand how the world will change, at least an equilibrium world, just by drawing some simple figures. All right. Reason number 3, counterfactuals. What do I mean by that? Well, you think we only get to run the world once. We only get to run the tape one time. But if we write models of the world, we can sort of rerun the tape using those models. So here's an example. In April of 2009, the spring of 2009, the federal government decided to implement a recovery plan. Well, what you see here is sort of the effect. This line right here shows the effect with the recovery plan. And this line shows here, here's what a model shows would have happened without the recovery plan. Now, we can't be sure that that happened, but at least we have some understanding, perhaps, of what the effect of the recovery plan was, which is great. So these counterfactuals aren't going to be exact, they're going to be approximate, but still, they help us figure out, after the fact, whether a policy was a good policy or not. Reason number 4, to identify and rank levers. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at a simple model of contagion of failure. And so this is a model where one country might fail. So in this case, that country is going to be England. And we can ask what happens over time. So when you see initially, after England fails, we see Ireland and Belgium fail. And then after that, we see France fail. And after that, we see Germany fail. So what this tells us is in terms of its effect on the world's financial system, London's a big lever. And so London's something we care about a great deal. Now, let's take another policy issue, climate change. One of the big things in climate change is the carbon cycle. It's one of the models that's used all the time, simple carbon models. We know the total amount of carbon is fixed. Now, it can be up in the atmosphere, it can be down in the earth. If it's on the earth, it's better because it doesn't contribute to global warming. So if you want to think about where do you intervene, we want to ask where in this cycle are there big numbers, right? So you look here in terms of surface radiation, that's a big number. Or if you think of solar radiation coming in, that's a big number coming in. So you want to, when you think about where you want to have a policy impact, you want to think about it in terms of where those numbers are large. So if you look at the amount of carbon that's reflected by the surface, that's only a 30. That's not a very big lever. Okay, reason 5, experimental design. Now, what do I mean by experimental design? Well, suppose you want to come up with some new policy. So, for example, the federal government, when they were trying to decide how do we auction off the federal airwaves, right, for cell phones, they wanted to raise as much money as possible. Well, to test what auction design would work best, they ran some experiments. Well, the thing you want to do is you want to think about, so here's the example of experiment, and what you see is this is a round from some auction, and these are different bidders and the cost for that they paid. What you can do is you want to think, how do I run the best possible experiment, the most informative possible experiment? And one way to do that, right, is to construct some simple models. All right. Reason 6, institutional design. Now this is a biggie, and this is one where, means actually a lot to me. The person you see at the top here, this is Stan Ryder. He was one of my advisors in graduate school. And the man on the bottom is Leo Hurwitz. He was one of my mentors in graduate school, and Leo won the Nobel Prize in economics. And what Leo won the Nobel Prize for, which is a field known as mechanism design. Now this diagram is called the Mount-Ryder diagram, named after Stan Ryder in the previous picture, and then Ken Mount, one of his co-authors. And let me explain this diagram to you because it's very important. What you see here is this theta here. What this is supposed to represent is the environment, the set of technologies, people's preferences, those sorts of things. X over here represents the outcomes, what we want to have happen. So how we want to sort of use our technologies and use our labor and use whatever we got at our disposal to create good outcomes. Now this arrow here is sort of, it's what we desire. It's like if we could sit around and decide collectively what kind of outcomes we'd like to have given the technology, this is what we collectively decide. This is something that's called the social choice correspondence or social choice function. Sort of what would be the ideal outcome for society. Well, the thing is, society doesn't get the ideal outcome because what happens that wants always, because the thing is, to get those outcomes, you have to use mechanisms, and that's what this M stands for, mechanisms. So that mechanism might be something like a market, it might be a political institution, it might be a bureaucracy. And what we want to ask is the outcome we get through the mechanism, right, which goes like this, is that equal to the outcome that we would get, right, ideally? And the better a mechanism is, the closer it is to equal to what we'd ideally want. Example. So with my undergraduate students for a homework assignment one time, I said, suppose we allocated classes by a market. So, you had to bid for classes. Would that be a good thing or bad thing? Well, currently the way we do it is there's a hierarchy. So seniors, fourth year students register first, and then juniors, then sophomores and freshmen. And when the students were asked, should you have a market, their first reaction was yes, because markets work, right? They had this belief that, if you have a market, what you get here is sort of what you'd expect to get, right? What you'd like to get, so it's sort of equal. But when they thought about choosing classes, they realized, wait a minute, markets may not work very well, and the reason why is that you need to graduate. And so seniors need specific courses, and that's why we let seniors register first. And if people could bid for courses, then freshmen who had a lot of money might bid away the courses of seniors, and people might never graduate from college. So a good institution, markets may be good in some settings, they may not be in others. The way we figure that out is by using models. Reason 7, to help choose among policies and institutions. Simple example. Suppose we're thinking about a market for pollution permits or a cap and trade system. We can write down a simple model, and it can tell us which one's going to work better. Or here's another example. This is a picture of the city of Ann Arbor, and if you look here, you see some green areas, right? What these green things are is they're green spaces. Now, there's a question of, should the city of Ann Arbor create more green spaces? Now, you might think, of course, green space is a good thing, but the problem is if you buy up a bunch of green space, like this area here, right, is all green, what can happen is people can say, let's move next to that. Let's build little houses all around here because it's always going to be green. And that can actually lead to more sprawl. So what can seem like really good, simple ideas may not be good ideas if you actually construct a model to think through it. Okay, we've covered a lot. So let's give a quick summary here. How can models help us? Well, the first thing they can do is they can be real-time decision aids. They can help us figure out when we intervene, when we don't intervene, or what choices we make. Second, they can help us with comparative statics. We can figure out, what's likely to happen, right, if we make this choice. Third, they can help us with counterfactuals. They can, after we've done a policy, we can sort of run a model to think about what would have happened if we hadn't chosen that policy. Fourth, we can use them to identify and rank levers. Oftentimes we've got lots of choices to make. Models can figure out, which choice might be the best, will have the most influence. Fifth, they can help us with experimental design. They can help us design experiments in order to develop better policies and better strategies. Sixth, they can help us design institutions themselves, figuring out, should we have a market here? Should we have a democracy? Should we use a bureaucracy? And seventh, finally, they can help us choose among policies and institutions. So if we're thinking about one policy or another policy, we can use models to decide among the two. All right, thank you. Hi. In this next set of lectures, we're going to look at a series of models that help us try and understand an empirical phenomenon. And that empirical phenomenon is this. It's that if you look out there in the world, you'll see that groups of people who hang out together tend to look alike, think alike, act alike. So what we want to do is we want to try and make sense of why that's the case. First, let me sort of explain what I mean a little bit. So if you look at a city like Detroit, this is a census map of the city of Detroit. What you see is each blue dot represents a city block that's majority African American, where a majority of the people living in that block, census block, are African American. The red dots are blocks that are majority Caucasian. So what you see if you look at the city of Detroit, you see incredible segregation. So this shows that people literally choose to live with people who look a lot like they do. But it's not just this sort of sorting effect. Another reason that people who sort of are hanging out together look and act similarly is that, well, we change our behavior. We moderate our behavior to match that of people around us. So, for example, take smoking. It could be that you don't smoke and you start hanging out with a bunch of people who do, so you may have an occasional cigarette. Or alternatively, you may have spent your whole life smoking, but now you hang out with a group of people who don't smoke, and so you say, what, that's it, I'm gonna stop smoking. So it's these two forces, one of them which is sorting, or what sociologists call homophily, that we sort of choose to hang out with people who are like us. And there's this other effect, which is we choose to start acting like and believing like people we're hanging out with. And so both of these things are going to create groups of people who look similar to one another. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to try and get some understanding of how those processes work through some simple models. Now, these may seem like sort of fairly obvious things to look at, but what we're going to find is when we construct models, we get some pretty interesting unexpected results. Okay, so let's get started. What's it going to look like? What are the lectures going to look like, in this unit, in this module? We're going to start out with a famous model constructed by a guy named Thomas Schelling. And this is a model of racial segregation, and it's sometimes called Schelling's tipping model. In that model, we're going to see how it's a little bit more subtle than we might think about what causes those segregation patterns like we see in Detroit. After that, we're going to look at a model by a guy named Mark Grenovetter, who looked at sort of people's willingness to participate in some sort of collective behavior. This could be a riot, this could be a political uprising, it could be a social movement. It's a very, very simple model. After that, we're going to extend this Grenovetter's model to something I call the standing ovation model. This is a model that my friend John Miller and I developed kind of for fun, but it gets at a really serious point. It's a model of peer effects where you change your behavior to match that of others around you. And what's interesting about it is the standing ovations, gives us a really nice framework within which to think about this question. And again, there we're going to get some sort of surprising results. All right, and then last, after we've sort of done all this, we're going to talk about something called the identification problem. And that is, suppose it's the case that I look at a group of people and they all seem similar. Well, the question is, did they sort? I mean, did they choose to hang out with one another because they're similar? Or was there some sort of peer effect? Were they hanging out? And did they all start to sort of look and talk and act the same? So that's an interesting question to try and figure out. And these models will give us some understanding of how we can tell those two things apart. Okay, so let's get started. Now, before we do that, one quick comment about the type of model we're going to be using here. Now, a lot of times when people think about models, they think about equation-based models. So when I teach this course, let's suppose that when I teach this course to my undergraduates, one of the things that some of them care about, not all, but a lot care about, is their grade. And so I could say to them, well, here's an equation-based model for your grade. It looks something like this. Your score on the final exam is going to be 50 plus 5 times the number of hours you study, right? So if you don't study at all, you put in no hours of study, you'll probably get a 50 on the exam and fail the course. If you put in 10 hours on the exam, then you'll probably, studying for the exam, then you'll probably ace the test, right, and get an A for the course. So this would be a linear model. It sort of explains how the world works with an equation. Now, the models we're going to do in this unit aren't linear models. They're what are called agent-based models. So what's an agent-based model? An agent-based model works as follows. You have a bunch of agents. These could be people, these could be firms, they could be countries, they could be organizations, but they're the agents, the objects of the model. Now, these agents have behaviors. They have things that they do, rules they follow. Now, in some cases, these rules might be optimal rules. They might be optimizing. In that case, it becomes what we call a game theory model, a rational choice model, where individuals are doing the optimal thing in the context of the model. In the models we study here, they're not going to be optimizing. They're going to be following just pretty simple rules. And then the third part of an agent-based model is once you've got all these agents following all these rules, that creates something at the macro level. It creates some sort of outcome. And so what we can do is then ask sort of what kind of outcome do we get? What we'll find in these models is the outcomes are sort of surprising. And that's, again, why models are so useful, because we may logically think that if we assume agents that follow this behavior, we're going to get outcome A. But when we work through the model and actually, work through all the logic, we'll find, in fact, that maybe the opposite's true or something, sort of surprising is true. Okay, so that's it. That's the plan. We're going to look at some models of sorting, and we're going to look at some models of peer effects, and we'll learn how the two differ and how the two are also a little bit the same. All right, thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about a famous model from social science, and this model is known as Schellings' spatial segregation model. Schellings' model was developed by a man named Thomas Schelling, who's an economist at the University of Maryland. What Schelling was trying to do was he was trying to sort of understand an empirical phenomenon, and that empirical phenomenon that he was interested in was segregation. And two types of segregation actually of primary interest to him. One was racial segregation, the other was segregation by income. So let's look at some pictures of each. So what you see is a picture of New York City. Each red dot in this graph represents a city block that's majority Caucasian or white. Each blue dot represents a city block that's majority African American. Each yellow dot represents a city block that's majority Latino. And each green dot represents a city block that's majority Asian of some sort. It could be Korean, could be Japanese, could be Chinese American, but it's classified as Asian by the census. So if you look at this picture, what you see is incredible racial segregation, right? Now the same is true if you look by income. So here's, again, a picture of New York City. Each red dot represents someone who's very wealthy. Each light blue dot represents someone who's poor. And the moderately blue dots represent people in the middle class. So if you look at this picture, what you see is segregation by income. And it's also, fairly stark. Not as stark as the racial segregation, but it's pretty stark. So this is what Schelling wanted to understand. He wanted to construct a model to make sense of this. Now you might say, we don't need a model. Why do we need a model? It's obvious. Look, people, maybe they're racist. People don't like to live with people who don't look like them, and that's why we get segregation. Well, that's what Schelling set out to explore. And he set out to explore that using a model. So what kind of model does he construct? He constructs what we call, remember, an agent-based model. So remember, an agent-based model, you've got three things. You've got these agents, which in this case will be people, right? That's part one. Then you have their behaviors. You have to say, okay, what rules do they follow? That's part 2. And then the third part is you just add them up. You just aggregate it, and you see what happens. When all these people are following these rules, what do we get at the aggregate level? Okay, so what's Schellings' model about? Schellings' model is about people choosing where to live. So you can think, when you think about people choosing where to live, well, you think about, okay, I'm going to buy a house. What kind of house do I want to buy? Do I want to buy this beautiful craftsman house? Do I want to buy a Spanish-style house? Do I want to live in an apartment? Those sorts of questions. Well, Schelling abstracted away from all that, and he said, okay, I want to think about this in a different way. I want to think about people living in a city, living in some place, and deciding, should I stay here or should I move? So here's how he did it. He thought of each person as being located on a checkerboard. So what he did is he thought of the whole city, whether it's New York or Detroit or Houston, as a giant checkerboard, and each checkerboard can have a person living there or it can be blank. So in this picture that we see here, right, what we've got is we've got a person living at X. So this is our person right here. And there's 8 neighbors, 1 through 8. And one of those neighborhoods is blank, right? If you look at number 3 here, right, there's no one living there. So she's got a total of 7 neighbors. Now let's let red represent rich people and gray represent poor people. So this is a rich person. And if we look at her, she's got 3 neighbors who are rich like her, but then she's got 4 neighbors who aren't. So in total, 3 out of her 7 neighbors are the same as her. And she's got to decide, okay, is 3 out of 7 enough? If 3 out of 7 of my neighbors aren't like me, should I stay or should I go? Well, this is where Schelling then writes down the rules, and he calls this a threshold-based rule. So each person has a threshold, and they decide, based on this threshold, do I stay where I'm at or do I move? So one rule would be, well, 3/7 is good enough. So maybe your rule is 33%. So if 33% of my neighbors aren't like me, I'll stay, but if fewer than 33% are like me, then I'll move. So this woman here, she looks and she counts 3 of her 7 neighbors are like her, so she stays. But if one of her neighbors moved out, and now there were only 2 out of 7 neighbors like her, then she'd move. So this is the model. That's all there is to it. So there's people, they've got neighborhoods, and they have to decide whether to stay or to move, and then we ask, what happens? Now when Schelling ran his model, he did it on using paper and pencil on an airplane actually, and he wrote out a big checkerboard, and he just used, I think, nickels and pennies to represent the different income groups. We've got some advantages Schelling didn't have. We're going to use a computer program called NetLogo. And this is free software. We've used it before, right? So let's go to our NetLogo model. Okay, here it is, our model. Now remember, 3 parts of an agent-based model: the agents, their rule, and then the aggregate behavior. So if you look at this NetLogo model, the first thing we see here is this number up on the top, and that tells us the number of agents. So we can set this up, and we're going to have blue agents and yellow agents. We'll let the blue agents be rich and the yellow agents be poor, and they're just randomly set up on this grid. We've got a behavior, right? And the behavior rule is the percent similar wanted. So it's 30% right now. People want 30% of their neighbors to look like them. And then we've got the aggregation, which are going to be covered in these 2 graphs. So the aggregation is going to tell us what's the percentage similar, so how many people are like you in your neighborhood of 8. And then the percentage are unhappy, how many people aren't having their threshold met. All right? So we're starting at 30%, and notice we start out at 50% similar, and only 16% are unhappy. Now, 50% similar makes sense because people are randomly set out there, so half should be like you, half should be not. Okay, so here we go. If we let this run, what happens is at the end we end up with 72% similar, and nobody's unhappy. So the system goes to an equilibrium. But what's interesting about this is if you look at this, 72% of a person's neighbors are like them, even though people are incredibly tolerant. They only need 30% of the people in their neighborhood to be like them, and you end up with 70% of the people in your neighborhood like you. So here's the deep insight from Schelling's model. What you see at the macro level, segregation like this, may not in fact represent what's really going on at the micro level, because these are pretty tolerant people, right? These are very tolerant people. All they want is 1/3 of the people to look like them and they'll be okay. But if that's their rule, you end up with 70% of people looking like you. Well, what if we make them just slightly less tolerant? And so we move this up to, let's say, 40%. And we set this up. Now, again, we start with 49.5% of people unhappy, and 30% of people unhappy, but 49.5% of people are similar to you. And if we let this go, what we end up now is 80% of the people end up being similar to their neighbors, right? So you get, a person's neighbors are 80% of them are similar to them. So we get even more segregation. But what's interesting here is if we ramp this up even more, let's say to 52%, let's just make it a little over 50%, now over 60% of people are unhappy. And that's because over 60% of people have 50% or fewer neighbors like them. And if we run this, we get unbelievable segregation, right? Now, what's incredible about this is 52% isn't that intolerant if you think about it. You're sort of saying, look, I just want to be in the majority. I actually might prefer a racially mixed neighborhood or an income mixed neighborhood, but if I do that, what I end up with is 94% of my neighbors will be like me. And if you look closely at this picture, what you see is that there's sort of like little islands of empty space. The black regions are empty space between the blue and yellow regions. So these people are really segregating. Now, you could say, so this is sort of surprising, right? Again, we get this amazing result from Schelling that at the macro level we get segregation, even though at the micro level people are pretty tolerant. Now, remember how we thought about why we get segregation, because we think that, well, people don't want to hang out with poor people. What if we assume that rich people don't want to hang out with poor people? So let's crank this way up, and poor people don't want to hang out with rich people. So let's crank this way up to 80%. So now people want 80% of their neighbors to be like them. And if they're not, they're going to move. Well, we should get massive segregation here, right? Even worse than before. Okay, we don't. We don't even get an equilibrium. We get this sort of completely random process, right? Everybody's still hanging out in neighborhoods where 50% of people are similar. The reason why is if you don't want anybody in your neighborhood to be like you, well, it's hard to find a place to live. Because you move someplace else, there's going to be someone who's not like you, and then you're going to want to move again. So if people really were incredibly racist or incredibly biased based on income, then we might not see the segregation. We might see people moving all the time, churning, to avoid being around anyone like them. So what Schelling's model tells us, right, again, in this really sort of very simple way, that what happens at that macro level, segregation by race, by income, by all sorts of other things, may not be, right, because of the fact that at the micro level, people are that intolerant. So the micro and the macro may not align. Okay, so that's the big lesson, right? Micro motives need not be equal to macro behavior. And in fact, Schelling has a book. The book that he's famous for is called Micro Motives and Macro Behavior, reminding us that what we see out there in the world need not imply so the macro level outcomes need not imply what we think about the micro level behaviors of individuals. Okay, so let's flesh out Schelling's model a little bit more, because one of the things that's interesting about it is what people sometimes call the tipping phenomena in Schelling's model. So remember when we set it up, only 15% of people wanted to move. So let's suppose I've got some person, they're sitting in some neighborhood and there's only 2/7 of her neighbors are like her, so she moves. Well, when she moves, she can cause other people to move. So let's look at this person here who's sitting in a neighborhood where there's 2 of her 7 neighbors are like her. Now let's suppose that she's happy with that. She's cool with that. She's going to stay with 2 of her 7 neighbors being just like her. But what happens is this person leaves. Person number 5 leaves the system, right? Moves to someplace else because that person didn't have enough neighbors like her to feel comfortable. But when that person leaves, that's going to cause her to leave. All right? So that's an exodus tip. One person leaves, causing another person to leave. Okay? There's also a genesis tip. Let's suppose she's living in this neighborhood and she's got, in this case, right, she's got 2 out of 7 neighbors who look like her. And what happens is someone moves in to the neighborhood who's not like her. And so now she's only got 2 out of 8. And so now there's too many poor people living in the neighborhood. And she says, you know what, because of that, I'm out of here. This would be a genesis tip. Somebody moves in, causes her to move. So those are the 2 things that cause tips in Schelling's models. Genesis tips and exodus tips. So people moving out cause other people to move out, and people moving in cause some people who are currently there to want to move out. All right, so when you look at a city then like New York, or Detroit, or Houston, or LA, or Chicago, or Philadelphia, if you put up maps for any one of these cities, they're going to look exactly like this. Not exactly, they have the same sort of patterns of racial segregation, in some cases even more pronounced. Now what we could infer from that would be that at the micro level, people are very racist. People don't feel comfortable living in neighborhoods with people like them. Well, what's interesting is if you poll people, if you ask them, people actually say, no, I'd like to live in a mixed income, mixed race neighborhood. Yet they sort of may want it to be a little bit more like maybe 30-40% like them. Well, if that's what people want at the micro level, to be in sort of mixed neighborhoods, it's not what they get. What they get is pictures like this. And that's what's so surprising about Schelling's model. The macro behavior, right, the micro behavior doesn't produce sort of macro level behavior that's consistent with what they want. All right, so that's Schelling's model. And in the next lecture, we're going to go into more detail about sort of how do we measure segregation, and then we'll talk about some of the fertility of Schelling's model, how we can apply it to other settings as well. Thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to introduce something called a measure of dissimilarity, an index of dissimilarity. We're going to use that to look at different cities and different regions and ask how segregated they are. So remember in the last lecture, we looked at Schelling's segregation model, and what we saw is that people who had fairly tolerant thresholds for living with people of different income groups or different races still ended up being segregated. And so the result is when we look at cities across the United States, we see substantial segregation by income, we see substantial segregation by race, and we want to know, what we want to do here is sort of figure out, can we construct some sort of measure, some way of categorizing numerically how segregated a particular city is along a particular dimension. Because when you have those measures, right, that allows us to make better sense of data, right, to use and understand data better, and that's one reason why we model. So to get started, let's remind ourselves again of just what these patterns look like. So this is the city of New York, and remember that regions that are depicted in red are predominantly Caucasian, regions that are depicted in blue are predominantly African American, yellow predominantly Latino, and green predominantly Asian. So New York is interesting because it's just like these big chunks of different racial groups spread out all over the city. Not all cities look the same way. Here's Los Angeles, right? Los Angeles has this area called the Valley, which is mostly white, South Central, which is mostly African American, and then over by Monterey Park, it's mostly Asian. If you look at Houston, again, you see all these sort of interesting patterns in how people are racially distributed across the city. And if you look at D.C., it's almost like there's a dividing line. To the east, most people are African American, and to the west, most people are Caucasian. So different cities look different ways. What we'd like to do is have some sort of number for representing this racial disparity. Okay? Now remember, the same is true for income. So we can use the same for income disparity. And if you look at a city like Chicago, what you see is that red represents wealthy people here. So there's wealthy people along this area known as the Gold Coast. In the center of the city, it's mostly poor people, and then to the north and to the west in the suburbs, right, sometimes called collar counties, right, so it looks like a collar, these again are wealthy people. Again, New York, remember the red dots here represent rich people, people who make more than $200,000 a year. All around Central Park here you see wealthy people, and then as you move further out from the city, you see poor people. So it's interesting, New York is sort of a little bit different than Chicago in that right in the center of New York there's a lot of wealth, and then as you move out it gets poor. Chicago sort of looks the other way. So what we want is some measure for how segregated a city is. So we're going to construct a very simple measure called the index of dissimilarity, and we're going to do it with just two types of people, rich people and poor people. So I'm going to represent rich people with blue dots and poor people with yellow dots. Now I'm going to place these people on a grid, so I'm just going to have a 24 city block area here, and in each block I'm going to put 10 people. All right, so let's start out, and let's suppose that in 12 of these blocks, right here, I put all rich people. And in 6 of these blocks, I put all poor people. And in 6 of these blocks, I put half poor, half rich. So what does that give me total? Well, remember, so I've got 12 blocks here, and I've got 10 people per block. So that's 120 rich people here. And I've got 6 blocks here, but there's only 5 rich people per block and 5 poor, so that's 30. So 120 plus 30 equals 150. So I've got 150 rich people, and then I've got 90 poor people. So 240 people total, 150 rich, 90 poor. And I want some way of representing how segregated are these city blocks. Now the interesting thing is these districts here, these green ones, are less segregated than these blue ones and these yellow ones. So I want some measure that will capture that fact. All right, so how do I do it? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to let B be the number of blue people in a block, little b, and let big B be the number of blue people total. So then if I take little b over big B, that's going to tell me the percentage of blue people in that block, right, relative to the total number of blue people. So it's just giving me some sense of the proportion of the total number of blue people that are in that block. And similarly, little y over big y is giving me the proportion of yellow people in that block. Now, why do I want to do that? Why do I want to look at these two numbers? Because if I take the difference between little b over big B and little y over little y, that's going to tell me how distorted the distribution is in that particular block. Let me be more precise. Suppose I have a district that has 5 blue and 3 yellow. And I want to add, this would be a perfectly representative district. What that would mean is that 5 over 150 there's 150 blue people, and 5 of those 150 people live in this particular block. So 5 over 150 equals 1 over 30. So 1 out of every 30 blue people lies inside that block. Now there's 90 yellow people, and 3 out of the 90 yellow people live in that block. So 1 out of 30 yellow people live inside that block, or poor people live inside that block. So 1 over 30 minus 1 over 30 equals 0. So what we get is that if we had a perfectly representative block between rich and poor, what I'm calling blue and yellow, we'd have a difference of 0. But if we've got relatively more blue or relatively more yellow, since I'm taking the absolute value, that's what these two lines mean right here, the absolute value, it means that I'm going to get a positive number. So I'm going to have more, I'm just going to represent more segregation. So let's look at our particular example. So this block right here is all blue, right? So and there's 10 blue people in there. Now there's 150 blue people total. So 10 out of the 150 blue people lie in that block. There's no yellow people, no poor people in that block. So I've got 10 over 150 minus 0 over 90. So that equals 10 over 150. I can get rid of the zeros. It equals 1/15. So in every one of these blocks, my index is going to be 1/15. Now in these yellow blocks right here, there's no blue people. There's no rich people. So that's 0 over 150. But there's 10 yellow people or poor people. So that's 10 over 90. So there's way too many yellow people than there should be proportionally. And so if I take 0 minus 10 over 90, I get 1/9, right? Remember, because I've got these absolute value signs here, so everything becomes positive. So in these districts, these blocks are 1/9. Then finally, I've got these green districts. Now remember, these have 5 blue, so that's 5 over 150. And they've got 5 yellow, so that's 5 over 90, right? And I take the absolute value. Now what do I get there? Well, that's 1 over 30 minus 1 over 18. So this is complicated. We're going to find out that this is equal to 1 over 45. Okay, so this is 1 over 45. What we get then is every one of those 10 blue districts, the index of dissimilarity is 1 over 15. Every one of the yellow districts, the index of dissimilarity is 1/9. And every one of the districts that's 5 blue and 5 yellow is 1 over 45. Okay, so how do we figure out how segregated this whole region is? What we do is we say we've got 6 districts or blocks here that have a dissimilarity of 1 over 45. So we're going to get 6 times 1 over 45. Then we've got 6 here that have a dissimilarity of 1/9. So we're going to add 6 times 1/9. And then we've got 12 that have a dissimilarity of 1/15. So we get 12 times 1 over 15. And if we add all that up, we get 72 over 45. So 72 over 45 that's our tentative measure. We're going to have to change this a little bit. Because what does that mean? What does 72 over 45 mean? Is that bad? Is that good? So let's go through and let's sort of put our measure through the paces. So whenever you construct a measure, what you're trying to do is do some extreme cases to see how well it works. So let's start out with a simpler case to see if this measure sort of makes sense. So now I've got 4 blocks that are 4 blue, 4 all yellow. And here's another case where I've got all 8 of them are 50-50. And let's compute our index of dissimilarity in each of these cases. So let's start with this one. Well, in each one of these blocks, there's going to be 5 blue, right, and 5 yellow. The total number of blue and yellow, right, since I've got 8 blocks, I've got 80 people, so that means there's going to be 40 blue and 40 yellow. So for each one of these blocks, I get 5 over 40 minus 5 over 40, which is 0. So every single block contributes 0, and my total index of dissimilarity is 0. So that's great, right? Because that means that if everyone was perfectly mixed, my index would be 0. So it seems like it's a pretty good index. But let's go back and look at this other case. So now I've got this case where I've got 4 that are all yellow and 4 that are all blue. So once again, I've got 40 yellow and 40 blue. But now I've got to think for each one of these yellow districts, what do I have? I've got 0 over 40 blue minus 5 over 40 yellows, right? I'm sorry, 10, because I've got 10 yellows in each one, so 10 over 40 yellows. So what that means is that's going to be equal to 1/4. And since all these are the same, I'm going to get a fourth, a fourth, a fourth, a fourth, and so on, and also for the blues, right, by the same logic. So every single one of these is going to give me a value of 1/4. When I add all those up, I get 2, right? I don't get 1, I get 2. So now I've got a bit of an issue. So if people are perfectly segregated, I get 2, and if they're perfectly mixed, I get 0. So this suggests I've got a pretty good measure here, but what I probably want to do is I want to divide it by 2, right? So if I divide it by 2, then if you're perfectly mixed, you get a score of 0. And if you're perfectly segregated, you get a score of 1. All right? So if I go to this case, where there's 40 rich, 44, and they're perfectly mixed, my score is going to be 0. Because I get 5 black and 5 yellow in each district. Oops, this should be a 5, right? And so I get a score of 0. And when I do the other one, I get a score of 1. Now, when I look at my thing here, when I got 72 over 45, which didn't make any sense, now that's 72 over 90. And if I divide this by 9, that's going to be 0.8. So it's 80%. So in some sense, this is 80% segregation, which seems pretty segregated. Now we can go back and we can look at our cities. So now we can go back and we can look at our census data, and we can look at a city like Philadelphia. We can ask how segregated is it. And notice, look at what we get, 0.8, exactly the same as our example. So this tells us the score in Philadelphia is 0.8. Now we can look at this map and say, well, how segregated is it? Now we have a score. And now we can do things like compare Philadelphia to Detroit. So remember, Detroit also looks segregated. Well, when you do Detroit, even though it looks sort of as segregated, the score is only 0.6. So Detroit is actually substantially less segregated than Philadelphia, even though, look, if you look at these two pictures, here's Philadelphia and here's Detroit. It's very hard to tell the difference between the two. Okay, so what have we learned in this lecture? We've learned that we can construct a very simple measure called the index of dissimilarity, and by using that measure, we can compare how segregated different cities are. And now once we've got this measure in our pocket, right, we can use it to measure segregation by race, segregation by income, and all sorts of segregations. It's a really useful tool to help us sort of take data and understand the world. All right, thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to look at our first model of pure effects. This is going to be a very short lecture, but I just want to get the idea of pure effects out there and introduce really what I think is an interesting point. And that is namely that when we think about these sort of contagion phenomena that happen through things like pure effects, that sometimes the tail wags the dog. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that sometimes the people at the end of the distribution, the extremists, are the ones that really drive what happens. And as a result, that means it can be incredibly difficult to predict what's going to go on. So that's the basic lesson of this model, that the tail is going to wag the dog. So this model is developed by a guy named Mark Grenovetter, who's a sociologist at Stanford University, and it's really fun. It's one of my favorite models just because of its simplicity and elegance. So before I present the model, I want to, again, get to this point about predictability. So recently we've had some events. We've had uprisings in Libya and in Egypt, and these caught everybody off guard. There weren't experts lined up saying Egypt's about to topple, Libya's about to topple. In fact, no one predicted it at all. You know, you don't have to go far back in time to the Orange Revolution and see that nobody predicted that either. When the Ukraine suddenly had this giant uprising, this political uprising, that too was unexpected. Ditto for the Berlin Wall. You didn't have anybody seeing this coming. Now, it's easy to say, oh my gosh, you know, these experts aren't really experts. And there's a sense in which, well, you know, we can be critical of how smart the talking heads on TV are, but it wasn't just the talking heads. It was no one anywhere saw this stuff coming. So we're going to use Grenovetter's model to explain, you know, why that's the case, why it can be very, very hard to anticipate sort of a whole bunch of people moving or joining some cause. All right, so here's the model, very simple, super simple. So there's n individuals, so there's n people. Each person has a threshold. This threshold is like how many other people would have to join the movement in order for them to join the movement. So if your threshold is 0, if your threshold is absolute 0, that means nobody else has to join. You're going to, you know, grab your stick and run out there in the streets, right? If your threshold's 50, then you need to see 50 people out there before you join in the sort of collective movement. So each person has a different sort of threshold for whether they're going to sort of join in and participate in some collective activity. So that's the model. What we want to do is we want to analyze how that outcome varies depending on these distribution of these thresholds, right? What causes a collective action to occur, collective movement to occur, and when doesn't it? Okay, to sort of make this a little more fun and a little less heavy, instead of thinking about, you know, people rising up and overthrowing some dictator, let's think about people wearing some silly thing like a purple hat. So suppose you have a group of friends, there's like, you know, 5 of you, and, you know, any one of you at any given moment in time could decide to start wearing a purple hat, and there's a question of like, do you wear a purple hat? Well, let's suppose here's how it works. We've got 5 people, right? And here's their thresholds. So their thresholds are 0, 1, 2, and 2, and 2. So this person who's got a threshold of 0, you know what? They like how they look in purple. He likes how he looks in purple hats, so he's just going to get one. These 3 people have thresholds of 2. They're really not that keen on purple hats, but if their other 2 friends wear purple hats, then they're going to get one. So let's see what happens. So the person who's got the threshold of 0, well, they buy the hat and they put it on because their threshold was 0. Once they buy the hat, the person who's got a threshold of 1 buys the hat, right? Because one of their friends has the hat, so they think, well, you know, that's fine, I'll wear the hat. Well, once the 2 of them wear the hat, right, then these 3 people down here, these 3 people at a threshold of 2, they buy the hat. And everybody ends up buying the hat, right? So you get this collective purple hat movement within your group of 5 people. Okay, that's example 1. Okay, let's do another example. This time there's 5 people. 3 of them have thresholds of 1, and 2 of them have thresholds of 2. But what happens in this case? That's right, nothing. Nobody ever buys the hat because nobody's got a threshold of 1. This is what I mean by the tail wagging the dog. There's no one who's got that threshold of 0. There's no one who really, really wants to wear the purple hat, so it never takes place. Okay, let's do one more. So in this one, we've got 5 people, and now their thresholds are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we've got someone at 0 and someone at 4. So 0 through 4 are the thresholds, right? Well, what happens in this case? Well, in this case, the person who's got a threshold of 0 buys the hat, right? Because they want the hat. Once he buys the hat, the person who's got a threshold of 1 buys the hat. Once those 2 have the hat, the person who's got the threshold of 2 buys the hat, right? Once those 3 have the hat, the person with the threshold of 3 buys the hat. And once those 4 have the hat, this last person who really didn't want the purple hat, right, gets the purple hat because all of his friends have it. So you end up with all 5 people having the hat, even though the people really weren't that keen on having purple hats. So what do I mean by they're not that keen? Well, let's compare the last 2 examples in a little bit more detail. Remember the one example where nobody gets the hat, the average value, there was 3 with 1 and 2 with 2. So the average number of people that have to get a hat for someone to get a hat is 1.4. So people are pretty willing to get purple hats, but there's just no one to get it started. In the second case, where you've got 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, the average value is 2.5, right? And so here you've got people who are really, really willing, I'm saying not very willing to get hats, but what happens is they do get the hats because you've got this person at 0 and this person at 1, so the tail's able to wag the dog. All right, so what do we learn from this? We learn that collective action, collective participation is more likely to happen if, right, there's lower thresholds, if people are really angry, really upset, or really want to wear the purple hat. But we also learn, and this is the surprising part, that it's more likely to happen if there's more variation in the thresholds. If there's more people who sort of, at the low end, want to wear the hats or participate in the collective action, that sort of can cause the whole system to ripple, can cause a cascading effect in which you get collective action. That's why it can be very difficult to figure out if there's going to be some sort of uprising, because you not only need to know the average level of discontent, right? You need to know the distribution of discontent. You've got to know, are there a handful of people, a group of people who are really willing to sort of rise up? And in addition to knowing that, you've got to know, are those people connected to one another in an interesting way? And that's what we'll start looking at in the next lecture. We're going to push this a little bit further, and we're going to do something called the standing ovation model, which allows us to look at this sort of peer effect phenomena in a little bit more detail. But for now, right, this simple ground pattern model gives us a lot. It tells us if you want to ask, do you see collective action? Yes, it matters how much people are willing to participate, right? How low their thresholds are. But it also matters what that distribution of thresholds are. And if you've got more heterogeneity, more diversity, more people in that tail really willing to riot, you're more likely to get a collective action. Thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to look at a model that's a favorite of mine, known as the standing ovation model. Now, this is a model that builds off the Grenovetter model. It's just really an extension, but it's going to allow us to sort of think about threshold-based models of participation and peer effects in a little more subtle ways. Why standing ovations? Those seem like a kind of funny thing to study. Well, here's why. Think about a standing ovation. When the performance ends, you don't have a lot of time to decide whether you're going to stand up or not. You've got to make sort of a fairly quick judgment. You're going to clap, of course, right? But then you've got to decide, do I stand or do I not stand? And then after the standing ovation either starts or doesn't start, you've got to make another decision. Do I stand up? Do I follow these people, or do I, stay sitting? So when we think about human behavior, there's going to be different models that we play with throughout the course about how humans act. One model will be that people are optimizing, that they make rational choices in all settings. Well, in the context of a standing ovation, that's probably a difficult thing to do because it's all happening so fast. So instead, what people probably do is they follow rules. So standing ovations are a nice place to sort of get people, it's a nice domain to get people thinking about rule-based behavior, about people following simple rules and then asking how those rules aggregate. So it's kind of like the Schelling model that way, right? People follow rules and they aggregate, and we're going to see what's going to happen. Only here, right, this is a model of, I think of it as like peer effect. Now, why? So when you think of a standing ovation, one way to think about it is as a peer effect, right? Other people stand and then you stand. But what's nice about standing ovations, another thing that's nice about it, is that it could also be information. So what do I mean by that? Well, suppose you're sitting in the theater and you notice that the woman sitting in front of you to the left, is talking with her neighbor, and she seems to know a lot about the theater, about the performance you're going to see, and she seems like someone who's a little more sophisticated than you are. So play ends, and you're kind of deciding, how do I stand or not stand? And you see her just pop up. She just pops up. She's applauding like crazy. Well, you figure she's conveying some information that could be useful to you about the quality of the show, and so you decide to stand up, right? So it's not just that you're copying her for the sake of copying her, like in the Grenovetter model, like with the purple hats. Here you're copying her because you think she's telling you something about how good the show is. Okay, so that's an information effect. So what we want is we want a model that's going to capture these sort of pure effects and information effects. So just like in the Grenovetter model, we're going to have a threshold. There's going to be a threshold in which I stand up, but it's going to be somewhat different. So in the Grenovetter model, the thresholds were the number of other people doing the action, participating in the collective action, rioting, wearing the purple hats. There's some number of other people that I needed for me to do it. Here, the threshold is going to be related to the quality of the show. So what you can think of is, let's suppose shows have qualities between 0 and 100, and your threshold may be 70 or 60. Any show above 70, you stand. Any show below 70, you don't stand. So if the quality is above the threshold, you stand. Quality is below your threshold, you don't stand. But let's make this a little bit more sophisticated. So let's suppose instead of there just being, you see the quality, let's suppose that you get something called a signal. Now the signal is going to be the quality plus some other term, some term E, which we can think of as an error, right? So you don't see the true quality, you see the quality plus some noise. And now your decision to stand doesn't depend on the quality in your threshold, it depends on your signal and the threshold. If your signal's above the threshold, you stand. If your signal's below the threshold, you don't stand. Okay? So that's the model. Well, one more thing. One more thing is, because that was the initial decision to stand, now you've got to decide, okay, after this sort of initial decision, do you stand once you see other people standing? So what you can assume is that you've got some sort of threshold X, right, that says if 10% of people are standing, I'll stand, or maybe if 30% of people are standing, I'll stand, right, and that also affects your behavior. So the rule really depends on just two things. One, your initial threshold for quality, and then two, this second threshold for how many other people have to be standing for you to continue to stand. Okay, so that's the model. So now let's think through some of the results we can get from this model. So the first claim is, higher the quality of the show, the more likely to be a standing ovation. Well, why is that true? Well, think about it. You stand if the quality plus the error, which is your signal, is above the threshold. So if the quality is higher, your quality plus your error term is higher, it's more likely to be above the threshold, more likely to get a standing ovation. Again, not surprising. One thing we want from models is we want them to give us results that make sense, right? Basic things that make sense. And then the other stuff, right, may be more surprising, but we want some stuff to really accord with our logic right off the bat, okay? What's another result? Another result is lower our threshold, make our T lower, more likely to get a standing ovation. Why is that true? Again, same logic, right? We need our signal, the quality plus the error, to be bigger than our threshold. So if my threshold falls from 70 to 50 to 30 to 20, I'm more likely to stand up, right? Makes perfect sense. Result 3. The lower X, remember X was the percentage of people who have to stand for me to stand subsequently, then there's going to be more ovations, right? Okay, that makes sense as well, right? And the logic is you stand if more than X% stand. So if X goes from 60%, if you need 60% of people standing down to 10%, you'll need 10% of people standing, then you're much more likely to get a standing ovation, because if 12% of people stand, then everybody stands up. All right. Now, what would cause X to be big and what would cause X to be small? So this is a cool thing about models. You write down these little variables in terms of stuff, then you can think, okay, what does that mean in the real world? So what would it mean for X to be big or X to be small? Well, that's sort of how willing you are to stand based on other people standing. So big X would mean if you didn't stand initially, you need to see a ton of people standing before you stand. So this would represent people who are really secure in who they are. A small X would mean people who are really ready to jump on any bandwagon, right? So if 5% of people are standing, then they stand. So this X tells us something about the people in the audience, right? Which is an interesting thing to think about. Okay, let's go back to this signal. Remember I said you get this signal S, which is Q plus this term E. What is E? Well, remember I said E is error, right? So I said there's a quality of the show that may be like 55, and you don't see 55, maybe you see 58, 52. So it's variation in what we perceive. Well, another way to think of that variation in what we perceive would be to think of it as diversity, right? If you and I care about different things, we've had different life experiences, we may interpret the theater, the performance, differently than one another. And as a result, what's a 50 to you may be a 60 to me, or what's a 70 to me may be an 85 to you. So because you and I are different, we're actually going to have different qualities. So this E term, right, this Q plus C, we can think of this as either error or we can think of it as diversity. And so that, why does that matter? Well, it matters because when we think about interpreting the model, like what the model tells us, in the one sense, in the one case, it'll tell us, well, what happens if people have more noise in terms of how they interpret the show? Or alternatively, we can say, what does it mean if the audience is more diverse, right? Okay, so, well, what does it mean? Well, to do that, now we've got to think a little bit. Now we've got to actually sort of do some math. So let's do an example. Suppose we've got 1,000 people. The threshold for all these people, to make it simple, is 60. And the quality of the show is 50. So 50 is less than 60, right? So that means people aren't going to stand for the most part. If there was no error, no variation, nobody would stand up. Okay, so let's do a case first where the error term is really small. So it's 15. Now the mean here is 50, right? And the error term is either between minus 15 and plus 15. So someone's got an error of minus 15 gives it a 35, and someone's got an error of plus 15 gives it a 65. So let's write 65 there. So all these people below 60, they're going to sit. They're going to clap. They may clap nicely, but they're going to sit because it's below their threshold. So only this small set of people here stands up. So unless x is really small, what's going to happen here is few people stand up, no standing ovation. But now let's increase the variation. Let's suppose the variation goes from minus 50 to 50. Well, now the people get the score of minus 50, right? They're going to give it a score of 0. And the people who get a score of plus 50, they're going to give it a score of 100. Now, once again, the average score is still 50, right? So that's less than 60. So the average person doesn't stand up. But here, all these people stand up. So if we assume people are sort of uniformly distributed between 0 and 100, so they're equally distributed across there, that means that 40% of people will stand up. So what that means is, unless x is really small, as long as x is above, below 40%, you're going to get a standing ovation. And think about it. If you go to the theater and you see 30% of people stand up, you're likely to stand up. So what we get here, when you have this large diversity or large error term, you're more likely to get a standing ovation. Okay? So that's claim 4. If Q is less than T, so if it's a bad show, well, not a bad show, it's not a great show, you're more likely to get a standing ovation if the variance in E is larger, right? And again, that's because you stand if Q plus E is bigger than the threshold. If there's more people with big E's, you're going to have more people stand, and then it's more likely to cascade into a full-blown standing ovation. Okay, so let's think about what would cause E to be big. Well, one thing would be the audience, right? So if you have an unsophisticated audience, maybe they don't get it. That means some people would think it's great, some people think it's bad. You're just going to get more variation. Or if you have a diverse audience, right? If you have people from different backgrounds, you're going to get more variation. The performance itself could matter. If it's really complex and hard to figure out, that could cause variation. Or if it's just multidimensional, if there's lots going on, that could cause more variation. So different attributes of the audience and the performance could result in more variation in that E term, which could lead to more standing ovations. So let's think about what we know. What did we learn? Higher quality show, more likely to be a standing ovation. Not a surprise. Lower threshold for standing, right? More likely to be a standing ovation. Again, not a huge surprise. Sort of people more willing to stand up, jump on the bandwagon. Lower X, more likely to be a standing ovation. Larger pure effects, what do I call that? And the last thing is like more variation. If there's more variation, more diversity in that error term, then more likely to get a standing ovation. So here we got these 4 sort of nice results that help us understand when we're going to get standing ovations, when we're not. Now you could say, how much did the model help us? Well, my guess is that if you just thought about standing ovations without constructing a model, you might figure out, better shows get standing ovations. People more willing to give standing ovations are going to give standing ovations. And if people are more susceptible to influence, you're going to get standing ovations. But you probably wouldn't have gotten this one. You probably wouldn't have gotten more variation. Now, you might have if you learned the Grenovetter model, right? But most likely, you wouldn't have had it. Now, that's the simple standing ovation. Let's ramp it up. Let's have some fun, right? So let's do an advanced standing ovation model. Now, I used to give the standing ovation model as this assignment for students, and they construct models a lot like the ones we just did. Now, what's funny is if you don't give it to a student, if you just ask somebody on the street to start describing a standing ovation, or just going to the theater, they'll include 2 things that weren't in the model. Now, modeling requires leaving things out, but here's 2 things that almost everybody leaves out of a standing ovation model. The first one is the theater itself, right? I mean, you're actually in a theater. You're not in our model. We just sort of had these people who sort of saw everybody, but that's not true, right? Other thing is this: most people, when they go to the theater, they go with a date or a group. I mean, sometimes you go alone, right? If I'm traveling to New York or something without my family, I may go to the theater alone, pick up one cheap ticket. But for the most part, when I'm sitting in the theater, I notice that most people are there in groups. Okay? So now we can ask, do these things matter? I mean, these are features of the real world, not in the model. Do they matter? Well, let's see. Let's look at the auditorium itself first. Okay, so here's the front, right? Here's the front of the auditorium, and here's this performer with a funny hat conducting the orchestra. And we want to think, does it matter? Well, let's think about it. So if you're sitting here, if you're sitting in this spot, you don't see everybody after the standing ovation starts. You may only have some sight lines, right? So you get some sort of cone in which you can see who's standing and not standing. Let's think about why that might matter. Well, suppose, I'm sitting here, I have this cone, I'm sitting here, I get this cone, here I have that cone, here I have that cone. So you see that there's small cones and there's big cones. Let's think about the difference between those two. So what's a small cone person? A small cone person somewhere in the front, they don't see anybody, right? But notice that almost everybody sees them. So they influence everybody, but they're not influenced by hardly anybody. They're like celebrities, right? They're celebrities who we all pair with the celebrities do, but they don't care much, but we do, right? Now, what about people in the back? With people in the back, they can see almost everybody, right? But almost nobody can see them, right? Anybody sitting in here, nobody can see these people, right? They can't unless they can look through the back of their heads or they turn around or something. Well, these are more like academics. These are more like people like me. Spend a lot of time studying how the world works, but not that many people pay attention to what we say. More people care what Oprah, right, or Ashton Kutcher says than what I say. So as a result, even though we have a better sense of what's going on, right, nobody listens to us. Well, let's think about the ramifications of that. What that means is what we'd like to get a standing ovation if the performance was good, and we'd like to not get one if the performance was bad. But what's happening is everybody's queuing off these celebrities who really don't know what other people think, and nobody's paying attention to the people in the back who really do know what everyone thought. So this means that maybe the system isn't going to aggregate as well as we'd like it to, right? So maybe we're not going to get the right answer as often as we expect to. Okay, what about dates? What about the fact that, hey, look, got a date, going to the theater. How does that matter? Well, let's think of this with respect to the X term. Like before I said, I'm going to stand, I'm going to look around, I'm going to stand if, X% of people are standing up. But once I've got a date, if she stands up, then I'm probably going to stand up. So what this means is, if you think about people in groups or in pairs, if one person in that pair stands up, then everybody might be more likely to stand up, which means that adding groups or adding dates or pairs means that you're going to get more standing ovations, because all it takes is one person in the group to get them both to stand up. That's going to increase the percentage of people standing up, which in turn is going to create more of a standing ovation. Okay, so what do we got? How do we increase the probability of a standing ovation, right? We had the four we had before. Higher quality show, right? Lower thresholds, larger peer effects, those are the obvious ones, right? More variation, the unobvious one. And now we have two more. Use celebrities. Put people in the front, right? Put people in the front who are going to stand up for sure. So pay somebody in the front to start an ovation. And then big groups. Create groups of people. And then if one of those people in that group stands up, the whole group stands up, and then that causes more people to stand up. So now we've got 6 ways you can cause standing ovations. And I'm willing to guess that these 3 might not be things you thought of, right? The people in the front matter more, and that you want to create groups. So the models actually helped us figure things out. Okay, so wait. At this point, you can say, okay, Scott, this is all fun and good, but this is standing ovations, not that important. True, absolutely true. But again, we're using this model, right, to help us sort of make sense about rule-based behavior in environments where there's peer effects. One of the reasons we construct models is for fertility. So once we construct a standing ovation model, we can use it someplace else. But where else can we use it? Well, we just studied, right, collective action problems or, participation problems in political uprising, riots, and things like that. And that looks a lot like the standing ovation model. And now you can think of who are celebrities, right? And what does it mean to have big groups in that sort of context? Well, the celebrity would be someone who's maybe got a lot of influence on other people. So if you want to start a political uprising, you need those sorts of people. So this tells us something about that. It also works for things like academic performance. Suppose you've got a school that's underperforming and you want to sort of have people lift themselves up, right, to work harder. How do you do it? Well, you can think we need to sort of raise quality, lower these sort of thresholds of the barriers for people to sort of engage in this productive behavior. You can do things like use celebrities, right? And you can even create groups of students who work together to all do well, right? And that may cause other people to do well. Urban renewal, right? You could think of each one of these people each one of these boxes, instead of it being a person standing up, you could think of it as someone fixing up their house. Now, what's interesting here is, let's go to that sort of variation idea. Well, you could think, we want to improve some city. Let's give everybody $1,000 if they'll fix up their house. Well, it could be that nobody does it because it doesn't push anybody above their threshold to fix up their house. But the variation idea says if we give a handful of people a lot of money to fix up their house, they may do it, and then that could cascade. In fact, a lot of people who study urban renewal push that sort of logic, that you should target particular areas where people are likely to do it, get things started, and hope the process log rules. All right? Fitness and health. If you want to get a group of people, a society even, to become more healthy, that's a lot like a standing ovation. You need some people to do it, and then you hope other people do it. Now, that could be peer effects, right? I see other people being healthy. I want to just copy them. Or it could be information. I see them acting healthily, engaged in fitness, and then I think, you know what, they're doing better than I'm doing, so maybe, you know, they seem happier and healthier, so I'll copy what they're doing. Even like, right, this online course, if I want people to sign up for this online course, it's like a standing ovation model. Each person's deciding, do I stand up or not? Is the quality above my threshold, right? So if I want people to take the online course, I can draw lessons from the standing ovation model and think about how do I do it, you know, by using celebrities. And that's sometimes what I did, right, is I tried to get a lot of my friends who are celebrities within the academic world to say, hey, this is a cool course. All right, so that's the standing ovation model. It's a peer effect model, but it's also this sort of information model. And it explains, again, why we see groups of people all doing, you know, similar stuff, right? Because we see other people doing it, and then we copy them, and this tells us sort of when we're likely to see it, right, and when we're not likely to see it. Okay, thank you. Hi. In this last lecture in this module, I want to talk about something known as the identification problem. And that is basically the question of how do you tell whether something occurred, you know, whether people hanging out with each other look alike happened because of sorting, because of the Schelling, or because of the standing ovation peer effect, right? Or to use the fancy academic terms, is this because of homophily, right? This idea that you want to, you know, be with people who are like you, or is it because of peer effects? You want to start you act like people who you hang around with. Well, in some cases, that's easy to figure out, right? So if you look at segregation patterns, right, by race, it's very clear that, like, this happens because of sorting, right? It's also true if you look at, this is a picture of a middle school. This is some data from James Moody. The yellow dots here are Caucasian students, and the green dots are African Americans. And what you see is you see these four clusters, right? Here's cluster 1, 2, 3, and 4. The pink dots are mixed race students, and what you see is that these kids have sort of sorted into groups based on race. Now you also notice, wait, there's also this break this way, right? Because there's 4 groups. What's that? Well, this is middle school, so that's male-female, right? So basically you have white girls, white boys, black girls, black boys, creating 4 different social groups. And this, again, it's very clear that's just sorting. Now there's other things that aren't sorting. So this is one of my favorite graphs. You can find this on the web. These are generic names for soft drinks. So if you go up here in the Northeast, right, or if you go out here in the West, people tend to say soda, right? If you live anywhere here in the great Midwest, where I live, people will say pop. Like if I go to the restaurant, I'll say, oh, I'll have a pop. You know, give me a Coke, which if you go down into the South is what they call almost anything. So you can walk into a restaurant and say, I'll have a Coke, and they'll say, would you like a Dr. Pepper or an orange or a Coke? So Coke refers to any soft drink. So if you look around the United States, there's 2 soda regions, there's a pop region, and there's a Coke region. Now there's no way this is sorting. There's no way someone sort of grows up in the South, really wants to say pop, and so they move up here to the Midwest in order to live with the pop people. That's just not going to happen, right? So this is clearly a peer effect. Now there's 2 books that recently came out. One is called The Big Sort by Bill Bishop. The other is called Connected by Nick Christakis and James Fowler. And both of these books sort of make the case for one of these effects. So The Big Sort talks about sorting, obviously, and Connected talks about peer effects. And in those 2 books, you see pictures of things where they sort of argue that sorting is the cause and peer effects are the cause. Now, what's an example of from The Big Sort? Well, here's political opinion. So what you see in 1976, each dark county is colored in where the Democrats won by more than 20%. And each gray county is one where the Republicans won by more than 20%. And white counties are counties where it was within 20%, so close counties. So this is what 1976 looked like. Here's 2004. Now, if you notice, the country's become much more of the country's been filled in, and the places that aren't filled in are just a few states, like Minnesota, Michigan, Iowa, and Wisconsin. But other states are almost completely filled in. And the other thing is to recognize here that a lot of the very dark regions, which are majority Democratic, are cities. And so most voters live in non-competitive districts. Bishop argues that this happened because of sorting. The Democrats moved to be where Democrats are, and Republicans moved to where Republicans are. So people have sorted according to their political beliefs. Now, you could also make an argument, though, that this happened because of peer effects. That people moved into Democratic districts, and there were more Democrats, so they just became Democrats. Well, here's some pictures from the book Connected, which argues for peer effects, and this has to do with happiness. Now, people who are blue here are unhappy, and people who are yellow are happy. So yellow is sort of sunny. If you notice, you see clusters of yellow people, and then you see clusters of blue people. So what you've got is you've got unhappy people hang out together, and happy people hang out together. Now, what Christakis and Fowler argue is that this is because of peer effects. If you're unhappy but you start hanging out with happy people, then you become happy, right? But one can make the alternative argument that this is because of sorting. Now, if you look at smoking, you see a similar thing. Here's smoking in 2000. Now, the yellow dots are the people who smoke, and what you see here is they tend to be out near the fringe of the social network. And you see big clusters of people who don't smoke. So here, there's a lot of, you can look at this and think, well, boy, this seems to be evidence of just this snapshot. You could convince yourself that this is evidence of peer effects in smoking. Here's one more, though, where it gets sort of problematic. This is the average number of hospice days that someone spends if they're chronically ill. Now, you'd think this should be pretty much the same across the country, yet you see huge differences, right? Like, you look just in the state of Tennessee here, right? There's regions where it's, between 6 and 13 days, and then right adjacent to it, right there, it's above 23 days. And so what you see is you see these, like in here, up in Idaho, you also see huge disparities. Now, what's going on here is where these lines are. When you see these sharp lines, those are probably different hospitals. So what that means is some hospitals are keeping chronic ill patients for a long time, and others aren't. So why is that? Well, that could be sorting. It could be that doctors and nurses who'd like to keep people in hospice for a long time move to one area. It could also be peer effects. It could be that people sort of do what the other doctors around them do. So when you get things like this, right, you see pictures like this, it's an open question. Which one is it? Right, here's one more. This is Medicare reimbursements per enrollee. So how much Medicare money do people get back? And if you look at this, like, I put this up because I'm from Michigan. Look at the state of Michigan. So you have some areas where they get a whole bunch back, in other areas where they get very little. And if you look in the state of California, you see massive disparities. Like these, you have regions where it's less than $7,000, right next to regions where it's more than $17,000. So there's massive variation in how much Medicare reimbursement you get per enrollee. And again, you could ask, is this because of sorting? The people who like to give a lot of government money move to one area? Or is it because of some sort of peer effect? People give more money because other people give more money. And these are puzzles. Well, let's see why we can't tell why there's an identification problem if we just look at the pictures. So suppose we've got two types of people. We've got A's and we've got B's. All right? Now, let's look at sorting. So suppose we started out, we have two populations. One population has, two A's, two B's, and then two more A's. So there's 4 A's and 2 B's. And the other has 4 B's and 2 A's. If sorting went on, what would happen is these B's would feel unhappy and they would move down here, and these A's would feel unhappy and they'd move up there, right? And what we're going to get is all A's and all B's. Now let's think about what peer effects would look like. Peer effects, I've got 4 A's and 2 B's, and these B's would switch and become A's, and down here I've got 4 B's and 2 A's, and these A's would switch and they'd become B's. So what happens is in either case, I'm going to get one group of all A's and one group of all B's. And I can't tell. Did this happen because they sorted, or did this happen because there was peer effects? If I just have a snapshot, like if I just take out my little camera here, right, take a little picture, I can't tell. So how do we do it? How do we make sense of it? How can people like Fowler and Christakis argue that, no, this was really peer effects, and how can people like Bishop argue that this is sorting? Well, in some sense, we've already answered that. We've answered that because let's think about the process. With sorting, we start out like this, and we can actually see these people move. These B's move here, and these A's move here. So what Bishop does in his book is he gives evidence of people moving into districts where people are like them politically. So he literally finds evidence of Democrats moving into predominantly Democratic districts and Republicans moving towards Republican districts. That people choose their districts based on the political ideology of other people in their district. So when you look for a house, you don't just care about how many bedrooms and bathrooms it has, you care about whether your neighbors are Democrats or whether your neighbors are Republicans, right? What Fowler and Christakis try and do is they say, okay, to find evidence of peer effects, what we need to show is we need to show that these people, right, switched and became A's because most of their friends were A's. Now that can be difficult to do, right? In some cases it's easier to do in other cases. But to distinguish between sorting and pure effects, we have to have that sort of micro level data, and it's going to be dynamic data, right? So Bishop is seeing people move, Fowler and Christakis is seeing people change their behavior. The point is, and this is why identification is so tricky, right, is if you just have the snapshot, you can't tell. You can't tell the difference. Now, let's go back to one of the big reasons why, why I think this course is important. That is to be a many model thinker, right? If you have lots of models at your disposal, multiple models at your disposal, you're just going to better understand the world. Well, we've learned two models that look at the same phenomena. That people, you go to some place and the people all seem to be, looking the same, acting the same, right, and to believe the same things. What we've learned in this module is that there's two possible causes for that. One cause could be that they've sorted into it. Another cause could be that there were peer effects. When I just see that phenomenon, I can't tell. There's an identification problem. So if I want to sort out, did this happen because of sorting, or did this happen because of peer effects, I need dynamic data. I need to sort of have more data over time. So that was another reason we have models, right? To help inform data collection. So if you want to answer this question, so I suppose you're concerned about healthcare costs and you see this massive variation in reimbursement per enrollee, or you care about healthcare just in general and you see this massive variation in how much time people get in hospice and want to know what's best. Well, you want to figure out, why is this happening? What's causing this variation? Is it peer effects or is it sorting? Well, how do you do that? How do you know? Well, you need better data. You need dynamic data to see, are people moving or are people changing? And then once you know what it is, you can start affecting policies, right, in order to get better outcomes. All right, thank you. Hi. In this next module, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on a particular topic known as aggregation. Now, aggregation is really an interesting thing to think about, because if we think about just basic mathematics, right, we learned early on that like 1 + 1 = 2, right? And we think we can just sort of add things up and the sum is the sort of the whole of its parts. Well, when we start modeling more interesting phenomena, whether it's in the physical world, the biological world, or the social world, we find that aggregation is actually really tricky. And one of the reasons we model, right, is to get the logic correct. And we find that the logic of aggregation is really sort of incredibly surprising and novel. Now, we already saw that earlier in the previous lecture when we talked about Schellings segregation models, right? Remember, people had these rules that they followed in order to decide where to live based on their tolerance of other people, right? People who look different than they did. And what we found is that reasonably tolerant people, sort of, individuals following rules that were tolerant, could lead to macro level segregation like we see in a city like New York or Philadelphia or Detroit. So what we want to do in this next lecture is just construct some very simple models, some toy models. And when I say toy models, what I mean are models that have very few moving parts that help us try and understand some very basic logic about how the world works. And we're going to use these toy models to understand the process of aggregation. So it's going to be simple, but then also sort of mind-boggling in a way. Okay, so one of the core ideas in aggregation goes back to a famous paper written by the physicist Philip Anderson. And Anderson's a Nobel Prize winner in physics, famous physicist from Princeton. And Anderson wrote a paper called More is Different. And in this paper what he says is, look, you can sort of take a reductionist approach. You can pull everything back and look at something, in great detail and say, this is a salt crystal, or this is a water molecule, right? Or this is a neuron. But there's something very different when you connect all those things together. And so you can't do purely reductionist science and look at just individual parts and understand the whole. So more is different. And that's really going to be the focus of this module of lectures, is how is it some of the ways in which more can be different. So what did Anderson mean exactly? So the most famous example that people use is this. This is a picture of a single water molecule, right? 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen. And we can understand all the properties of a single molecule. But one water molecule can't be wet, right? Wetness, the fact that we can put our hand through water and feel the slipperiness, comes about because of the fact that those hydrogen-oxygen bonds are fairly weak, and so the bonds in our hands are stronger, so we can just push through it and feel that wetness. So wetness is a property of a bunch of water molecules, not of a single water molecule, right? But wetness is sort of child's play compared to something like cognition, personality. So think of the amazing things our brain can do, right? But our brain consists of a whole bunch of little neurons, right? There's neurons and there's axons and there's dendrites and there's myelination and all that sort of stuff, right? It's very complicated. But if we break the brain down to its parts, we're never going to understand where cognition comes from, or where personality comes from, or where consciousness comes from. Those are all what we're going to call emergent properties of the system. Now, we're never going to, in these lectures, we're not going to explain consciousness or cognition, but we are going to sort of at least work through how is it that at the macro level, at the emergent level, we can get stuff that's really far more interesting and surprising than we saw at the micro level, right? So how are we going to do it? What's our plan? How are we going to proceed in thinking about aggregation? Well, we're going to start out by thinking about aggregation of actions. And I'm going to talk about something called the central limit theorem, but we're going to talk about how these sort of actions add up. And that'll just get us thinking about this notion of aggregation in a simple way. Then we're going to look at a particular game called the game of life, and we're going to look at a single rule. This is just sort of one set of rules, and just see how that rule aggregates, just to give us a sense of mystery and wonder about how amazing simple things can be when they add up. Right? Third thing we're doing is look at a whole family of rules. We're going to look at a class of models called one-dimensional or cellular automata models. These one-dimensional models are extremely simple. You almost can't imagine a simpler model. And yet we're going to find that these very simple models can do anything, literally anything. So we talked about those classes of outcomes. They can do anything. And then last, just to pull this into social science a little bit, we're going to talk about aggregation of preferences. So when you think about aggregation, you can think about adding up. I think like 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 4 = 6, that sort of stuff. We're adding single numbers. But preferences aren't single numbers. What there is, they're sort of, I like bananas more than apples, or I like, Fords more than BMWs or something like that, right? And so different people have different preferences, and we can ask, how do you add up preferences? Now you might say, why would we want to add up preferences? Well, we want to add up preferences because if we have a small group, if we have an organization, if we have an entire society, oftentimes we have to make collective choices. And so those collective choices have to depend on our aggregate preferences. So what does everybody want? So the way you have to do that, you've got to sort of add up, here's my preferences plus someone else's, what do we get, right? Okay, so what I want to do in this sort of brief opening lecture, just in the next couple of minutes, is unpack a little bit more about what we're going to do when we talk about aggregation. So the first thing, in terms of aggregation of actions, right, when we talked about why you model, right, a bunch of reasons. One of them was to sort of predict points, and one was to understand data. So when we talk about aggregation of actions, we think about like, someone's decision to go to a store, someone's decision to get on a plane, right? We can think of, the economy. Think of the U.S. economy. There's 300 million people. Each day, people get up and make choices, and what we see at the aggregate level is sort of the average of those choices. And what we can show with a very simple model is sort of why oftentimes those aggregate choices have a lot of structure to them and a lot of predictability, and we're going to get things that look like this picture. Like this is called a normal distribution or a bell curve, and this bell curve implies with it a certain amount of predictability and understandability. So a very simple model will let us explain a whole bunch of things that happen in the real world. All right. Next thing we're going to want to do is use models to understand patterns. So a lot of what we see isn't just points, but it's distributions of things. It's things flowing. Now this is true in the physical world, the biological world. It's true inside our heads with neurons. It's also true sort of in the social world. So we're going to construct a toy model, a fun model called the game of life. And in this game of life, there's going to be very simple rules. And we're going to start out with patterns. So here's a pattern right here, right? And time moves in this direction, right? And what we can see is as time moves, this weird configuration keeps changing its shape. And then eventually down here, notice that it's in the exact same configuration it was that it started out with, but it sort of moved one down to the right. Now this is what we're going to call a glider, and this is going to be a recurrent pattern in this model. And we're going to see how this thing, which looks like it's living, hence the game of life, is really comes from just simple rules. It comes from one simple rule building on itself. Right. Then, okay, once we've done that sort of simple rule thing, we're going to even go to a simpler model called one-dimensional cellular automata models. And in these models, we're going to show how a very, very simple model, where it works as follows. You can imagine a long string of lights, and each light can be on or off. And each light then has a rule whether or not to be on or off based on just two things, whether it's on and off and what its two neighbors are doing. So it could be that it says, if I'm on and my two neighbors are off, I'm going to switch to off. So each light's going to use the same rule, and we're going to see what sort of behavior we can get. What we're going to find is we can get everything. What do I mean by everything? Well, remember what we talked about, what could the world do? Well, we could see equilibria, right? We could see patterns. We could see complete randomness and chaos, or we could see complexity. What we're going to show is those very, very simple rules can generate all four of those. And this is amazing, right? I mean, it's sort of, if you're in the mood to be amazed, this will be an amazing result. So what do I mean exactly? I mean, look at this incredibly complex pattern. Now, you might look at something like this and say, wow, To produce something that complex, there must be some really interesting, sophisticated, complicated underlying dynamics. Well, the answer is going to be no. You can get things this interesting, right, with very, very simple rules. All right. Then the last thing we're going to do, the last lecture in this module, is going to be about aggregating preferences. So what do I mean by preferences? Well, let's suppose there's apples, bananas, and coconuts. And this might be me right here, so let's put a little S here. And it might be that I like apples better than bananas, better than coconuts. So these little greater than signs mean which one I like more than each other. So this apple is greater than bananas, is greater than coconuts for me. Now someone else, like my son Cooper, he might prefer bananas, right, to apples, and apples to coconuts. So different people can have different preferences, and what we want to talk about is how those aggregate. Now what we'll see is aggregation of preferences introduces all sorts of interesting paradoxes and creates all sorts of problems, which is why, at least one reason why, politics is so interesting, because the aggregation of just these simple preferences creates difficulties that don't arise when we think about just adding up numbers. Okay, so big picture here. A lot of what interests me as a social scientist is groups of people, aggregations of people. Now, how do we understand that? How do we understand how societies work, economies work, political systems work, organizations work? Well, you've got to do two things. Sometimes you've got to understand how the parts work, and then you've got to understand how you add them up. So we're going to sort of do that in the opposite order. We're first going to talk about some of the complicatedness of adding things up. That's this module. And then the next module, we'll talk about the parts, like all these individual people in here, right? So to understand the world, we're going to have a twofold approach. First, understand sort of how things can add up. Second thing, understand the parts that do add up. And then the models that follow in this course, right, what we'll do is sort of put all those things together to make sense of things. Okay, so that's the outline for this module. We're going to, play with some very, very simple toy models that help us understand some of the mysterious phenomena we see in the world, and also just some of this sort of, I think there's just some amazing results in here and how simple things add up to create very complex wholes. Thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about a really simple model of aggregation. So here's the thing I want to model. I want to model a situation where you've got a group of people. It could be 100, could be 1,000, and each one is independently going to make a decision to do something. Could be to, go to the gym, could be to go to the beach, could be to go to the grocery store. What I want to try and understand is if you've got a whole bunch of people, each one's making these independent decisions, what's the number of people that shows up? Now, to characterize that, I'm going to use an idea called a probability distribution. So to make this simple, let's suppose that there's a small group of people, like my family, which has 4 people in it. And I want to know what's the distribution of number of 4 people who go for a walk on a given Saturday. Well, if I think about it, the numbers could be, there could be 0 people that go, there could be 1, there could be 2, there could be 3, or it could be that all 4 of us decide to go for the walk, right? The dog would prefer if all 4 of us went, but there's going to be some number that goes. So I could keep track of data. I could chart this on like my wall somewhere. I don't, but you could, right? And you could ask, what's the likelihood that nobody went for a walk? And maybe that's 10%. Now, what's the likelihood that one person went for a walk? Well, that might be 15%. And what about 2 people? That might be 40%. And what about 3 people? That might also be 15%. And then what's the likelihood that 4 of us went for a walk? That might be, let's say, 20%. Now, the thing to note about a probability distribution is each one of these probabilities is less than 1, right? And if we sum them up, we get 25 plus 40 is 65, plus 15 is 80, plus 20 is 100. So we get a total of 100%. So what a probability distribution tells us is what are the different things that could happen? 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then it tells us the likelihood of each of those things. Okay, so here's sort of the huge result that we're going to leverage to understand how things add up. There's a theorem called the central limit theorem. And what the central limit theorem tells us is that if I add up a whole bunch of individual independent events, so what does independent mean? It means my decision to go to the beach is independent of your decision to go to the beach, which is independent of your cousin Mary's decision to go to the beach. So by independent, I mean not influenced. So I don't care whether you're going to the beach or not. I'm going to make my decision on my own. It's completely independent of what you decide to do or your cousin Mary. So what the central limit theorem tells us is if a whole bunch of people make a whole bunch of those independent decisions, the distribution that we get has this nice bell-shaped curve. And this bell-shaped curve means that like the most likely outcome is the one right in the middle. So there's a lot of structure to what happens, and that means we can predict a lot of things and we can tell a lot about what's going on in the world. And that's what we'll learn in this lecture. So it's going to be a lot of fun. To get an understanding of where these distributions come from, let's start really simple. So suppose I flip a coin twice, and I want to know what are the odds of getting a head? What's the probability distribution over heads? Well, what could I get? I could get tails, tails, now it'd be 0 heads. I could get tails, heads, or head, tails, and both of these would be 1 head, or I could get head, head, and that would be 2 heads. So what's the probability of each of these? The probability of getting tails, tails is just a fourth. The probability of getting 1 head is a half, and the probability of getting 2 heads is a fourth. So I'm going to get a probability distribution. If I do it out like this, 0, 1, 2, there's a 1/4 chance of that, a 1/2 chance of that, and a 1/4 chance of that. You notice it sort of looks like a little bell curve. Okay, let's suppose I flip it 4 times. Well, this gets harder. Like I think, okay, what are the odds of getting no heads? I could get tails, 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 tails. Well, how do I figure out the probability of that? Well, it's 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2. 4 1/2, so that's 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. So that's 1/16. What are the odds of getting 1 head? Well, I could get the head first, and then 3 tails. I could get it second. I could get it third. And it could come last. So there's 4 places it could show up. So that means there's a 4/16 chance. Well, I could do all sorts of math. Again, I figure out what are the odds of getting 2 heads, and I'd actually get 6/16. And 3 heads, well, that's the same as getting 1 head, really, right? Because tails and heads are interchangeable. So what I get is I get this again. If I do this distribution out, I'd get a peak at 2 heads, right? I'm going to get a nice bell curve, right? So I'm going to get this nice thing where there's very little chance of getting no heads, not that much chance of getting 4 heads, but the most likely thing is getting 2 heads. So I can count all this stuff, and it's fine. But here's the problem. Remember, we talked earlier in this class about big data. There's lots of data out there. We want to try and understand it. Well, oftentimes we're going to have more than 2 or 4. We're going to have n. We have some huge number. So if we're talking about New York City, that could be 10 million people. If we're talking about Ann Arbor, where I live, that's still like 100,000 people. So I don't want to be sitting there writing tails, 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 tails 100,000 times. I want to have a model that will help me explain it. So what you can do is you can think, okay, first off, if there's n things, the mean, the expected number should be n over 2, right? It should be half of n. But what we'd like to do is understand sort of what that distribution looks like. Well, what we know from statistics is that distribution is actually going to be a nice bell curve. And the mean, right in the middle of this thing, is going to be n over 2. And then it's going to sort of flow out nice and symmetrically from each side. Now, there's a fancy equation, a formula, right, that tells you what this line looks like. We're not going to get into that, but if you take a statistics class, which I'd encourage you to do because they're a lot of fun, you can learn exactly what this formula is and how it works. Okay? We just want to use it. There was a model for understanding how things aggregate, so we're going to sort of take some leaps ahead in statistics. Here's the trick, though. We got to be a little bit careful. Flipping a coin, it's always equally likely, right? It's either a head or a tails. Each one's 50-50. But if I'm worried about people going to the beach, right, or people going to the supermarket, or people showing up for their flight, that's not a 50-50 proposition, right? So maybe 90% of people may show up for their flight, but maybe only 10% of people or 15% of people go out to the beach. So I'd like to change that 1/2 to something else. Well, I can introduce something called the binomial distribution, where instead of having 1/2, there's just some probability p of doing the thing. So let's suppose going to the beach happens 15% of the time. Well then, if I have 1,000 people, and p equals 15%, then p times n is 150. So I'd expect to have 150 people show up. So that makes sense, but then I can ask, well, what's the distribution though, right? I mean, 150 is the average, but I could have 200, I could have 74. Well, again, what the central limit theorem tells us is that we're again going to get a nice bell curve, right? So we got this nice shape here, but now with a mean here of just p times n. Now this holds provided n is big enough, right? But if I get a pretty large n, you're going to get this nice bell curve, and the mean's going to be right at p times n. Okay, there's more though. Here's where it gets a little bit complicated, but also interesting. There's something called the standard deviation, and this is this thing called sigma, which is this called the standard deviation. Now, when I draw out a normal curve, there's going to be a mean, that's this point right here at the center, and then there's going to be a standard deviation, which basically tells us how far spread out that curve is. And what I mean by that is how far spread out the different outcomes are. So it'll turn out there's this nice structure to any normal distribution that if you tell me the mean and then you tell me the standard deviation, it's always going to be the case that 68% of all outcomes will be between -1 and +1 standard deviation. So if it's got a big standard deviation, that means that that range could be really wide. And if it's got a small standard deviation, that means that range will be really tight. But if you tell me the mean and tell me the standard deviation, it's always going to be the case that 68% of the time I'm between -1 and +1 standard deviation. Now, in fact, since that's 2 for 1, it's also going to be 2 for 2 and 2 for 3 and 2 for 4, right? So there's going to be a 95% chance I'm within 2 standard deviations. So wait, why do we care about this? Why do we care about this at all? Here's why. Now I've got this model that says if I add up a bunch of independent events, here's what the mean is, right? Now, in a second, I'm going to show you formula for the standard deviation. So I'm going to tell you what sigma is here. Well, if you know the mean and you know sigma, then I can give you a range and I can tell you, that 95% of the time I'm going to be between -2 sigma and +2 sigma. So if I said the mean number of people that show up is 100, and that's the mean, right? And the standard deviation is only 2, well, then you know 95% of the time you're going to be between 96 and 104. So you'd know, okay, I should prepare for pretty much exactly 100 people. If I told you the standard deviation was 15, then you'd know it could be anywhere between 70 to 130. So that's what we want to try and use this model to explain, like sort of how wide a range of outcomes we're likely to see in any particular setting. So let's go back to our simple binomial distribution where the probability was a half. The mean, remember, is just n over 2. Well, you can do a little bit of math and show that the standard deviation is the square root of n over 2. So let's suppose I have n equals 100. So if n equals 100, that tells me the mean is going to be 50. So if I flip a coin 100 times, guess what? The average is 50. No surprise. But standard deviation is the square root of n over 2. So what's the square root of 100? That's 10. So this is 10 over 2. So that's just 5. So what that tells me is, if I think of my normal distribution, right, if I draw this thing out, I've got a mean of 50, and then I've got a standard deviation of 5. So that means between 55 and 45, 68% of all outcomes. So if you want, you can do this at home. It'll take a while. Flip a coin 100 times. Count how many heads you get. Flip it again. Count how many heads you get. Do that a whole bunch of times. You'll find that 68% of the time you get between 45 heads and 55 heads. So what this model gives us is it gives us a sense of how strange of outcomes we'll get. So we know that most of the time, 68% of the time, will be between 45 and 55. Right? So our mean was 50. One standard deviation was 55 and 45. That means 2 standard deviations is 60 and 40. So what that tells us is 95% of the time, you're going to be between 40 and 60 heads. And 99% of the time, you're going to be between 35 and 65. So it basically means you're almost never going to throw fewer than 35 heads and never throw more than 65 heads. And so this is what sort of the power of that central limit theorem is, right? It gives us a sense of not only the average, but also what the spread will be. Okay, but remember, this is a simple case, right? This is the p equals 1/2 case. And what we'd like is we want it for the more general case where the probability of something happening can be anything, right? This is this p over n thing. Well, it turns out here we're okay because the standard deviation is just p times 1 minus p times n, the square root of the whole thing. So in the case where p equals 1/2, right, then we just have the square root of 1/2 times 1/2 times n. But notice I've got a 1/2 squared here inside, so I can just pull that outside. So it's just 1/2 the square root of n. So that's where that square root of n over 2 came from. So now, for the binomial distribution, I've got this clean formula as well, and we can use that to model and understand stuff that's a little bit more interesting than just flipping a coin. Okay, let's do a real example. Let's have some fun. So, most of us have probably been bumped off a plane before, right? So you show up at the airport and there's like, too many people showed up for the plane. And you think, why do they do this? Well, the reason that they sometimes have to bump is they oversell. And the reason they oversell tickets is because not everybody shows up. So if you're running an airline and you've got 400 seats, and people only show up, 90% of the time, you want to sell more than those 400 seats, right? So that your plane's pretty much full. So let's do an example. Let's suppose, to make it simple, that our plane doesn't have 400, it's got 380 seats. So let's suppose that we got a Boeing 747 with 380 seats. Let's suppose that 90% of the time people show up. So we've gathered, we run an airline, we've gathered lots of data. We pretty much know 90% of the time people show up, and that it's independent. So one person's decision to show up doesn't have anything to do with anybody else's. Now that might be true, right? Because if it's snowy, if I'm late, you're likely to be late. But let's just suppose that these things are independent. And let's suppose that we sell 400 tickets. Now we want to try to get some understanding, like, okay, what does that mean? What's the likelihood if we sell 400 that we're going to have more than 380 people show up? Here's where the model can help us, because it'll tell us what the mean is. It'll also tell us what the standard deviation is. So the mean, right, if I sell 400 tickets and on average 90% of people show up, that means I should sell on average 360 tickets. That's less than 380 seats, so I should be fine. But what I care about, right, what I care about is more than 380 people show up. So more than 380 show up, guess what? They're going to be mad, right? Because they're going to be like, I paid for this trip to go to Florida. I want to go to Florida. I don't want to be bumped. So the 360 doesn't tell us enough. We want to know something about the distribution. Okay, well, look, we've got a formula, right? Remember, so n was 400 and p was 0.9. So p times n is 360. That's our mean. Now, the standard deviation we can solve for pretty easily. That's just the square root of p, which is 0.9, times 1 minus p, which is 1, times n, which is 400. So if we multiply that out, that's 0.9 times 0.1 times 400. 0.1 times 400 is 40, times 0.9 is 36. So that's just the square root of 36, which is 6. So 6 is our standard deviation. So now I know I've got a bell curve with a mean of 360 and a standard deviation of 6. Okay? Well, that's useful. That can help us, because let's go back and let's look. That means our mean's 360, our standard deviation is 6, so that means 68% of the time we're going to be between 354 and 366. That's great. It means that 95% of the time we'll be between 348 and 372. Also great. It means 99.75% of the time we'll be between 378 and 342. Well, how many seats do we have? We had 380 seats. So this means that 99.75, actually more than that, right? More than 99.75% of the time, we won't overbook. So here's the central limit theorem. So let's say it formally. Central limit theorem basically says the following. I've got a whole bunch of random variables. So those could be decisions to show up to a flight or not. So in those cases, the random variables are just ones or zeros. Or they could be, the weight of your bags. Each person's weight of their bags is some independent variable. As long as those things are independent, so that means that each person's decision doesn't depend on somebody else's, or how much stuff I jam in my bag doesn't affect how much you jam in your bag, and that those things have finite variance. What does that mean? That means that they're bounded. So, we can't have super huge values. Like, so my bag couldn't weigh billions and billions of pounds. As long as there's sort of, the possible range of values that each one can take is bounded in some way, or doesn't, with some high probability, take huge, huge values. Then when you add those things up, when you sum them up, you're going to get a normal distribution, right, which means a bell curve, which means we can predict stuff, right? We can use that model to make sense of how the world works. Now, let's step back for just a second and think about, why this is so cool. Suppose it weren't true, right? Here's a little thought experiment. Suppose it were the case that when I added up a whole bunch of independent events, most of the time I got something nice, right? But then there was some spiky probability of some huge event over here. What would this mean? Well, here's what this would mean. This would mean sometimes you'd go to the grocery store and there'd be 1,000 people there. Or sometimes you'd be I'm just going to run to the bathroom and there'd be 300 people in line, right? A lot of the predictability of the world, a lot of the predictability of just sort of daily comings and goings stems from the facts that this can't happen and that we get these nice bell curves. Because if individual people, individual firms, individual groups of people make decisions that don't depend on what other people decide, if they're sort of independent decisions, then what you're going to get is you're going to get sort of nice, regular stuff according to a bell curve. Yeah, sure, there'll be traffic jams. Sure, there'll be a lot of people at the mall. Yeah, there'll be days when you get a lot going on. And yes, there'll be days when not much is going on. But most of the time, you're going to get things in that middle region, which is going to be predictable and understandable. Now, is everything normally distributed? No, it's not. So what about stock returns? So if you look at stock returns, you'll actually see that there's far too many days where really nothing happens, and there's far too many days where there's huge gains and far too many days where there's huge losses. And what's going on there is this, is that the actions are no longer independent. So for example, if prices are going up, a lot of people may buy, and that's going to cause prices to go up even further. And if prices start to fall, people may sell, and that can cause prices to fall even further. So when events fail to become independent, or fail to satisfy the independence assumption, then we can get more big events than we'd expect, and more small events than we'd expect. So let's put a bow on this. What have we got? So we've used the central limit theorem as a model. We use it as a model to explain how if we add up a whole bunch of independent events, then what we get is we get a nice normal distribution, right? And we can understand the mean, we can understand the standard deviation, and we can use that to predict how likely things are to occur, right? We also learned that it's that independence that gives us that normality, right? Without independence, we could get really big events or really small events, we can get all sorts of strange stuff happening. So where we're going to go next, there's a brief lecture on something called Six Sigma that pushes this idea of sort of the predictability of a system a little bit further than we had before. But then after that, we're going to start, we're going to really take the gloves off. We're going to start having systems where there's interdependent actions. When we have those interdependent actions, we're no longer going to get these sort of nice bell curves. We're going to get all sorts of really interesting, strange stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to do a little sort of bonus. I want to talk about the normal distribution again, and I want to talk about it in the context of a business practice that has to do with quality control that's known as Six Sigma. Six Sigma was a process developed by Motorola, quite a while ago, a couple decades ago, and it had to do with sort of making production processes more predictable so that you had fewer quality errors. So to understand how it works, let's go back and remind ourselves of what sigma is, and then we can understand what Six Sigma is. So remember when we had a normal distribution, right? We had a mean, and then we had these standard deviations, these sigmas, 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviations, and so on, right? And then what we had is that 68% of the time, right, the outcome would lie within 1 standard deviation, and 95% of the time, it would lie within 2 standard deviations. So how often would we lie within 6 standard deviations? So if I went way out here to 6 standard deviations, I guess that's even further out, how often would I be inside that? Well, the answer is the only time I would fall outside of it would be 3.4 in a million. Okay? So that means that there's almost no way that I'm going to be way over here outside of 6 sigma too big or 6 sigma too small. And so that's going to be the core idea. Let me explain the idea in the context of an example and then take it to the production, how it's used in production. So here's an example. Let's go back to the grocery store. So suppose I run a grocery store and I sell bananas. And on average, I sell 500 bananas a day. Now, I've kept track of my data. It's a normal distribution, and the standard deviation is 10. So what I want it to be the case is that if I have any sort of day within 6 sigma, I'm not going to run out of bananas. Well, this is easy to solve for, right? Because sigma is just equal to 10, right? So that means that 6 sigma is going to be 60. So if I want to be within any event within 6 sigma, I'm still going to be okay. All I need to do, right, is have 560 bananas on hand, pounds of bananas on hand, and then even if I get a 4 sigma event, a 5 sigma event, a 5.8 sigma event, I'm going to be fine. I'm not going to run out of bananas. So that's the idea, right? You want it to be that even if you get a 6 sigma event, things are going to be okay. Okay, so let's see how this works for production. So suppose I'm making some metal part, and this metal part has to be between 500 and 560 millimeters, right? So this is the range. Anything in this range is okay, but if I'm outside this range, then the part's not going to work. So I could be making phones, I could be making car doors, whatever. Now suppose it's the case that, what causes the door to be a little thicker, a little thinner than we want is just a bunch of random things being added up. So I've got a normal distribution. Well, I should be able to make my production process so I get the mean right in the center of that, right? So I've got 530, which is right in the center. But now I want it to be the case that if I have a 6 sigma standard deviation, I'm still going to be okay. Well, this isn't very hard to figure out, right? So we can just say, okay, here's my distribution. 530 is the mean. And I'm going to have a bell curve. It's not a very good bell curve. But I want it to be the case that anything within 6 sigmas is okay. So 560 to 500 have to be, that's got to be my 6 sigma range. So this is going to be plus 6, and this is going to be minus 6. I should put little sigmas here. Okay, so if 6 sigma is 30 above the mean, right, this is 560 minus 530 equals 30. That means I just want 6 sigma to equal 30. So if 6 sigma equals 30, that means sigma equals 5. So what does that mean? That means if I'm running this company, if I'm sort of making these metal parts, I want it to be the case that my standard deviation, when I keep track of the standard deviation of my parts, I want to get that all the way down to 5. And if I get that down to 5, then if I have any event less than 6 sigma, the part's still going to work. Now, how do I get it down to 5? That's not easy, right? You've got to do continuous quality improvement. So the real management practice was not so much just computing standard deviations and figuring out what the 6 is. It was doing all that really hard work that makes it so that sigma falls down to 5. So it could be initially your sigma might have been 30 or 20 or something like that. The idea through continuous improvement is you drive your sigma down so that sigma gets small enough that even if something really bad happens, the process still works and the part still functions, and you don't have to do some sort of massive recall. Okay, so that's Six Sigma thinking. What Six Sigma basically tells us is that we can use this idea, right, this model of sort of normal distributions with standard deviations to inform how we run our production processes. And we can figure out, like, what, we're just making too many mistakes. And if we make mistakes at this level, we're constantly going to have parts not work. Whereas if we can reduce our variation, by reducing our variation, then the process is almost always going to work, right? Our parts will fit in whatever part they've got to fit into. All right, so that's just another example of how we can use this aggregation thing, right? These techniques, these tools we're using in ways that we might never have expected when we first came up with them. Okay, thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about something called the game of life. Now, this is a very simple model of aggregation. Now, before I turn to the game of life, I want to preface this lecture a little bit by placing it in context. So remember, why are we taking this course? Well, 1, to be a more intelligent citizen of the world, to just understand what's going on around us. 2, to be clear and better thinkers. 3, to use and understand data. And 4, to better design, strategize, and decide. So what are we doing here with the game of life? The game of life is a very simple model that shows how things aggregate, and it gives us a lot of sort of surprising conclusions. Now, it's a toy model. It's very simple. It's not really about anything. It's not about climate change. It's not about the financial system. It's not about eradicating poverty. It's a model that sort of shows us how complicated aggregation can be. So the way you want to think of this model is the way if you learn piano that you think about sort of learning your scales or something like that. Or if you play basketball like I do, practicing your dribbling. This is a model that helps us practice our thinking, to learn the subtleties of aggregation. So what's going to be amazing about the game of life, as well as the one-dimensional cellular automata models that we study next, is we're going to see how really complicated the process of aggregation is. And so when we then go out and look at the world, which involves lots of aggregation, we'll have some deeper appreciation for why is it that it's so hard to infer by looking at the macro level what's going on at the micro level, right? And that's one of the things we saw in Schellings' model, and now we're going to see it sort of in a more extreme form in the game of life. Okay, the game of life was developed by a mathematician actually not that long ago. This was by John Conway. He's a Cambridge mathematician. He's a brilliant mathematician whose work has been in group theory. And this was just a game he came up with using just a Go board, which is a big, grid, rectangular grid, and has little white and black stones that you place on the board. So the game of life works a lot like Schellings' model. Each cell, right, like this cell right here, has 8 neighbors. And cells can be either alive, which we'll color dark, or dead, or alternatively on or off. And so on is going to be dark, off will be light. Now, the rules of the game of life are fairly straightforward. If you're currently off, you can only come on if exactly 3 of your neighbors are on. So you need exactly 3 of the people around you to be on. So this cell that's currently off wouldn't come to life because it only has 2 neighbors on. If you're currently on, if there's fewer than 2 neighbors on, so only 0 or 1, you die of boredom. It's just nothing going on. You just turn off. If you have more than 3 neighbors on, you suffocate. There's just too many people around and they're using too many resources, you die off. But if there's 2 or 3 neighbors that are alive, then you can stay alive. So let's formalize that. The rules are quite simple, right? Cells are either on or off. If you're currently off, you turn on if exactly 3 neighbors are on. That's the rule. And if you're currently on, you can stay on if you've got 2 or 3 neighbors on. Okay? So off, it requires 3, on 2 or 3. Okay? All right. So if you look at this particular cell here, right, X in the center, what you get is it has 3 neighbors, 1, 2, 3, that are on. So that means the next period when we look at it, it's going to turn on. Right? So if we looked at that cell, the next time, we'll assume these other ones also stayed on. It's going to turn on. All right? Now, if you look at the same cell in this picture, now it has 1, 2, 3, 4 neighbors that are alive. And so what's going to happen is it's going to turn off. Okay? So now what we can do in the game of life is not look at just individual cells, we can look at entire configurations of cells. So now here's a starting pattern. Suppose I seed the world with these two cells. If I look at the one on the left, it has no neighbors on, and if I look at the one on the right, it has no neighbors on. So what's going to happen is if I seed the world to look like this, it's just going to end up dead, right? Nothing's going to happen, okay? Now, suppose I seed the world with 3 in a row. Well, let's look first at this person on the left. It has 1 neighbor on. The person in the center has 2 neighbors on, and the person on the right has 1 neighbor on. So what that means is these 2 cells on the left, right, they're going to die off. They're going to turn off. But these, and the one on the right is going to turn off, but the one in the center is going to stay alive. But now there's 2 other cells we got to worry about, right? Look at this one right here, this on the top. It has 3 neighbors that are alive. 1, 2, 3. As does this one. 1, 2, 3. So those 2, right, are going to come to life. And so if we let this system, if we let this go in the next period, what we're going to see is the original one in the center stayed on, right? The one above stayed on, and the one below stayed on. So we now have 3 in a row that look just like this. Now, let's let it go one more period. What's going to happen? Well, again, as before, this one in the center is going to stay alive. The one on the top and the bottom will die off because they have 1 live neighbor. But now the ones on the left and the right, this one right here and this one right here, they'll come to life because they each have 3 live neighbors, okay? All right, so what's going to happen is it's going to go like this. Well, now let's let time run. Once we're like this, it'll go like that, and once we're like that, it'll go like this. And so what we get is we get a blinker, right? So the game of life is interesting because we started out with these simple rules, right? If you're on and 2 or 3 of your neighbors are on, you stay on. And if you're off, you only come to life if exactly 3 neighbors are on. And what we see is those micro-level rules can create macro-level patterns, right? Like blinkers. Okay, well, let's start with something else. Let's start with something a little bit more complicated. Let's look at this one. If we start here, this cell has 2 on. This cell has 2 on. This cell has 2 on. This cell has 1 on. Now, if we look around, we can see this cell has 3, right? And this cell has 3, and there's no others that have 3. So if we look at what happens in the next period, we're going to get a picture that looks like that. So the game of life not only can die off and create blinkers, it can also have systems that sort of grow. So one of the things we want to do is we want to sort of try and understand, okay, what can the game of life produce? Well, let's look at some classic examples, and we'll do this using a program called NetLogo. And we're going to look at 3 things. We're going to look first at a beacon, which is 2 squares of size 4. And then we're going to look at something I call the figure 8, which is 2 squares of size 9. And then we're going to look at something called the F pimento, which is just a line of 3 with 1 on the right and then 1 below it on the left. Okay, so we're going to look at these 3 configurations, but instead of doing it by hand, because that takes a long time, we're going to use that same NetLogo program that we used for Schellings model. Okay, so first we're going to do the beacon, and what we do there is we're going to draw these cells. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then next to it we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we can think, okay, let's press this go once button, and what happens is it goes like that, and then it goes like that. Now if you look at the individual rules and figured out what each cell was due, you'd figure out this is what's going to happen. We'll let this go forever. Let me slow this down a little bit, right? And what we see is we get this nice little beacon flashing back and forth. Okay, now this is a lot like the little blinker we had before where it was going, you know, up and down, sideways, vertical, horizontal. And, you know, that's a nice little picture, so let's stop it. And now let's make this a little bit more interesting, and let's draw some more cells, and let's make this thing, 3 by 3 cells. So that one's off one. Here we go. So now these things are 3 by 3 blocks, and we'll see what happens here. Okay. Now again, each cell is just following those rules from the game of life. So let's let it go once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. Okay, that's unbelievable, right? This looks like an 8 on its side. So if you put it at an angle, it looks like a figure 8. And if you watch this thing, let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what's really cool with the game of life is that very simple structures can create these elaborate patterns. And again, each cell is only following its own simple rules. So what we learn from this is that aggregation, right, simple things following simple rules, can aggregate to form really complex patterns. Okay, so that's the that's the figure 8. Now let's do that thing I call the F pimento. Remember, so that was 3 things in a row, like this, and then 1 in the center, off to the left, and 1 off to the right. Now let's just slowly go through this. Let's get it go once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It seems to be taking on a life of its own. Well, let's let it go forever. And what you see is it's producing things that are like little gliders, right? So it's producing things that move out through space, right? So these things are, it's like almost like it's alive. Now you can start thinking about some really interesting things, like think about the human brain, right? The human brain has these neurons that follow simple rules, and by following these simple rules, these things are connected in such a way that they can create these really novel patterns that produce things like memory and thought and cognition and personality and all that sort of stuff. Well, the game of life obviously doesn't explain cognition or anything of the sort, but what it does do is it shows how simple things following simple rules can create incredibly elaborate patterns. Remember, because we started out, let's just do it one more time. We started out with an incredibly simple thing, right? We had 1, 2, 3 in a row, 1 up on top, 1 to the left. And then as we watch this thing unfold, right, as I click this each time, what we see is these incredibly elaborate patterns. And now we'll just sort of let it go on its own again, right? You see just really interesting things, including these things that glide across the space that are known as gliders. Here we've got a picture of a particular state, and this is a simple glider. So here it is at time 0. And then if we go through the rules and think, okay, what happens in the next period, what you can do is you can look at sort of each individual cell, and you can say, okay, well, what's going to happen? Well, if you look at this cell right here, right, which is right here in this thing, it has 1, 2, 3 neighbors. So it comes to life next time. So if we follow that through, here's what happens. Here's where it is at time t equals 0. And then at time t equals 1, it looks like this. At times t equals 2, it looks like this, because this cell, which came to life, is now going to be dead because it only has 1 live neighbor, right? And then if you follow it around to t equals 3 and t equals 4, you find at t equals 4, it looks exactly like it looked at t equals 1, except for it's moved, right, 1 cell down to the right. So this, if I start with this configuration, it's just going to glide across the space. So this is, again, this example we call it an emergent or self-organized pattern, because this thing looks like it's moving. If you watched a movie of this particular starting point, you'll see something that just glides across the space. And so you might think this thing is actually flying, but it's not. What's going on is each one of those individual cells is following a particular rule. Okay? So here's what's really interesting then about the game of life. Remember, one of the reasons why we construct models is to understand the class of outcome. What do we get, right? Do we get fixed points, right? Does the whole system just sort of go to one thing? Does it alternate? Does it blink, right? Remember, we saw both those things in the game of life. Is it completely random, right, which we see down here? Or do we get these complex patterns? Now, the interesting thing, it's been shown the game of life can give you all 4 of these. Now, we saw 3 of them, right? We saw the systems that died off and systems that alternated, and the systems that were complex. You can also, the thing can just be almost completely random. So you can use it to generate random numbers. So what's interesting is very simple rules can aggregate to form all sorts of interesting macro level phenomena. Now, one of the things that people then have asked is, well, what's the limit of what you can get? And the answer is almost nothing. Anything you could do with a computer, you could actually do with the game of life, which is sort of amazing. Here's a particular configuration that if you want to, you can plug it into NetLogo. It takes a little bit of work. You got to draw these cells. This is a glider gun. So what this thing will do is it'll pulse and it'll send out gliders in off in this lower right direction. So what you'll get is this thing will just pulse almost like a heartbeat, sending out gliders. So it's really interesting because you've got, again, each cell is just following its own, those same rules, those game of life rules, and you're getting this really elaborate pattern. Okay, so what do we learn from the game of life? A bunch of things. One is we get what we call self-organization. So these patterns appear without a designer. So you get these gliders, you get these things that blink, you get these glider guns, you get all sorts of things. No one designs that from above. It's individual cells following individual rules that when they're placed in certain configurations, they produce these patterns. The patterns appear to self-organize. There's also what we call emergence. Now, emergence means when those patterns have some sort of functionality. So a glider gun, a counter. So you can use the game of life to create something that actually counts things, right? Or you can even use it to compute things if you interpret what those cells mean. So when those patterns have a functionality, we can think of that as being emergence. So you can think of things like consciousness and cognition as being emergent phenomena. Okay, and the game of life produces both these patterns and these patterns that seem to have or can be interpreted as having functions. the other cool thing about the game of life, right, is it helped us get the logic right, right? Without writing down the model, without running in a computer, we'd never be able to really figure out all the stuff that's going on. And we see how we can get really complex things from really simple parts. So that's something that logically you might not have anticipated. So like I'm sure when I started this lecture and said, these are these simple rules, you might have thought, this isn't going to be very interesting, right? I mean, these are just a bunch of simple rules and it's a checkerboard. But then when you see all the amazing stuff that can come out of the game of life, you start realizing like, wow, okay, simple rules can produce incredible phenomena. That's something that I might not have known had I not constructed a simple model. Okay, so that's the game of life. It's a game that belongs to a class of models called cellular automata models. Now it's just one. It's just one cellular automata model. What we're going to do next, in the next lecture, is look at a whole class of even simpler cellular automata models to try and get an understanding of what causes a system. Remember that question like, why does a system go to equilibrium? Why is it complex? We're going to look at a whole class of cellular automata models to try and get at least some understanding of why that might be the case. Thank you. In the previous lecture, we looked at the game of life, which was a particular cellular automata model, and in it we saw how we could get just amazing phenomena, right? How simple rules could aggregate to produce really sort of complex, novel outcomes. What we want to do in this lecture is look at an even simpler class of cellular automata models, and actually these are the original cellular automata models, and to try and figure out what has to be true about the model in order for it to produce different types of outcomes. Because remember, one of our core questions was, what kind of outcomes is the system going to produce? Is it going to go to equilibrium? Is it going to produce patterns? Is it going to be complex? Is it going to be chaotic? And what we want to do is we want to try and understand which of those things is going to happen. Now, we're not going to get a definitive answer, but again, by using a toy model, we're going to get some understanding of what leads to complex outcomes. All right, so first some history. Cellular automata were developed by a guy named John von Neumann, who is just a brilliant man. Von Neumann built one of the first computers known as the Johnniac or the ENIAC. He also was one of the founders of game theory and of growth theory in economics. So just a brilliant, brilliant mathematical mind. One of the things he came up with, and this was working with a guy named Stanislav Ulam, who's a mathematician, was really the simplest model he could think of computation, which is what's going to be called a cellular automata model. Now, his vision, these cellular automata, have been sort of studied in gory detail, including a recent book by a guy named Stephen Wolfram, who's the developer of Mathematica, called A New Kind of Science. And in this book, Wolfram explores to unbelievable depth, this is a 1,000-page book with hundreds and hundreds of illustrations, how the cellular automata model works. And Wolfram refers to this as a new kind of science because he's arguing for a computational, inductive way of looking at the world. Okay, so what are these models? What are cellular automata models? Well, again, they're exactly what we looked at the game of life, except for here, instead of being on a two-dimensional grid, things are on a one-dimensional line. So what you can imagine as before, we've got a bunch of cells, and they can either be off, which would be clear, or they can be on, right? And so what we can do is we can just then sort of say, okay, how do these things evolve over time? Now, the difference between this and what we did before is that now if I have a cell here, right, sitting in the center, we're going to assume that it has only two neighbors. So before, in the grid world, each cell had 8 neighbors. Now it's only got 2. Now, the advantage of doing things with only 2 neighbors is, well, it's simpler, for one thing. And it also means we can exhaustively study, and that's why Wolfram's book is so thick, we can study every single one of these rules. So we can write down every single rule and then ask, how do the different rules work? What behaviors do they produce? And that sort of stuff. The other big advantage is it's going to be much easier to display these worlds than the other worlds because we can let time move along this axis. So what I can do is I can have this, here's the cell at this moment in time, maybe it's filled in, and then I can say what happens to it the next period, maybe it's off, and then I can say what happens to it the next period, maybe it's on. So I can represent time as sort of moving vertically down the page, right? So that's the models. Now I've got to decide, okay, what can the rules look like? Well, here's an example. So let's think about what a rule would have to look like. So if I think of this cell X, right here, this is the cell X. Now, it's got 2 neighbors, right? So neighbor 1, neighbor 2, or we could call these left and right if we want. We can ask, what are the possible states those things can be in? Well, it's possible that all of them could be off, and it's possible all of them could be on, right? Or it's possible only the one to the right is on, or only the cell itself is on, right? So we can think through, and there's basically 8 different possibilities. So what would a rule be? A rule just says, what do I do in each one of those states? So it could say, well, if I'm in the state where we're all currently off, then I'm going to stay off. And if we're in the state where we're all currently on, I'm going to go on. And it could say, well, if these two of us are on, I'm also going to go on. And then what you do is then you think about, okay, here's this cell. We start out with some initial configuration. We've got a whole bunch of cells, and some of them are colored in, and some of them are not. And then what they do is each cell says, well, what does my configuration look like? If I'm this cell right here, I notice that all three of my neighbors are on. So I go to the lookup table, see all three neighbors are on, and say, I'm going to be on next period. Okay? So all you do is for each cell, like so this cell right here, if I look at this cell right here, it's on, but its two neighbors are off. So I'd go up to the lookup table and say, okay, this is the configuration we're in right here. And it might say, in that situation, go off. So that means in the next period, it would stay off. So that's it. Time moves horizontally, and we have these rules that look, right? Now, one of the things that Wolfram does in his book is he says, okay, look, if you look across all these different rules, you can get all four of these classes of behaviors, right? So you can get, we talked about this before, you can get these fixed points, you can get alternation, you can get randomness, and you can get complexity. And so what we want to understand is why? Why do you get these things? What's true about the rules in order for this to be true? Okay, in order to get these different types of outcomes. Okay. Now, before we go any further, okay, there's a lot of rules. How do we make sense of them? How do we keep track of what the rules are? Well, Wolfram has a really ingenious way of numbering these. So let's think about it. So if I'm in this state here, all off, well, there's two possibilities here, right? We could be off or we could be on. And if I think about this state, there's two possibilities as well. We could be off or we could be on. And that's true for every one of these. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So there's two different things I could put for each of these things. So that means that there's 2 to the 8th possibilities, which means there's 256 different rules. So now we think, holy cow, the whole universe of these rules is of size 256. There's 256 things we have to explore. That's why Wolfram's book runs to 1,000 pages, right? If you just give 4 pages to each rule, you suddenly, used up 1,000 pages. Now, Wolfram also comes up with an ingenious way of numbering these rules. What he does is he says, let's just give these the numbers 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. And then what he says is, if it's on, right, then, so let's suppose that a rule, here, let me do this a different way. So suppose that if it's, this is our rule right here. These 3 are on. So then what he says is, we'll call this rule 2, 8, 128, and we'll just add up those numbers to give us 138. So that'll be rule 138. So what he does is he makes this first one with 1, the next one with 2, the next one with 4, the next one with 8, and so on. And this enables him to give every rule a unique number between 0 and 255. So the rule where everything's off is rule 0. The rule where everything's on, we just add up all these numbers and get 255. So this is going to give us a numbering system for the rules. Okay. So let's look now at some rules that create some interesting phenomena. This is rule number 30, right? Because we have 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16. And this rule says if all 3 of you are off, you stay off. If the one to the right is on or the one to the left is on, right, these two things, you go on. If you're currently on, you stay on. And then here's a little bit of an asymmetry. If the one to the right is on, you stay on, right? But if the one to your left is on over here, you go off. So let's think about what happened here. This one, and this one all have 3, all are in this state, right? We're all 3 off, so they're going to stay off. This one has one to the right on, so it's going to come to life, right? This one right here, this next one, is currently on with its 2 neighbors off, so it's going to stay on, right? This one right here has the one to the left on, so it looks like that, so it's going to stay on. And the other ones are all going to die off. So what we get is we get these 3 states are now on. These 3 cells are now on. So what happens to the next period? Well, let's just start, again, these ones to the left are all going to stay dead. But this one right here, because it's got one neighbor to the right on, is going to come to life. This one, because it has one neighbor to the right on, is going to come to life. But this one, which is in the center, has 3 in a row on, so it's going to die off. So we're going to get something that looks like that. So what we get is we get this sort of pattern spreading out. Well, again, we're doing this by hand. Let's try this in a more serious way using NetLogo. Okay, so we're going to set this up where there's one cell that's alive in the center, and then we're going to let it go, and we see that we get those 3, right? And now what we see is this really interesting pattern evolving as I move down. And notice how this is creating, now we see these different structures, right? We see smaller triangles, bigger triangles, and so on, right? And one of the things that's been proven about this rule, which is sort of interesting, is if I drew a line right down the center, like if I picked a particular cell and drew a line right down the center of its path over time, it's going to be a random sequence of ons and offs. So you wouldn't be able to tell, you wouldn't be able to predict what's going to happen the next period if you knew what happened the period before. So what this is an example. Rule 30 is an example of a rule that produces perfect randomness. All right. Here's the next rule, and this is rule 110. So remember, we get the rule: the 2's on, the 4's on, the 8's on, the 32's on, the 64's on. So we add those all up, we get 110. So let's think about this one again. We've got these 3 cells over here to the left, and these 3 cells over here to the right all have no neighbors on, so they're all going to stay off. Now this one has a neighbor to the right on, and so it's going to come on. This one right here, right, is currently on and with no neighbors on, so it's going to stay on. And this cell right here has a neighbor to the left on, right, but notice how it's going to then stay off, unlike in the previous case. Well, now if I go along, this one is going to stay off, this one's going to stay off, but this one, because it's got a neighbor to the right that's on, is in this configuration, so it's going to come to life. This one has 2 neighbors, and it has its on and its neighbor to the right on, so it's in this configuration, so it's going to stay on, right? But this cell right here, the original cell that was on, is in this configuration. It's on and the one that's right on, so it's going to stay on as well. And then finally, this cell right here is in the configuration it was in before, where its neighbor to the left is on, so it stays off. And so now we get something that looks like this, where we sort of get this increasing triangle. Now we could ask what happens to rule 110 as we let it run, and what we get is this is a map from Wolfram, we get this really interesting pattern, and this is going to be sort of complex. We see these particles that sort of move through space, and this rule 110 is classified as class 4 by Wolfram as the complex rule. All right? So what we've got, here's a better picture if I start with the random configuration. Here's rule 110, and again we see all these sort of interesting particles moving through space. We see lines moving through. We see things like this interacting and then causing bigger things. So we see all sorts of really crunchy, interesting stuff. This is complex, right? It's very hard to make sense of. So what we've seen then, which is interesting, with this simple one-dimensional cellular automata model is it's easy to make rules where everything just dies. It's easy to make rules where everything just blinks. There's some rules where things appear to be random, and you can actually prove that they're random, like Rule 30. And then there's rules that, like Rule 110, right, that create this complexity. So what we can do then is we can ask, okay, here's the interesting question, why? Right? Why do some rules go to steady state, some rules blink, some rules random, and some rules complex? Before we get to that question of why, what creates complexity, what creates chaos, what creates order, let's just stop for a second and think about how profound these results are. 'Cause these are really simple models, much simpler than the game of life, and they can give us anything. And this has led some physicists and mathematicians to suggest that this may be how the world works in some sense, that everything may come from very simple rules. So all the complex things we see out there in the real world come from very simple binary interactions. So this led to the phrase by the physicist John Wheeler, it from bit. Now let me quote Wheeler here because it's really sort of profound. He says, it from bit, otherwise every it, every particle, every field of force, even the space-time continuum itself, derives its function, its meaning, its very existence entirely, even if in some context indirectly, from the apparatus elicited answers to yes or no questions, binary choices, bits. It from bit symbolizes the idea that every item of the physical world has at its bottom, a very deep bottom in most instances, an immaterial source and explanation that which we call reality arises in the last analysis from the posing of yes-no questions and the registering of equipment-evoked responses. In short, that all things physical are information theoretic in origin, and that this is a participatory universe. Okay, that's Wheeler in 1990. Okay, so Wheeler's basically saying this it from bit idea is that you can actually explain anything, right, by just simple yes-no questions at the core. And so the very, very deep bottom of reality could just be binary switches. So it, us, the universe, everything, could literally come from bit. Now that's a bit of it, that's a big leap from the simple one-dimensional cellular automata model. But again, the cellular automata model is capable of producing pretty much anything. So it's interesting. All right, so let's get to this question of How does it produce anything? What's going on? Well, Chris Langton, who is a researcher at the Santa Fe Institute, who got his PhD at Michigan studying these cellular automatas, came up with something he called Langton's lambda. And what lambda does is it tells us sort of what the outcomes look like. So let me explain what I mean. So remember that Wolfram numbered these rules from 1 to 256. Langton takes a much simpler approach. He just says, look, how many things go on? In this case, there's 3. So you can think of Langton's lambda as 3 or as 3/8. Either way, but it's just the percentage of the number of switches that are on. Right? So this rule would have a alpha, or lambda, I'm sorry, of 0 or 0 over 8. And this one would have a rule of 1 over 8. So the Langton's lambda tells us the percentage of bits that are on. And this one, remember this was rule 30, right, would have a lambda of 4 over 8. Well, let's go back and look at these again. This one that has a lambda of 0 over 8, what's going to happen? Nothing, right? Everything's just going to die. Nothing interesting is going to happen. What's going to happen to this one that has a 1 over 8? Well, initially, a lot of stuff is going to die off, but then once everything dies off, everything's going to go on, but then once everything's on, it's all going to die. So this thing's going to blink, right? What about rule 30, which has the lambda of 4 or 4 over 8? Well, remember this thing was chaotic, right? This was completely random. And what about rule 110, right? This was rule 110. This has a lambda of 5 over 8, and this thing was complex. Now, what you can think of then, you think, well, wait, the bigger lambda gets, the more likely we are to get something interesting. Well, that's not quite true, because think about when lambda is 8, right? When lambda is 8, then everything automatically goes on. So that's not going to be interesting either. So what's going to be interesting, it would seem to be, is sort of this in-between region, right? This region where you've got sort of either 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things go on. Well, let's look at it. So here's all the rules in the one-dimensional cellular automata with 2 neighbors. Remember, if I sum this up, I'd get 256. If I want to know how many class 3 members this sort of chaos or random, and in that class there's 32 of them, right? And if we look, 20 of them have a lambda equal to 4. And they're all in this region between 2 and 6. Class 4 is the complex rules, right? In the complex rules, there's only 6 of them, and those all happen between 3 and 5, lambda between 3 and 5. So here's what's really interesting. Now we want to ask, what causes chaos and complexity? Well, it's this region right here. It's intermediate levels of interdependence, right? So a rule like this, which has a lambda of 7/8 or 7, right? Nothing interesting is going to happen. It's just pretty much going to go to everything being on, and then once everything's on, right, it's going to stay on. So it's going to be stable. So it's these intermediate levels where we see the complexity. So if you look at something like, this is the Nikkei index, where you see these incredibly complex patterns, what you'd expect is that these rules have substantial interdependence, right? Because that middle level means that whether I'm on or off depends a lot on what other people are doing. So if there's a lot of interdependence in the rules, you're going to see complex patterns like these things, right? Well, what happens in a market? Well, people's rules depend a lot on what other people are doing. So there's a lot of interdependence, and therefore you get these complex patterns. If there weren't interdependence, right, then you'd always go on or always go off, and nothing interesting would be happening. So what do we learn from this very, very simple toy model? First, we learn again that simple rules can combine to form just about anything. Incredibly simple rules. Second, we get this sort of profound idea of it from bit. And third, we get the complexity and randomness require some intermediate level of interdependency, right? So you can't have it be that like I always go on or always go off. You need interdependency in the actions in order to create complex phenomena. Okay, so that's one-dimensional cellular automata models. It's a toy model, but it gives us a deep insight. And that deep insight is if we see complexity out there in the world, it's likely because people's behaviors or the rules that things are following are interdependent. All right, thank you. Hi. In this last lecture on aggregation, we want to talk about the aggregation of preferences. So this is going to differ from what we've looked at before. Remember when we looked at the central limit theorem, we looked at aggregating numbers or actions, and then we looked at the game of life and cellular automata, we were talking about aggregating rules. Now we want to do is we want to aggregate preferences. So preferences are going to be a different structure, a different mathematical structure than what we had with either rules or numbers. So to get a handle on this, to get a handle on how we aggregate these things, first we've got to say, well, what are preferences? How do we represent them? So, well, let's think about it. So let's suppose I'm just asking, what do you prefer? Do you prefer apples or do you prefer bananas? And you may say, well, I prefer apples. Or someone else may say, no, I prefer bananas. Or alternatively, I could say, how about bananas and coconuts? Do you prefer bananas or do you prefer coconuts? And you might say, well, I prefer bananas to coconuts. So one way we write down preferences or think about preferences is through revealed actions. So we can just give people sets of choices and ask them, which do you prefer over the other? So when you think about overall preferences, what we'd like to do is we'd like to have a complete listing of someone's preferences. So we'll talk about oftentimes what are called preference orderings, which are just a ranking of a whole set of alternatives. Now typically those alternatives will be within a particular class. So I'll have a preference ordering over fruit, I might have a preference ordering over vegetables, I could have a preference ordering over houses, over cars, right? So within a category, I can rank different things, all right? So we can then ask, well, how many preference orderings are there, right? So what does this thing look like? Well, let's suppose I've got these three things, apples, bananas, and coconuts. And I could say, okay, well, on apples and bananas, there's two possibilities, right? Either I prefer apples to bananas, right, which I'm going to show here with a greater than sign, or I could prefer bananas to apples. So there's two possibilities. Next, if I look at bananas and coconuts, right now I've got that I could prefer bananas to coconuts, or alternatively, I could prefer coconuts to bananas. So there's two possibilities there. And finally, with apples and coconuts, I can either prefer coconuts to apples or apples to coconuts, and there's two possibilities there. So 2 times 2 times 2, right? I've got to times these, is going to be 8. So there's 8 different ways, 8 different types of preferences I could have for these three types of fruit, right? So that's a lot of different things. And each one of them I can just represent by these sort of greater than signs, like which one I like first, which one do I prefer? Now, there's a bit of a problem though with this. Let me erase all this for a second. There's a bit of a problem with this because let's look at these particular preferences. These preferences say, I prefer apples, right, to bananas. I prefer bananas to coconuts. And I prefer coconuts to apples. Now that doesn't make any sense because if I prefer apples to bananas, bananas to coconuts, then I should prefer apples to coconuts, right? So this doesn't make any sense, and it should go like that. These are what we would call transitive preferences. So they satisfy a relationship called transitivity. So these are transitive preferences. And so we typically assume that individuals, that people have transitive preferences. Another way to think about transitive preferences is that they're rational. So it'd be irrational to say, oh, I like apples more than bananas, bananas more than coconuts, but coconuts more than apples. That doesn't make any sense. So we think of rational preferences as being preferences that are transitive. If I like A more than B and B more than C, then I also like A more than C. Okay? Well, then I can ask, if this is true, right, if apples bigger than bananas, bananas bigger than coconuts, if that implies apples more than coconuts, that puts a restriction on how many preferences I can have. I can no longer have anything. It rules certain things out. So now we can ask, how many preferences can I get that way? Well, this is actually also an easy calculation, and we've sort of done some of this math before. Well, it means there's going to be one thing I like best, right, that's ranked first, one thing I like second best, and one thing ranked third best. Well, so how many different things could I like first? I could like the apple, I could like the banana, or I could like the coconut. So I chose the apple. There was 3 possibilities. Once I've chosen the apple first, I've got 2 things I could choose next, the banana or the coconut. I choose the banana, but I could have chosen any one of 2. But once I get to the third thing, I've only got 1 thing left. So there's 3 times 2 times 1, which is 6. So there's only 6 ways to sort of have rational preferences over these 3 alternatives. So when we think about rational preferences, what we think of is these preference orderings, right, where one thing is preferred to the next is preferred to the next. Now, in more sophisticated models, we can also allow equality, right? So I could say I'm indifferent between bananas and coconuts. But here we're just going to assume that you like one thing more than the next. So first thing we get, just in thinking about these preferences, is that if we impose some rationality assumption, like for people having preferences, then there's fewer preferences than we'd get if we just sort of allowed anything to go. So here's the game. Here's sort of what we're going to play with in this particular model. We want to think about, suppose I've got a bunch of people who have rational preferences. And now, suppose I want to ask, how do their preferences add up? What I mean by that is like that, okay, well, think about it. Each person has preferences. And now I can say, well, what is the society's preference? Or even like in a family, I could say everybody in our family has preferences over these fruits. right? Each member does. Well, can I say anything about the family's preferences? Well, first, notice if everybody has the same preferences, it's pretty easy. If everybody in the family likes apples and then bananas and then coconuts, then we can say, well, the family likes apples and then bananas and then coconuts. It gets tricky, right, if different people like different stuff. So if one of us likes apples and then bananas and then coconuts, but another person likes bananas and then coconuts and then apples. So if we differ in our orderings, now becomes somewhat problematic to decide, well, what is our collective ordering? What are our collective preferences? So this is an aggregation problem, right? We've got individuals with preferences, and now we want to ask, what's the collective preference? Well, here's what's really interesting. Let's watch. So here's some preferences. Person 1, right, here's person 1. They like apples and then bananas and coconuts. Person 2 likes bananas and then apples and then coconuts. And person 3 likes apples and bananas and then coconuts. Okay, so if we think about this, we think, okay, what are our collective preferences? Well, there's some diversity here in what we want, but it seems pretty clear that, like, coconuts should be last, because everybody has coconuts last. So we'll put the little coconut here, right? That's in last place. Now it comes down to sort of apples versus bananas. Now, one thing we could do is we could say, well, let's treat people equally. Let's not suppose that person 2 is somehow more important than person 1 or person 3. So if we treat people equally, and we could say, well, let's just vote. And if we vote, 2 people like apples and 1 person likes bananas, so then we can put the little apple here. I'll do a really bad apple. That's going to be better than the banana. Right? That's a horrible looking banana. And that's going to be better than the coconut. So we can sort of say, okay, these are collective preferences. Apple, banana, coconut. Okay? That's pretty easy. Well, now let's go for something where the preferences are even a little bit more diverse. Now person 1 likes apples, bananas, coconuts. Person 2 likes bananas, coconuts, apples. And person 3 prefers coconuts to apples to bananas. Now we got to think, okay, well, what happens here? Doesn't seem to be any clear winner. Well, one thing we could do is we could say, well, let's just do a pairwise vote. So let's just, vote these things through. So let's first compare coconuts to apples. So if we have coconuts to apples, we notice that, and again, let's number these people 1, 2, and 3. If we do coconuts versus apples, we see that person 2 and person 3, right, prefer coconuts. So coconuts is going to win 2-1. If we look at coconuts versus bananas, we see that, person 1 and person 2 both prefer bananas to coconuts. So 1 and 2 prefer bananas, so bananas are going to win. So let's actually circle these. So coconut wins versus apples, and bananas win versus coconuts. So therefore, it would stand to reason that bananas should win with respect to apples, right? Because bananas are better than coconuts, coconuts are better than apples, so therefore, bananas should be better than coconuts. Well, let's check. Let's sort of just check to be sure. So if we compare apples to bananas, we see that person 1 likes apples more than bananas. Well, that's okay. Person 2 likes bananas more than apples, but person 3 likes apples more than bananas. So we get that 1 and 3, right, both prefer apples to bananas, so apples wins. Well, look at this. The group, here's the collective. Here's what the collective preferences are. So we can write this as collective preferences. The collective likes coconuts more than apples, apples more than bananas, and bananas more than coconuts. That's irrational. That's not transitive. So here's the really funky thing. We've got individuals. Every single individual is completely rational, right? They've got nice transitive preferences. There's no inconsistencies. But then when we vote, when we try and aggregate these preferences, we get something that's not inconsistent. So this is a paradox of aggregation. So before we talked about aggregation, we got things like, simple rules could create complex phenomena. Here what we're doing is saying, look, aggregation of preferences, aggregation of some structure can give us something that's it doesn't have one of the properties of the parts. So each part was rational, but the collective isn't rational. So this is formally called Condorcet's paradox. So each person is rational. Each person has rational preferences, but then when we vote, the collective is not rational. The collective says, if we go back, right, the collective says, oh yeah, coconuts versus apples, coconuts. Apples versus bananas, bananas. So then you think, for sure, they must like coconuts more than bananas. But in fact, if you have people vote, bananas will beat coconuts. So this is the Condorcet paradox. Each person is rational. The collective is irrational. So this has some pretty severe implications. The implications are going to be that when we think about voting, that now suddenly we're not necessarily going to get a good outcome. We could get almost a random outcome. And then it means that people might want to vote strategically. So later on in the course, when we start constructing models of how people vote, this will be near the end of the course, we'll see that the fact that aggregation doesn't work, right, that there's a problem with aggregation in these over-preferences, that's going to create incentives, opportunities, conditions under which people might want to sort of manipulate agendas, lie about their preferences, or misrepresent their preferences in order to get outcomes that they want to get. So here's a case, right? Aggregation doesn't give us something we want. Okay? So again, just to drive this home, each person has totally sane, rational, transitive preferences, exactly what you'd expect. But when you look at the collective has this irrationality. So aggregation is sort of a funny thing. That's why social science, right, in particular, in this case, politics, is so darn interesting, right? Because what happens at the macro level is sort of logically inconsistent. Now we've seen aggregation in several forms, right? We've seen aggregation of numbers in the central limit theorem. We've seen aggregation of rules, right, in both the game of life in the one-dimensional cellular automaton. We saw how we could get really complicated things from simple parts. And now in looking at preferences, we've sort of said, well, let's look at aggregation of some other mathematical structure, namely these orderings. And we found that orderings that are, in a mathematical sense transitive, sort of the social sense rational, don't necessarily aggregate into orderings that are transitive and rational. So we get that there's we can lose logical consistency as we go up. So these sort of interesting aspects of aggregation are ideas we're going to play with throughout the course. Now, none of these particular models any real thing per se, right? But they're building blocks. They're giving us a basis for how to think. If nothing else, I hope these lectures are giving you some sense of the mysteries and the intricacies of adding things up, and why the social world is very, very different than the parts that comprise it. Thank you. Hello. In this set of lectures, what we're going to do is we're going to look at some decision models. So these are models of how people do make decisions and how they should make decisions. And we're going to do a bunch of types. We're going to do multi-criterion decision-making models, we'll do some spatial models, and we'll do some decision theory models under uncertainty. Okay, so that's sort of the outline. Now, when we think about decision theory models, we're really doing these things for two reasons. First is normatively. Remember we talked about how models can make us better thinkers. Well, these particular models are going to help us make better choices. Remember I talked about how they can serve as a crutch. They can help us where we're sort of, because of our sort of limited ability to hold information, models can help us. That's clearly going to be the case here. So normatively, these models will be useful because they'll help us make better choices. Also, there's a positive dimension. So social scientists use these sort of models a lot to try and predict the choices that people make, whether they're policymakers or business people, right, or even entire governments. You can use these sort of models to figure out, why did some actor make the choice that he or she made. Okay, so that's sort of what this is all about. You can bring these models to data, as we'll see as well. So what do I mean by normatively using a model? Well, think about it, right? So you've got all these choices to make, whether to go to school, what investments to make, what job to take, even whether you should drive or fly somewhere, right? There's a whole bunch of choices you have to make. And these can be difficult. There can be lots of dimensions to them, and they can be made under uncertainty. So these models will help you make better choices. Which house should you buy? Should you have your wedding inside and outside or outside, right? All these sorts of choices, you can use these models to help you make better ones. Now, positively, right, I was talking about that, you can help predict what's going on. Again, you've got some politician who makes a policy choice. Maybe they make a nomination to the Supreme Court. You want to understand why did they choose that particular person. A political candidate chooses a platform. You can use these models to understand why did they choose that platform. A business makes an investment. These models will explain, why they made that investment, or maybe even tell you something about what they perceive the value of an investment to be. So these models, right, can be used in two ways. One, to help you make choices, and two, to understand the choices of others. Now we're going to do two broad classes of models. The first are multi-criterion choice models. So that's where there's lots of dimensions, and you're trying to weigh one alternative versus another. The second type are going to be probabilistic, where there's some uncertainty out there in the world. You're not sure how it's going to unfold, and so what you have to do is decide, okay, how do I balance off the risks versus the reward? Let me explain these a little bit, and then we'll get started. So suppose you're buying a car. You could be looking at the new Ford Fusion, right, which is a great car, or the Chevy Volt, also a great car. And you've got to think about, okay, how do I measure these two? How do I decide which of these two that I want to buy, right? Well, one way you could do it is you could say, okay, well, here's a bunch of criteria. Maybe there's, how comfortable the seats are, and so Ford wins on that one. and maybe this one is miles per gallon, and maybe the Chevy gets better miles per gallon. So what you can do is you have all these criteria, and you can choose the car based on these criteria. Now, alternatively, you could have a spatial model. Now, in a spatial model, what you could have is you could have an ideal point. So there could be a couple dimensions. One of them might be sort of how fast the car goes, speed of the car, and another might be how comfortable it is. Right, so let's get straight comfort here, not very smoothly. So I could want a car that's sort of moderately comfortable. Maybe I don't want it to be too comfortable because I sort of fall asleep in the car. And maybe I don't want it to be too fast because my sons are going to be driving soon and I want a car that isn't quite as speedy. So this is sort of my ideal point right here. And then I can think about how far are these cars from my ideal point. So this is distance 1 and distance 2, and I buy the car that's closer to my ideal point. So that's another way we can think about making decisions spatially in terms of distance between, how close one product or one policy is to my ideal preferences. Okay, those sort of choices though are, under certainty. Like we know all the attributes of the car. Oftentimes we have to make choices under uncertainty, where we don't know whether, what the future is going to hold. So for example, I teach at the University of Michigan, great school, a lot of people want to go there, but people always ask me, should my son or daughter apply to Michigan? And you can think of that as a choice under uncertainty, right? Because you can apply or you can not apply. But if you apply, there's some probability P that you'll get accepted and some probability 1 minus P that you won't get accepted. So this decision, do I apply or do I don't apply, not apply, comes down to really what you think the value of P is and also how nice it would be to be accepted, how much you really want to go there. So you can write down these decision trees and decide, is it worth it? Does it make sense to fill out that application and pay the application fee? In addition to doing that, once we've got these decision trees, we're going to show how we can use them. Remember, one reason we write models is they let us do other stuff. Once we've written down those decision trees, we can actually compute something called the value of information. What the value of information tells us is if the uncertainty went away, so someone could tell us whether you're going to get into Michigan or tell us if it's going to rain on our wedding day, then we can figure out exactly how much that information would be worth. So it's a little trick we can do once we've written down a decision tree, which is a pretty cool thing. So that's the outline. We're going to do multi-criterion decision making, spatial models, we're going to do a quick aside on probability, and then we'll move on to decision theory and the value of information. Let's get started. Thanks. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about a type of decision making known as multi-criterion decision making. And the idea here is that there's lots of different dimensions, and you've got a couple choices, and you're trying to figure out which choice, sort of makes you happiest, which choice you think is sort of the better of the two, or 3 or 4, right? So how does this work? We're going to do this in 2 ways. We're going to first do it qualitatively, and then we'll do it quantitatively. So let's do a qualitative assessment first. By that I mean just sort of no numbers, right? It just means sort of like which is better. Let's suppose you're looking at a house. This is a very small house, but let's suppose that you're looking at a house and you're trying to decide, should I buy this house or there's some other house down the street and I'm also looking at that. Now, if you think about making that sort of decision, a house has all sorts of dimensions to it, right? So there's square feet, there's the number of bedrooms, there's the number of bathrooms, there's the lot size, there's the location, there's the condition of the house, there's all these things. So if you sit there and you go through one house and you go through the other house and you try and keep all these things in your head, that can be really, really complicated. So one way to do multi-criterion decision making is just to say, okay, look, let's just create a chart like this. Let's create the following model where these are the dimensions right here. These are all the dimensions I'm going to decide on. And then for each house, right, house 1 and house 2, I have a column. So now what I can do is I can write down the square footage of these houses. So I could say this house is maybe 2,000 square feet, and this house is 1,800 square feet, right? And number of bedrooms, I could say maybe this house has 4 bedrooms, and this house has 3 bedrooms. So house 1 is sort of bigger with more bedrooms. But house 1 may only have 1.5 bathrooms, whereas house 2 has 3 bathrooms. Then look at the lot size, and maybe this one is only 1/4 acre, and this one is 1/2 acre, right? And then I look at the location, and the location, now this maybe I put miles from work, maybe this is 10 miles from work, and maybe this is 15 miles from work. And then last I can ask, okay, what's the condition of the house? And maybe this one is excellent, and this one is only good. Well, now what I can do is I can just go down for each of these criteria and say, okay, which one wins, right? So what I can do is I can say, okay, well, on square footage, this one wins. On bedrooms, this one wins. On bathrooms, house 2 wins. On lot size, house 2 wins. On location, because this is distance to work, house 1 wins. And on condition of the house, house 1 wins. So what I get is that house 1 gets a total of 4, and house 2 gets a total of 2. So what I can do is I can say, well, look, house 1 seems like a better house, right? Because it wins on 4 of the 6 criteria. And this is a way, one way to make decisions. You can do this on other issues as well. A few years ago, the state of Michigan had a referendum called the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative. And this essentially was a referendum saying that state employees, state employers, including the universities, could not give preferential treatment to women or underrepresented minorities. So what I did with Liz Suhey, who's a grad student at the time at the University of Michigan, was we put together a decision theory guide for people to help make this decision. So what we did is for each of the different dimensions of this issue, how it was going to affect things like equality, the quality of education, help or harm women, social cohesion, reward merit, and whether it was an appropriate limit or not, we wrote a guide that sort of laid out the argument for the MCRI and against the MCRI. And then what a person could do is they could go down each of these dimensions and say, I'm in favor of the MCRI, I'm against it, right, and so on, and then count up the columns and say, okay, there's 4 reasons why I should support it and 2 reasons why I should be against it. Or alternatively, someone might read through these things and say, boy, on every one of these dimensions, I think we should reject the MCRI and vote against it. So what this was is this was a guide to help people recognize the dimensions, weigh the alternatives along those 2 dimensions, and then make hopefully more informed choices. So when you think about how you vote or how you buy a house, this can be really a useful way because there's so many dimensions, right? What you do is you just lay out each dimension, put columns for the alternatives, and then decide which alternative is better on which dimension, and then add those up and make a choice. So let's go back to our house case. So I do this, I put down all the criteria, and I list house 1 and house 2, and then it says, okay, I should buy, after doing this, right, remember we came down and we had 4 reasons why I should buy house 1 and 2 reasons why I should buy house 2, and I say, okay, therefore, I'm buying house 1. But suppose I do that, and I don't like house 1. I've done this analysis, and in my gut, I say, you know what? I don't like house 1. I really like house 2. Well, there's a couple things going on. One is maybe I'm missing some criteria. Maybe house 2 is a Spanish-style house, and house 1 is a craftsman house, and what I really like is Spanish-style houses. Well, if that's the case, right, what I should do is I should go back to my criteria and add Spanish-style house. But if I do that, that's still only going to make it 4-3. Well, what can I do then? Well, one thing I can do then is I could say, well, do I really like house 2? Right? Is it really the case I like it, or is there something like irrational in what I'm doing? Is it some sort of romantic attachment to house 2, when in fact, when I look at it somewhat objectively, according to the criteria that I care about, house 1 is better? Well, another way we can go, a more sophisticated multi-criterion decision-making model, is to take into account quantitative weights, right? To not only just take into account qualitatively which is better, but actually quantitatively to measure the differences. So what do I mean? So now I can say, okay, here's all these things I care about, right? And let's suppose now that I've added in here that I also care about the basement. So now there's house 1 and house 2, and maybe again house 1 wins on square feet, number of bedrooms, but it doesn't win on bathrooms or lot size, and it wins on lot location and condition, but suppose house 2 wins on basement. Right? And before I had this total of 4-3. But it could be that, square footage doesn't matter to me that much, nor does number of bedrooms. So I give each of these 1. But number of bathrooms matters to me 2, and lot size matters to me 2. Location and condition don't matter to me very much, and having a basement is incredibly important. Well, now, if I do this, house 1 gets a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And house 2 gets a total of 2, 4, 6. And so now it's house 2. And so what I see is, okay, what really was going on here is that when I put in how much I care about these dimensions, I realized that's the reason why in my gut I sort of felt that house 2 is better. Now again, let's think about this. Remember we talked about we don't want to let the models tell us what to do. We want the models to help us make better choices. So if I'm buying a house and I write down all the criteria and I compare 2 houses, and I see, boy, according to my own criteria, house 1 is better than house 2, but in my heart of hearts I prefer house 2, that doesn't mean we shouldn't buy house 2. but it does mean we should ask ourselves, are there criteria we're leaving out, or are there weights? So we can at least understand ourselves and know why we're making the choice, and we know we're not making it because perhaps we liked the blue curtains in the living room or something, right? So it helps us make more rational choice. So that's sort of normatively why these things are so useful. Positively, it's useful because when we see somebody else buy a house and we see, boy, house one was better on every dimension except for lot size, we can then infer, wow, this is someone who cares a lot about lot size. Okay, there we go. So that's it. Multi-criterion decision making. What you do is you list all your criteria, take your alternatives, and you say which one wins on each criterion. Now, you can also add weights and make it more quantitative, so some criteria matter more than others. Again, two ways we can use it. One is make better choices ourselves, right? We just saw how when we're deciding like whether to buy a house or how to vote, this can be really useful. And second, we can use them to understand the choices of others. Thank you. Hi. In the previous lecture, we talked about multi-criterion decision making, right? We had lots of different dimensions and you weighted alternatives according to those dimensions. In this lecture, we're going to move in a slightly different direction. We're still going to consider multiple criteria. But what we want to do is we want to have a spatial model. So the difference here is that instead of just wanting sort of more square footage or a larger lot, you're going to have an ideal point. So there's going to be sort of a perfect amount that lies sort of between too much and too little. So these are known as sort of spatial choice models. Now, spatial choice models originally started by thinking about geographic choice. There's a guy named Harold Hotelling, who's an economist, who thought about, imagine you're on a beach and there's an ice cream vendor 50 feet to your left, and there's another ice cream vendor 40 feet to your right. You may decide, well, since the one to my right is closer, what I'll do is I'll go and, buy my ice cream when it's closer and not have to walk as far. Well, you can take that idea and you can apply it to attributes of a good. So, for example, I love Indian food, right? And I like my Indian food to be reasonably hot. We can imagine one of the dimensions then in Indian food is whether it's, cold, right, in terms of cold in terms of how spicy it is. Or you can imagine this H here means it's really, really hot. So I could take all the Indian restaurants. I could put, one Indian restaurant here, Indian restaurant 1, Indian restaurant 2, and Indian restaurant 3, and this is how hot their food is. And so there's me as a consumer, and I'm trying to decide, okay, where do I go buy? Do I buy from Indian restaurant 1, Indian restaurant 2, or Indian restaurant 3? Well, it could be that since I like my food really hot, this is my ideal point right here, I'm going to go to Indian restaurant 1 because it's closest. So this is the idea that there's what each person has is a sort of a preference, an ideal point, and then they buy the thing or they purchase from the firm, right, that offers the product that's closest to their ideal point. So this is Hotelling's idea. There's a guy named Anthony Downs, who was also an economist that sort of moved into political science. And what Anthony Downs did is he said, we can apply this to how people vote. So what we can do is we can put politicians, right, somewhere between left and right. So maybe, this might be the Democratic candidate for president, let's say, and this might be the Republican. So both are, Democrats sort of to the left, Republicans sort of to the right, but they're not really completely extreme. And then you've got a voter who perhaps sits right here, and the voter's got to decide, okay, do I vote for the Democrat or vote for the Republican? And what they do is they look at this distance. How far am I from the Democrat? This would be distance 1. And how far am I from the Republican? This is distance 2. Remember I talked about this sort of in an earlier lecture about why we construct models. And using this model, the voter could say, well, you know what? Since I'm closer to the Democrat, I'm going to vote for the Democrat. So this is a fairly simple spatial model. Now what we want to do is we want to ramp this up a little bit. So the way we ramp this up is in two ways. One is you can take this model to data. So this is work by Andrew Gelman, who's at Columbia University. And what Andrew does is he looks at Supreme Court justices. And so here's a whole list of Supreme Court justices. I realize this is a little blurry, but here's people like Justice Blackmun, right? And here's Judge Scalia, and here's Judge Ginsburg, Justice Ginsburg. And what you can do is you can chart ideologically where they are over time, where this here is to the left and this here is to the right. So you notice that Scalia is up here on the right and Blackmun's down here to the left. So what you can do is you can sort of use this model to keep track of where the different Supreme Court justices are. What's interesting about this is then when you think about who does a president appoint? Well, the president may also have some ideal points. So if you have a liberal president, their ideal point may be down here. If you have a conservative president, their ideal point may be up here. And they're going to want to appoint a judge that has the same sort of ideology that they have. So it's really nice, very simple model, but you can take it to data, and then you can use that data to understand how presidents appoint judges, and also how the ideology of the court has changed over time. Okay, we want to do this. We want to sort of take this model and show how we can expand it to more dimensions. So before, right, that was just one dimension, hot, cold, left, right. But we can do the same thing in more dimensions. So let's go back, right, to the car example. Remember, I'm just trying to decide between the Ford and the Chevy. And I said, there might be two things. There might be sort of speed of the car, right, and there might be comfort, right? And once again, penmanship could be better. So, and what I do is I decide which of these two cars is closer. Okay, so let's do this in a sort of a fun example in terms of getting a burger. So let's, I like burgers. A lot of people like burgers. And we can think of, what's my ideal burger? Well, my ideal burger might have 2 pieces of cheese. And it might have 2 patties and 2 tomatoes. And also some ketchup. Let's say 4 tablespoons of ketchup, 4 tablespoons of mayo, and I'm a pickle guy, 4 pickles. So this is my ideal burger, right? And so we can write that down and sort of more carefully, right? Use a better font. So say this is it. This is my ideal point. And this would be, if I do this out, it's not in 2-dimensional space, like it's multi-dimensional space. I can't draw it because this is 6 dimensions, right? But this is where computers are nice, because I can code this in a computer, and it's just a vector of length 6. Well, now I've got to decide, where do I go for lunch? Do I go to McDonald's and get a Big Mac, or go to Burger King and get a Whopper? What we can do is we can say, okay, let's look at my ideal point, which is right here, and let's look at the Big Mac. The Big Mac has 2 pieces of cheese, which is great, 2 patties, which is great, no tomatoes, not so good, not enough ketchup, not enough mayo for me, and a few too many pickles. Even though I like pickles, it seems to have, a few too many pickles. So I could ask, how much do I like that Big Mac? What we can do is we can take my ideal point and the Big Mac and take the difference. So here the difference is 0, here the difference is 0, here the difference is 2, here the difference is 1, here the difference is 0, and here the difference is 2. Now notice I've got these little lines on the side of difference. That means I'm taking the absolute value of the difference. So otherwise, because there's, it's got too few tomatoes, if I put a -2 here and a +2 here, the too few tomatoes and the too many pickles would cancel out, right? So what I can do is I can add all these things up and say that my total distance from the Big Mac is 5. Let's suppose I walk across the street and now I decide, let's see how the Whopper stacks up. Well, the Whopper has 2 pieces of cheese, that's great. It's got 1 patty, so that's off by 1. 2 tomatoes, that's great. A little not quite enough ketchup, but perfect amount of mayo, perfect amount of pickles, so it's only off by 2. So my distance from the Big Mac, right, that, if we go back, was 5, and my distance from the Whopper was only 2. So we could, represent that by, here's the Whopper, and here's the Big Mac. This is only a distance of 2 from me, and the Big Mac is a distance of 5 from me. So what I could do is after writing down my ideal burger, I can look at the Big Mac, look at the Whopper, and say, I'd rather buy the Whopper because it's closer to me, it's closer to my ideal point. Now this is really cool because this is a thing I can use to figure out, what should I choose, what burger should I buy. And also I can use this to figure out who should I vote for. Because instead of thinking of these as Big Macs and Whoppers, I can think of that maybe there's 2 dimensions to policy, right? So one dimension could be some sort of social policy between liberal and conservative, and there could be some sort of fiscal policy, right, between liberal and conservative. So this would say I'm sort of socially liberal, but on fiscal dimensions I sort of lie in between liberal and conservative. And so this would be my ideal point, not in sort of Big Mac Whopper space, but in political space. And then what I could do is I could vote for the party or the candidate that's close to me. Another thing we can do with this model, and this is sort of cool, is, remember we talked about how we can use this positively. So suppose I watch one of my friends, right? What I mean by positively, right, is to figure out, to explain why we see what we see. So suppose I watch one of my friends and I go in and I see that my friend doesn't go to Burger King. My friend goes to McDonald's and gets the Big Mac. But I don't know anything about my friend's ideal points. But I do know about the Big Mac and the Whopper. Well, notice the Big Mac and the Whopper are the same on this dimension, this dimension, this dimension. Same amount of cheese, same amount of ketchup, same amount of mayo. So what I could do is I could say just wipe out those categories, right? Because they're the same. And then it comes down to number of patties, tomatoes, and pickles. So now if I see my friend buying the Big Mac, what can I infer? I can confer either that they like sort of 2 patties, or that they don't like tomatoes, or that they really like pickles, or some combination of those things. And so what I can do by looking at choices, I can understand what someone's ideal point is. And again, once we've got this idea in our head, we can go to data and we can figure stuff out. So for example, let's look at political parties. So what you can do, and this is a map by Michael Tofias using some data from Poole and Rosenthal called nominate scores. And what this does is it takes every single member of Congress and it looks at all their different votes. Now, based on their votes, you can figure out how conservative are they and how liberal are they. Now, nominate breaks things down into two dimensions. So you think of this being one dimension, another dimension. So just for our purposes, let's suppose this is a social dimension, right? And this is a fiscal dimension, right? So this is money up and down here, right? And this is more policies on this dimension. So what you see is you see, look, all the Republicans lie to the right on the social dimension, and the Democrats all lie to the left. And if you look at, this is a particular map looking at the Tea Party, which is a movement within the Republican Party, and if you look at the Tea Party, people are pretty well evenly mixed. So what you can do is by taking this modeled data, right, you can figure out by looking at the choices people made, this is sometimes called revealed preference, you can look at the choices people make, in this case, politicians voting, and you can map out where they are ideologically. So you can notice the Democrats are all to the left of the Republican on social issues, but on the fiscal dimension, it's a little bit more complicated, right? Okay, so that's spatial models. They're really cool, right? We can use spatial models to figure out sort of what we should, where we should buy Indian food, who we should vote for, which car to buy, whether to go to Burger King or McDonald's, right? By looking at these dimensions and seeing how close something is to our ideal point. Now, we can also take these models to data and do more serious things. We can figure out, where Supreme Court justices are and where members of Congress are ideologically, whether it's on one dimension or on two dimensions. We can do the same thing for products, right? So we could do that same sort of mapping and look at different products in space, whether it's types of coffee, right? Whether it's types of automobiles, and we could look at people's decisions on which to buy, and we could figure out sort of where people's preferences really lie based on the cars they buy or based on the coffee they buy. So the spatial model is really powerful, helps explain what people do, and helps us make better choices ourselves. Thank you. In the previous two lectures, we talked about multi-criterion decision-making and then spatial decision-making. Where we want to go next is decision-making under uncertainty, where there's some probabilities involved. So to do that, first we want to take a little time out and talk for a moment about probability. Now, if you've already taken a class on probability, or if you know a lot of probability, you can skip this little unit. If you haven't, this will give you enough understanding that you can, you'll know what you need to know to do what we're going to do with respect to decision-making under uncertainty. So probabilities are just the odds that something happens. And so when you write down probabilities, they have to satisfy three axioms. First axiom is that any probability is between 0 and 1. So if something can happen, it's probability 0. If something's definitely going to happen, it's probability 1. Now, even if you're totally sure something's going to happen, the probability can't be bigger than 1. So you can't say, I think there's a 110% chance this is going to happen. No, it's got to be between 0% and 100%. Second axiom is more complicated. We have to make a distinction between outcomes and events. So an outcome is just any individual thing that can happen. An event is a subset of outcomes. So if I write down all possible outcomes, then the sum of those probabilities has to equal 1. So if I think about flipping a coin, right, there's two outcomes, heads or tails. The probability of heads is a half, the probability of tails is a half, and when I sum those two things together, I get 1. That's the second axiom. Easy. Third axiom. If I have an event, now an event would be a set of outcomes, and the event A is contained in the event B, then the probability of A is less than the probability of B. So one event might be that I get a head. So we write these as little sets. Another event might be that I get a head or a tails. Well, the probability of getting a head is a half. The probability of getting a head or a tails is 1. And since getting a head is a subset, right, of getting a head or a tails, the probability of a head 1/2 is less than the probability of getting a head or a tails, which is 1. That's the third axiom. So that's it. Those are the three things. Probability of any outcome or event is between 0 and 1. Could be 0, could be 1, but it's somewhere in that range. That if I add up the probabilities of all the different outcomes, those sum up to 1. And then if I have one event that's a subset of another event, this is this axiom, then that first event has a smaller probability than the second event. So that's the axioms. Now there's actually three different types of probabilities. First type of probability are classical probabilities. So these are the sort of things that mathematicians play with when we think about things like dice and roulette wheels and things like that. So for example, if I roll a die, I can sort of logically or classically assume that the probability of getting a 4, would be just 1/6. And the probability of getting an even number would be 1/2, and the probability of getting an odd number would be 1/2. So this is classical probability, where you can sort of write down mathematically in some pure sense what each probability would be. Now there's a second type of probability, which is frequency. So here, like with a die, we know that it's going to be a 6 because the die is sort of equally shaped. But there may be other things where we don't know, but what we can do is we can count. We can sort of do a frequency count. So we've got lots of data, and we can look at all that data, and from that data, we can, make an estimate of what we think the probability is. So for example, suppose I ask you the following question. Do more words begin with R, or do more words have R as their third letter, right? So this is the question. Now what you could do is you could just guess, right? You could think, well, I'm guessing that 2% of words have R as their third letter and 8% of words begin with R. Another thing you could do is you could open up the dictionary and you could count, right? So you could just, first of all, you could just sort of look at how many pages are there that seem to begin with R, and you could maybe get that, 6% or something begin with R. And then you could randomly flip through the dictionary looking at words and see what percentage of words have R as their third letter, and you might find that that may be like 11% or something. And you might find out, oh my goodness, that this is actually bigger. Well, what you're doing is you're sort of estimating through frequency what the probability of having R as its third letter is, and estimating through frequency what the probability of having R as its first letter is. So frequency just means you count things, right? And then you figure out the probability from there. So it's not a pure probability like rolling a die that it's 1/6, but it's just how often it seems to happen. So if you look at something like, is it going to rain next July 7th, or June 7th, I'm sorry, what you can do is you could go back and look over the last 100 years, and you could say, I've got 100 years of data, and on 26 of those days, it's rained, and on 74 of those days, it hasn't rained. And so then you could say, I think the probability of rain is 26%. Now again, this isn't like rolling a die, this is just counting it up, right? And this is a frequency estimate of what the probability is. When you make these frequency estimates, you're making some strong assumptions. One of which is that what we call stationarity, that nothing has changed over the last 100 years, that the probability of rain has been stationary, it hasn't changed, and so this is a good predictor. So ideally, right, we know classically the probability of something. And if we don't know classically, then the next best thing would be to use all that data we've got out there in the world and do a frequency count. Sometimes we can't do either one of those things, and we're stuck with subjective probabilities. So these are cases where we kind of have to guess, or have to, and we'll talk about this actually, what we'd want to do is use a model, right? We want to have some sort of model we could use to figure out what a subjective probability is. So for example, here's a case that is sometimes given by psychologists. So Schelling majored in political science and was very involved in college Republicans. Write down probabilities for the following events. So I've got, let's think. Now, so now I sit and think Shelley's a political scientist, right? That's sort of interesting. She's a Republican, so that means maybe a conservative political scientist. Maybe she's, more interested in money. What are the probabilities she'd do these things? Well, flight attendant, I might think, well, boy, that's not very likely, right? 5%. Blogger, I could think, maybe blogging, maybe there's a 10% chance she blogs because, she was a political science major and she was a Republican, so maybe she likes to blog. Flight attendant while finishing her MBA, well, that seems actually pretty reasonable. Let's give that a 10% chance. And then medical field, let's say, medical, a lot of people in the medical field, so let's just put a 15% chance she's working in the medical field because that's about what, the base rate for what people work in the medical field. So these would be my probability estimates, just subjectively writing those things down. Well, let's look at these a little more carefully. I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? Remember our three axioms. What were our three axioms? Axiom 1 was, right, that the probabilities had to be between 0 and 1, right? Axiom 2 was that all probabilities summed up to 1, so the sum was 1. And the third one had to do if event A was contained in event B. So let's go back and look at what I did. What did I do? I assumed event A, that she was a flight attendant, that this was only true 5% of the time. And event C, I had the probability that she was a flight attendant while finishing her MBA, was 10%. Well, this can't be, right? Because if she's a flight attendant, right, that's this event, event A, right, contains event C. So if she's a flight attendant while finishing her MBA, then she's also a flight attendant. So this number, right, this 10%, has to be smaller than the 5%. So I made a mistake. In fact, this example, the one I gave, remember I said psychologists like to use this. This is an example where we see a bias, where people make mistakes. And in the later lecture, we'll talk about these sort of biases. So subjective probabilities are dangerous because when we just start writing down numbers, right, we may not satisfy those axioms, and so then our probabilities don't make any sense. So suppose somebody asks you a question like, will housing prices go up next year? How do you do it? Well, one thing you could do is you could just guess. You could say, well, I think there's a 30% chance housing prices go up next year. What we want to do in this course, right, is think about, well, why would you think that, right? Maybe we should write down a model. Maybe we should think about what are all the things that could go into affecting housing prices, and then based on those things, think about which direction the economy is moving, and then from there, make some sort of assessment about prices are going to go up. So when we think about cases where we don't have a classical probability, right, when you pick up a probability textbook, they'll say, really, there's two things you can do. One is you can do a frequency method, and the other is you can use subjective method. We're actually going to argue for a third way, which is even though these probabilities are subjective, we want to think of these as sort of model-based probabilities. What we're going to do is try and construct a model, and based on that model, figure out what we think the probability of an event will be. Here we have probability in a nutshell, right? There's three axioms. The probabilities are between 0 and 1. Probability, if you add up all the possible outcomes, that is the sum to 1. And if one event contains another event, it's got to be more likely. That's all. That's it. Those three axioms. And again, there's three types of probability. One is classical, where we know sort of mathematically why a probability is what it is. Second is frequency-based, where we've got all sorts of data, and based on that data, then we know, we have some good estimate of what we think the probability is. Third case is what's often called subjective, is where we don't have data, and we don't have a classical reason, and so we sort of got to guess. Well, rather than guess, what we can use, we can try and construct models and use the model to give us some, estimate of what we think the probability is going to be. And so these probabilities then are going to come into play in the next lecture when we think about how do we make choices when we don't know something for sure, when we know there's some probability of it raining or some probability of prices going up. So that's where we're moving next. Decision making where we've got uncertainty in these probabilities. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. The previous lecture we talked about probabilities, and we did so because we're going to use probabilities in this lecture to talk about decision making under uncertainty. And to do that, we're going to introduce a new technique, a model known as decision tree models. Now, those decision tree models are really going to be useful in terms of making decisions when there's lots of contingencies, when there's probabilistic events, when we don't know the future state of the world. So a big reason we want to learn this model is just to be better thinkers, to make better choices, make better decisions, rather than just sort of throw up our hands and say, I can't figure out what to do, I think I'm going to choose this. Now, there's going to be two other reasons as well. One is going to be we're going to use them to infer things about the world, about other people's choices. So we're going to see someone's choice, and from that, we can get some understanding of how that person thinks about the world. So we can, again, use it to explain what's going on. And then a third reason for fun is we'll use these decision trees to actually maybe learn a little bit about ourselves. A fun example at the end. So let's get started. What is a decision tree? Decision tree is pretty straightforward. What you do is you think, I've got some choice I can make. Maybe I can, buy something or not. And, if I don't buy it, maybe my benefit is 0. And if I buy it, maybe my benefit is +5. Well, if that's the case, then I should buy it, right? Because it's got a positive value. So decision trees gives this really simple thing where we draw branches representing our choices, and then we choose the branch that has the highest payoff. Well, we want to do this, though, when the choices are a little bit harder, when there's all sorts of contingencies and probabilities. So here's an example. Imagine the following scenario. You're planning a trip to a city, and you've got a ticket to go to a museum, let's say, from 1 to 2. And suppose the museum's quite a ways from the train station. So you look at train ticket prices, and you see you can buy a ticket for the 3 o'clock train for only $200. But the 4 o'clock train is $400. You're trying to think, boy, should I buy that, should I try and save money by buying that ticket for the 3 o'clock train before it sells out? Now, there's a 40% chance you're not going to make the train. So you're not going to think, oh my gosh, should I buy the ticket or not, given there's a 40% chance I'm not going to make it. And if I don't make it, then I'm going to have to buy 2 tickets. I'm going to basically throw away the $200. Well, how do we make that sort of choice? Well, it's not very hard. What we can do is we can draw a decision tree. Now, the way to draw these trees is we're going to put a square box to represent a decision node. And I've got a choice. Do I buy or do I not buy? Well, it's not quite that simple, right? Because if I buy, there's some possibility, a 60% chance, and let's put a 6 here, that I make the train, and a 40% chance that I'm late. So now I've got to decide, okay, what do I do? Because that's a little bit more complicated. Well, to finish this off, to use this tree so I can make a good decision, all I've got to do is put the values of each choice. So if I don't buy the ticket, then I'm going to be out $400 because I've got to buy the expensive ticket. If I do buy the ticket and I make my train, that's great because what happens is I'm only out $200. But if I buy my ticket and I'm late, then I'm out $600. And so now I've got all the information that I need. I've got all my payoffs at the end of each branch. I've got the probabilities of each branch, right, 60% and 40%. And so I just have to figure out what's the best choice for me. So let's make this all nice and clean. So here's all my data, and I've just got to decide what's the better choice. It's clear if I don't buy the ticket, I'm out $400. So what if I buy it? Well, there's a 60% chance that I'm out $200, plus a 40% chance that I'm out $600. Well, if I add this up, that's 120, 60 times 200, plus 240, and 120 plus 240 is 360. So what I get is if I buy the ticket, right, I'm out $360, and if I don't buy the ticket, I'm out $400. So it's a fairly easy choice, right? Buy for $360, right, or don't buy for $400. And here, since I want to have the lower cost, what I'm going to do is buy. So that was a fairly simple example. Let's do one that's more complicated. Suppose you're thinking about applying for a scholarship, and it's worth $5,000. That seems like a pretty good deal. And they limit this scholarship to 200 applicants, and you go into the office and you realize you can be one of the first 200. Now, for the scholarship, you have to write a 2-page essay. And after you write a 2-page essay explaining why you deserve the scholarship, they're going to pick 10 finalists. And those finalists are going to have to write 10-page essays. So now I got this choice. You could basically get $5,000. That's a lot of money. But you've got to write these 2 essays, a 2-pager, and then if you make it as a finalist, a 10-pager. And there's some probability of making it as a finalist and some probability of winning. So you look at this and you think, how do I make this choice? Well, again, what do we need to know? We need to know the probability of events happening, so the probability of making it to be a finalist and the probability of winning, and that's pretty straightforward. And we need to know the payoff. So we know the payoff from the scholarship, but we need to know the cost of these essays. So to use a decision tree, the first step you're going to make is to figure out the cost. So let's suppose you figure, well, what's the cost to me of writing a 2-page essay? And you figure, well, maybe $20. Maybe it's worth $20 worth of my time to write a 2-page essay. Now, what about the 10-page essay? Well, the 10-page essay, you could say, well, maybe that's only $40. Maybe it's only $40. I've already written the 2-pagers, so I've outlined my ideas, and I'd be sort of excited about having be a finalist, and it's not that hard to expand on my ideas, so let's just assume $40. So now I've got everything I need. I've got my benefits and my cost and all my probabilities, so I just have to draw the tree, right? Well, that's right. First step is draw the tree, but then once I draw the tree, I've got to write down all those payoffs and probabilities. So I've got to make sure I've got everything in there right. And then once I get everything right, I can solve it backwards just like I did before. I can figure out the value at each branch, right, and then figure out what choices I should make. So let's draw the tree. The question is, do I write the essay or not? Well, if I don't write the essay, I get nothing. And if I write the essay, well, now it's a little more complicated because what can happen? Well, there's going to be some random node here where I could be selected or not. And then if I'm selected, I can decide whether I want to write essay 2 or not, but I probably will. And then there's going to be some random thing whether I win, yay, that'll be great, or whether I lose, and that won't be so great. But what I want to do is not have these smiling happy faces and sad faces. I actually want to put in the numbers. So let's do it. This isn't too hard. Again, if I don't, that's 0. What's the probability of selected? Well, 200 applicants, 10 make it to be finalists, so we can assume this is 5%, right, 0.05. And there's a 95% chance I lose. Now, essay 2, I can either do it or don't do it. And then if I win, here's another chance node right here. What are the odds of me winning? The odds of me winning here are 10%, 1 out of 10, and there's a 90% chance I lose. So those are all my probabilities. Now I got to figure out my payoffs. Well, then if I don't write the essay, my payoff was 0. If I write the first essay and lose, I'm out $20, so that's minus 20. If I'm selected but then don't write the second essay, which is sort of a crazy thing to do, I'm also out $20. If I do write the second essay and lose, I'm out $60 because I wrote 2 essays, one for 20, one for 40. But if I win, right, then I get $49.40. I get the $5,000 minus the $60 for the cost me of writing the essay. So let's clean this up a little bit. So here's the total analysis, right? Here's the beautiful game tree with all my probabilities. What I've got to do is I've got to figure out what's my payoff, right? What's the payoff from doing these things? So we just work our way backwards. So let's start right here. if I win, there's a 10% chance I win. That's 4940. So I can take 0.1 times 4940 plus 0.9 times minus 60. Well, what is that? 0.4 times 4940 is 494, right? And 0.9 times minus 60 is minus 54. So what I get is 440. So what I can do is I can put a 440 right here. I can basically wipe out all this stuff over here and put a 440 there. Now, so if I look at this question then of do I write essay 2, it seems really obvious, right? If I write the essay, my expected winnings are 440. If I don't write the essay, my expected winnings are minus 20. So again, let's clean this up. So if I write the essay, 440. If I don't write it, it's minus 20. It seems pretty clear, right, that I should write the essay. So now it just comes down to this. If I write essay 1, there's some chance I'm going to get selected. If I'm selected, my expected winning is 440. If I'm not selected, I'm going to end up losing 20. So what's this worth? Well, 440, I'm going to get that 5% of the time. But 95% of the time, right, I'm going to lose 20. So I've got to add these two things up. Well, 440 times 5% is 22. And minus 20 times 95 is minus 19. So if I add those two things up, I get 3. So what that means is I could replace this whole branch, again working backwards, with a 3. So now if I look at my decision, should I write the essay or not? If I don't write the essay, I get nothing. And if I write the essay, my expected value is $3. So what should I do? Well, I should probably write the essay because it's got a positive expected value. Now the interesting thing here is if there had been 300 applicants or 400 applicants, right, maybe I don't want to write the essay. So what the tree does, what this decision tree analysis does, is it helps us figure out, was it really a good thing to do? So that's how you use decision trees to make decisions. Let's do something a little bit trickier with them. Let's do something where we try and infer what other people think about probabilities. So suppose you have a friend and they say, look, I know about this investment and it sounds a little risky to you. And they say, it's going to pay $50,000. You know, I'm almost sure. And you've only got to put $2,000 in. She says, look, I'm in. I'm investing my $2,000. This is a great deal. You should invest. So you've got to decide, you know, do you want to invest? Well, the first thing you want to figure out is what does she think the likelihood of this thing really is? What we can do is we can draw a tree and say, you know, I can invest or I cannot invest. And there's some probability that this will succeed. And there's some probability that it's going to fail. And if it succeeds, she's going to make $50,000, and so would I. And if it fails, I'll lose $2,000. So let's try and figure out what our friend is thinking. So what our friend is thinking is that 50p, right, minus 2 times 1 minus p is bigger than 0. So she's figuring the end of this branch right here, before chance takes its move, is higher than 0. So if I work this through, it says 50p minus 2 plus 2p is bigger than 0. So if I bring the p's all to this side, right, I get 52p has got to be bigger than 2. So what she's assuming is p is bigger than 2 over 52, or about, you know, right around 4%. So now I can look at this investment thing. Do I really think there's a 4% chance it's going to pay off? Clearly my friend does because she's in. And I can decide whether or not to make the decision or not. But I can also infer, and this is the key point, I can infer from her decision that she thinks that even though this is risky, that there's way more than a 4% chance that it's going to happen because otherwise she wouldn't put her money in it. Okay, so decision trees, even if we don't know the probabilities, if we look at someone else's actions, we can infer what they think the probabilities are. Now one last thing that's sort of fun. We can use these trees to infer payoffs, and sometimes we can use them even to infer payoffs about ourselves, like how we think about things. So here's the scenario. It's kind of a fun one. You've got a standby ticket, right? You've got some standby ticket to go visit your parents. You call the airlines in the morning of the flight, and it's like there's a 1/3 chance that you're going to make the flight. 2/3 chance you're probably not going to make it. So you've got to decide, do you go to the airport, right, or do you just stay on campus and not go home for the weekend? Well, suppose you decide not to go. You decide to stay at the airport. You can use a decision tree to find out exactly how much you really wanted to see your parents. What do I mean by that? Well, let's see. So here's the decision. You stay on campus, and let's just make that a baseline payoff of 0. You can go to the airport, and there's a 1/3 chance you're going to make the flight. And let's call this V, the value of seeing your parents. Now, there's a 2/3 chance, right? And we'll put in a little cost here, minus C, for, you know, a couple hours of your time to take the taxi to the airport and back, or take the train to the airport and back. Alternatively, you cannot make the flight, and there the cost is just going to be the straight minus C. Well, since you chose to stay at home, what that means is this. That means 1/3 times the value of seeing your parents minus the cost of going to the airport, right? Plus 2/3 times minus C, the cost of going to the airport, has got to be less than 0. What that means is 1/3 V, and if I add up the C's, minus C is less than 0. So if I work all the way through this, what this means is that V is less than 3C. So it means your value of going to see your parents is less than 3 times the cost of going to the airport. What that's telling you is, well, maybe I didn't want to see my parents very much. Now, if you did go to the airport and try and fly standby, that's saying the opposite. That's saying that V is bigger than 3C. And it's saying that you really did want to see your parents, which is a great thing. So I'm sure your parents would love to see you. Okay, so we've done decision trees here. Lots of fun. What we've shown is when we've got these decisions to make where there's lots of probabilities and contingencies, these trees are really helpful. They're really useful in helping us make at least reasoned decisions. Now, again, you don't have to adhere to what the model tells you to do, but the model is, again, a crutch, an aid, a guide to help you making better decisions. We also saw how you can use these trees to infer what other people are thinking about probabilities, right? Because when our friend made that investment, we could infer that she thought there was at least a 4% chance that thing was going to pay off. And then the last thing you can do is after the fact, you can think, I made this choice. What is this choice saying about how I think about the world or how I think about my parents, depending on what you thought the probabilities were. Okay, thanks a lot. Hi. In our last lecture in this unit, what we're going to do is we're going to look at something called the value of information. Now, in the previous lecture, we looked at how to make decisions under uncertainty. And by definition, right, you don't know what's going to happen. That's what uncertainty means. But you can ask a question in those models, what if I did know the answer? How much would the information be worth to you? And here's one of the real benefits of having this formal model, this formal structure. So if we've got this formal structure, we can actually figure it out. We can actually solve for what the value of that information is. So let me give an example. Think of the game roulette. So roulette has a wheel, and the United States roulette wheel has 38 different numbers you can bet on, right? The numbers 1 through 36 plus 2 other spots. So there's 38 things you can bet on. And if you put up, this is a classical probability thing, right? If I guess a particular number, the odds of me winning would be 1 out of 38. So what I could do is I could say, what's the value of information? What if somebody knew what was going to happen? There's 2 different questions we could ask. The first question we could ask is, what if the person would tell me, what if I said, look, I always bet on number 17. 17 is my lucky number. What are the odds that 17 wins? Someone says, well, I can tell you that before the wheel goes. Is it worth it for you? What's the value of that information? Well, first off, your odds are you're going to lose at roulette, right? And so if you're going to lose, you wouldn't want to bet anything. So if you didn't have the information, you'd bet nothing. So your payoff is 0. But what's the information worth to you? Well, suppose if they tell you this, you could win $100. Well, then you'd think, well, boy, that information's great. That's worth $100 to me. Well, that's not quite right, because it's only worth $100 if he tells you that your number is going to come up. So if he says it's not going to be 17, well, then you don't bet. But if he tells you it is going to be 17, you do bet and you win, and you're only going to win 1/38 of the time. So the value of that information would be 100 divided by 38. Now, alternatively, suppose the person said, I can tell you the winning number. And suppose the most you're allowed to win is $100 per round. But this person says, look, I can tell you the winning number. Well, if they can tell you the winning number, you're going to win $100. So if you're going to win $100, then the value of that information is $100. So the value of the winning number would be $100. The value of knowing whether your number wins would be $100 divided by 38. Okay, so that's the idea. But now we want to apply this in a context that's a little more complicated, where we do our decision trees and that sort of thing. So let's do an example. Let's suppose you're thinking about buying a car. And you can buy the car now, but you're worried that there's going to be a cashback program. So you've heard some rumors that in a month there's going to be a cashback program. And this cashback program is going to give $1,000 cash back. And based on, let's suppose you've done a frequency analysis of the number of years in the past they've had a cashback program, and you figure there's a 40% chance they're going to have a cashback program. So what you could do is you could rent a car for $500 right now, and then wait and hope there's a cashback option. So what we want to do is we want to figure out what would it be worth to you if someone could tell you. So suppose you knew someone at the auto company and they said, well, you know, I can tell you whether I'm in a cashback program or not, but it's going to cost you, right? So what would that information be worth? How much would you pay to know if there's going to be a cashback program? That's what we want to figure out. Okay, first off, I want to say that's not an easy question, right? So if I said, what's it worth to you? I don't know, $50, $100, $200, $300, who knows, right? That's what we want to try and figure out. So to figure out the value of the information, we just have to do three things. First, we're going to calculate the value without the information. So we're going to say, suppose I just have to make my choice. What's my optimal choice? How do I come out? Second, I calculate the value if I had the information. So if I knew what was going to happen, what would I do? What would my net value be? And then third, I just take the difference. I take the value with the information minus the value without the information, and that tells me sort of what the information was worth. Totally straightforward, easy to do, provided, again, we use this decision tree model. Without the decision tree model, it's going to be pretty difficult. So here's my choice. Do I rent or do I buy? Right? Now, if I buy, then, you know, I'm just out nothing, right? There's just my net values. We just have this be my baseline value. If I rent, then there can be the cashback program, right? Or there cannot be the cashback program. Okay, so let's make this more formal, right? So if I buy, I get nothing. If I rent, then, and there's no cashback program, then I basically wasted $500 renting for the month. But if there is a cashback program, I net $500. Why $500? Because remember, there was $1,000, right, cash back, minus the $500 to rent, so that's $500. Now, what was the probability of the cashback program? It was 40%. And what was the probability of there not being a cashback program? That's 60%. So now I got to figure out, okay, should I rent or not? Well, look, I've got 40% times 500 and 60%, right, this little point there, times minus 500. So if I multiply that out, 0.4 times 500, which is 200, plus 0.6 times minus 500, which is minus 300, I get minus 100. So what I get is, if I were to rent, I'm out $100. So if I can basically draw my tree, it's pretty straightforward. If I buy, I get 0, and if I rent, I'm out $100. So what I should do is I should buy. So without the information, right, let's think about what I do. Without the information, I should just buy, and I'm sort of at this net 0 case. So that's what I've done. I've calculated the value without the information. Now what I want to do is calculate the value with the information. Suppose I knew what was going to happen. So now I can just draw another tree. And this tree is going to look different than the first tree, because here's what's going to happen. First, this chance node is going to be revealed to me. Somebody's going to tell me, is there a cashback program or not? And 40% of the time they're going to tell me, yes, there is. 60% of the time they're going to tell me, no, there's not. Well, let's think about what's going to happen. If they tell me there's a cashback program, then I'm going to rent and get $500. If they tell me there's not going to be a cashback program, then I'll buy, and I'm just in the same situation I was before. So if I have the information first, then I've got easy choices once it's my choice. Because look, once the information is revealed, there's no longer any uncertainty. So with the information, I'm no longer making a choice under uncertainty. So clearly, if there's a cashback program, I rent, and I'm up $500. And if there's not a cashback program, I buy, and I'm back to this baseline case of 0. So what's the value if I knew this information first? Well, 40% of the time, I get $500, and 60% of the time I get nothing, so it's worth $200. So with the information, my expected value is $200. So let's go back. Calculate the value without the information, 0. Calculate the value with the information, $200. Calculate the difference, $200. Right, so you can make this more formal. With the information, $200. Without the information, nothing. So therefore, the value of that information is $200. In this case, right, this was a fairly simple one. But we could go back to both of the two examples we did in the last lecture. The one about buying the train ticket and the one about writing the essay. And we could say, suppose we knew what was going to happen. Suppose we knew if we were going to make the train. And suppose we knew if we were going to win that scholarship. We could ask, what's the value of that information? How much would it be worth to us to know what was going to happen? And again, you just do the same thing, right? We'd follow that same technique. Solve it under uncertainty without the information. Solve it as though you knew the answer. And then just take the difference between those two values. So what have we learned here? we've learned that we can take a model developed for one purpose, right? This decision tree model. We develop that to figure out how to make decisions under uncertainty, and we can repurpose it. We can use it to figure out the value of information. We can figure out how much would it be worth for us to know what the future is going to unfold, how the future is going to unfold. And it's really straightforward to do, right? It was a three-step process. First, we figure out what we do without information. Then we figure out what we do with the information. And then we can see how much better off we are with the information. And that tells us the value of the information. And that would be, in many cases, be a very hard thing to do in our head. But with this simple tree model, it's really straightforward and easy to do. So again, we see the power of models to help us make better choices. Thanks. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to step back a little bit. And we're going to think about how do we model people? Because a lot of models that are going to be concerning us are models of people and groups of people like firms and governments and organizations. So if we want to write good models of those things, then we've got to have good models of the parts, good models of the people. Okay. Modeling people's tricky. The physicist Murray Gell-Mann once famously said, imagine how difficult physics would be if electrons could think. So what did he mean by that? What he meant was that if you take an electron or a carbon atom or even a water molecule, it doesn't think. It doesn't try and make sense of the world. It doesn't have any goals or objectives or anything like that, no beliefs. And so it's pretty straightforward to model how those things function. When you look at people, people are much more complicated, right? We're purposeful. We've got goals, we've got objectives, we've got things we want to do, we've got ways of seeing the world, we've got belief structures. We're messy. And because of that, you just don't quite know how we're going to behave. Now, on top of that, we're diverse, right? We want different things. We have different goals and objectives. So this combination of sort of purposeful thinking actors who are different means that it can be really hard to understand what they do and how they act. So how do we do it? Well, we're going to talk about three basic frameworks. The first framework is called the rational actor model. Now, in this framework, what you do is you assume that people optimize. Now, this is unrealistic, and I'll talk about this in the next lecture in some detail, but it's a good benchmark. So one way to think about it is just to assume, let's just assume people have some sort of goal and they optimize their goal. Okay? Second thing, we can assume what we call a behavioral model. Now, here what you do is you sort of gather up all sorts of data about how real people actually do make decisions and choices and act. And then what you try and do is model people as close as possible to how real people behave. Now, of course, you can't make it too complicated, but you sort of try and include, the one or two different things from perfect rationality, right, the biases that people might have. All right, and then the third thing we'll look at is even simpler, which are sort of rule-based models. So here what we're going to do is instead of really digging deep into psychology, we're just going to assume that people follow rules and then see how those things add up. Now what we're going to see is in some cases, which of these three things we assume matters a lot, and in other cases, which of these three things we assume doesn't matter very much at all. And so how we model people and whether it's really important that we get it exactly right is going to be a function of the particular model we're playing with. And we'll look at that a little bit later on in this unit. Okay, but first let me just give a little bit more background. So how does a rational actor model work? In a rational actor model, you assume that there's an objective function. There's literally a mathematical function that someone's trying to maximize, right? So that could be, if you're a person, maximizing happiness or utility. If you're a firm, it could be maximizing profits or market share. Or if you're a government, if you're running for office, it could be maximizing the number of votes. Then what you assume is that people optimize. Given your objective, what you do is you do the optimal thing. So you take the choice that makes you as happy as possible, you make the political decision that gets you the most votes, and you produce the product that makes you the most money. Let me be more specific. So suppose you're an economist and you sit down and think, how many hours should someone choose to work? Well, what you do is you'd write down a function, a utility function. You say the utility depends on consumption and on leisure. And you might assume it's like this one, it's the square root of consumption times the square root of leisure. Now, why would you assume that? Well, the square root function, right, starts out up and then sort of slowly falls off. So that means the first bit of consumption is really good, but then it becomes worth less. And the first bit of leisure is really good, right? The first hour of vacation is great, but by a week you're sort of ready to get back to work. So that also falls off. They've got what they call diminishing returns. So this function sort of says consumption is good, but it becomes less good the more you have. Leisure is good, but it becomes less good the more you have. Well, this is your function, and then what you do is you just choose consumption and leisure, depending on how much they cost, to maximize that. Now, that may not be exactly what you do. You might not be sitting at home writing down functions and, solving these equations about what to do, but economists sort of assume that you do that. It's as if you do that, right? That you come close enough to doing that this is a worthwhile model. Now, the rational actor models come under a lot of criticism, and particularly of late, according to, just basic data, right? And so there's a movement within economics called the behavioral revolution, but this has also been going on in psychology for about 100 years. Namely, that is, you should actually, instead of assuming people are rational, you should just go out and look and see what people do. And if you observe what people do, you'll find out that they're not rational, and they're not rational in systematic ways. Recently, this whole research paradigm has been really propped up through evidence from neuroscience, right? So you can actually look at the structure of the brain, look at how people think in particular situations, and you can see, in fact, why they're thinking in ways that the rational actor model would consider to be irrational. So those are sort of two benchmarks. On the one hand, you can assume people are rational. On the other hand, you can assume that, well, people sort of do what people do. Now, this other thing, this people doing what people do, is going to be a lot messier. So therefore, there's a third way, and the third approach comes from, again, social scientists, but also from some computer scientists and even some psychologists, and that is to assume that people follow rules. So remember our Schelling model, right? We didn't have a very elaborate model of how people behaved there. All we did was we just assumed that people moved out of a neighborhood if the neighborhood became too much unlike them. So this is just a simple rule. And if that simple rule is close to what people do, that may be sufficient to work in the model. Okay, so what do we got? We got these three basic frameworks. People optimize, people are sort of behavioral, they do what people do, and people follow rules. Each of those in a given situation will give us sort of slightly different predictions about how people behave, right? And when we start aggregating them and having them interact, we could get very different conclusions. But then there'll be other cases where we really don't see that much of a difference depending on what we assume. But what we want to do now, in these next couple of lectures, is we just want to sort of think through the logic of what a rational actor model means. Visit some of the biases that we've seen, or that psychologists have seen when they look at how people actually behave, and then think through sort of what a rule-based model might look like. And we'll conclude by sort of comparing all these in a couple of settings and see when it doesn't matter and when it really does matter. Okay, thank you. In this lecture, I'm going to talk about our first approach to modeling people, and this is known as the rational actor model. Now, the rational actor model assumes that people are, well, rational. We make optimal choices. And it comes under a lot of criticism, increasingly so, as people are dissatisfied with some of the results it produces. Nevertheless, I'm going to argue this is a really useful way to think about people, especially when we're constructing models. So what I'm going to do in this lecture is the following. I'm going to describe how it works. I'm going to describe the rational actor model first in the context of decisions, and then I'll do it in the context of games, which are strategic interactions, where my choice depends on your choice. After I do that, I'll talk about, give an example where it sort of breaks down, but I'll talk about sort of why I think the rational actor model is really a useful thing to have in your pocket. Well, it's a useful way to analyze situations. Okay, so let's get started. So how does the rational actor model work? Well, what you do is you assume that people have some sort of objective. That objective could be, any one of a variety of things, but there's some goal or purpose that somebody has, or a group has, or a firm has. Given that objective, we assume that you make optimal choices, that you optimize. Again, strong assumption, but that's what the approach assumes. There's an objective and that people optimize. So how does that work? Well, let's suppose it's a firm. If you're a firm, what you might want to do is you might want to maximize profits. Or you might want to maximize market share, right? Or you might want to maximize total revenue. These are all things that a firm might want to do. If that's your objective, what we assume in the rational actor model is that you do that. You make the choice that maximizes that goal. Now, if you're a person, you might care about maximizing your own utility, making yourself as happy as possible. Or if you're altruistic, you might care about not only yourself but other people. Again, the presumption, though, is that whatever your objective is, that you make optimal choices to satisfy that objective, to do as well as you can possibly do. If you're a political candidate, right, what you might do is you might care about getting as many votes as possible. So that's your goal, that's your objective function, get votes. And the rational actor model assumes that you take the action, make the choice that gets you as many votes as possible. Okay? So where can you apply this? Where can you apply the rational actor model? Well, let's take this simple case of a firm. And what they want to do is they want to, maximize, let's say, revenue instead of profits. And suppose that the revenue, we can write it as this way, right? It's just price times the quantity. That's how much revenue we're going to get. And let's suppose if we let the quantity be Q, that the price will be 50 minus Q. Now, why would this make sense? Well, if the Q is 10, if I only produce 10 of these things, then there's not money to go around, and maybe I can charge $40 a piece for them, right? But, so the price would equal 40. But if I produce more of these, if I produce 20, then there's more to go around, and that's going to cause the price to fall, and the price to fall to 30. So in this first case, I'd get a revenue of 400. In the second case, I'd get a revenue of 600. So the question is, what Q do I choose to maximize my total revenue? And if you think of this, my total revenue is just Q times 50 minus Q. So the optimal thing to do is going to be to have those two numbers be equal. So to choose Q equals 25. So I'll get 25 times 25, which is 625. So my optimal choice is Q equals 25. So what a rational actor model would assume is the firm wants to maximize revenue. That's the objective function. And then given that, it wants to choose a quantity that will do so, so it chooses Q equals 25. So where can you apply this? You can apply this just about anywhere. So you can think about if I'm making investment decisions, I've got some objective, and that may be to maximize the value of my portfolio or to give me some sort of nest egg to retire on. And so I'm going to make choices that maximize that. Or think of my purchases, right, or your purchases. Like when you go to the grocery store or if you think about buying furniture for your house, you could assume you've got some objective function, and what you do is you make choices, right, that are optimal given that objective. Even things like education level, you just said, how many years of school should I take, right? Should I just get a bachelor's degree? Should I get a master's? Should I get a PhD? Well, you could assume that like you've got some objective function, which could be you maybe care about income, you may care about what sort of life you lead. Is it a life of the mind? Is it physical labor? And you choose how much education to get given your objective. Now, you can even apply these things like how do I vote, right? Because my objective could be for some policies to be implemented. So therefore, I look at the candidates and figure out which candidate is likely to vote, implement policies that I want. Now, you also probably want to figure out, is that candidate likely to win, right? I don't want to vote for someone who espouses my preferences but has no chance of winning. So what I do is I sort of choose the candidate who's likely to win or most likely to win, who also takes positions like the positions that I prefer. Here's an issue, though, that I want to bring up. When we assume rationality, people often think that that means selfish. That's not true. So let me give an example. Suppose I'm walking down the street and I find $100. Well, and I'm walking with a friend. So there's me and there's my friend. So one possibility is I could just say, you know what? This is so cool. I just found $100. I could put it in my pocket and give my friend nothing. That would be rational if my objective function was just me, if all I cared about was myself. But it could be this is a really good friend and I care a lot about my friend. And so when I found the $100, I say, hey, wait, whoa, this is great. I just found $100. So I walk into the nearest store and say, can you give me 2 50s? And I give one of the 50s to my friend because I care a lot about my friend. So there's nothing intrinsic about the rationality assumption that assumes selfishness. So again, selfishness would just say that my objective function is me. This is how we put it in the framework. All I care about is me, my happiness, my income, my wealth, right? Altruistic preferences would be that my objective is that I care about other people as well. So I care about not only about the happiness of myself, but I care about the happiness of others. And I can do all the same mathematics, right? So here's an example, just like the price quantity example, involving an altruistic person. So suppose I've got someone who's got an income of $40,000, and they've got to decide how much do they consume and how much do they donate. And their objective function is just the square root of their consumption times the square root of their donations. And they want to think about how much do I donate and how much do I consume if this is my goal. Well, this is just a mathematical problem, right? So my donations are just 40,000 minus whatever I consume. So this is just the square root of C times the square root of 40 minus C. I can bring everything under the square root sign and get the square root of C times 40 minus C. Well, now looking at it this way, you realize I want to make C times 40 minus C as big as possible. And the way to do that is going to choose C equals 20 so that D equals 20. So the optimal thing to do here is to consume 20 and donate 20, to split my income halfway between consumption and donation. That's rational. It's also incredibly altruistic. I could be irrational and altruistic and possibly consume less or more than this, right? And I could also be irrational and selfish. But the point is that rationality, right, does in no way assumes selfishness. You could be rational and altruistic. You could be irrational and altruistic. Now I want to move on to something that's sort of complicated. That is, I want to make a distinction between this decision and a game. So in the previous example, that was a decision. I had to decide how much to consume, how much to donate. In a decision, my payoff, what I get, only depends on what I do. In a game, my payoff depends on what other people do. This is where it gets tricky. Because for me to decide what I'm going to do in a game depends on what I think the other person's going to do. So therefore, I need a model of what I think the other person's going to do. And oftentimes, a really good model to have is to assume that the other person is rational. And that's a lot of how game theory works. A lot of game theory assumes the other person is rational, and that allows you to figure out what you're going to do. So here's an example. Let's suppose there's two people. Let's call these people person 1 and person 2. And this is what's called a normal form game. And this is a game payoff. I'll explain this in a second. So person 1 can decide whether to stay home or go into the city on a Saturday, as can person 2. If person 1 stays home and person 2 stays home, person 1 gets a payoff of 1. If person 1 stays home and person 2 goes to the city, person 1 still gets a payoff of 1. So person 1, if they stay home, their payoff is just 1. It's also true if they go to the city, person 1's payoff is just 2. So 1 if they stay home, 2 if they go to the city. Person 2 is a more complicated person. Person 2, if they stay home, their payoff is also 1. But if they go to the city, their payoff depends on what person 1 does. So if person 2 goes to the city and person 1 stays home, person 2 gets a payoff of 0 because person 2 is lonely. It's no fun to go to the city alone, at least for person 2. But if person 2 goes to the city and person 1 goes to the city, person 2 gets a payoff of 4. Well, look at person 2's choice here. This is hard. Person 2 is trying to decide, do I go home? Do I stay home or go to the city? Well, if person 1 is going to stay home, then I should stay home because 1 is bigger than 0. But if person 1 goes to the city, then I should go to the city because 4 is bigger than 1. Because it'd be really fun to go to the city. Person 2 is saying, but it'd be great to go to the city with my friend. So for person 2 to figure out what to do, person 2 has to know what person 1 is going to do. Here's where an assumption of rationality is really useful. Because if person 1 says, I have no idea what person 2 says, I have no idea what person 1 is going to do. I'm clueless. Then person 2 can't figure out what to do. But if person 2 says, I think person 1's rational, then person 2 would say, well, look, if person 1's rational, if they go to the city, they get a payoff of 2. If they stay home, they get a payoff of 1. So I bet they're going to go to the city. So therefore, if person 2 thinks person 1's rational, person 2 thinks person 1's going to go to the city. So therefore, person 2 goes to the city, and they get this great payoff. Okay, so that's where, when you think about decisions you have to make in the real world, you often have to have some model of what other people do. And oftentimes, a decent model is to assume the other person is rational, right? That they're going to do the rational thing. Let's do another example. That was an example of what we call a normal form game. This is an extensive form game. Now, an extensive form game, these are sometimes called game trees, and we sort of draw the actions sequentially. So here there's a green person, right, and a blue person. So the green person is going to go first, and they've got to decide, do I go this way? And if I do, we both get payoffs of 0, or do I move down here? And if I move down here, the blue person gets to move. So the green person's got to decide, what do I think the blue person's going to do? Well, if the green person passes it down to the blue person, he looks and says, well, the blue person can move over here, and the blue person will get 2, and I'll get 2. Or the blue person could go straight down, and the blue person will get 3, and I'll get -3. So if the green person assumes the blue person is rational, the green person's going to say, well, look, 3 is bigger than 2, right? And so the blue person's going to move down here. Well, then the green person's going to say, boy, even though I could get 2, 2, I'm not going to get it. I'm going to get -3, so I'm going to move over here. So again, here, by the green person making a rationality assumption on the part of the blue person, the green person can figure out what to do. Okay, so when would we see rationality? Rationality seems like a strong assumption. First case is when the stakes are really large. So if you think about it, like if you're just in, buying lunch somewhere, maybe you just follow some rule of thumb, right? Or if you're trying to decide, exactly how many bagels to buy at the bagel store, maybe you just sort of pick a dozen or something. But if you think about buying a house or buying a car or deciding where to go to college or deciding whether to go to college, those are large stake decisions. And in those situations, it's probably the case that you come fairly close to being rational. Okay? When else? When it's repeated. So there's been a lot of experiments on whether or not people are rational. What we often find is the first time somebody does something, especially like, remember that Monty Hall problem with the 3 doors we did? First time people do stuff, they often don't get it right, right? But the more and more you do it, people tend to learn, and we get closer and closer, right, to being optimal. Third case, when you have groups of people making decisions. Now, groups can get led astray, and you can get groupthink and terrible choices and escalation of biases and that sort of thing. But typically, if you bring in more people, you're less likely to make an irrational decision. That's why when we're making large stake choices, right, we often go and ask friends and family and other people who respect so that we're not making these decisions alone, so that there's some sort of group of us making the decisions. And then the last case is, one reason we make optimal choices is often optimal choices are easy to make. And if somebody says, would you rather have $20 or $10? We choose 20. If someone says, would you rather do less work or more work? We typically say, I'd prefer to do less work. So why then, if rationality is often too complicated, and why, if we just think about it, people don't act rationally, why make the assumption? So one of my advisors was a guy named Roger Myerson, who won a Nobel Prize in this area called mechanism design, which is sort of a branch of game theory in a way. And Roger makes this following compelling argument, that rational behavior is an incredibly important benchmark. It's probably the most important benchmark if you think about modeling people. Why? Well, first off, it's unique. Most of the time, not always, but most of the time it's going to be unique. So think about the case of the firm deciding how much quantity to produce to maximize revenue. Or think of the person trying to decide how much to donate to charity. There's a unique answer. So it gives you this definitely testable amount, right? You can say, this is what rational behavior is. Okay? Second thing, it's often really easy to solve for. So even though we think rationality is hard in practice, we're writing down these mathematical equations, right? So I've got some function that looks like this. It's often very easy to use mathematics to find the optimal point, to find, within the context of our model, what someone should do. So let's contrast this with irrational behavior. Suppose I write down some model and say, people are irrational. Well, I've got two problems. One is, it's not unique, right? There could be 1,000 ways to be irrational. So I have no real prediction coming from the model. The second thing is, it may be really hard to figure out what exactly is it that this person's going to do in this context if I start taking in all these sort of psychological influences and contextual influences and that sort of stuff. It's often just easier to say, here's their objective function. Let's just assume they optimize. Another reason it's an incredibly important benchmark. People learn. Remember we talked about these experiments that over time people get things right. Well, if over time you're moving towards the rationality assumption, then maybe the rationality assumption is sort of not a bad place to sort of start, and then you can sort of say, this is where we expect the system to go over time, right? And then last, it can be the case that even if people make mistakes, if there's no bias one way or the other in terms of the mistakes, those mistakes may darn well cancel out, and what you're left with then is something that looks pretty close to rational behavior. So some people could spend too much, some people would spend too little, and therefore on average you get something that looks close to rational. Okay, so what have we seen? What we've seen is this, is that rational behavior works from the following set of assumptions. You assume there's some sort of objective function, and then you assume people optimize, given that objective. And this could be firms, this could be people, whatever you want it to be. Now, strong assumption, yes, but a really powerful benchmark. Now, one of the things we found from doing a lot of experiments, when I say we, I mean psychologists, economists, all sorts of people, scientists, what we found is there are places where people sort of systematically deviate from rationality. That's what we're going to look at next. We're going to look at some specific biases where the rationality assumption sort of seems consistently not to hold. Now, there's going to be cases where it does hold. There's going to be cases where it consistently doesn't hold. Nevertheless, it still can be useful, even if you think it's not consistently going to hold, to think through your model, assuming rational behavior, to get that sort of benchmark, to see what would rational people do. That way, when you actually look at the evidence, you can see exactly how far from rational people really are behaving. Okay. Thank you. Hi. The previous lecture I talked about the rational actor model. In the rational actor model, individuals had objective functions and then they made optimal choices, made optimal decisions given those objectives. In this lecture I want to talk about something called behavioral models. Now behavioral models are critical of the rational actor assumption. And they're critical for two reasons. One is there's a lot of observations, there's a lot of data from experiments in the laboratory and from just looking at the real world that people seem to systematically deviate from optimal choices. It's also the case, as we sort of understand how the brain works a little more deeply, that there's evidence from neurology that just the way our brain is structured, the way we encode and represent information, the way we think, causes us to systematically differ from what the rational actor model would assume. So what I'm going to do in this lecture is I obviously can't give a full accounting of the behavioral revolution within economics or of all of psychology. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just hit some high points. I'm going to talk about 4 well-documented biases and talk about their implications for when we think about modeling people. Before I get there, though, I just want to give a little bit of background. So Daniel Kahneman is a psychologist, and he won a Nobel Prize actually in economics for his work on how people systematically differ from the rationality assumption. So he's got a recent book out called Thinking Fast and Slow. And in this book, he makes the following point. You could think of the brain as having 2 sorts of processes. a slower process that's a little bit closer to rational, that processes information, and then fast processes that are more likely to work based on emotion or just based on quick clues. So as a result, these fast processes may make us bias, right, in ways that the rational actor model assumes that we're not, right? The rational actor model assumes that we sort of think slowly and carefully about everything. But Kahneman argues that we think both fast and slow, and as a result, we make some mistakes. Now, there's another book by Cass Sunstein and Richard Thaler who then argued that these biases have real implications for policy. And that's one of the things we're going to talk about. So it's one thing to say people make mistakes. Remember in the last lecture I said, well, some people make mistakes high and some people make mistakes low. Those are just going to cancel out, and there's nothing we can really do about it. What they argue is these mistakes, because they're systematic, have implications for how we construct policy. And we'll talk about that as well. Okay, so what are we going to do? Well, we're going to do 4 examples. I'm going to take 4 particular types of biases that are well documented. First one is something called prospect theory. And this is the idea that we look at gains and losses a little bit differently. Second one, something called hyperbolic discounting. This deals with how much we discount the future and how that changes depending on how far in the future it is. Third, we get something called the status quo bias. There's a tendency to sort of just stick to what we're currently doing and not make changes. And this is one that has big implications for policy. And then the last one is something called the base rate bias. And that is that we can just be influenced by what we're currently thinking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some examples of each of these, maybe talk a little bit about some evidence from experiments in the real world that suggest that these things really are biases. And then I'll be a little bit critical of this whole approach at the end and sort of push back a little bit. Okay? All right, let's get started. So prospect theory. Suppose I say to you, okay, you've got 2 options. Option A is I can give you $400 for sure. Here it is, $400 right now. Option B, 50% of the time I'll give you $1,000. I'll flip a coin. Comes up heads, you get $1,000. But 50% of the time when I flip the coin, I get a tails. I'll give you nothing. So you've got to decide $400 for sure or this 50-50 proposition. So if you give this to people, a lot of people choose A. A lot of people say, look, I'll take the $400. Now suppose I ramp this up. Suppose I said $400 million for sure, or a 50-50 chance at $1 billion or nothing. Then almost everyone would choose A, right? So as amounts get larger, people tend to be what we call risk averse in gains. But here's what Kahneman showed. This is what prospect theory is. Suppose it's a loss. Suppose I say, okay, option A is I'm just going to take $400 from you. Or we can flip a coin, and half the time I'll take $1,000 from you, which is even more, and half the time I'll take nothing. Well, it turns out people are actually more likely to choose B in this setting because we're risk-loving over losses. So we're risk-averse over gains and risk-loving over losses, and that's different than what you'd get from a rational actor assumption. So this is just a systematic deviation, and this explains why people take gambles maybe that they shouldn't take. Okay, that's one. Let's go to the next one, hyperbolic discounting. Suppose I say to you, here's option A. I'll give you $1,000 right now, or wait until tomorrow, and I'll give you $1,005. What do you take? Well, a lot of people are going to say, you know what? Just give me the $1,000 today. Most people say, I'd rather have the $1,000 right now than wait a day to just get $5 more. Now, suppose I say to you, okay, here's option A. I'll give you $1,000 a year from today, or I'll give you $1,005 a year and a day from today. Well, here most people say, well, look, waiting a year anyway, what's one more day? I'll take option B. Well, if you write down a rational actor model where I'm trying to maximize wealth and I've got some discount rate or something like that, if I, in this case, choose A, then in this case I should also choose A. But most people don't do that. And the reason why is we discount the near future, right, a lot more than we discount that same amount of time in the far future. So this is called hyperbolic discounting, where immediate gratification matters a lot to us. And so therefore we discount short periods of time from right now a lot more than we do short periods of time down the road. So this has implications, and it has what I like to call the sort of the chocolate cake implication. So suppose I say, you know, I want to be fit. I want to stay in great shape. I want to be healthy. And so if someone said to me, okay, you know, a week from now, would you want to have chocolate cake with your dessert or not? You know, for dessert or not, would you forego the chocolate cake? I'll say, absolutely, I'm going to forego the chocolate cake because the thing is, I really want to get in shape. But the thing is, if I'm sitting at dinner and someone puts the chocolate cake in front of me, even though I want to lose weight, even though like I really want to be fit, the chocolate cake's right there, I can't put it off because there's just it's just right there in front of me. And so in Kahneman's language, I'm thinking fast. right? I don't have the long, drawn-out thinking that allows me to make the rational choice. And so what's going to happen is I'm going to choose the cake now and make what would be a suboptimal choice. Third, something called the status quo bias. So suppose you've got the following. You go to work and it says, check this box. You can either check to contribute to the pension fund or not. And so I'm sitting there thinking, well, if I check here, then what that means is going to take money out of my, salary, out of my paycheck, so I'm not going to check it. Now, alternatively, what my firm could do is it could say, well, check box to not contribute to the pension fund. So this is called a negative checkoff. So if I check here, then they won't contribute. Otherwise, they will. Well, what happens here is, again, I think from a status quo standpoint, I think, oh, I'm already contributing. No, I don't want to pull that money out. So it sort of seems a little bit like the prospect theory thing, right? So what happens here is most people in this case won't check the box, right? Most people won't check up here, and most people won't check down there. Now, how do we know this? We know this by looking at organ donations. So in England, if you want to donate an organ, it says basically this, check this box to donate the organ. And you know how many people check the box? 25%. If you look through the rest of Europe, there's a little thing that says check box to not donate your organ. And you know how many people check the box? 10%. So in the countries in Europe in which you have to check the box to not donate your organ, 90% of people donate their organs. In England, where you have to check the box to donate your organs, only 25% of people check the box. So extremely large status quo bias. And that, again, is a deviation from rationality. Okay, last one. What I want you to do is I want you to think of the year that you think, this is a box made sometime during this century, the last century, I'm sorry, sometime in the 1900s. I want you to guess the year that this box was made. I want you to write it down. Okay, got it written down? Now what I want you to do is I want you to guess how much this box costs. So I want you to guess how much you think this box is worth. If you were to, buy it on the web, if you saw a price on this, how much do you think the box is worth? So this is a bias called the base rate bias. Look at the two numbers you wrote down. The first one was the year you thought it was made. So suppose I thought this thing was made in 1960. Then I want you to think, what price did you write down? And maybe you wrote down $63, right? Those two numbers tend to be fairly close. So what the base rate bias is, if you get people thinking about one number and then you ask them something else, that second number will tend to be close to the first number. So what you get, right, is this bias that makes no sense at all. So you can do this, you can ask people to think of think of the last two digits of someone's phone number and then price the box. And what you'll find is their prices are actually fairly close to the last two digits of the phone number. So this base rate bias is just a clear deviation from rational behavior, optimal behavior. Okay, so we've looked at these four things: prospect theory, hyperbolic discounting, status quo bias, base rate bias. They're all well documented. So they're all well documented deviations from rational behavior. So there's a ton of these, right? So if you go and look on the web, you'll see lists of hundreds and hundreds of biases, right, that have been found in the laboratory. Now there's people who are critical of these, right? And so one of the acronyms that I sometimes hear in psychology departments is WEIRD. And that they say that the results are weird. Now what do they mean? WEIRD stands for Western, Educated, Industrialized, Rich, Developed Countries. So most of these biases, even though there's lots of biases, most of them have been found on experiments with people like me, Western, rich, industrialized, people from Western, rich, industrialized countries. So one of the things that we're trying to figure out is how many of these biases hold true across different populations and different cultures. Some of them do, and some of them probably won't. Now there's another issue with these, right? Even though there's lots of these biases. People tend to learn. And again, remember we talked about if the stakes are large, right? Maybe they'll learn their way out of the bias. So in the Monty Hall problem, like picking the door, which the prize was, people suffer from a bias there, right? A status quo bias. They stick to their door. But after they play it enough, it goes away. So one of the questions is, right, how strong are these biases to repeated interaction, and do they go away? Last point about this behavioral approach. When you think about modeling, you may say, boy, you know what, it's right. I think people suffer from hyperbolic discounting. I think that there's prospect theory. I think there's a base rate bias. I want to include all these biases in my model. Computationally, that can be a really difficult thing to do. So one reason why when we look at a lot of the models we're going to follow, we're going to be using simple rules or maybe assuming people optimize, even though we know people suffer from biases, is that it can just be computationally hard. It can be difficult, right, to write down a model where you include these biases. Nevertheless, the biases are there, and when we think about a model of people, we don't necessarily want to assume that people optimize, nor as we look next, we want to assume that people necessarily just follow simple rules. Instead, we may want to assume that people are these complicated, messy things with these biases. That can be sometimes hard to do and less elegant. Okay, so how do we think about this? How do we frame it? Here's, I think, one way, is that if I'm writing down a model, it may not be a bad way to start by sort of assuming people make optimal choices given some simple objective function. Then I want to ask myself, okay, what biases are out there? What is the list of documented biases? Given this list of documented biases, do I think any of these are going to come into play? How large do I think they'd be, and how relevant are they for this particular case? I might also say, boy, maybe I should do some experiments. But maybe I should go look out there in the world and see, are people behaving the way that my rational actor model assumes they're behaving? And if not, right, if there's reason to believe that one of these biases is kicking in, then I want to include the bias. But because there's so many of them, I can't include them all. So I want to think about which ones of them are most relevant. So what you can see a lot of times in models that try and explain behavior is they'll sort of be what I call sort of rational minus or rational plus, right? So there's sort of a little bit less than rational behavior because what they've done is take rationality and added in a bias. And that's one way to write down useful models of individuals. Okay, thanks. Hi. We now turn to our third way to think about modeling individuals, and that's rule-based behavior. So in rule-based behavior, what you do is you just assume that people follow some rule. And when you're constructing your model, you say, here's the rule that people follow. So in the Schelling model, for instance, right, we just assume that people moved if the percentage of the people like them in their neighborhood fell below some threshold. That's a rule. Population below a threshold, you move. Standing ovation model, right, if the percentage of people standing is above a threshold, you stand up. That's another rule. So we can contrast rule-based behavior with rational behavior. Remember, in rational behavior, we assume people have an objective function, and then we optimize with respect to that objective function. We can also contrast it with behavioral models, where in behavioral models, we assume that people have these sort of biases that they suffer from. Right? Now, of course, a bias could be a rule, and rational behavior could even be a rule. But when we think of rule-based behavior, what we really think of is writing down a rule and assuming people follow that. We look at 4 different types of rule-based behavior in a way, right? So we look at sort of fixed rule-based behavior, where we just assume you follow the same rule every day, right? And we can think about adaptive rule-based behavior, where you change your rule depending on sort of what's happening. So we can apply these 2 types of rules, fixed and adaptive, in 2 different contexts. So one context is a decision context, right? Remember, in this decision context, my payoff only depends on what I do. So the only person materially affected by my choice is me. And so I could have a fixed rule that I apply in a decision context, or I could constantly be learning. I could be adapting my rule over time. Second thing we'll consider is games, right? So in a game, that's a strategic context. Now my payoff depends on what other people do. And if my payoff depends on what other people do, it could be that I don't want to use a fixed rule, then I want to be a little bit more adaptive. But if I found one rule works well almost all the time, like in a bargaining situation, I may decide just to say I'm going to bid 10% less than my value. It could be that you just follow that fixed rule because you just think, look, it's worked for me in the past, I'm just going to stick with it. So what we want to do in this lecture is just walk through all 4 of these cases. That's the goal. We're going to walk through all 4 and just sort of get some understanding of what modeling rule-based behavior looks like. So let's get started. Let's start with fixed decision rules. What would be an example of a fixed decision rule? Well, one fixed decision rule that's actually used quite often is random choice. So I write down a model and I just assume that people choose randomly. Now, why would I do that? Well, the reason I do that is the same reason that Meyerson gave for, choosing rational behavior. Remember, rational behavior is a really good benchmark. It sort of says, what would super smart people do in this situation? Well, we could also take the opposite benchmark and assume that people make completely random choices. And then we could compare the 2. We could say, well, how does optimal choice differ from random choice in terms of how the system behaves? And so by comparing those 2 sort of extreme points, we get a little bit more understanding of what might happen or what could happen. Now, that's sort of not what we normally think of as a fixed rule. Normally think of it as a fixed rule, it'd be something like take the most direct route. So for instance, suppose that I'm in a city and I'm right here and I'm going to head towards, I want to head to this museum up here. So here's this museum, put a little M next to it. And I come to this intersection and there's a road going this way and then there's a road heading off at an angle. Well, if I chose the most direct route rule, fixed rule, what I'd do is I would choose this one. Right? I would head in this direction. Now, it could have been, though, that if I'd have gone this way, I'd have found a diagonal street that headed directly to the museum. And it could be that this street goes up here and dead ends and I get stuck. So following the most direct route locally can be a good rule to follow, but it might be that there's something better to do. Okay, now the reason I give this example is because when we think of fixed rules, they may not be optimal, right? They may be good, but they may not be optimal. So let's think about fixed strategies. Let's compare strategies to decision rules. Remember, in a strategy, my payoff depends on what other people do. So now a strategy could be something like divide evenly. So let's suppose I'm in a bargaining situation, right? So we're thinking about, thinking about splitting an asset with someone. So for example, suppose that there's some land that, my brother and I have inherited, and we've got to decide, okay, how much do we get? And there's 80 acres. Well, what we could say is, well, let's just divide it evenly. Let's each take 40 acres. That would be a strategy that I could use in a game, and it could be a fixed strategy. Now, we can have more sophisticated strategies. So a strategy that's described a lot is a strategy called tit for tat. So in tit for tat, you can imagine, let's suppose I can be nice or I can be mean. And let's suppose I start out in tit for tat by being nice. And I'll continue to be nice as long as you're nice. But if you're ever mean, then I'll be mean. But then as soon as you're nice again, I'll be nice. So I'm just going to sort of do unto you what you do to me. But I'll start out by being nice. Now, the reason I want to explain tit for tat is because I'll show you how you can sort of encode this in the context of a model. So you can use something called a Moore machine. And so this Moore machine works as follows. I'm going to put a little star here to say I'm going to start out by being nice. Now, what this green arrow says, this sort of describes what the other person's doing. So I'm going to stay nice unless the other person's mean. If the other person's mean, then I'm going to come over here and be mean. And I'm going to stay mean until the other person's nice. And if the other person's nice, I'm going to go back over here. So these arrows tell me if I change my state from the nice state to the mean state. So what I can construct is by writing down this little sort of computer program, I can take a behavior like tit for tat and embed it in a model. Now I can also embed another behavior, and this would be a behavior called grim trigger. Right? So here again, I'm going to start out by being nice, and here I'm going to stay nice until you do something mean, represented by the green arrow, and then if you do something mean, I go over here. But notice there's no arrows coming out of the mean box, right? This little mean circle, I just stay mean. So this is a strategy where I start out nice, but if you're ever mean to me, that's it. And this is formally called grim trigger. And the reason it's called grim trigger is that it's pretty grim, right? If you're ever mean to me, that's it, I'm mean forever. And the reason it's called trigger is because all it takes is one mean action on your part, and that triggers my perpetual meanness. Again, so what I'm showing you here is how you can write like just a simple diagram, write a computer model to represent rule-based behavior. So those are fixed rules, right? Now let's go to adaptive rules. What would an adaptive rule be? Well, let's suppose that you're, making, like I like to make chocolate chip cookies, right? I make oatmeal chocolate chip cookies every week, and you're trying to figure out, okay, how do I make really good oatmeal chocolate chip cookies? Well, one approach that people sometimes use is called a gradient-based method. And so what a gradient-based method is you keep sort of trying things in directions that are working. So suppose I keep adding honey. Suppose I start out by adding 1/4 cup of honey, right? And it turns out that the cookies are pretty good. So then I add one tablespoon more. So I add one more tablespoon. So this is plus 1 tablespoon. So I add one more tablespoon, and it's even better. So then I might add another tablespoon. So then I might add plus 2 tablespoons, right? And so on. So gradient-based would say, if I find a hill, I keep trying to climb it. So that would be adaptive in the sense that instead of just following a fixed rule, I keep experimenting, trying to find things that are better. Another type of experimental rule is, let's go back, remember we talked about random behavior. It could be that I also try something completely random. Like I might throw wheat germ in, or I might throw raisins in, or I might throw walnuts in, I might do something just completely crazy. That's an approach, right? This random search, again, is adaptive. Instead of following a fixed rule, right, I keep changing what I'm doing, trying to find something better, trying to make a better decision. Now, where we see adaptation a lot more is in the context of strategies. The reason adaptive rules make more sense in the context of strategies is often the other person is changing their behavior to take advantage of me, so I want to change my behavior to respond to them. So in the context of a game, it's often important that you use an adaptive rule. So what would an adaptive rule be? So one would be best response. What does that mean? So let's suppose that we have some sort of strategic situation and the other person's taking some action. Well, what I could do is I could then think like a rational choice person. I could say, okay, what's the best possible response I could do given what the other person's doing? And I'm going to do that. Okay, so that's a rule I could follow, to just best respond to whatever the other person's doing. All right? What's another thing I could do? Well, mimicry. So one thing I could do in a game is I might not be able to figure out at all what to do, so I could just copy other people that are doing well. So I might look around and think, I'm not sure it's, how to dress, or I'm not sure how to behave in this situation. I'm not sure how to bid in this auction. Well, what I could do is I could watch what are other people doing. I could just copy what they do. So those are two really standard ways. One is just to get the best response, try and think of the game, think of the situation, and figure out what's the best possible thing I could do, right? But that's going to be adaptive because if the other people change what they're doing, the best possible thing to do next period could change. Another thing you could do is you could just do mimicry. You could look around and say who's doing well, and I could copy people who are doing well. A couple observations about rule-based behavior. First, sometimes optimal rules are simple. So sometimes you might have a situation like this where I'm trying to maximize my happiness. My happiness depends on two things, chocolate and movies. And here's my happiness function, right? It's the square root of chocolate times the square root of movies. And there's some price for chocolate and some price of movies. And I could sit down and think, okay, what's the optimal thing to do here? And if I actually solve for the optimal thing to do, it turns out I should spend equal amounts of money on chocolate and on movies. And so in some cases, the optimal thing to do is to follow a rule. And so assuming rule-based behavior isn't that crazy of a thing to do. You could just say, let's just assume people spend half their money on one thing and half their money on another thing. If I'm writing down a model of the macroeconomy, I might say, let's suppose that people spend 20% of their money on food, 30% on transportation, 40% on housing, and 10% on entertainment. Well, you may say, well, that's sort of a crazy fixed rule. Well, it's not, because if you actually wrote down some elaborate utility function and had people optimize, they do something that's fairly similar to that. But another thing, though, simple rules often can be exploited. So let me give an example. Suppose my rule is in bargaining, that instead of demanding half or asking for half, I say, look, initially I want 60%. And then what I do is I say, okay, next round I'll say I only want 59, 58. And I keep going down by 1% each period. Think about what somebody else could do if they're bargaining against me. When I say 60, they can say, well, how about 58? And then I can say, okay, well then I'll follow my rule, and I'm going to say 59. And then they could say, well, okay, 57. And I could say 58. And they could walk me all the way down until I was getting nothing, because they could just walk me down from 60 to 59 to 58 to 57 to 56 to 55 to so on. So a simple rule can often be exploited. So let's think then, let's give a quick summary. Why model people using rules? Well, the first one is it's often really easy to model, right? You can sort of say, here's my model, let's just assume, like in the Schelling model or in the standing ovation model, let's just assume people follow rules. It's computationally really easy to do, and it's easy to think through what's going to happen. Second reason, you can capture the main effects. Often if you sit down and think, how would someone behave in this situation, or how do I behave in this situation, you think it's just a rule, and you write down that rule, and you're going to capture the main things that are going on. Third thing, though, often it's going to be kind of ad hoc, right? So one of the problems in writing these things down is not everybody's the same as you. So remember we talked about the difficulty of modeling people. One is that people differ, and because people differ so much, any one rule you write down may be somewhat ad hoc, and it may not represent what's really going on. And then the last thing, which we just talked about, is sometimes these simple rules can be exploited. And so if you think about a strategic situation, writing down a fixed rule can be problematic, because if everybody followed that rule, other people would really take advantage of it. So where are we? We've talked about rational models of behavior where people optimize. We've talked about more behavioral models based on observation and even some recent neuroscience. And now we've talked about rule-based models. What we do is we sort of write down what people do as a rule and then just ask sort of how does that rule aggregate. Depending on the situation, any one of these three things might make perfect sense, or maybe you want to do all three to try and get a deeper understanding of what's going on. What we're going to do in the next lecture is we're going to talk about how in some cases it's not going to matter very much what behavioral rule we write down. In other cases, it could matter a lot. All right, let's get started. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to compare and contrast the three ways we've thought about modeling people. So remember we talked about first people being rational, people having objective functions and optimizing with respect to their objectives. Then we talked about how that's somewhat unrealistic. We talked about behavioral models. And I said you can think of these as either sort of rationality plus, where we sort of assume rational behavior but we add in a bias, or rationality minus, as sort of being just a little bit below rational behavior. And then the third thing we did is we said, well, maybe we could even go simpler, and we could just assume that people follow rules. These could be fixed rules, they could be adaptive rules, and when you write down a model, we could just say, here's the rule that people follow. Now, in some cases, the rule that people follow will be rational. In some cases, the rule that people follow will be behavioral. In other cases, the rule that people follow will just be some rule that we made up. What we want to do in this lecture is we want to ask, does it matter? Does it matter which rules we write down? Does it matter whether we have rule-based behavior, optimizing behavior, or behavioral models? Well, the answer is it depends. And one of the reasons why we model is to figure out how much does it matter how effectively we model, or how accurately we model, I should say. So let me do two examples. First, I'm going to talk about a market, just a pure exchange market, and then I'm going to talk about a game called Race to the Bottom. And we're going to see in the market, it really doesn't matter that much how we model behavior, but in the race to the bottom, we're going to see it matters a lot. So let's get started. So two-sided market. What is a two-sided market? Well, two-sided market has a group of buyers. These are people who want to buy some good. And let's suppose, just for the sake of argument, that these buyers in this setting have prices between $0 and $100. That means they're willing to pay somewhere between $0 and $100 for this good. Now, in addition to the buyers, there's some sellers, and let's suppose the sellers are willing to sell for between $50 and $150. So now let's think about what would rational people do. Suppose people are completely rational in this setting. How would they behave? Well, if you're a buyer, you'd basically bid a little bit less, right, than your true value, because you'd try and make a little bit of money. And if you're a seller, you'd probably ask for a little bit more than your true value. And how much more or less you ask for is going to depend on, what the distributions of these buyers and sellers are. So if you're fully informed about what these distributions are, you're going to shade in particular ways. Now what's going to happen is, let's suppose that people keep calling out prices. We'll just assume that people call out prices until the market clears, until the number of goods sold is exactly equal to the people want to sell at that price is exactly equal to the number of goods that are bought. So the way it's going to work is each buyer calls out a price they're willing to buy at, each seller calls out a price they're willing to sell at, and then we pick some sort of price in the middle so that we get an even number of buyers and sellers. Well, what's going to happen in this situation is that the only buyers that are going to have a value of at least 50, since people are rational, the only buyers that are going to actually be able to buy anything are those that have values above 50. So the relevant buyers are going to have values in 50 to 100. So we only need to worry about these people. So we can call these B star. And the relevant sellers are going to be the only ones that have values between 50 and 100 as well, because the ones that have values above 100, from 100 to 150, they want too much. Nobody's willing to pay that much for their goods. So what happens is people are going to call out these prices, and what we're probably going to get is we're probably going to get a price of around 75, right? Where some of the buyers buy, some of the sellers sell, but not all of them do. Let's suppose instead we assume people are biased, that they're not super strategic, and they didn't figure out exactly how much to shade their bids. Well, then what people would probably do is they might rely on sort of focal bids. So people will be more likely to bid 50 or 60 or 70 or 75, even increments. So let me be more specific. So it might be that if you're a rational buyer and your value was 56, that what you should do is you should say, I'm willing to pay 53.72 cents, right? You solve some really fancy mathematical equation, figure out that's exactly your optimal bid. Well, a behavioral person might not do all that math, and that might say, well, my value is 56, so I'll bid 52, or I'll bid 50, 55, right? Just some focal number. They're not going to do all the math. Well, again, if there's just those slight deviations, you're still probably going to see a price of about $75. So optimizing behavior and sort of slight behavioral bias is not going to be a big difference. What about rule-based behavior? Well, this has actually been studied using a simple rule-based behavior called zero intelligent agents. This is ZI, we'll abbreviate it. So zero intelligence agents work as follows. If you're a bidder, what you do is you just sort of, if you're a buyer, what you do is you just basically say, okay, I'm just going to pick some random amount less than my value. And if you're a seller, you just pick some random amount more than your value. So if you're a buyer and your value is 40, right? So if I'm a buyer whose value is 40, I might say, oh, I'm willing to buy it for 20. And if I'm a seller whose value is 60, I might say, oh, I'm willing to sell it for 63. So what happens is you just use some random amount. Well, it turns out if you analyze this sort of market with these zero intelligent traders, what you end up getting is something with a price pretty close to 75 and not that different from what you get with rational actors. So in a two-sided market, right, and things, we've got models in economics where we've got sort of supply and demand curves and things like that, right, and we get some price. It turns out the market itself has so much influence, the institution itself has so much influence, the behavior really doesn't matter a great deal within some fairly wide range of bounds. So in markets, we don't care as much about modeling behavior. But now in games, we do. So let's do a specific game it's called the Race to the Bottom game. And here's how it works. You pick a number between 0 and 100. There's a group of people in a room. Each person's going to pick a number between 0 and 100. Whoever's closest to 2/3 of the mean wins. right? So what do you do? Here's a little quiz. What do you do in this situation? Well, let's look. So what does a rational person do? So what a rational person is going to do in this situation, it turns out, is bid 0. But why is that? Well, it's a completely symmetric game, right? So everybody's got the exact same incentive. So if everybody's rational, everybody should be doing the same thing. So suppose everybody was picking 6. If everybody was picking 6, then the mean would be 6. But if the mean is 6, 2/3 of 6 is 4. So if you're rational and you know everybody was picking 6, you should pick 2/3 of 6, so you should pick 4. So, but then if everybody should pick 4. But if everybody's picking 4, then you should guess 2/3 of 4, right? Which is 8/3. But so should everybody else. So if everybody's picking 8/3, then you should guess 2/3 of 8/3, and so on and so on and so on, until eventually you get down to everybody should be bidding 0. So that's what rational behavior would be. What would biased behavior be? Well, if you were sort of not strategic at all and super biased in the situation, you say, okay, picking a number between 0 and 100, I don't know, this 2/3 of the mean thing, I'm confused. What I'm just going to guess 50. And in fact, if you watch people play this game, there's a certain percentage of people who do guess 50. And in fact, I've done this in my classroom a whole bunch of times, and you'll get a significant percentage of people who just say, I'm going to guess 50. Now, what would a behavioral rule be in this situation? What would a rule-based behavior be? Well, again, this is that's been studied a lot. And a rule that people tend to follow is this. They say, well, people should guess 50. But if everybody guesses 50, I should guess 2/3 of 50. So therefore, I should guess 33. So you see a lot of people guess 33. But then there's a lot of other people who say, well, everybody should guess 33. So if everybody's going to guess 33, I should guess 2/3 of 33, which is 22. And so if you look at real experiments, you see some 50s, some 33s, some 22s, and some, right, 2/3 of 22 is 14. So you see some people actually say this, look, people should guess 50. So since they should guess 50, I should guess 2/3 of 50, which is 33. Then they say, but everybody should guess 33, so then I should guess 2/3 of 33, which is 22. But then everybody's going to guess 22, so I should guess 2/3 of 22, which is 14. Now, of course, if we kept going with this, we get to the rational behavior eventually, which is 0, right? And in fact, if you play this long enough, these numbers do creep down towards 0, but they typically don't get there. You have to run it a lot of times. So what's interesting here is the behavior we see is this rule is sort of a mix of rational and bias, right? A bias thing is to guess 50. So people sort of start out with this base rate bias of 50 because it's in the middle. After that, they start sort of best responding. Remember one of our adaptive rules for learning was to best respond. So the best response if everybody chooses 50 is to choose 33. And the best response if everybody's choosing 33 is to choose 22 and so on. So what we see is the rules that people use are sort of start out with a flavor of bias and then they become somewhat rational. Let's do something really fun here. So let's suppose we have 2 rational people in this game and 1 irrational person. So let's suppose you're sitting in the Ricketts place with 3 people, and you're a rational person, let's say. You've seen this game before, you know how it works. And you're playing with me, and I've seen this game before, I know how it works. But there's this third person sitting in the room, and this third person we don't know anything about. We know that they haven't seen the game before, and they hear the instructions, and we're both looking at them trying to figure out what is this person going to do. Well, let's try and analyze this. So suppose I'm a rational person, and you're a rational person, so we're going to pick some amount R. Right? Now, the other person, this irrational person, we've got to make some decision, like, what do we think they're going to pick? Well, suppose we both think they're going to pick X. Well, if they're going to pick X, we have to decide how much do we pick? What do we pick? Well, here's what has to be true. The amount we pick R has to be 2/3 of R plus X, right? Because it's got to be 2/3 of the sum of everybody else's divided by 3. So it's got to be 2/3 of the mean. So it's got to be 2/3 of R plus X divided by 3. So if I multiply this out, I'm going to get 9R has got to equal 2 times R plus X, right? And so then I'm going to get, ends up being 4R, so I'm going to get 5R equals 2X. So R equals 2X over 5. So what that means is if we both think oh, this other person is what? I don't know, totally irrational. Suppose we think the other person is going to choose 50. If we think the other person is going to choose 50, then R equals 2 times 50 over 5. R is going to equal 20, right? So if the other person chooses 50 and we both choose 20, the sum will be 90, right? So the average is 30, and so 2/3 of the mean will be 20. So why did I do this example? Let's think back. If everybody is rational, the mean is 0. The mean bid is 0, and 2/3 of the mean is 0, and we split the money. But here, if we throw in one irrational person, then we no longer get 0, right? We get something a lot bigger than 0 because the rational people have to take into account what the other person's bid is going to be, and so they want to make their bid as a function of that, and that drives up their bid, which drives up the mean, which in turn drives up their bid. So what's the lesson we take away? Well, I think the simple lesson is this, is that rational behavior is a really good benchmark. But it's also important to include biases in our model. Think about, are there biases that would be relevant? And it's also really important to think about, what if we just write down a simple rule? And then if we compare these three things, rational behavior, bias, right, and then simple rule, and we see sort of, well, how much difference do we see in the outcome? If the difference is small, then we can say, okay, look, our result seems to be sort of invariant to behavior. If the difference is big, then what we've got to do is we've got to sit back and think, okay, which one of these three makes the most sense? And regardless of why we're modeling, whether it's to just be a more intelligent citizen of the world, whether it's to use and understand data, right? Whether it's to just get the logic right, or whether it's to design something or strategize in some way, it's probably really useful to think about all three classes of models in the context that you're considering. Thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about bringing models to data. Now, when I say data, what I mean is, you pull all sorts of numbers off the web, or maybe you've got, for your business or your home, you've got all this data out there and how much money you've spent each month or something like that. We're talking about how we can use models to understand that data. We're going to start simple and we're going to build up. So we're going to start with something that I call categorical models. Now, in a categorical model, what you do is you just sort of place all the different data in different boxes. So, for example, suppose you've got a bunch of data on how long people live, and you want to try and understand what allows someone to live a long and healthy life. Well, you might create one box of people who exercise and one box of people who don't exercise. And then what you can use, by looking at how much variation there is in each of those boxes and what the means are in those two boxes, you can figure out, does that distinction, make that categorization between exercising and not exercising, does that actually help understand all the variation in the data? After you do categorical models, we're going to move on to linear models. Now, when I make a distinction between a linear model and a line, so a line is just something that we plot, right? So we just have like, here's the y variable and here's the x variable, and we draw this line. In a linear model, what we assume is that we assume that this y variable depends on x, right? And so what this is this is some sort of relationship. So in this axis, x could literally be the amount of exercise you do, and y could be how long you live. And so what you have is this line is sort of saying that how long you live is a function of how much you exercise. So you're literally thinking of it that y is some function of x. Okay, so after we do linear models, and I explain what they mean, I'm going to have a short lecture sort of describing how we fit data to linear models. So if you got a bunch of data and then you want to construct a linear model, how do we do it? Here's a simple example. So I've got a bunch of data here like this, and I want to ask, what's the best line to go through that data? Well, clearly this would be a terrible line because it's not near the data. This line here that they've done, this black line, looks like a pretty good line. It looks like it's pretty close to the data. So what we're going to see is how exactly do you draw the line and what criteria do you use, right, to make sure you've got the best line. After we've done linear models, we're going to move to nonlinear models, and we'll show that the techniques are actually fairly similar. Now, what do I mean by nonlinear? Well, one simple way that something could be nonlinear is it could start out straight and then kind of flatten out, or something could start out slow and then get big, or it could sort of do both. It could start out slow and then get big and then flatten out, right? So there's all different shapes a function could take. John von Neumann one time said the set of nonlinear functions is like the set of non-elephants. That he meant that the number of nonlinear functions is enormous. So we'll talk a little bit about how we can use some of the same techniques used for linear models to create nonlinear models. Now, after we do that, we're going to conclude this unit by talking about something I call the big coefficient. So what do I mean? Well, when you have a linear model, right, you have like y equals a1 x1 plus a2 x2. So x1 and x2 are the variables. These are the things that determine the outcome. So we'll talk about, for example, school quality. And so x1 might be what the class size is, and x2 might be how good the teacher is. And so this a1 and a2 are the coefficients, and these coefficients tell how important is the variable. So the bigger the coefficient, the more important the variable. So when I say the big coefficient, what I mean is making policy or making a decision based on which one of these coefficients is biggest. Now that makes a lot of sense. And so what I'm going to do is I'm first going to argue that, boy, better to use the big coefficient than to just sort of do seat of the pants thinking. And we're going to see why that's the case, that linear models are just better, right? We've seen this a little bit before, but we're going to go into more detail. Linear models are better than just sort of thinking off the cuff. But then I'm also going to criticize it a little bit, right? Because I'm going to say that one problem with big coefficient thinking is it only works in the area in which we've got the data. And oftentimes, if we want to make the world a lot better place, we have to shift to an entirely new reality. We've got to shift to a place where there is no data. So I'm going to draw a distinction between what I call the big coefficient and what I'm going to call the new reality, right? Or situations that are just maybe a lot better than what we currently have. All right, so that's a summary of where we're going to go. We're going to start out with categorical models, look at linear models, show how to fit lines to data, right? Then we go to some nonlinear models, and then we'll wrap it all up by talking about this idea of the big coefficient. All right, thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about a very simple class of models that helps us make sense of data, and these are known as categorical models. In a categorical model, what you do is you basically bin reality into different categories, and then you hope that these categories help you make better sense of the data, that they explain some of the variation in the data. I want to start out by just describing what a categorical model is like, and then we'll talk about how they can help us make sense of data. So let me give an example. A long time ago, over a decade ago, I was at a conference in Amazon, which is a company that sells all sorts of stuff over the web, right? Was just going public. And there was a discussion whether Amazon was a good investment or not. So one person who was a Wall Street investor said, I think it's a horrible investment. So if you think of Amazon, all it is it's just a delivery company. Right? They've just got a big warehouse, you order stuff, they deliver it. The margins in that industry are really small. Right? There's sort of UPS and UPS and FedEx and DHL and all those sort of places. I just don't think there's any money in it. Now another person said, I'm going to put Amazon in a very different box. I'm going to put Amazon in this box over here that says information, because I think it's part of the new information economy. They're going to gather all this information about what consumers want. It's all going to be centrally held. They're going to be worth a ton of money. Now it turns out if you put Amazon in this information box, you probably would have invested in it, and you'd have made a lot of money. If you put Amazon in this delivery box, you wouldn't have invested in it, and you wouldn't have made a lot of money. So which box you use, right, how you categorize things, affects how you think about things, and again, what sort of decisions you make. So this leads to a phrase that one of my friends who's a psychologist once said, lump to live. So what my friend meant is this, is that we create these lumps, these boxes, these categories in order to make sense of the world. So when I look out there on the street and I see a vehicle, I don't say, oh, it looks like a 1997 Ford F-150 pickup truck, right? Instead, I just say truck, or I just say car. Or if I look at a piece of furniture, I just say it's a dresser. I don't say it's an 1874 Chippendale dresser. I don't completely break it down. I just put things in categories. And these categories are shortcuts, right? They help us make sense of the world. Now let's think about why we model again, right? Remember, one of the reasons we model was to help us decide, strategize, and design, right? So one reason we lump is it just helps us make quicker, faster decisions, right? We just put things in categories and say, this is something I like, this is something I don't like, this is something that's risky, this is something that's not risky. Let me give some examples, give some fun examples. So the first one is, let's suppose you're a kid, and you've got to decide, what am I going to eat, and what am I not going to eat? Well, one sort of categorization you might use is the green categorization. So you might say, anything that's green, broccoli's green, a grasshopper's green, asparagus is green, all these things are green, right? Everything else, bananas, those are yellow, candy bars, brown, orange, they're orange, pears can be green, but most of them are yellow, and strawberries, they're red. These other things aren't green. And so your rule could be, I'm going to eat anything that's not green, and I won't eat anything that's green. And so that rule will keep you safe from things like grasshoppers and asparagus, right? So that's a rule you might follow. Now, it's not an optimal rule because you might run into a green pear, and that green pear might be something you'd really like, but if you've been avoiding green things, you may decide, well, not going to risk it. So that's an example of a simple rule. Let's now show how you can use a rule like that to make sense of data. So now let's suppose I've got a bunch of data here, and these are different food items. And what you've got in this column right here are calories. So this is how many calories there are in each of these food items. So what I want to do is I want to make sense of why do some things have a lot of calories and some things not have a lot of calories. And so I've got this list of items. Well, the first thing that I need to try to make sense of is how much variation is there in this data? Well, to understand how much variation there is, first I've got to find out sort of what's the average value, and then variation tells me how far are things on average from that value. So if I add all this up, I've got 100 plus 250, that's 350, 440, 550, 900, right? So we've got 900 divided by 5, so that means the mean here is 180. So on average, everything in this group has about 180 calories. And I want to ask, some things are higher, right? This says 350, and some things are lower. This is 90. I want some understanding of how much variation there is in that data. So one way to do that, we just subtract the mean from everything. So if I take 100 minus 180, that's going to be minus 80. 250 minus 80, that's going to be 70. 90 minus 180, that's minus 90, right? 110 minus 180 is minus 70. And 350 minus 80 is 170. Well, if I add all these things up, I'm going to get minus 80 plus 70 minus 90 minus 170 plus 70. It's going to be 0 because it's going to be the same as the mean. So what I need is I need all these differences to be positive. So one thing I could do is I could just take the absolute value of all these things, right? And then I could add up the absolute value, and I could get 80 plus 70 is 150, plus 90 is 240, plus 70 is 310, plus 170 is 480. So I could say the total difference from the mean is 480. But what we do in statistics is we tend to do something different. We actually tend to take the difference and square it. And the reason we square it is really twofold. One is that, again, it makes everything positive, which is what I did before. And the other thing is it amplifies larger deviations. Because what we'd really like to do is prevent those huge deviations. So this is going to amplify large deviations. So if I look at the pair, I would have 100 minus 180, which is 80 squared, which is 6,400. So that's how much variation there would be. That's how much the difference from the pair to the mean squared. And if I did it for the cake, I'm going to get 250 minus 180, which is 70. And if I square that, right, I'm going to get 4,900. Now I could do this for everything, all of them, right? So for the pear, I get 6,400. For the cake, I get 4,900. For the apple, 81. For the banana, 49. For the pie, 28,900. So this is, again, if you get a long way from the mean and you square it, you get a huge effect. So square amplifies larger mistakes. Now if I add up all these numbers, I'm going to get 5,320. That's what we call the total variation. So if I plotted that data, this tells me sort of how much variation is there in that data. And what I'd like to do, let's keep track of the plot here, I'd like to put this data in categories that reduces that variation, that somehow explains why some things are high and some things are low. So what's the obvious categorization here? The obvious categorization here is that pears and apples and bananas are fruit, and cakes and pies, right, are desserts. So let's create a fruit category and a dessert category. So in the fruit, I've got one thing that's 90, one thing that's 100, and one thing that's 110. And in the dessert category, I've got one thing that's 250 and one thing that's 350. So let's look at them in more detail. If I've got 90, 100, and 110, the mean is going to be 100 here, right? The average of those three is 100. What's the total variation? Well, 90 minus 100 is just 10. So if I square that, I get 100. 100 minus 100, right, is 0. So if I square that, I get 0. And 110 minus 100 is also 10. So if I square that, I get 100. So the total variation here is just going to be 100 plus 100, or 200. So now what I've done is I've got a mean of 100 and a total variation of 200. And now if I go to this case, the mean is going to be 300, right, for the desserts. And what's the total variation? Well, for the cake, it's 250 minus 300, which is 50 squared, which is 2,500. And for the pie, it's 350 minus 300, which is also 50 squared, which is 2,500. So when I add those up, I get 5,000. All right, so let's clean this up a little bit. So what I did is by creating two categories, a fruit category and a dessert category, I now have a mean in the fruit category of 100 and a variation of 200, and a mean in the dessert category of 300 and a variation of 5,000. Now let's think about what I started out with, right? When I had all this stuff together, I had a mean of 180 and I had a variation of 53,200. Now look at how much my variation has gone down. It went from 53,000 to 5,000. So this is the idea. These categories substantially reduce the amount of variation I have left over. So think of the variation as what's unexplained. So initially I say, look, I can just say things on average have 180 calories, and I get 53,000 units of variation that's unexplained. Now I say, look, I'm going to create a categorical model that says there's fruit and desserts, and fruits have fewer calories than desserts. And you can say, well, look, it appears to be the case. Fruits have a mean of 100, desserts have a mean of 300, and the variation in the fruits is only 200, and the variation in the desserts is 5,000. So I've reduced variation a ton. What we want is we want a formal measure of how much we've reduced variation. That's actually fairly simple, right? So I've got a total variation of 5,300. Fruit variation is 200. Dessert variation is 5,000. So that gives me 5,200. So 53,000 to start, and I get 5,200 left. So what we want to ask is, how much did I explain? That's the question. How much of that variation did I explain? Well, I started out with 53,000, right? 200. And I now only have 5,200 left over. And so the amount I explained is just 53,000 minus 5,000, right? Which is 48,000, right? Over 53,2. So the percentage of the variation I explained was 48,000 divided by 53,000, which is a huge amount. Now I can write this more simply as just 1 minus the amount I did that's left over. 1 minus 5,200 over 53,000. So, right, because that's just a simple way to do it. And so I'm going to get that the amount of the variation I explained was 90%. So 90.2%. So that's how much of that variation I explained. This is equal to, again, that 48,000, right, divided by 53,200. It's the amount of variation that I explained. Now, formally, this is called the R squared. So this is the percentage of variation that I explained just by that simple categorization. So if the R squared is near 1, that means I explained almost all the variation, and so the model explains a lot, right? If the R squared is near 0, that means I didn't explain any of the variation, really, and the model doesn't explain very much at all. Now, the better the model, the more the larger R squared it'll have, but depending on, there could be so much variation in the data that even a great model only has an R squared of 5 or 10%. There also could be situations where the thing you're trying to explain is pretty understandable, and a good model has to have an R squared of 90%. So there's no fixed rule as to whether, what a good R squared is. It depends on what the data looks like. But within a class, sort of a class of models, or a particular data class, you can sort of figure out, okay, this is a good model, this is a bad model, based on experience. Let's push this a little bit further. We had, fruit and desserts, right? Those were our two categories. But if I had, a whole kitchen worth of food, it may be the case that, I'd want to have more categories. So I might create a vegetable category and a grains category, and then I could put everything in one of these 4 boxes. So one of the differences between sort of experts and non-experts is experts tend to have more boxes. They also tend to put the right things in the right boxes. So they tend to have useful boxes. So if you want to be good at sort of predicting things or understanding how the world works, what you have to have is a lot of categories, and you have to have those categories be the right categories. They've got to explain a lot of the variation. And we can measure how much of the variation it explains, your model explains, by using that R squared. One last point. Even if you explain a lot of the variation, it doesn't mean that you've got a good model. Let's go back to the schools case. So suppose I'm trying to figure out what makes a good school, what really leads to good school performance. So I try all sorts of different boxes. I look at schools that spend a lot of money versus schools that don't spend a lot of money, schools that have small class sizes and big class sizes, schools that are big, schools that are small, right? And nothing really seems to explain too much of the variation. And then I create a box that I call the equestrian box. And I put all the schools in here that have equestrian teams. And I find, oh my goodness, every school with an equestrian team is great. Well, the thing is, that doesn't mean that the equestrian team made the school good, right? So statisticians make a distinction between correlation, which is there a statistical relationship between having an equestrian team and being a good school, and causation. Did the equestrian team cause the school to be good? So remember when you think about putting it in this box, like this box right here has a bunch of good outcomes, in this box here has mostly bad outcomes, that doesn't necessarily mean that the thing that created this box, if it's the equestrian box, is the reason that the schools were good. It could be that there's some other reason. So why would you have an equestrian team? Well, you'd only have an equestrian team if you had a lot of money. And you'd probably also only have an equestrian team if you have a lot of parental involvement, things like that, right? A lot of support from the community. And you'd only have an equestrian team if you had a lot of open space. So it could be that having an equestrian team is a proxy for things like money, parental involvement, open space, right? Those sorts of things that actually do make a school good. So even if your boxes work, that's no guarantee that they're actually the cause of why it works. Okay, so what have we learned? What we've learned is this. We've learned that the simplest kind of model you could have is just a category-based model, right? Where you sort of lump the world in different categories, and you place your data in different boxes depending on what type of data it is. So that could be information companies versus delivery companies. That could be fruits and desserts, right? And in doing that, what you can do is you can reduce the amount of variation you see in the data. So there's a total variation, which is sort of just like how much unexplained variation there was out there in the world. By putting it in boxes, you organize it in such a way that you reduce the variation. The amount at which you reduce the variation is what we call the R squared. That's the percent of variation explained. And the more variation you explain, the better your categorization is. Now, clearly, if you create more boxes, you can explain more of the variation. So where we're going next is we're going to get linear models, which in effect can create a different box for each value of x, our dependent variable. Okay, thanks. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about linear models. Now, in linear models, what you do is you assume that there's some independent variable x. And this is some variable that could be anything. It could be hours spent exercising. It could be money spent on advertising. It could be anything you want. Then you assume that there's some other variable y that is a function of x. So if x is hours spent exercising, y could be life expectancy. If x is amount of money you spend on advertising, then y could be sales. Now what we do is we assume that there's a particular relationship between y and x, that it's not any old function. And in fact, what we do is we assume it's a simple line. So if here's x, here's y, we assume that we can write y equals mx plus b. That y is just a linear function of x. So formally, right, if you see this, here's like the typical graph, right? Here's y on this axis, here's x. B is the intercept. So this is if I'm writing y equals mx plus b. If x equals 0, b is the value that y will take. And then m, right, is just the slope. So it tells you sort of how fast it's going up, how fast this thing is going up. If you increase x by 1, how much does y increase? Now remember I talked about the difference between a linear model and a line. So in a line, we just have that equation y equals mx plus b. In a linear model, what we're assuming is that there's some independent variable x, there's some dependent variable y, and y depends on x. So we're assuming that x somehow causes y to occur. All right, let's do an example, simple example. Suppose you're thinking about buying a TV, and you want to know how much is that TV going to cost. So I want to construct a linear model of the cost of a TV. So let's let x be the length of the diagonal, right? So you get your square screen, right? And then TVs are measured by the diagonal. That way they can pretend the TV is bigger than it really is. Okay, so x is the length of the diagonal, y is the cost of the TV. And suppose you say, here's my linear model. I think the cost is 15 times the length in inches plus $100, right? So I can put a dollar sign here to show this is $100. So that could be my model of what it costs for a TV. Now there's two things you want to think about when you have these linear models. First is the sign of that coefficient. So if I have y equals 5x, right, that 5 is positive. That says that y is increasing in x. So in the case of the TV, we expect the price of the TV go up as the TV gets bigger, so we'd expect the sign to be positive. Second thing we care about is the magnitude. How big is that coefficient? So how much does the price go up every time you make x bigger by 1? So when you think about using these in policy settings, right, so suppose you know that school lunches, you want to ask, do school lunches improve performance? Well, the sign on that would be, well, is performance higher if people get school lunches, right? So is there a positive coefficient? So why do we construct models, right? Bunch of reasons. One, though, is to predict, right? Another is to understand data. So let's talk about just using this simple model to try and predict. So suppose you're thinking about, I wonder what it costs to buy a 30-inch TV. What we can do is we can plug it in. And so the cost would be 15 times the diagonal plus 100. So what that would be is 450 plus 100, which would be $550. So that would say if I want to go buy a 30-inch TV, it's going to cost me $550. And so if you had a good model, this would be what a TV cost. If you had a bad model, this would be way off base. But let's suppose this is your model. Another thing you can do is you can use it to predict things that maybe don't even exist. So suppose you think, what if they made a 100-inch TV? How much would that cost? Well, if you assume this same relationship holds, you could just say, well, the cost should be 15 times 100 plus 100, which is going to be $1,600. So you can think a 100-inch TV would be $1,600. Okay, so maybe you want to sit around and wait for that 100-inch TV to come out, or maybe $1,600 is too rich for your blood, and you're going to say, well, you know what, I'm happy with the 30-incher. Okay, but what you can use this model for is to predict. Now, the model might not be accurate, right, because the world may not be linear, but as a benchmark, this isn't really a bad thing to do. Now, also, understanding data, right? So there's all this data here, right? These are all these dots. One thing you can do with a linear model, right, is you can think, okay, how well can I fit a line through there? Now, let's go back to our last lecture for a moment. Remember in our last lecture we talked about R squared, how much of the variation you could explain. Well, there's a lot of variation in this data. Well, you can do the same thing with a line. You can ask, how far does this data lie from my line, right? And so how much of that total variation did I explain by just drawing that line through there? So you can do the same exact thing that we did for the categories for the lines, and that's what we're actually going to do in the next lecture. But for now, I just want to get across this idea that you can use a linear model to try and make sense of data like this, and also to make predictions. Here's the thing. Remember I said first lecture that models are better than we are. Well, let me support that, even with these simple models. So Robin Dawes, who's at Carnegie Mellon, in 1979 wrote a paper comparing very, very primitive linear models. So all he worried about was sort of getting the coefficient close to right. So for example, here's one case. You have 43 bank loan officers, and they're trying to predict whether these firms were going to go belly up or not, whether they'd repay their loans. And so they were given 60 loans, 30 of which it was already known had failed, and 30 of which it was already known had succeeded. And they asked these people to predict what was going to happen. Now these bankers, they're pretty smart. They were 75% accurate, so that's actually pretty good. But if you took a simple linear model just based on the ratio of assets to liabilities of the people taking out the loans, that was right 80% of the time. So the models beat the people. But you can say, fine, that's one example. Well, this has been studied in detail, right? So in 1954, Mel did a study of 20 studies of clinicians. So these are doctors, right, making predictions versus just doing a simple linear model. And Sawyer, in 1966, did 45 studies of predictions out there in the social world. If you think across all 65 of these studies, it is never the case that the experts did significantly better than the linear models. So there's cases where they were close, right, where the experts maybe did a little bit better, but it wasn't significantly better. And there were a ton of cases where the linear models did better. So when you do a horse race, right, linear models tend to be better than experts. Remember we saw this is that Tetlock, this is the graph from Tetlock again. Here's formal models way up here, right? And this is sort of, again, this is measuring what the R squared is, how good those models are explaining variation. What you get is that formal models are better than people are. Now again, you don't want to only rely on the formal model. What you'd like to do is do the linear model and compare that linear model to your own judgment. Okay, so what have we done? What we've done is we've shown that you can draw a line through data and use that line to explain some of the variation in the data. Now, typically the world isn't going to be perfectly linear. There's going to be lots of extra variation left over, but there's a question of how much of that variation did the line explain? In addition to explaining the variation, the line tells us something about the relationship between our independent variable x and our dependent variable y. In particular, we learn the sign on x, like does y increase in x or decrease in x, and we also learn something about the magnitude. So how much does each 1 unit increase of x increase the value of y? So what this linear model can do is help us understand something about data we see in the real world. And what we've done so far, though, right, is just consider a single variable linear model, right? So y was just a function of x. Where we're going to go next is to think of y depending on a whole bunch of different x's. So you could think of your outcome having a whole bunch of different variables that contribute to it, and we'll start out by assuming each of those values contribute in a linear way. Okay, thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about fitting lines to data. So remember in the last lecture we talked about simple linear models. Well, when I was drawing those lines through the data, the question is, how do you do it? How do you draw the best possible line through the data. That's the focus of this lecture. So let's step back for a second. Remember, we needed the categorical models. We had that notion of R squared, which was the percentage of variation that you explained. So there's a lot of variation in your data. You construct a model, and you ask, what percentage you explain? So for example, if I have a bunch of data like I have here, these are all the dots, right, the data. If I just took the mean of this right here and then ask how much variation there, I'd have to take the distance from all these points to the line. There'd be a lot of variation. When I draw the line through here, I explain a lot of it. And in fact, here it says I explain 87.2%. So what we want to do is we want to talk about how do you draw a line through this data to explain as much variation as possible. So remember in our box example, just to give us a reminder of how this worked, there was 53,000 units of total variation, and we only had 5,200 left. So 5,200 over 53,000, which is like 9.8%, is how much we had left over. So that means that we explained 90.2% of the variation. We want to show how you can do that same sort of calculation with lines, and then show how you draw the best possible line. So let's suppose I got a bunch of data here. To figure out how much variation there is, I draw the mean. And then I can figure out the distance. So if the mean, let's say, is 6, and this has a value of 4, I would take 4 minus 6 and square that, which is 4. And if this is the point and has value 8, I would take 8 minus 6 and square that, and that would also be 4. And I'd add up all those variations. That gives me the total variation. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line through the data and figure out now just what's the distance from the line, and ask how much of the variation did I explain by drawing the line through. So let's do a very simple example. Let's suppose I've got 3 kids, and they're different grades of school, and they wear different size shoes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to predict shoe size as a function of the grade they are in school. So I'm going to say that your shoe size is a function of what grade you're in. So I've got a first grader who wears a size 1 shoe, a second grader who wears a size 5 shoe, and a fourth grader who wears a size 9 shoe. And I want to try and fit a linear model to this. So first I can ask is, what's the variation? So this is the grade, and this is the shoe size. Now, I don't care about the variation in the grades. I'm caring about the variation in the thing I'm trying to explain, which is shoe size. So it's just this. So it's just this 1, 5, and 9. So if I take 1, 5, and 9, if I add those up, I get 15, and divide by 3, I get 5. So the mean is 5. So to get the variation, I take 1 minus 5 and square it, which is 16. 5 minus 5 and square it, that's 0. And 9 minus 5 and square it, that's also 16. So the total variation is 32. So what I want to do is I want to write down a linear model that can explain as much of that variation as possible. Well, let's start out with just a really simple linear model where we assume y equals 2x. So if I take the line y equals 2x, what I'm saying is all 3 of these points should lie on the line, right? And so the variation is just sort of how far off the line they lie. Well, so how do we do it? Well, I've got x and y, and 2x would be 2. When x equals 1, 2x would be 2. When x equals 2, 2x would be 4. And when x equals 4, 2x would be 8. So these are my predictions in a way, right? 2, 4, and 8. And what I can ask is, how far does the data lie from those predictions? So here, I predicted 2, and the actual value is 1, so I get 2 minus 1 squared, which is 1. Here I predicted 4, and the actual value is 5, so I'm going to get 4 minus 5 squared, which is 1. And here I predicted 8, right? And the actual value is 9, so 8 minus 9 is also 1, so I get 1 squared. So the total amount is 3. So I think, wow, that's great. I started out with a total variation of 32, right? And now I've only got 3. So if I want to figure out my r squared, I just say that's 1 minus 3 over 32, right? And once again, I'm going to be over 90%, right? It's like 90 plus %, right? So that's really good. I've explained a lot of the variation. But the thing is, this was just like, I just made this up. This y equals 2x. I just drew this line. So how would I draw the best line? Well, what I can do is I can say, well, let's suppose I drew the line y equals mx plus b. So this is just an arbitrary line. And then I want to ask, how far off would that line be from the data? Well, when x equals 1, my prediction would be m plus b, and the actual value is 1. So my error is going to be m plus b minus 1 squared. When x equals 2, my model is going to say that the value is 2m plus b, and the actual value is 5, so that's going to be my error. And when x equals 4, this is going to be my prediction, this is the actual value, so this is going to be my squared error. So if I want to know what the total error is, I just have to multiply all these things out. So m plus b minus 1 squared is going to be m squared plus 2mb plus b squared minus 2m minus 2b plus 1, right? So that's a really complicated thing. And I can do that for each of the other two as well, right? So I get these long equations. Now if I do that, I'm going to get, here's my total error. Right? So this is if I choose the line y equals mx plus b, this is my error. And what you can do, and this is what's great about calculus, you can do math and just solve for this. Find the b and the m, right, that make this the smallest possible number. And if you do that, you choose b equals minus 1, and you choose m equals 8/3. So this is how you draw those lines. You basically go back, right, and just say, well, let's take any line, y equals mx plus b, figure out its distance to the data, right, add up your total distance, right here, so this is just the total distance, or the total variation, right, and then you want to choose an m and a b that make that as small as possible. And it turns out the way to do that is to choose b equals minus 1, and this should be a lowercase m, right, m equals 8/3. Now when we do that, what we're going to predict is that when x equals 1, our model now says y equals 8/3 x minus 1, right? So when x equals 1, we're going to get 8/3 times 1 minus 1, so that's going to equal 5/3, right? So and the actual value is 1. So if you look at the difference, right, between our prediction and the actual value, it's just going to be 2/3, right? So we're going to get, the contribution to r squared is going to be 2/3 squared. When we look at 5, when we take x equals 2, the real value is 5. Our model, if we plug it in here, is going to give us 13/3. That's also off by 2/3. And if we look at when x equals 4, our model gives us 29/3. The actual value is 9, which is 27/3. That's also off by 2/3. So what we're going to get is our total variation left over is 2/3 squared plus 2/3 squared plus 2/3 squared. So that's basically 4/3. That's going to be, well, it's going to be 4/9 times 3, which is 12/9, which is 4/3. So now if I want to know what's my r squared, right? Well, if I erase all this stuff for a second, right? What I get is that how much of the data did I explain? Right? I have 1 minus 4/3 over 32. And so now I've explained, over 95% of the data. So by sort of figuring out what the optimal B and M are, I can even do better, right, than I could by just sort of trying to draw that line of y equals 2x. And so if I draw that actual line, it goes like this, and you see it becomes incredibly close to the data. So let's move on and think about how do we do this with multiple variables. So supposing instead of having one variable, I've got a bunch of variables. So now I can write y equals ax1 plus bx2 plus c. So now instead of just one independent variable, I've got two. So when you look at these things, the sign tells you does y increase or decrease in x. The other thing that regressions will tell you is the magnitude. How much does y change as a function of x? So let me talk about why this then is so important. Again, we often just reason by the seat of our pants. And so let's suppose you care about, and again, I'm going to talk about this a lot because it's just an easy and important thing to talk about, school quality. So I've got a bunch of test scores from kids. And I also know this is like an achievement test score. I've also got IQ test scores, which basically tell their innate ability in some level. Then I've got measures of teacher quality and class size. Well, what I can do is I can run a regression that says, well, the performance on this test is going to be some coefficient, just some intercept, plus some coefficient on teacher quality, an IQ, teacher quality, and class size. And what you'd expect is the coefficient on class size to be negative, right? You'd expect the coefficient on teacher quality to be positive, and the coefficient on IQ to be positive. Now, without running a model, we don't know which ones of these things are big, and we even don't know if our intuition is right. Well, let's look at class size. So recently there's been like 78 studies of class size. 4 of these show a positive coefficient, right? 13 show a negative coefficient, and 61 show no effect. Right? So this is the result of somebody did summary investigation of 78 regression studies, data studies on does class size matter, and what you find is that only 13 times does it have that expected negative effect, and 61 times it has no effect, and 4 times it actually goes in the wrong direction. So even though we think class size matters, right, and it should matter, smaller classes should lead to better performance, it doesn't always work out that way. What about teacher quality? Well, there's a recent study by a bunch of economists, right, and they basically showed that a good kindergarten teacher is worth $320,000. Right? If you have 20 students, it turns out that those students can expect to make $16,000 more in lifetime earnings by having a really good kindergarten teacher as opposed to a bad kindergarten teacher. So again, by plugging all this data, we all expect, right, class size should matter, right, lower class sizes should be good, and teacher quality should matter, better teachers should be good. But what you find when you run the data is that class size doesn't seem to matter that much, at least in the ranges in which we're playing, but teacher quality matters a lot. So what do we learn from all this? What we learn is there's a lot of data out there. One thing you can do is you can fit that data to linear models. What linear models will do is they'll explain some percentage of the variation, maybe a lot, maybe a little. These linear models will also tell us the sign and the magnitude of coefficients. So it'll tell us whether a variable has got a positive effect, whether it's got a negative effect, and it'll also tell us sort of how big that effect is. And that allows us to make policy choices, investing in things like teacher quality as opposed to class size because they have a larger effect. This is what I call big coefficient thinking. Thank you. In this lecture, we're going to talk about a particular skill, which is reading the output from regressions. Now remember early on in this course I talked about one reason to model is to be an intelligent citizen of the world, that there's just a certain amount of modeling understanding you have to have in order to get by, in order to contribute. Well, you might be doing some project, and what's going to happen is somebody's going to give you some sort of regression output that looks like this. And what you've got to be able to do is read it, understand it, know what this is saying. So we see some words on here we already know, right, like r squared, and we see things here like say coefficient and intercept. What we'd like to do is be able to fully understand what output like this is saying. Okay, so the first thing to note is we've got to think about what's really going on. When we see regression output, what it really is it's a linear model, but it's a linear model based on multiple variables. So remember before we had y equals mx plus b, right? That was our model. It was a linear model where y depended on x. Well, what we're going to do now, and typically when you see regression output, is that y, which is your dependent variable, depends on more than one. So it's like m1 x1 plus m2 x2 plus b. So for example, suppose, again, let's go back to the health example. Suppose y is health outcomes. Well, x1 might be how many hours of exercise you get, x2 might be how many hours of sleep you get, and so on, right? So what you've got is your dependent variable y depends on a lot of stuff. So when you look at regression output, like when you look at stuff that looks like this, you see there's more than one x. There's an x1 and there's an x2. Let's do an example to flesh this out a bit. Suppose again we're looking at student test scores, right? So that's y, that's our dependent variable. When it could depend on a couple things. It could depend on t, which is teacher quality, and it could depend on z, which is class size. So we just write down a simple linear model that says y equals c times t plus d times z plus b. B is again our intercept, right? That's just the familiar intercept before, just like y equals mx plus b. Now when we think of this model, what should we expect? Well, what we should expect is that as teacher quality gets better, class size or scores get better, so we should expect c to be bigger than 0. But we should expect as class size gets bigger that the school performance or class performance should fall. So therefore we should expect d to be less than 0. So when you see a model like this, one of the first things you want to do is you want to sort of come at it with some expectations, some preconceived ideas about what you think is going to be true. That way when you look at your output, you can decide, is it surprising, right, or is it not surprising? So let's go back and take just a generic model where we have y equals ax1 plus bx2 plus c. So c here is going to be our intercept, right? That's our intercept. And a and b, these are the coefficients of our independent variables. And what we want to do is we're going to look at the output. It's going to tell us something about those coefficients. So here we go. Here's some regression output. Looks a little scary, but let's just relax a second. So let's look first and see what we see. First we see this thing that says r squared is 0.72. What is that telling us? Well, we already know. That's saying there's a whole bunch of variation in the data, and 72% of it was explained by our model. So that means a linear model, in this case, is explaining 72% of the variation. That's totally great. Standard error, 24.21, is telling us, on average, what was the standard deviation in the model. So how far from the mean were things? And this is telling us, on average, about 24. And then this observation thing, this 50, is just saying we had 50 data points. So we had 50 data points. On average, it was 24 away from the mean. And we could explain 72% of that variation. So, not a bad model. All right, now when you look down at this part down here, this whole part of it, this is telling us something about what our linear regression model is saying about the coefficients and the intercept. So the first thing we notice, this 25 here, is the intercept. And so that's saying our final regression equation is going to look like y equals something times x1 plus something times x2 plus 25. Right? Now this next term here, this 20, is telling us that the coefficient of x1 is 20. So it's going to be 20x1. And then this 10 corresponds to x2, right, plus 10x2. So this is just basically telling us our equation is y equals 20x1 plus 10x2 plus 25. Now let's suppose, let's go back to the previous example we were just talking about. Let's suppose that x1 was teacher quality. So this would say y, which was student test scores, are increasing in teacher quality. So that's what we'd expect. But suppose x2 is class size, and here we have a 10, and we get that test scores are actually increasing in class size. Well, then we'd say, this is sort of surprising to me because I expected class size to have a negative coefficient, and it's actually got a positive coefficient. So we might think maybe our data is wrong, maybe my intuition's wrong. So let's look a little bit deeper. So some things to look at. First is we should note we've only got 50 observations. So 50 observations isn't very many, so it could be that maybe these coefficients aren't right. Well, how do we know that? Well, this is where we want to look at this column right here with SE. SE stands for standard error. And what it means is it's sort of what's the error in our coefficients? So for example, here we've got a coefficient of 25 and it says the standard error is 2. So what that's meaning is, let's go back, remember, think of our bell curve. It's sort of saying our model is guessing that the coefficient of this thing is 25, right? That the coefficient is 25, but we've got a standard error of 2. So that means if we went between 23 and 27, we'd be right 68% of the time. So what it's saying is this 25 is a guess based on the data, and what this standard error of 2 is telling us is that, well, 68% of the time, we'd actually be, the coefficient would be between 23 and 27. So it's sort of saying, maybe it's 25, but, it's probably almost for sure between 21 and 29. Well, let's look at our x1. We've got a coefficient of 20, but the standard error is only 1. So what that's saying is we can be really sure that the coefficient on x1 is between, like, let's say 17 and 23. And we can be incredibly sure it's between 16 and 24. But now let's look at this last one, x2. The coefficient was 10, and the standard error was 4. So if I draw my bell curve, and let's go over here and draw a big bell curve here, make sense of this for a second, right? What it's saying is, from the data, I'm estimating that coefficient of 10, but I've got a standard error, right, of 4. So that means there's a 68% chance it lies between 6 and 14, and there's a 95% chance it lies between 2 and 18, and there's actually at least a 2% chance it is, below 2, right? So there's some chance that this coefficient actually, instead of being 10, could be negative. So you think, well, why don't they tell us that? And the answer is they do. So this column right here, this thing that says p-value, that tells you the probability that the sign is correct. Or I'm sorry, the sign is wrong. So what this is saying is there's no way those two signs are wrong. If you think about drawing this bell curve, we're getting an estimate of 25. There's no way the real coefficient is negative. But when we get down to x2, it's saying, look, there's about a 1.5% chance that this coefficient of 10, instead of being positive, it actually should be negative. So the regression output is saying because our standard error is so large, we're not sure about that 10, there's actually a decent chance of instead of being positive, that's negative. All right, let's exhale for a second. What have we got? So we see this regression output. It tells us a bunch of stuff. It tells us, first, what the R squared is. How much of the data do we explain? Second, it tells us how many observations do we have. Right? A lot of observations or not many. Third, it tells us how much variation was there in the data to begin with, and the answer is on average 24.21, so, quite a bit of variation. Then it tells us the values of the intercept and the coefficient, right? These are estimates, 25, 20, and 10. And so it tells us, this is probably positive, and this is probably positive, and it gives us a sense of magnitude. So it tells us sign and magnitude. But it also tells us in this p-value thing how sure we are that those coefficients are correct. Now, it can't tell us, we can't be for sure it's 25, but we can tell us how sure we are that the coefficient is actually positive. And so here it's saying we're really sure it's positive, right? Because there's almost no chance we're making a mistake. But for x2, well, there's a 1.5% chance that maybe there is a mistake there. So if this were, again, a regression of test scores on teacher quality and class size, what we could say is teacher quality definitely improves performance. And there's a lot of evidence that that's true. And we could say with class size, well, even though this study goes the wrong way, it's possible, since we only have 50 data points, right, that maybe if we did another study, it could go in the opposite direction. And that's true as well. There's a lot of studies on class size that do in fact show that as the class size gets bigger, students do better, even though that's sort of counterintuitive. But there's more studies that show the opposite, right, that as the class size gets smaller, students do better. So big things to take away when you look at that regression output. The first thing is look at the sign. Look at every coefficient and ask, does y increase or decrease in x? Now, before you look at it, though, when somebody says, oh, I've run a regression model, you should say, well, what are your variables? And then what you should do is you should form expectations about what you think the signs of those variables are, the coefficients are. Then when you look at it, you can say, does the variable have the effect that I thought it would have? So if you're looking at sales for your firm, you might want to say, well, geez, the coefficient on advertising is negative. The more we advertise, the less we sell. That would be totally counterintuitive, right? But if the coefficient on advertising were positive, that the more you advertise, the more you sell, then it would make sense. Then what you want to do is look at magnitude. You want to say, okay, how big of an effect on y does a 1 unit increase of x have? And if it's got a big coefficient, that means, wow, this is something I should really pay attention to. And if it's got a small coefficient, it's something that maybe you shouldn't pay attention to. All right, so pretty straightforward, right? Regression output, all it's telling you is, right, how much of the variation did we explain, right? So that's a measure of how good the model is, and that's captured by r squared. Then it tells us what the sign and the magnitude of those coefficients are, right? So is the sign positive, and what's the magnitude of that coefficient? And then we also get that p-value thing, which tells us what's the probability that the coefficient's actually wrong, that maybe the data is so noisy we can't say for sure. So what's great is, if you've got data out there, you can throw that data into a linear regression model, right? If you get an idea of what variables you want to include. And you can get some output, and then from that output you can get an understanding of, how good is the model, what's the r squared, what is the sign and the magnitude of the coefficients, and how confident can we be that those coefficients are right. So it's actually a really useful way for making sense of the world. And as we've shown in the previous lecture, right, it's usually better than we are at figuring out how the world's going to work. Thank you. Okay. We've just done a whole bunch of stuff on linear regression, right? We saw how we could fit one line to data, and then we saw how we could add more variables and interpret regression output. But there's a problem with this linear regression, and that is that the world is often nonlinear, right? So remember I talked about John von Neumann saying the study of nonlinear function is akin to the study of non-elephants, because there's just so many more nonlinear functions than there are linear functions. So if we look out there at the world, we might see data, right, that looks like this, or we might see data that looks like that, right, again, or we might see data that sort of have both those features that looks like that. So the question is, how can we use those techniques we've done where we're sort of like trying to fit lines the best we can if the world is kind of messy? So in this very short lecture, I just want to talk about 3 ways you can get around this problem that the world may be nonlinear, and we've got techniques that help us sort of understand linear functions. So here's the first thing we can do. First thing we can do is we can just approximate our nonlinear function with a linear function. So we've got this nonlinear function here, right? But we're just going to draw 3 linear functions to approximate it. So that's the best possible approximation. And so what we could do is we could say, I have a model. So in this case, I may have a model that says this is my functional form. This is what should happen. So now I want to test and say, well, does that model work? Well, that could be a fairly difficult thing to do. So a shortcut would be to say, well, instead of testing whether that model works, I'm going to test whether these 3 linear models work. This linear approximation comes close. Here's a way to think of it. If you've ever been to Greenfield Village in Detroit, which is near Ann Arbor, they've got a brick wall that's curved, right? That goes just like this. It's a curvy wall. And it's made out of bricks. And the way it's made out of bricks is there's all these short little straight bricks, right? But the bricks are laid in such a way that they make a curve. Well, the same thing can go on here. You can say, my model says the thing should be really curved, but what I can do is I can approximate that curve through some short lines. Now, let's push that further to see the second way we can do it. Suppose you got a bunch of data, and the data, you notice when you look at this thing that there seems to be sort of different patterns in different parts. Like it seems to be sort of sloping up in this region, right, but sloping down in this region. Well, what you can do is you can break your data into different quadrants. So you can say, okay, here's the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. We're just going to assume that we break it into 4 equal parts. Then what you can do is you can say, okay, what I want to do is I want to create a function that's linear in each segment, right, but explains as much of the data as possible. So here I might start out and say, well, look, here there's not much to explain. It's kind of flat. But now when I get here, the data's down here, so I want to come down. I want to head down in this direction. Now we might think, hey, let's just come way down here. But the problem is if I come way down here, how am I going to deal with all this data up in here? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, nope, that's not going to work. So maybe I'll come down just a little bit, right, to try and explain some of this. And then when I get up here, I can start heading up in this direction. Now to get here, right over in here, I don't want to head all the way up into this region because I've got to come back down to deal with this data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here part way, and then I'm going to head down this way. Now formally this would be called a spline method, but what's going on here is you're sort of fitting different quadrants of the data to different linear functions, and you're sort of coming close to explaining some of the nonlinearity. So 2 things we can do. The first one is if I have a model that gives me a nonlinear function, I can replace it with a sequence of linear functions, the best possible sequence. And then second, if I've just got a bunch of data and it looks highly nonlinear, I can break the data into separate parts, right? And then what I can do is I can fit linear models to each of the parts. Now there's a third thing I can do. Include nonlinear terms. Let me explain what I mean. Suppose our data looks like this. So it looks like it's kind of coming off like the square root of x, right? Instead of writing y equals x plus mx plus b, I could write y equals m times the square root of x plus b. So all I'm doing is replacing x with the square root of x. One way to think of this is I could write this as y equals mz plus b, right? So that's a linear model, but I'm just redefining z to be the square root of x. So again, I'm back to having a linear model. In fact, I could let z be anything I want. I could let z equal x squared. If z equals x squared, right, and I write y equals mz plus b, what that would do is that would fit something that looks like this, where here's y and here's x, where it sort of goes up like a squared tree. So another way I can deal with nonlinearities is just to include nonlinear terms and treat them like they're linear terms. So we've learned 3 things, right? The first is if my model gives me a function that's nonlinear, I could say, well, let's just replace it with a sequence of linear functions that approximate it. Second thing I can do is if my data looks like it's nonlinear, what I can do is I can break the data into segments and then fit linear models within each segment, and that'll capture some of the nonlinearities. And then a third thing I can do is I can just introduce nonlinear terms. So instead of having x1 and x2, I could have the square root of x, or I could have x squared. I could even have something like the log of x, or the sine or the cosine of x, right? I can do anything I want. I could put any function of x in there in place of x. X is just like a placeholder for some variable. So even though we've thought about drawing lines through data, we can actually draw sort of any function through data. Now the statistics on this and knowing how accurate your coefficients are and that sort of stuff gets more complicated when we start making these changes. But you can still do it. And if you take an advanced course in statistics or econometrics, you learn some of these techniques. What we're trying to do here, though, is just get an understanding of how the models work and what linear models do, and even sort of quote-unquote linear models with nonlinear terms do, is they help us understand patterns in data, help us understand how much of the variation we can explain, and understand what's the sign, what's the magnitude, right, of the coefficient of each of the variables that we think are important. Okay, thanks. Hi. In this last lecture in this unit on linear models, what I want to talk about is something I like to call the big coefficient. Now here's the idea. if we have a simple linear regression model, we have some equation like y equals a1 x1 plus a2 x2 plus b, right? And x1 and x2 are what we call the independent variables, and y is the dependent variable. So for example, y might be sales of a product, and x1 might be advertising in magazines, and x2 might be advertising on television. Now we can look at these two coefficients, a1 and a2, and figure out which one's bigger. And what that's telling us is we get sort of more bang for the buck from advertising on magazines or from advertising on television. If it's television, if a2 is bigger than a1, then that's where we spend our money. So the idea is you put your assets, you put your resources on the variables that have the bigger coefficients. So this big coefficient thinking has led to something that people like to call evidence-based blank. So there's evidence-based medicine, where what you do is you look at all sorts of different treatments that have been tried on patients, and you gather all that evidence, and then you figure out which ones have the biggest coefficient. So does diet have a bigger coefficient than exercise? Does the medication have a bigger coefficient? Which medication has the biggest coefficient? And that's where you put your resources. There's also evidence-based philanthropy. If you want to go and you want to improve a community or improve a country, you look and you say, which coefficient has the biggest bang for the buck? Is it spending on children? Is it spending on healthcare? Is it spending on women? Is it spending on education? What is it? And based on that, you can make better decisions. Now remember, we've talked about this earlier in this unit about linear models are better than just just thinking up stuff without any evidence. It's absolutely true. So I'm totally in favor of evidence-based thinking. Let me explain sort of how it works. What you do is you construct some sort of model, and by that I mean you have some understanding of what variables you think matter, and possibly even the structural form of those variables, right, of that equation. So it could be nonlinear. Then what you do is you go gather data, and after you gather that data, you identify the important variables and then change those variables. Okay? Now, there's a movement towards what people call big data. And the big data movement says that, well, maybe we don't even need the models anymore. Right? This is what some people say. They say, look, here's what we do. We first just go gather the data. That's the first thing. Then you find the pattern, then identify the important variables. So no need for the model. Now, I want to make the point that I think that that's not true. I think that's an overstatement. And let me explain why. Right? Big data does not obviate the uses for models. So first, let's just think of the broad reasons why we have models. One is just to understand how the world works. So even if you see the pattern, right, the identification of the pattern is completely different than understanding where it came from. Right? So you could recognize, wow, we've done a ton of experience and force seems to equal mass times acceleration. Right? That's very different than having a model that explains why that's the case. Right? Or you might run a bunch of data and realize that like heavy objects and light objects seems to fall at basically the same rate. Still, it would be nice to have a model that explains why that's true. So identification of a pattern in no way gives us any sense of explanation. All right? But there's bigger reasons, just even in trying to sort of affect policies, to try to do evidence-based whatever, just without a model, just based on pure data. First is correlation is not causation. So remember our example of the equestrian team, right? If you run all sorts of data, you could find, this variable seems to matter, but the thing is, it could be that that variable doesn't matter at all, that it gets correlated with something else that matters, like the equestrian team. Second, and this is maybe the most important point, linear models tell the sign and magnitude of these variables, but only within the data range, right? So if I've got a bunch of data here like this, right, and I fit this model to it, that doesn't necessarily tell me anything about what's going on up here. And so what I'd like to do is have a model, perhaps, that gives me some indication of whether I think that linear relationship is going to continue to hold. Okay? So let me give an example of two examples of what it means. The first is feedbacks. So let me give two examples here. So the first one is, let's take anti-lock brakes in cars. So you could think that, if you looked at data on accidents, you could say, but one of the things that seems to be causing accidents is cars bumping into the car in front of them. You can think, if we could just get cars to stop sooner, we'd reduce the number of accidents. And so you put money and resources into developing anti-lock brakes, and in fact, initially that seems to save a lot of lives. But what might happen over time, remember people are like thinking electrons, if before people kept maybe like a 40-foot or 30-foot gap between them and the car in front of them, now that they have anti-lock brakes, they may creep up a little bit, and they may start driving closer to the car in front of them, and a lot of the benefit of the anti-lock brakes will fall off. And so if you think of, if I had a little graph that had speed of braking, right, instead of being a nice linear graph, if I take into account the feedback, right, the benefit may fall off, right? Instead of being linear, it may be sort of sublinear. Okay? Another example. let's go back to education. Class size. You may fit some data and say, boy, when class sizes fall from 25 to 20, if I put student performance here, that, there's a lot of data here, and this seems to show that like performance is going up. So then you could say, well, let's move it all the way to 15. And you could think, if I extrapolate from this, if I just make class size 15, boy, performance should go way, way up. But it could be that if you move class size to 15, the performance sort of just plateaus. And the reason why is there's all these other causes for why performance doesn't increase, like family support, general health, right? Resources in the community. So even if you reduce class size to 15, there may be a diminishing effect for that because of feedback, right? One big reason why there'd be a feedback in this case is that you need to hire a whole bunch more teachers, and you might not be able to get the same sort of teacher quality that you had when you had 25 students per teacher. When you suddenly double the number of teachers, let's say, you're not going to the teachers aren't going to be the same quality, and the students might not do as well. So again, these feedbacks mean that you have to be careful about extrapolating a line outside the data range. Now, there's a bigger problem with the fact that your data exists only within a small region. And this is what I call the problem of multiple peaks. So suppose we've got a bunch of data, and it's all around here. And then we run some regressions, and we see like, whoa, it seems to be increasing in slope, and so we start moving in this direction, and then we find this peak, right? So we've got data in this range here, and using this data, we figured out this is the optimal thing to do. But in doing so, we completely miss this entire peak over to the right. We completely miss this other opportunity because we were sort of blinded by the data, where we had data in this small range. So this leads to a distinction that I want to make between what I call the big coefficient, which is climbing our current hill, and something I'm going to call the new reality, which is thinking of a completely different hill, to ask, is there something entirely new and different? So let me be really clear here. I'm not saying big coefficient thinking is wrong. I'm saying it's really useful. You want to have models. You want to identify the important coefficients. You want to think, will those coefficients likely hold outside their range? And if they do, right, then you want to change those variables and hopefully affect change in a meaningful way, in a good way. However, you also want to take into account the fact that you might want non-marginal changes. You may want to do something big and new. And to think about the effects of something big and new, it's often useful, right, to construct models of those entire systems to see what do you think is going to happen. So let me give some examples of this. So suppose you're interested in healthcare. Big coefficient thinking might be tax cigarettes, right, because lung cancer is a leading cause of death. This reduces the number of people who get lung cancer. You also raise money that you can spend on healthcare. Win-win. New reality thinking might be something like universal healthcare. Right? Let's give everyone healthcare, and let's try and improve the health of Americans or the health of people in any other country through a universal healthcare system. Let's look at traffic. Big coefficient thinking might be increase the number of high occupancy vehicle lanes, right? The number of lanes where you can have 2 or 3 cars, right? Again, makes total sense. New reality thinking, though, would be, why not a rail system? Why not, the United States doesn't have much of a rail system. Why not create a huge rail system either within a few cities on the East Coast or the West Coast and try and, move some of that traffic off the highways? Again, new reality versus big coefficient. Last one, this is kind of a fun one. When I was growing up, there was a study showing that oat bran significantly reduced cancer. Now, it turned out this was sort of a small n study, and when they did subsequent studies, the effect wasn't as big as they thought. But because the coefficient looked big at first, they started putting oat bran on everything, including in pretzels, right? And this is, again, big coefficient thinking. This will reduce cancer. Let's give everybody oat bran. New reality thinking would be, let's try and get everybody on a fitness regime, right? So let's try to create some fitness regimen where people are out there exercising an hour a day. That's a completely different thing than sprinkling a little oat bran into pretzels, right? It's fundamentally changing how we live our lives. It's a new reality. Now, this plays out in policy circles all the time. So if you look at something like the American Jobs Act, right, this was, $447 billion programs. It's a lot of money. And it did things like, created tax credits for new employees, right, and subsidies to hire veterans, right, and payroll tax holidays. These are all big coefficient logic programs. The idea is that, we've looked at a lot of data, and we see that these sort of policies get people to sort of spend that money initially, or hopefully get people to hire employees initially, right? So these are programs that we think give us the most bang for the buck. But again, most of this program, most of this $447 billion was big coefficient thinking. That's good, right? But we can contrast it with new reality thinking. So what's new reality thinking? A new reality policy is something like the interstate highway system. So in 1956, the United States government allocated $25 billion for 41,000 miles of roads. Now, What that would cost now, if you just use basically sort of an inflation index like the CPI, that would be like 200 billion. But if you actually figure out the cost per mile of road these days, again, not within cities, but between cities, it's about $10 million. It'd be about 410 billion, about the same as the American Jobs Act. But this was new reality. This wasn't big coefficient. This was creating an entirely new system. Now, I'm not saying either one is better than the other, because you can do a new reality program that could not work at all. But the point I'm making is this, is that evidence-based methods are really useful. And if you're going to work within, if you're going to do some minor change or tweak a whole bunch of variables, you should use evidence, you should figure out those coefficients, and you should put your money on the big coefficients. At the same time, you have to keep in mind the fact that big coefficient thinking, right, can ignore the new reality. It can blind you to completely new and different ways of thinking about the world and making improvements in it. So this is where models become so important, right? One of the things we do in model thinking, right, as model thinkers, is we can construct models to think about what happens if we move outside that data range, right? So here people talk about thinking outside the box. How do we think clearly outside the box? Well, one way is we do so is by thinking with models. All right, thank you. Hi. In this next set of lectures, we're going to look at some models of tipping points. Now, these are going to be highly nonlinear models in the sense that what happens is going to be that a small change is going to lead to a big effect. So instead of being sort of a nice linear thing like we've seen before, we're going to see abrupt changes, right, where the system tips at some point. Now, our goal here is to really try and understand in a deep way how tipping points occur and what is a tipping point and what isn't a tipping point. Because one of the things we're going to learn is a lot of things that look like tipping points really aren't tipping points. So let's get started. What is a tipping point? Well, imagine the proverbial case of a tipping point is the straw that broke the camel's back, right? So suppose I've got this is a graph of the weight of a camel, and here I'm adding pieces of straw, right? So as I add pieces of straw, the weight of the camel goes up in a nice linear way, right? The weight of the camel, I should put weight of camel plus straw, right? That goes up in a nice linear way. But if I were to graph the height of the camel, what would happen is the height of the camel would be pretty much constant as I add more and more straw until eventually the camel falls down, its back breaks, and then the camel becomes much, much shorter, right? So this point right here is where the tip occurs. So that's what we mean by a tipping point. One more piece of straw has a huge effect on some variable of interest, namely the height of the camel. Also, the speed of the camel as well. That would also tip. It would go from a positive number to 0. So people talk a lot about tipping points. Malcolm Gladwell a few years back wrote a book called The Tipping Point, which sold millions of copies. And when people talk about tipping points, they often mean kinks in curves. So if you look at housing starts in the United States, right, they're going up really nicely from the beginning of the new century up until about 2006, and then there was this big kink right here. And so people tend to say this point is a tipping point. And I'll actually argue that that probably was a tipping point. But then people look at things like, this is users on Facebook. This is a graph of Facebook users graph, and you see this thing goes up here. And there'll be people that say, oh, right here, 2008, that's the tipping point. I'm going to argue that's not true, okay? Same is true if you look at the world population. You might say, oh my gosh, look at that. In the 1940s, the world population took this big kink. It did kink, but I'm going to argue that's also not a tipping point. Same's true with Wikipedia articles. People say, oh boy, Wikipedia in 2004, this was really the tipping point. These are all cases of the graph having a big kink in it, but they're not necessarily tipping points. A tipping point is when a small change leads to a large effect. These processes that we've just looked at, Facebook, world population, Wikipedia entries, these are all cases of just exponential growth. And when you have exponential growth, you're going to get a curve that takes off, just like if I draw like, x squared or x cubed or x to the fourth, right? I'm going to get something that sort of, goes like that, and you can convince yourself, ooh, right there, the slope seems to be changing really fast. Nothing tipped. That's just an inevitable process of growth. So one reason we want these models is to be able to make sense of what's a tip and what's not a tip. And we also want to ask, what kind of models produce tips, right? How can we get tips and when are we likely to see them? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to construct two really famous models, one from physics, one from epidemiology. The physics model is known as a percolation model. And many of you maybe own houses and you had to dig wells, and there's a question of, did the ground perk? That's what they say. Well, they're asking, did it percolate? So could the water sort of filter down through the ground, or was it too clay-like and would hold the water in? So percolation literally refers to, can sort of water make its way through a system, or like coffee percolating through coffee grounds. Then we're going to get something called the SIS model. S stands for susceptible, I stands for infected, and S stands for susceptible again. This is going to be a simple model of disease, where you have this disease, you don't have the disease, you get infected, and then you don't have the disease again. Okay, so we're going to construct that. Both of these models will have tipping points. Then we're going to make a distinction between types of tips. I'm going to talk about direct tips. A direct tip is a situation where a particular action tips that same dimension, that same variable. So for example, in the context of a war, a battle might tip a war, from one side winning to another side winning, right? So it tips the same exact entity. Alternatively, there's a contextual tip. Contextual tip means something changes in the environment that makes it possible for something to happen. Okay? So a direct tip is where the variable itself changes that causes itself to tip. So it could be, people buying a particular product. It could be battles in a war. A contextual tip is something in the environment changing in such a way that it then causes the system to move from one state to another. I'm going to make a second distinction between types of tips. Remember we talked about these 4 classes of things that the world can fall into, right? It can be stable, right, like an equilibrium. It can be periodic, right? It can be random, right? Or it can be complex, right? These are sort of the 4 types of states a system could be in. Well, a system could tip from one to the other. So something could be stable and tip to periodic. Something could be periodic and tip to random. So we can talk about not only direct tips and contextual tips, we can talk about tips between class, right? So it goes from one class to another, and tips from within class. So for example, if a system tips from one equilibrium to another equilibrium, that would be a within class tip, right? Because the overall structure of the system hasn't changed in terms of how we categorize the types of outcomes we see. All right, so that's the plan. We're going to construct some basic fundamental models that produce tipping points. We'll show that a lot of things that people call tipping points really aren't tipping points. They're just exponential growth. And then we'll classify types of tips, right? We'll talk about between class tips and within class tips. We'll talk about direct tips, and we'll talk about contextual tips. Then we'll conclude with just a very short lecture on how you might measure tippiness. And this is some work I've actually done with a colleague of mine, P.J. Lamberson, coming up with some measures of how tippy a system is. Okay, let's get started. Thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're going to talk about a model that produces a tipping point. It's a very simple model, and it comes from physics, and it's known as the percolation model. Now, the idea is this. You've got ground up here, and you've got water that comes down as rain, and you want to ask, does it percolate through the soil or not? Right? Very simple question. So how do you model something like that? And again, the essence of modeling is to simplify things, right? So what you're going to do is construct the following sort of model, just a checkerboard, sort of like the game of life or cellular automata models. But the idea here is this, is that you've got a bunch of squares, and they can either be sort of filled in like this, or they can be left open. Now the idea is this, you can only jump from a filled-in square to a filled-in square. So think of a frog trying to cross a river. So it can jump along here, along here, along here, but it gets stuck, doesn't make it. And it can go here, and it gets stuck. So this is a case where it wouldn't percolate, because you can't get from here all the way down to the bottom. So here's the model, really simple model. You ask the following question. Let P equal the probability that I fill in a square. So for each square I flip a coin, and if P's a half, then half the time I fill in a square, half the time I don't. If it's a third of the time I fill in a square, and 2/3 of the time I don't. And then we ask, does it percolate? It's a really simple question. Well, here's what the graph looks like. As long as P is less than 59.2%, it doesn't percolate. This is for a big graph, right? But once you get above that, the system tips, right? Right here there's a tip, and then it becomes likely that it does percolate. So you get this really abrupt change. Now notice this is a nonlinear function, right? A linear function looks sort of like this, and this thing goes sort of flat and then makes this tip right at that point. So what's causing the tip? Well, what's causing the tip is that if we look back at the picture, right, for P less than 59%, there just aren't enough things filled in. So if you were at 30%, went to 31%, like if I filled in like one more square, it's still not likely that I'd percolate. But once I get to about 59%, then so many squares are filled in that it becomes suddenly really likely that I'm able to make it to the bottom. So it should be pretty clear that going from 20 to 21% isn't going to have much of an effect. And going from 21 to 22% isn't going to have much of an effect. But going from 58 to 59 to 60 suddenly has a huge effect. Now, what's great about this model is that it can be applied to all sorts of stuff. So we're going to first apply it to forest fires, and then we're going to apply it to banks. So we're going to use a net logo model here to try and make sense of this. And what we have is a model here, a simple model of forest fires. And what we have is you have one button that shows the density, and that's right up here. And then we just set this thing up, and that's going to fill in trees with this density. So currently it's at 57%. And then I'm going to, across this left edge, you'll see, if you look really closely, you can see red. I'm going to start fire along that edge, and we're just going to see what happens if I let it go. So if I let that go, what you see is that, oh, it comes close and it almost makes it. Let's try it again. Let's set it up again. Oh, it comes close and almost makes it. Doesn't quite do it. One more time. Just about, pretty good. But let's move this thing up to then 61%, which is above that 59% threshold. And look what happens here. At 61%, it makes it. And let's do it again. 61% again, look what happens. It makes it, right? 61% again, it makes it. So what we see in this very simple model is that if we go to 57%, right? And set it up, we're not likely to make it. But if we just increase it a little bit, let's just make it even 60%, right, which is barely above the threshold, then what happens is the fire spreads throughout the whole space. So we see this phase transition, right at 59%, from the fire not spreading to there not being a fire over the whole space to there being a fire over the whole space. Okay, so we can think about that forest fire model in the following way. We think of the yield. So suppose we had a forest and we wanted to get as much wood as we could from the forest, but we knew there was a chance of fires. What would our yield curve look like? Well, there's that critical value, right, at 59%, right? And what would happen is, as we planted more and more trees, we'd get sort of a nice linear yield. We'd get more and more wood. But then once we got above the critical threshold, suddenly our yield would fall off really fast, and there'd also be a tip in terms of the yield. So not only is there a tip in terms of the likelihood of a fire, there's also a tip in terms of the yield. So what's nice is, here we've seen again, remember we talked about fertility of models. So we have a model that was used to explain percolation, like why does there seem to be, soil either percolates or doesn't percolate. And we can use that for forest fires. And what we see is that, again, ignoring things like wind speed and terrain and things like that, that there seems to be some density at which a fire is really likely to spread and a density of trees at which it's not likely to spread. But let's push it even further. Let's imagine we have a model of percolating banks. What would that look like? What do I mean? Well, let's again have this checkerboard thing. And let's suppose that, here's a bank, here's bank 1, and here's bank 2, here's bank 3, here's bank 4, and here's bank 5. Now what we can imagine is, suppose this bank fails. It makes a bunch of bad loans. Well, suppose that this bank then has borrowed money from these banks, right? So these banks all have given money, right, to bank 1. Well, when bank 1 fails, it then can't pay the money back to these other banks. And if it's loaned enough money, right, then these banks may fail. If they've loaned enough money to bank 1, they may fail because they don't get their money back. And so the failure can spread. So remember we talked about that before, about how the IMF has constructed these models of banks. We have, here's a bank failing, and it spreads to other banks failing, and that leads to other failings, and so on, right? Now these models are more sophisticated than just bank fails and moves to the next bank. What you do is you write down, sophisticated accounting equations where banks have assets, capital, and liabilities, and they've got loans of different durations, and those loans fail, and you can sort of ask, if we put stress on the system of having a bank fail, how fast does that spread? So the basic premise is the same, this notion of percolation, but what you do is you add more detail, rich, accurate detail about exactly what those loans look like. And then you could ask the question, is there a tipping point in the case of these banks? So is there sort of a state at which the entire system is poised to suddenly have all sorts of bank failures, right? And again, that's a question you can ask in the context of that richer model. So maybe the insight from the simple percolation model will hold in the bank case, and maybe it won't. That's something we're only going to understand by writing down that richer model. Now you can do the same thing in the context of country failures, right? So I put this graph up, I think, in one of the first lectures for this course. So this is a case where we have England fail first, right? And then what happens is, I think, that spreads to Ireland and a couple other countries, and then here it spreads to France, or to Germany, and then it spreads down to France. So what happens is you can ask, if one country fails, will that percolate through all the other countries or not? And you can get a sense of, is this whole system sort of poised for some giant failure? In other words, you can ask, is there a tipping point in the system of sort of country level financial systems? All right. Let's go even one further. We can also take the same model and think about information percolating. What do I mean by that? Well, imagine there's some network of people, right? So here's a network of people, and you could ask, okay, if there's some probability that if I hear some rumor or get some piece of information or know something, that I'm going to tell it to my friends. Right? So now instead of there's just probability things are going to move across links, I can ask, as a function of that probability, what's the likelihood that the information percolates, that everybody hears about it? Right? And I can use the same model. And so what would the model tell me? The model would say, well, if a rumor is juicy enough, or if a piece of information is important enough, then it's really likely to spread. Nobody's likely to hear it. If it's not important enough, then it may not spread. So here's what's really interesting. Like, let's go back and think about information percolation. You might think, here's the value of a piece of information, or here's how juicy, right, a piece of gossip is. And here's sort of how many people hear. So here's the number of people here. Now you might think, well, that should be linear. The more valuable the information, the more juicy the gossip, the more people should hear. But if you actually construct a network model, right, that looks something like this, and assume that there's some probability of people telling people across links, what you're likely to get is something that maybe has a bit of a tip, right? That nothing happens if it's not very juicy or the value of the information is pretty low. It doesn't spread. But then once it gets above some critical threshold, like right here, it takes off, and almost everybody's likely to hear. And so this says that we should expect the distribution of information, the distribution of rumors, not to be sort of very in a linear way with how interesting the information is or how valuable it is, but instead to possibly have this kink, to possibly have this tipping point. And the reason why is because information spreads through networks, right? And because it spreads through networks, you get this same sort of percolation phenomena. Okay, so interesting, right? We took this percolation model from physics. We saw how it gives us insight into forest fires, and even gives us insights into possibly how information, spreads through a system, spreads through a graph. Okay, let's have just a little bit of fun here. Let's sort of really take the shackles off. We've got this model, and we've got this model about sort of percolation, moving from one thing to another. Well, we can apply this to the following idea, that sometimes problems in mathematics or problems in engineering or scientific problems or innovations, people have been working on them for years. And then suddenly a whole bunch of people figure it out at approximately the same time. And this can be a bit of a puzzle. Like nobody knows how to make a steam engine, suddenly everybody's making a steam engine. Or everybody's trying to figure out some way to identify DNA, and a whole bunch of people, Crick and Watson found it first, but other people are on the heels of finding it, right? Why is it that we see these bursts of scientific activity in a particular area? Why do we see many people come up with the same innovations, the same scientific breakthrough at the same time? Well, you could use the percolation model to basically say, well, this could be the logic. If you think about constructing, let's say, a mathematical proof, oftentimes it is a matter of just getting from A to B, to putting together bits of logic. Or if you think about an innovation, oftentimes it's about getting all the parts to work. So to have a car, you need an engine that worked, you need a braking system, you need steering mechanisms, you need all these parts. As information and knowledge accumulates, we fill in more squares. So initially, right, we can't get from A to B. But what happens is technology and information, right, start filling in squares. And then eventually, right, somebody can find a path, right? But what's interesting is not only can they find that path, somebody else can find a path, because there's multiple paths. Because once we get above the threshold, that doesn't mean that there's one path. It could be that there's many paths. And so it's at least plausible that a percolation type model might explain why we suddenly see bursts of activity in particular areas as the knowledge base increases. Again, speculative, but that's what's fun about models, right? Once you've got a model, you can think about, I wonder if this applies in this other setting, and gives us some insight as to why we suddenly see bursts of things like scientific activity. So that's the percolation model, right? Very simple. Checkerboard, and you basically just ask, can the frog jump from the top to the bottom? You can use it to understand percolation of water. You can use it to understand forest fires. You can use it to construct a richer model of bank failure. You can use it to understand how information percolates through a system, right, through a social system. And you can even speculate on whether this might explain why we see bursts of scientific activity in particular areas and bursts of innovations. All right, thanks. We're now going to look at our second model of tipping points. And this is a model from epidemiology, and it's known as the SIS model, for susceptible, infected, and then susceptible. So that is, you're susceptible to some disease, then you get infected, and then after you get infected, you're cured, but then you can become susceptible again if the disease is mutated in some way, like a flu virus. There's also something called the SIR model, where after you become infected, then you're recovered, right? Then there's no chance of you getting the disease again. All right. What we want to do with this model is show that it produces a tipping point. Now, there's going to be a variable that comes out of our model called the basic reproduction number. And the basic reproduction number, if it's bigger than 1, means that everybody's going to get this disease. If it's less than 1, it means that no one will. So it's going to be a lot like right, our percolation model, where we get this, tipping point. R0 less than 1, no spread of the disease. R0 bigger than 1, R0 bigger than 1, everybody gets the disease. Now this model is pretty intuitive, but it's got a lot of notation. So to sort of build this up to the model, I'm going to start with something simple known as the pure diffusion model. So in the diffusion model, everybody just gets it. There's no, sort of getting cured. So think of this as diffusion of information through a system or a disease that everybody's just going to get. Right? So the diffusion model sort of works as follows. Let's suppose that there's some new disease called the wobblies. And we're going to let W sub t be the number of people who've got the wobblies at time t. Now, if there's n people total in our population, so this could be a community or this could be an entire society, n minus Wt is going to be the number of people who don't have the wobblies. And so we can imagine that like tau, right, this variable tau, is just the transmission rate. So it's the likelihood that someone with the wobblies gives the wobblies to someone who doesn't have the wobblies, right? So it could be that you don't get it, and it could be that if two people meet, when one has it and one doesn't, that they do get it. Tau is just the rate at which that occurs. So if two people meet, what's the likelihood that one person would give it to the other? Well, remember, W is the number that have the wobblies, and n minus W is the number that don't. So what you need is you need one person to have the wobblies and one person not to. So what's the probability that someone has the wobblies? Well, that's just W over n. That's the probability of someone having the wobblies. What's the probability of the other person not having the wobblies? Well, that's just n minus W over n. So if you want to think about what's the probability of two people meeting where it could get transmitted, this is it. And then you just have to multiply that by tau, right? Because that's the probability that if those two people do meet, that in fact the disease moves from one person to the other. Now, instead of a disease, if you think of this as a new technology or as a piece of information, it's the same model. Tau is just the probability that I tell you the piece of information, right? Or that I tell you about the technology and you adopt it. Okay, so now we've got this much fancier formula that this is the probability that's going to move from one person to someone else if two people happen to meet. And again, tau is just the transmission rate. And the only thing that's different here is now I've got these fancy t's here to represent that this is the rate at which it's going to go at time period t, right? Because the number of people that have the wobblies is going to change from period to period. Well, now I'm going to add one more thing, which is the contact rate, because it depends on how often do people actually meet. So you can imagine a situation where people don't meet very often, or you can imagine a situation where people meet a lot. Now, often what counts as a meeting, right, could differ, right? So if it's a disease, then meeting would have to be a physical meeting. If we're talking about a piece of information, that meeting could be over the internet or over the phone. So if there's a contact rate C, what you can imagine is that I've got that formula, right, tau, which is the transmission rate, and I've got the people who have it, which is W over n, and the people who don't have it, which is n minus W over n. So this is the probability someone has, right, someone doesn't have, and this is sort of the rate if they meet. Well, then I've got to multiply this by the probability that two people would meet, right? So C is the contact rate, and if there's n people, I've got to multiply this whole thing times n times C, because C is the rate, so n times C is going to be sort of the number of meetings, right? So this is going to be the number of meetings. This is going to be the rate at which it transfers, and this is going to be the probability the meeting is between one person who has it and one person that doesn't. So now I get this incredibly complicated formula that looks like this. The number that have it at time t plus 1 is the number at time t plus the number of new people, right? That's what I mean by a lot of notation. So even though there's a lot of notation here, nothing's complicated. So if I said to you, how many people have the wobblies at time t plus 1, you'd say, well, it's the number that have it at time t plus the number of people who get it in the next period. That's it. It's just a little bit complicated to write down. So what epidemiologists do is then they use this equation and try and say, okay, what does this tell us about the spread of a disease, or the spread of diffusion in this case of disease, right? Well, it's going to look like this. It's going to start out really low, and then it's going to go really fast, and then it's going to get really slow again. Well, why is that? Let's look at this equation a little bit. And I want you to focus on this part right here, this W over n times n minus W over n. When W is small, then what you get is something like, let's suppose it's just one person. You get 1 over n times n minus 1 over n, right? So that's not very big, right? Because that's just going to be basically like 1 over n, right? That's going to be approximately equal to 1 over n. But when I get in the middle, when W equals, say, n over 2, like half the population have it, then I get n over 2 divided by n times n over 2 divided by n, and all those n's cancel, and I get 1/4. So what's going to happen is that early on, since not many people have it, there's not many people who can spread it. In the middle, half the people have it, half the people don't, so it's going to spread really fast. Later on, when W is almost equal to N, a lot of people have it, but there's very few people who don't have it, so there's not many people who can spread to. So that's why early on, there's few people who have it, and so it can't spread very fast. Later on, there's few people who don't have it, and so it can't spread very fast. So you get an S-shaped curve. So again, this is nonlinear. Here's the point, though. No tipping point here, right? This isn't a tipping point. This is just diffusion. Now, you might look at this graph and say, whoa, boy, here's a tip right here where it suddenly speeds up, and here's another tip. Nothing tips. All this is just a natural diffusion of a process. Diffusion starts out slow. It then goes fast. It accelerates. So this is an acceleration, but it's not a tip. And then it decelerates because there's very few people who don't have it. So just because you see a kink doesn't mean there's a tip. So kink, right, does not equal tip. It could just be an acceleration. So if we look at something like that Facebook graph, right, the number of Facebook users, ooh, we see this kink here. We see, boy, it really accelerated here, this acceleration. That does not mean there's a tip. It just means that Facebook was diffusing. And the thing is, you could say, well, yeah, but Facebook is still going up, 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 up. Well, at some point, there's going to be no more people to get Facebook, right? It's going to diffuse to the whole society, and it's going to flatten out, right? So it's a pure diffusion process. Okay, so it's a pure diffusion process. All right, so now we've got the diffusion model down. Let's move on to what I call the SIS model. So now we understand the diffusion model. We want to move on to something called the SIS model. Now, the SIS model looks pretty much exactly the same as the diffusion model, except for now we allow for the possibility that after someone's become infected, they can move back into the susceptible pool. So they can become recovered in a sense, but then they're also susceptible again. So this would be for something like the flu, where after you're cured of the flu mutates and you can become infected again. It wouldn't work for something like measles, where once you've had the measles, you're no longer going to get the measles. So here's how the model looks. It looks exactly like our model looked before. There's some number of people that have it at time t plus 1, and that's the number that have it at time t, right, plus the new people who get it, right? And this depends on somebody who has it meeting somebody who doesn't have it, right? And this is the transmission rate, and this is just the number of contacts. But all we do to this is we subtract off this minus AWT. Well, what is this? These are the people who become cured, right, who no longer have the disease, and they're going to go back into this pile N. They're going to be people who could get the disease anew. So all we're doing is sort of like throwing in a rate of people sort of getting better. Well, now here's where this model is sort of more interesting, because in the diffusion model, something just spreads, right? It starts out slow, it goes fast, then it tails off. But here, what happens is while people are getting sick, at some other rate, some rate A, they're getting better. And if people get better faster than people get sick, then what's going to happen? The disease isn't going to spread. So this model is going to produce a tipping point. So let's simplify things a little bit. If we rearrange terms, what we get is an equation that looks like this. Now, how did I get this equation? All I did was I pulled this WT term out, right? And I crossed out some n's. So let me show you how that works, right? So up here I've got, let's just focus on this part. I've got NC tau, right, times W over N, times N minus W over N, right, minus AW, okay? And so what I do is I say, well, you know what, let's cross out this N with this N. That's fine, because those N's go away. And then I've got a W here and a W here. So I'm going to pull out that W, and then I've got C tau, N minus W over N minus A, right? That's what I've got. And if I look over here, that's what I've got. I've got C tau, N minus W over N minus A. So this is just a simplification. So when you write models, it's useful to be good at algebra. If you can do lots of algebra, you can simplify things. Well, why do we want to simplify things? Here's why. Look, suppose we're early on in the disease. So that means WT is really small. So that means that N minus WT over N is going to be really close to 1, because basically a very small percentage of the people in the population have the disease. So now if I look at this thing, I can say, well, you know, WT plus 1 is really equal to WT. WT plus 1 is equal to WT plus WT times C tau minus A. So this thing is going to spread if C tau minus A is positive, and it's not going to spread if C tau minus A is negative. So this is going to come down to, is C tau minus A bigger than 0, right? Or is C tau bigger than A? Or another way to write this is C tau over A bigger than 1, all right? And this leads to what's called the basic reproduction number. We let R0 equal C tau divided by A. If C tau divided by A is bigger than 1, the disease spreads, right? Because that means that WT plus 1 equals WT plus something positive, right? If R0 is less than 1, right? In other words, if CT over A is less than 1, then WT plus 1 equals WT plus something negative, and the disease dies off. So this R0 is called the basic reproduction number, and what it basically tells you is, does the disease spread? But notice here we've got a tip, right? R0 less than 1, no disease spread. R0 bigger than 1, disease spreads. So let's take some real diseases. Diseases like measles, mumps, the flu. The R0s are 15, 5, and 3. That's why these are real diseases. There might be a ton of diseases out there that have R0s less than 1, and we never even hear about them. Why? Because they don't spread. Now again, for things like measles and the mumps, once you get them, you don't fall back in the population. So there's a model that you use there called the SIR model, which is very similar to the SIS model. But for the flu, right, you fall back into the pool, so you can think of it like this SIS model. Now what's interesting here is, right, from these basic reproduction numbers, we can say, you know, they're past the tipping point, the disease is going to spread. But let's think about this figure. Why do we construct models? Well, a bunch of reasons, right? But one reason is to design policies. So you could say, how do we stop these things from spreading? Well, one obvious answer is vaccines. Then the question is, how many people do you have to vaccine? Well, turns out the model will tell us. So let's think about it this way, right? Let V be the percentage of people that you vaccinate. So there's this basic reproduction number, R0. That's sort of like the rate at which things spread through the population. Well, if I vaccinate some percentage of the population, that's just going to reduce, right, the basic reproduction number by that fraction. So if half the people were vaccinated, R0 is effectively divided by 2, right? And if 75% of the people are vaccinated, R0 is going to be divided, in effect, by 4, right? Because you've only got 1/4 of the real population. So the question is, how many people do we have to vaccinate as a function of R0? Well, in some sense, if we vaccinate, right, V people, it's like we've got a new R0, right, little r0, which is just the big R0 times the percentage of people in the population that aren't vaccinated. So what we can do is we can say we want R0, big R0, times 1 minus V to equal 1. Actually, we want it to be less than 1, right? Well, we can multiply this out. We get R0 minus R0V, right, has got to be less than 1, right? So we can bring this over to the other side and we get R0 minus 1. We need to be less than R0 times V. So that means we need V to be bigger than 1 minus 1 over R0, right? So what we get is we get this equation that says this is how many people we need to vaccinate. Well, let's go back. Remember, the measles were 15, the mumps were 5. How many people do we need to vaccinate to prevent the measles from spreading? Well, that's just 1 minus 1 over 15, which equals 14/15. So we need to vaccinate 14/15 of the population against measles if we want the measles not to spread. For the mumps, right, we need 1 over 1/5, right? We only need to vaccinate 80% of the population. Well, here's where the model is so useful. Again, this model isn't exactly right. We're leaving out all sorts of things like networks and changes in contact structures and different locations and stuff like that. But still, what this tells us is, which is really important, is depending on how virulent the disease is, you have to change how many people you vaccinate in a pretty, understandable way. Now, the other interesting thing is there's a tipping point in terms of vaccines, right? If we vaccinate 75% of the people and we needed to vaccinate 80% of the people, well, guess what? It's not going to work. The 25% who don't get vaccinated are all going to get the disease. But if we'd have vaccinated 81% of the people, then the 19% of the people who don't get vaccinated, they're still going to be protected because the disease isn't going to spread. Okay? So the cool thing about this model is it's given us a tipping point, R0. It's also given us a policy. And this policy is interesting in the sense that, it's of no effect. Really, vaccination has no effect, really, other than the people you vaccinate. Right? It has no population level effect until you get to the threshold. Once you pass the threshold, then that next person to get vaccinated, in a sense, right, makes the whole rest of the society immune because the disease can't spread. So step back a second. In the diffusion model, right, where we got that nice sort of S-shaped curve, there's no tip. In the SIS model, there's this R0, which is the tipping point, right? So there's this value 1. So there's no disease if R0 is less than 1, and there's a disease if R0 is bigger than 1. What you can do by vaccinating people is, in effect, reduce R0. So that's the SIS model. We've talked about it in the context of disease. You can even think of it, though, in terms of the spread of information, as we talked about. And it's a really interesting model in the sense that it does also generate a tipping point. It's another nonlinear model, and it's a model where we get this, threshold phenomenon. Less than R0, no, R0 less than 1, no spread. R0 bigger than 1, everybody gets the disease. Okay, not a happy thought, but let's move on. Thank you. Hi. In the previous 3 lectures, we talked about tipping points. And we saw 2 models, right? We saw a percolation model, and we saw a diffusion model. And both of those created tips. What I want to do in this lecture is give some formal definitions of tipping points. And I'm going to make 2 distinctions. I'm going to distinguish between what I call direct tipping points, where when I change that variable, it causes that variable to tip, versus contextual tipping points, where the change in some action or the change in some parameter causes the system to change to result in the tip. So in the percolation model, in the forest fire model, we had a change in the density of trees or in the density of the soil, and that caused the system to tip. So that's a contextual tip. I'm also going to talk about tips between and within class, right? Remember we talked about sort of equilibrium systems and complex systems and periodic systems. Systems can tip from one of those states to another. Now, to understand all this, I've got to start with something else. I'm going to start with just some very basic graphs describing some dynamical systems so we can better understand how these different tipping points operate. So we're not going to do the mathematics of dynamical systems. We're just going to draw some simple graphs, and they'll help make sense of a lot of this. So here's the basic idea of a dynamical system. What you've got on this axis is, here's this variable x, and what this is telling you, this little x dot, is telling you how x is going to change. That's what this line tells us. So if the line is positive, if it's positive, it means that x is going to move in this direction, and if the value is negative, like it is over here, it means x is going to move in this direction. So if you look at this particular graph of a dynamical system, it shows a stable equilibrium. If I start here, I'm going to move in this direction to y, right there, to this point y over 2. And if I start here, I'm going to move in this direction and go here. So if you perturb the system in any way, we're going to go right back to that point. So it's stable. Here's a more complicated dynamical system. In this dynamical system, if I'm in this region, the value of the function is negative, right? So I'm going to move in this direction. If I'm in this region, the value of the function is positive, so I'll move in that direction. And in this region, the value of the function is negative, so I'm going to move in that direction. So what that means is if I start here, I'll go to this equilibrium, right? And if I start here, I'll go here. And if I start here, I'll go there. So what you get is you get a stable equilibrium here and a stable equilibrium here. Now notice this point right here where the value is 0 is an equilibrium, but it's a tipping point because it's unstable. Any slight change in the variable, if I just move it a tiny bit to the right, I'm going to head over to this equilibrium. And if I put it a tiny bit to the left, I'll head over to 0. So you go from a stable equilibrium to an unstable equilibrium to a stable equilibrium. And this unstable equilibrium we can think of as a tipping point because any slight movement, any change in that variable will lead to a large change in the variable. That's what I'm going to call a direct tip. So you're sitting at some unstable point right here. And if I just moved it in either direction, right, I'm going to roll down the hill and either go to this equilibrium or that equilibrium. So that's a direct tip. Tiny change in the variable itself leads to a big change eventually, right, in the value of that variable. So formal definition, direct tip, small action or event has a large effect on that end state, right? So you change the variable a little bit and it has a huge effect on what happens in the long run. So for example, World War II, right, the killing of Archduke Ferdinand, right? You could argue that this resulted in this tip where the whole world goes to war and tens of millions of people die, right? But this sort of just tipped the whole system, right, and led to alliances forming and nations waging war against one another, all because of this one act, right? It was a direct tip. Now, in the Vietnam War, right, one of the things that escalated the war was the bombing by the North Vietnamese of Pleiku. Now, McGeorge Bundy, who was the National Security Advisor at the time, he famously said, Pleikus are like streetcars. What he meant by that is that streetcars come down the road all the time. That plikus, these events that can escalate war, they happen all the time. So what he was saying basically is that even though pliku was what I'm going to call a direct tip, right? That, yes, true, it was a tipping point in the war, but they come along all the time because what he was saying is the context, right? The environment was such that it was bound to happen. So if we think back to our percolation model, what McGeorge Bundy was saying is, look, it was going to percolate. The system was going to tip. The probability was above 59.27%. So all we needed was one drop of water and it was going to race its way through. Or all we needed was one match and the whole forest was going to catch on fire. And that those matches, plikus, are like streetcars. So the point here, and it's an interesting one, is even though we often focus on the direct tip, we focus on the killing of the Archduke, we focus on pliku, what's really going on in a lot of these cases is that what's causing those direct tips is a change in the context, right? So let me explain how that can work. So here's our function, right? And we've got, this system where here's a stable equilibrium, here's an unstable equilibrium, here's a stable equilibrium. Well, what happens if the context changes and moves this line down a little bit, right? Well, if it moves this line down a little bit, then all the arrows point in this direction. So this equilibrium that was stable, right, is no longer stable. So what we've got is we've got a contextual tip. A change in the environment, just by a tiny bit, has an effect such that it wipes out, right, in this case, by the environment causing this curve to shift down, it wipes out this equilibrium. The dynamical system always points to the left, and what you get is you get a completely new equilibrium at zero, right? So a contextual tip is a change in the environment. So in the percolation model, it's sort of filling in more squares. In the forest fire model, it's growing more trees. In a social network model, it's making more connections. And it's, in doing that, it makes the possibility of a direct tip go way up, and it means that the end state of the system is likely to change. So remember we saw that in a percolation model, this is a change in context, right? It's a change in sort of the number of squares filled in. Remember also our SIS model, right? R0 was the basic reproduction number. When we change the virulence of the disease, or we change the rate at which people contact, or we change the rate at which people sort of recover from the disease, that's changing the context in which that disease spreads, and it's changing the likelihood then, if, once the disease gets kick-started, that it's going to spread throughout the population. So changing the context is what makes these direct tips possible. Okay, so we've talked about direct tips, where the variable moves a little bit and it causes itself to move even further, right? Sort of bootstraps itself. And then contextual tips, where the environment changes. I want to make one more simple distinction. Remember we talked about 4 different types of systems, right? Equilibrium systems, periodic systems, random systems, and complex systems. A system can tip within a class, so it can go from one equilibrium to another, or it can tip between classes. It can go from equilibrium to periodic, and from periodic to complex. So for example, if you look at pictures of chaos, this is a logistic map. You can have a system that starts out in an equilibrium and then moves to a simple periodic system where it goes back and forth, and then you can get in here where it gets these sort of really, sort of interesting patterns that might be classified as complex or even random, right? So the system can move from equilibrium to periodic to complex as you change your parameters. These would be contextual tips that are between class, right? So tipping points, what types are there, right? So there's direct tips where you change the variable and that causes the variable to tip, right? There are contextual tips where the environment changes. Once the environment changes, then the system is likely to move from one state to another once somebody lights the match. There's tips within class where you move from one equilibrium to a new equilibrium. And there's tips between class where a system tips from an equilibrium to a much more complex state or a periodic state. So that's a simple taxonomy of tipping points, and we've seen models that generate pretty much each one of those types. Where we want to go next, we want to talk about how do we measure tips. So is there a way to measure how tippy a system is? Thank you. Hi. In this final lecture on tipping points, what I want to do is I want to talk about how we can measure tips. Now remember previously we've talked about active tips or direct tips where the variable itself causes the system to tip. And then contextual tips where something in the environment, remember in the case of the percolation model, causes the environment to suddenly be willing to tip. We've also talked about tips within class, so from an equilibrium to an equilibrium, and tips across classes, from an equilibrium to complex. Well, what we'd like to do is now have some sort of way of measuring how big a tip is. Like, is it a tip that was completely unexpected, or is it a tip that maybe was, sort of likely to happen, or just how rare the event that the system tipped into was. So to do that, we need some way of measuring. Now that's a key thing in this models class, right, is we want to be able to take these models and take them to data some way, right, to use data. So if we're going to use data, we have to have some measures. So what I want to do in this very simple lecture is just introduce two different measures on what tipping points are to measure the extent of a tip. One is going to use something called the diversity index. The other is going to use a formula called entropy, which is used a lot in physics, not that much in social science. Okay, so let's get started. Let's first think about an active tip. So in an active tip, what we have is we've got, this ball up here, and it's sitting on top of this peak, and it could either go this way or this way. And if it heads this way, it's going to go down here, or it can head down here. Each of these things has a 50% chance of occurring. Once the system is tipped, then it's either going to be to the right or to the left. So if it's down here, now there's a 100% chance that it's over here, and there's no chance it's over here on the left. When we think about a tipping point, what we can think of is that previously what was going to happen was uncertain. It could either go left or it could go right. But once the tip has occurred, we know what's happened. We know the system is now completely going to be in the right. So one way to think about tipping points, and the measure we're going to introduce, is going to depend on that idea, that the uncertainty goes away. Initially, there was some uncertainty. It could go left or right, but after the tip, we know where it's going to go. So we're going to measure tippiness by reductions in uncertainty. So to get there, we first need a measure of uncertainty. The way to think about that is we want to think about changes in outcomes. So initially, there's a whole bunch of different outcomes that could occur, but then after the system tips, either there's only one outcome that could occur, that maybe if it goes to some equilibrium, or it could be the case that there's a whole bunch of other things that could occur. So it could have gone that you thought for sure A was going to happen, but after the tip, it could be B, C, or D. So what you want to think of is changes in the likelihoods of different outcomes. So how do we measure that? How do we measure likelihoods of different outcomes? So we're going to do, as I mentioned, two measures. One is going to be this thing called the diversity index, which is used in social science a lot, in economics, political science, sociology. And the other is going to be a formula called entropy, which comes from physics and information theory. So here's the idea. Suppose we've got four outcomes, A, B, C, and D, and suppose each one has a probability of 1/4. So each one has a 1/4 probability of being true. The question is, how do we measure how unlikely that is? Here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to introduce the diversity index, and here's how it works. Suppose you've got four possibilities, A, B, C, and D. So here they are, PA, PB, PC, and PD. So remember from probability that these four things are going to have to, if those are the only things that can happen, these are going to have to sum up to 1. Well, we want some measure of sort of how diverse this distribution is over these four outcomes, because if it's a fourth, a fourth, a fourth, a fourth, that's more diverse than if it's a half, 0, 0. So here's the idea of the diversity index. We basically first compute the probability that if two people meet, they're of the same type. So let's suppose this is a distribution across people, and there's types A, B, C, and D. Well, what are the odds that they're both type A's? Well, that would be P to A times PA. And what would be the probability they're both type B's? Well, that would be just PB times PB. And what's the probability they're both PCs? Well, again, that's PC plus times PC, and then finally they could both be Ds. I can write this in a fancy way. I can write it's a summation sign of PI, I equals A, B, C, or D, PI squared, right? So I can just take each of these types, P1, PA, PB, PC, BD, square them and just sum those up. So this little funny sign here means a summation sign. So let's suppose I have PA equals PB equals PC equals PD, so they're all 1/4. Well, then what I'm going to get is I'm going to get 1/4 squared plus 1/4 squared plus 1/4 squared plus 1/4 squared, which is 1/16 plus 1/16 plus 1/16 plus 1/16, which is 4/16, which is 1/4. So that's telling us it's sort of like 1/4. So to get the diversity index, what we do is we just take, it's equal to 1 over the summation of those PI squareds. So that's going to be 1 over 1/4, which is equal to 4. So what that's telling us is that, look, it's like there's 4 types here. Okay, so our diversity index, remember, was just 1 over the summation of these PI squareds. So before we had PA equals PB equals PC equals PD, and we got a diversity index of 4. Well, let's suppose we have PA is a half, PB is a third, and PC equals a sixth. So what we have here is we've got 3 types, A's, B's, and C's, but they're not evenly distributed. So what we'd like is our diversity index to be maybe a little bit less than 3, because this isn't quite 3 types. So let's see what happens when we get it. We're going to get PA squared, which is 1/4, plus PB squared, which is 1/9, plus PC squared, which is 1/36. So you can put all these over 36, and we get 9 plus 4 plus 1 over 36. That's 14 over 36. So 14 over 36, if we take the diversity index, that's going to be the opposite of that, which is 36 over 14. So that's 2 and 8 over 14, or 2 and 4/7. So what the diversity index tells us is, well, this is not quite 3, because you're more likely to get A than you are to get C, and so we'll call this 2 and 4/7. So what the diversity index is sort of tells you approximately how many different types of things there are. So why does this work to measure tips? Well, what we could think of is, if initially we thought there were 5 places it could go, and then after the tip there's only 1 place it could go, the diversity index would flip from 5 to 1. If initially it could go to A with probability 1/2, B with probability 1/3, or C with probability 1/6, then we could say, well, initially there were 2 and 4/7 places it could go, but then if it tips and goes to C, we can say now there's only 1 place it can go. And so we'd get a reduction in the diversity index from 2 and 4/7 down to 1, and that helps us measure the extent of the tip. Okay, now let's turn to entropy. Entropy is a slightly more complicated formula, but it also measures the degree of uncertainty. So entropy, again, comes from physics and information theory, and it looks like this. It's equal to minus the summation of those pi's. That looks similar to what we had before. But now times, we're going to do times the log base 2 of pi. Now what is the log base 2? Log base 2 of 2 raised to the power x just equals x. So it tells you what's the exponent of the number with respect to 2. So it tells you the power of 2. So if I take the log base 2 of 1/4, that's going to equal the log base 2 of 2 to the minus 2, right? Because I can write 1/4 as 2 to the minus 2. So that's just equal to minus 2. So if we take our example we had before and computed the entropy, we'd get minus 1/4 log base 2 of 1/4 plus 1/4 log base 2 of 1/4 plus 1/4 log base 2 of 1/4, and then we got one more, plus 1/4 log base 2 of 1/4. Again, if you haven't done logs before, don't worry about it. I just want you to get a sense of the idea behind this, what entropy measures. So I'm going to explain conceptually what this is after we can finish this calculation. So we're going to get minus 1/4 times minus 2, right, plus 1/4 times minus 2, plus 1/4 times minus 2, plus 1/4 times minus 2, right? And we get this, remember, because the log base 2 of 1/4 is just the log base 2 of 2 to the minus 2, and so it's just minus 2. So that gives us minus, and I've got 4 times 1/4 times minus 2, so I get minus minus 2, which equals 2. Okay? So what does entropy tell us? What entropy tells us is it tells us the number of pieces of information we'd know, or the number of bits of information you'd have to know in order to identify the outcome. So let's go back to our example where there's 4 outcomes, A, B, C, and D, and they're equally likely. Well, how many pieces of information would I have to tell you in order to identify what the outcome is? Well, suppose I said, the first thing I could do is I could say, well, it's either an A and B. It's either an A or B or C or D, right? So I could divide this set in half. Then, in the second thing, I could tell you whether it's A or it's B, right? So I could always identify which one it is by asking 2 questions. So question 1 could be, is it A or B or C or D? So you have to name which of these 2 sets it's in. And then question 2 would depend on question 1. And if you said it was in A or B, then it would just ask, okay, is it A? And if you said yes, then it's A. And if you said no, then it's B. So entropy tells you just how many pieces of information you would have to know to identify the outcome. And so if there's 4 outcomes, you'd only need 2. To summarize, the diversity index tells you sort of the number of types, and entropy tells you the amount of information you would need to identify the type. Right, so in our example, the diversity index was 4 because there were equally spaced 4 types, right? A, B, C, and D were all equally likely. And the entropy was 2 because with 2 questions, you could identify which the type was, right? You could ask, is it A or B or C or D? And if they said C or D, then you could say, was it D? If they said yes, it's D. If they said no, it's C. So entropy is amount of information, diversity index is number of types. Either one of these things will work. So let's see this in action from our first example. Remember we had initially, it was sitting up here, and there was a 50% chance it goes here, and a 50% chance it goes here. So the diversity index in this case would be 2, right? Because there's 2 outcomes and each one is equally likely. And so if we did our formula, we just get 1/2 squared plus 1/2 squared, which is a fourth plus a fourth, which is equal to 1/2. And then we take 1 over 1/2, and that gives us the diversity index of 2. Now, if you compute the entropy of this, we won't do it, you're going to get the answer 1. And so why? Because all you need is one piece of information. It would say, is it to the left or is it to the right? And that'd tell you where the ball is. So diversity index is 2, entropy is 1. Well, what happens after this tips? After this tips, it goes over, let's say, the left with a probability of 100%. Well, what's going to happen to the diversity index? Well, when this thing goes to 100% and 0, then the diversity index is now 1, right? Because you know where it is. And the entropy is 0, because you don't need to be told anything. You don't need any information where the ball is because it's already on the left. So there's no uncertainty left in the system at all. So what you can see is this thing, the diversity index went from 2 to 1, entropy went from 1 to 0. That's how we can measure how much a system tipped, right? Because it's telling us it went from, we don't know what's going to happen, it can either go left or right, to now we know where it is. So the number of types has decreased from 2 to 1. Or if we think in terms of information, we can say, previously I needed 1 piece of information, now I need 0. So if you think of tipping points, when a system suddenly tips to some new thing, we go from a situation where we didn't know what was going to happen to a situation where maybe we knew what was going to happen. So that would be true if we had a between-class tip from a complex situation to an equilibrium situation. Alternatively, right, we could have a system tip from a nice equilibrium where the diversity index was low and the entropy was 0 to one that became incredibly complex where uncertainty was very high. Then the diversity index would increase and the entropy would also increase. So what we've got is these measures, tippiness, we could have an increase or a decrease in both diversity index and an entropy. But the tip in a system is basically telling us that what's going to happen is likely to change. Now, the way to think of tips is changes in the likelihood of outcomes. Right? When we talk about these direct tips or these contextual tips or these between class and within class, what's really happening with a tipping point is what we thought was going to happen is no longer going to happen. Or maybe we didn't know it was going to happen and now we know what's going to happen. So the system's tipped. The way to measure that is we need some measure of uncertainty. And we've introduced 2, right? We've introduced the diversity index and we introduced entropy. That's tipping points. It's been sort of a big thing, but we've learned some stuff, right? We've learned that just because we see a kink in the graph doesn't mean it's a tipping point. That could just be a growth process, or that could be a diffusion process. We've also learned there's a difference between active tips and direct tips and between class and within class tips. And we've learned a little bit about how to measure those tips. Okay, thank you. Hi. In this next set of models, we're going to talk about a very specific thing, growth. We're going to talk about economic growth, to be even more specific. We're going to ask, why is it that some countries are rich and other countries are poor? To put a framework around that, a model around that, we're going to start out by looking at an even simpler model, a model of exponential growth. So here's a model where you just put money in the bank and we talk about sort of the rate at which it grows and see how that accumulates over time. From that base model, we're then going to construct a model of a very primitive economy and show how economies grow. Now, one of the surprising results of that model of economic growth is going to be that there's limits, that without innovation, growth stops. So we're going to move from that simple model to something called the Solow growth model. And the Solow growth model allows for there to be innovation and shows how innovation has this sort of multiplier effect on our collective well-being and why innovation is so important. And then we'll talk a little bit about some extensions. In particular, we're talking about sort of, and once we've got this model, how do we use it to think about why some countries are successful and other countries aren't, and really what enables growth to continue over time. Okay, so to get us started, first we just need some basic definitions. So first, what do I mean by growth? Growth of what? Well, you could think of growth of overall human happiness, right? That'd be a nice thing to think about, but that's harder to measure in some respects, right? So we're going to focus on the same thing economists do, which is GDP. So this is gross domestic product. So this is just the total market value of all the goods and services produced within an economy. Okay, and there's data kept on this. So for example, if you look, here's a whole bunch of countries in the world and their GDP. So you see Luxembourg at the very top. If you look down a little ways, you'll see the United States right at 15th. And then we have a per capita GDP of about 47,000. And further down and so on, you see Spain, and there's very poor countries where GDP is, measured in single digits, thousands of dollars per person. Okay. We want to know, though, what causes growth. So here's sort of an interesting graph, right? Here's Botswana and Zimbabwe. Now, these countries aren't the same, right? They're both in Africa, but Botswana only has about 2 million people. Zimbabwe has about 13 million people. So Zimbabwe is a much larger country. But if you look at GDP, right, you can see that Zimbabwe has pretty much stayed flat. Right? It hasn't gone up from 1966 to 2005. Where in contrast, right, Botswana has been very successful. So we want to understand what is it that enables one country to succeed and another country to not succeed. And we'll talk about a book by Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson called Why Nations Fail, which really focuses on this line here, right? Like, why is it the case that Zimbabwe hasn't been successful? Now, if you look at GDP, when we talk about growth, what we mean is changes in GDP. Here's the annual change in real GDP since 1930 in the United States. When they say real, notice in the script they say real. When economists say real, what they mean is taking into account inflation. So if inflation goes up by 10%, but the economy went up by 15%, you've got to subtract off that 10% just due to prices rising. If you look at GDP in the United States, what you see is during the war, right, there's huge increases in GDP. And then we had this sort of nice post-war period where growth was fairly high. But you notice it stays fairly high. So, it averages around, 3 to 4% throughout this whole range, right? You see occasional dips, but basically you see fairly, steady, constant rates of growth. But if you look from 2006 to 2011, right, when we had this contraction, you see this period here where growth fell. We had massive decreases in growth. And those are, people really feel that, right, because they're much worse off. Now, another thing we look at growth, you can ask can you sustain super high levels of growth? So if you look at China, you see these sort of unbelievable levels of growth, right? These things are all in the 8-9% range over the last few decades, of the last decade and a half. And so what you can think is, oh my God, is China going to become 50 times the size of the United States? Well, when I was a kid, people said the same thing about Japan. And if you look at Japan's growth rates, what we see is, again, from 1950 to the early 1980s, you see these huge growth rates. But then, if you notice since then, right, their growth rates have fallen. So one of the things this very simple model will do is explain why that's the case. Why can you sustain really high growth rates for a long time and then have them fall off once you sort of catch up to the other countries in the world? And this is why a lot of people, when you look at China, right, even though you see these high growth rates now, a lot of people expect those to fall in the future. We're going to start out by looking at exponential growth. And this is where you just put money in the bank and it just grows and grows and grows, up, 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 like this, right? But when we look at economic growth, it tends not to look that way, right? Over time, growth tends to fall off. And that's because we put money into things like machinery and technologies, but those depreciate over time, and that prevents us from getting that upward sloping curve. And so economic growth is often going to sort of go the other way. It's going to start out fast and then tail off, sort of like it did in Japan, unless we can get some innovation, and that'll shift the whole curve up. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. One last thing, though, before we get started. When you think about growth, right, that's focusing on material things, material wants. And you can ask yourself, okay, does this really matter? Shouldn't we be more interested in whether people are happy? And we probably should be, right? It's probably more important than we're happy than we have a lot of stuff. Like, we'd all trade stuff for happiness. So there's a question, right? Does GDP, does higher growth make us happier? Well, that's actually a fairly complicated question. So here's a graph that shows GDP per capita, and then here's a measure of life satisfaction. So this is survey data on life satisfaction. So notice the problem here. GDP is what we can think of as really hard, because we can measure it. Life satisfaction is sort of soft because you're surveying people. And so you ask me one day, I can say my life is great. You could ask me another day, and I might say, oh, my life isn't that great. So you've got to survey a lot of people. You've got to make sure you frame the question the right way. Still, with all those caveats, here's what you see. Does money make you happier? And I want to focus on two different parts of this graph. If you look in this region, the answer is no. As you go from 20,000 to 60,000, people just aren't that much happier. But if you look in this region, the answer is decidedly yes. Money does make you happier. Now, the reason for this may be just some basic services like healthcare, food, shelter, those sorts of things. So getting from 0 to 10,000, that's huge. Getting from 30,000 to 60,000, maybe that doesn't matter that much. So lifting people out of poverty clearly makes them happier. That's one reason to focus on GDP. Now, once you're making $100,000 a year, it may not make you any happier to make $120,000 a year. What we get is, does growth make you happy, at least according to survey data? Yes, if you're lifting poor people up. No, if you're making rich people richer. Okay, so that's the framework for what we're going to do. We're going to start out by talking about exponential growth, then we're going to move on to economic growth models, and we'll do three. We'll do a simple economic growth model, we'll do something called Solow's growth model, and then I'll talk just a tiny bit about something called endogenous growth models. All right, let's get started. Thank you. Hi. In this set of lectures, we're talking about economic growth. And what we want to do is we want to understand why is it that some countries are rich and some countries are poor. So to get our bearings on how growth works, we've got to start with a much simpler model. Because our economic growth models are going to have a lot going on. They're going to have labor, they're going to have physical capital, they're going to have depreciation rates and saving rates and all sorts of stuff. So to just sort of get us to understand the basics of growth, we're going to start out with a much simpler case. And we're going to start out by talking about just compounding. So you put money in the bank, and we talk about the rate at which that grows. And from then, we're going to talk about then countries growing, talking about GDP growing, and we're going to see why different growth rates are so important. Because we're going to see that, again, growth is sort of exponential. So we're going to talk about just a very simple sort of exponential growth rate where you just keep putting money in the bank. From that, we're going to learn a really cool trick called the Rule of 72. The Rule of 72 will tell us how quickly our money will double or how quickly GDP will double. So therefore, if you think about what's the difference between an 8% growth rate and a 4% growth rate, you might think it's twice as much. We'll actually see, according to the Rule of 72, that it's even more than that. That doubling the growth rate has really significant effects. Okay, so let's get started. So let's start with just sort of like, basic accounting 101. You put some money in the bank. So let's suppose you got X dollars and you put it in the bank at R% interest. How much do you get? Well, let's suppose you got $100 and you put it in the bank, and let's suppose you get 5% interest. Well, what you're going to get at the end of the next year is $105, right? Because the general formula for this thing is you just take X times 1 plus the interest rate, right? So that's the general formula. So if I put $100 in the bank at 5%, I'll get 105 back. Now, if I put that 105 back in the bank, I'll get 105 times 1 plus 0.05, and that's going to be 105 plus 5.25, which is 110.25. So at the end of 2 years, I'll have 110.25. Now, if I kept this money in the bank for 10 years, I'd just have 100 times 1 plus 0.05 raised to the 10th power, right? Because I just keep multiplying this by 1.05 times 1.05 times 1.05, and that's what I get. So that's, if you want to think about if I buy a certificate of deposit for some money, the bank say, okay, I'm going to put this $1,000 in for 6 years at 5%. They'll tell you, okay, well then you're going to get $1,000 times 1.05 raised to the 6th power. That's how much you get back at the end of the 6 years. We want to do that same thing, same very, very simple thing with GDP. Now with GDP, what we're going to do, instead of having X be the amount of money we put in the bank, that's going to be per capita GDP. If there's a GDP right now of G and we have R% growth, then next year we'll get 1 plus R. And in 10 years, we'll have 1 plus R raised to the 10th power. Now, why does that matter so much? Why do we care so much about this R? Why do politicians always talk about it? Why do bankers always talk about it? Why do we care so much about growth rates? Well, to see why, let's look at two cases. Let's look at a sort of low growth case, a country that has a 2% growth rate, and a high growth case, a country that has a 6% growth rate. Let's start them out both in year 0 with everybody making $1,000. So per capita income's $1,000. Well, what happens after the first year? For the first year, the first country goes up by 20%. So it's 1,020. The other country's at 1,060. And you could say, big deal. $40 more per person. That's not a huge difference. Well, let's go ahead 10 years. In 10 years, if I use that formula, the people in the first country are making $1,200 apiece. People in the second country are making $1,800 apiece. So now they're 50% better off. And if I go ahead 35 years, right, so really maybe one generation, maybe generation and a half, the first country's now doubled, right, so they're at 2,000. The second country's at 7,600. They've gone up 3.8 times. So now they're almost, or 7.6 times, I'm sorry, so they're almost 4 times better off. Let's suppose I go ahead 100 years, move ahead a century. One country plugs along at 2% growth. The other country plugs along at 6% growth, right? The first country is now making $7,000 per person. The second country, right, people are making $339,000 per person, right? So that's like 45 times as much. So in a 100-year period, this 2% versus 6% difference just becomes enormous. And that's because this growth is exponential, right? Because it's 1 plus R raised to the power T. And so if R is bigger, you get a huge increase. So here's the rule of 72. And this explains sort of why what was going on in that graph. The rule of 72 says, divide the growth rate into 72. And the answer you get will give you the number of years it takes to double, right? So let's suppose our growth rate is 2%, right? If our growth rate is 2%, I take 72, divide it by 2, and I get 36. That means it'll take about 36 years to double. Let's go back to our graph. If you go back to our graph, you see it took 35 years to double. So pretty close, right? What if I had 6%? Well, 72 divided by 12, divided by 6 means that it's going to be 12 years to double. So what that means is, in this first period, the 2%, it's going to take me 36 years to double. At 6%, it only takes me 12 years to double, which means that this country will double 3 times, which is 2 times 2 times 2, which is 8. So its GDP will be 8 times its original GDP in the time it took the first country to double. And if we go back and look at our data, sure enough, after 35 years, it's effectively 8 times as big. So you see the rule of 72 isn't exactly right. Like, it took only 35 years to double, and this isn't quite at 8,000, but it's really accurate. So for low interest rates, it tends to overestimate the number of years, and for high interest rates, it tends to overestimate the number of years. But if it at 8% or 9%, it works just about perfectly. So the rule of 72, right, again, which is really cool. So it's just, look, take your growth rate, divide it into 72. That tells you how long it's going to take to double. So the move from 2% to 6% isn't just a 4% increase in the growth rate, right? It's a dividing by 3 of the time to double. So it means that every 12 years, your country's going to double its well-being, its GDP. Whereas in the first case, at 2%, it's going to take 36 years. That's why people focus so much on growth rates, and that's why we want to look at models that explain where growth comes from. Let's go back and look at the United States. Remember, we're hanging out about 3-4%. Well, you can think, what's the difference between 3-4%? Well, 4% is 72 divided by 4, which means every 18 years will double. And 3% is 72 divided by 3, which means every 24 years will double. Well, what would you rather do? Double every 18 years or double every 24 years? Clearly, you'd rather double every 18 years. So that's why we care a lot about boosting that growth rate, even from something like 3% to 4%, because it means we're going to increase our well-being much, much faster. Okay, excellent. There's a lot going on here, right? We've talked about this sort of, simple interest rate thing where we've got x, right, times 1 plus r raised to the tth power. Well, this is sort of a sheet here because what I've done is I've just assumed, for the interest of simplification, that the growth is happening just once a year. So it's like once a year we do growth rates. When I was a kid, there was a commercial on television for a bank, and they talked about how some banks only gave interest once a year. And it said, this new bank, we give interest every second of the day. So what we do is, instead of saying, okay, we're going to give you at the end of 1 year x times 1 plus r, we're going to give you interest, let's just say, suppose first we're going to give you interest every day. So we're going to give you 1 plus r over 365. So we're going to reduce the rate divided by 365. We're going to give that to you 365 times. So we're going to compute your interest daily. And then they said, we'll even do better than that. We're going to do it, we could even do it hourly. So we'll do it over, we're going to divide the interest rate times the number of hours in the day, and then we'll compute this interest every hour. And then we could even do it every second, and so on and so on and so on. And they showed this guy the calculator, just plugging away, right, computing these interest rates. And I thought, how are they doing that? Well, the way they did it is they just used math. It turns out if you have this formula, and this should be an infinity here, if you have the number of periods go to infinity, right, so if you're doing it infinitely fast, then what happens is this formula, this 1 plus the interest rate over n raised to the power nt, just becomes e to the rt. And remember, e was that number, Euler's constant, which is 2.71828. So why do we do this? Why do we do all this math? The reason we're doing all this math is basically you can think of the growth rate, instead of thinking of this formula, x times 1 plus r to the t, you can do something simpler. You can just use e to the rt, where e is this Euler's constant, this 2.71828. So what you can do is, if you think about growth as just sort of occurring continuously, in this nice simple formula will give you sort of the rate at which things are going to grow. And that's why it's called exponential growth, because the rate at which you grow is exponential in this function, in this number e. So it's e raised to the exponent rt. So why is that so important? The reason it's so important, let's go back. Remember we talked about linear functions in the previous set of lectures, right? So remember, a linear function looks like this. So that would mean that growth would sort of go 10, right, 11, 12, 13, 14, and so on, right? Exponential growth goes like this. It zooms up. even faster than something like x squared. So what that means is if you grow at a 10% rate, right, you're not just going to go 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, right? In fact, if you grow at a 10% rate in 7 years, right, remember the rule of 72, 72 divided by 10 is equal to 7. In 7 years, what you're going to do is you're going to double. So you'd be twice as well off as you were before. What have we learned? We've learned that if we have a growth rate of, say, let's say 3%, 4%, 5%, right, that can lead to significantly better, higher GDP down the road than if the growth rate's just a little bit smaller. And the reason why is because you got this exponential growth. The world is not, outcome is not going to be sort of linear in these growth rates, right, but it's going to be exponential over time. So what you'd like to do is sustain a higher growth rate. So what we want to do next is construct some models of growth where we can see how does economic growth depend on things like savings, depreciation, and technology. Okay, thank you. Hi, we're now ready for our first real growth model. And this is actually going to be a simple one. It's a simple growth model, but it's still going to be far more complicated than any model we've seen so far. It's going to have all sorts of moving parts. That said, still by economist standards, by the models that economists use today, it's still relatively simple. Right? So let's hang in there. So here's how it's going to work. Our model's going to have a group of workers, and there's going to be these coconut trees. And the workers can pick the coconuts. Now, when they pick the coconuts, they can do two things with them. They can eat them, because they're good, right, and drink their milk. So they live off these coconuts. And they can also, instead of eating the coconuts, use the coconuts to build machines, right? And these machines can help them pick coconuts even faster. Now, there's one other assumption we're going to add in, right? These machines will wear out over time because they're made out of coconuts, right? So they're going to sort of degrade over time and have to be replaced with new machines. So that's it. Very simple economy. Right? Coconuts, workers, machines depreciate. What we want to do is construct a model of that, and we're going to use that model to explain the role that investment in capital, in this case the machines, produces growth, and the limits of that. And then from that, right, we're going to see why innovation is so important. But for now, we just want to focus on this very simple model, right? So let's get started. Lots of moving parts. Tons of them, okay? So hang in there. So there's going to be workers at time t. So we're going to call those L of t, so those are the laborers, right? Then there's going to be machines at time t. We'll call that M of t, right? And the reason you put those t down there, those t's and those subscripts t's, is because over time there's going to change, right? There'll be the workers at time 1, workers at time 2, machines at time 1, machines at time 2, and so on. The workers and machine are going to combine to form output, right? And we're going to call that O of time t. And then there's going to be, when you think of those coconuts, remember they can be eaten, that's E of t, or they can be invested, that's I of t. And when I say invested, that means they can be turned into more machines. Now, to figure out how many are eaten and how many invested, there's going to be a savings rate. And the savings rate will determine, like, the percentage that we put in savings, which goes into investment, and then the percentage that we don't save, which we just eat, and that's E sub t. And then the last thing in the model, I realize this is a lot, is this depreciation rate. And that's the rate at which these machines wear out. We're just going to assume that some fixed percentage of the machines wear out each period. That's a simplification, but we're going to use it. All right? So lots of stuff. Workers, machines, coconuts. The coconuts get eaten and turned into more machines. And there's depreciation. Now, we've got to make some assumptions. The first assumption we're going to make is that the production of these coconuts is increasing but concave. Remember, we had concave functions going up and sort of falling off in both workers and in machines. So that means the more machines, the more coconuts, the more workers, the more coconuts, but those things sort of fall off, right? And we're going to use a specific functional form that says it's just the square root of the laborers times the square root of the number of machines. Second assumption, output is either consumed or turned into coconut, or machines, right? So the coconuts are either eaten or turned into coconut picking machines. There's no waste. So basically then that means output, O, is just equal to E plus I, right? And E is just the amount we eat, I is the amount we invest in more machines. And another way to write this is just to say that I is equal to S times O, right? Because S is our savings rate, O is our total output, so the amount we invest is just going to be equal to our savings rate times the output. And then the last thing is these machines depreciate, right? So the machines we have at time t plus 1 is going to be the machines we had at time t plus our investment minus however many depreciate. Okay, so again, lots going on, right? We got all these variables, and then these are the equations that help us make sense of those variables. Okay, let's step back on that first assumption a second with concave. So concave means that, like, the first workers, gives you more coconuts. The second gives you more coconuts, but it gives you fewer coconuts than the first one did, so it sort of falls off. So economists call this diminishing returns to scale. Here's a picture. So if this is the number of workers, and this is the number of coconuts for the C's, what you can see is the first worker gives you quite a bit, the second gives you fewer, and the third gives you sort of even less, right? So what you get is, as you add more workers, you get more coconuts, but the workers become less and less valuable. And the same is going to be true of machines. Okay, so that's all concave means. Okay, we have a lot going on here, right? So let's simplify things a little bit. Let's assume that we've just got 100 workers. So remember before our output was equal to the square root of LT times the square root of MT. We're going to assume we have 100 workers, so that's just going to mean it's this 10 times the square root of MT. That'll make things simpler. In a more realistic model, right, we'd have workers deciding to go to work depending on what the wage is. And so we'd have to create a market for wages as a function of output and as a function of how much people like the coconuts, and that would get really complicated. So we're just going to skip all that stuff. We're going to skip the entire labor market and just assume everybody goes to work every day, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's do an example. So now we're going to do some math. We'll try and do it slowly. So what we're going to do is assume that the depreciation rate is 1/4, and the savings rate is 30%. And let's suppose we start out with 4 machines. So we start out with 4 machines. The output is just 10 times the square root of 4, which is 20. So how much do they invest? Well, remember they invest 20 times 0.3, because they invest 30%. So that means 6 machines. So investment is going to be 6. How much depreciation is there? Well, depreciation is on the old machine. So there were 4 machines in the past. 25% or 1/4 of those get worn out. So that means that's 1. So depreciation is 1. So we subtract those two, and that means we're going to get a net of plus 5 machines. Right? We had 20 machines before. We're going to invest in 6 new ones. We lose 1 to depreciation, so that gives us 5. We started out with 4 machines, so that means in year 2 we've got 9 machines. Here's how our economy worked. We had 4 machines. We produced 20 coconuts. We ate 14. We invested 6. We lost 1 machine to depreciation, and so now we have 5 new machines, right? The 6 minus the 1, and that gives us a total of 9. So now we start out with 4 machines, now we get 9. So we had a nice GDP of 20, and now we've added more machines, so we should do better. So let's look at the next year. Next year we've got 9 machines, so output is 10 times the square root of 9, so that's going to be 30. And let's think about how many new machines do we get? Well, we're going to take 30 times 0.3, that's how much we save. So that gives us 9 new machines we're going to buy. But the question is, how many do we lose to depreciation? Well, we had 9 machines, and we got to multiply that by 0.25, so that's like 9 over 4, so that's 2 1/4. Let's just simplify this, and let's just suppose it's 2. Okay, so depreciation, we lose 2, so 9 minus 2 is 7, so we had 9 machines to start. We get 7 new ones. Now we've got a total of 16 machines. With that little fudge for the 1/4 we put away to keep the math simpler. Let's look at our GDP, right? The previous period, our GDP was 20. Now our GDP was 30, so we've got this nice sustained growth. Okay, let's look at year 3 now. Year 3, again, with our little fudge factor, we've got 16 machines. So if we have 16 machines, that means our total output is going to be 10 times the square root of 16, which is 40. So what's happened to our growth? We start out with 20, and then 30, and then 40. Actually, a little less. You know, remember we have that little fudge factor that we included where we should have subtracted 2 1/4. But we get this nice sustained growth. Now we could ask, is this just going to continue? Are we going to go from 10 to 30, or 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 to 60? Or is it going to fall off, right? Well, we see a hint that it's falling off a little bit because this number, again, remember, shouldn't be quite 40. It should be a little bit less than 40. So we said to go to 20 to 30 to a little less than 40. You can start asking, are there limits to this growth? Well, to try to understand whether growth would stop or not, let's do the following. Let's assume we have a big number of machines, a really big number, and see if it just continues to grow or to see if something different happens. So let's suppose we have 400 machines. So if we have 400 machines, our output is going to be 10 times the square root of 400, right? So that's 10 times 20, which is 200, right? So that's great. That's huge GDP, right? Huge output. What's our investment going to be? Well, we had 200 machines. 200 is our output. Our savings rate is 0.3. So that means we're going to invest in 60 machines. But depreciation is going to be 400 times 1/4. Right? So if 400 machines, we're going to lose 1/4 to depreciation, which is 100. So we're investing in 60. we're losing 100, so that's minus 40. So if we started out with 400 machines, we'd fall off to 360. So wait a minute. So now we see, wait, somehow this economy is going to grow, but it can't grow this big. If it grew to 400 machines, we would shrink back down to 360 machines. So now we got to think, but wait a minute. Is there some number it would reach? I mean, if we started with 4, we go from 4 to 9 to 16 and so on and so on, and it looks like it's never going to stop. But then we said, well, what if we had 400? Would it continue to grow? And we find out, well, no, it's not going to continue to grow. It's going to stop. In fact, it's going to shrink down. There must be some place it's going to stop. There must be some natural limit to the growth. And in fact, that's what economists like to call the equilibrium, right? So if we look at this growth, it's going to go up, 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 but then it's going to flatten out. And this flat line here is going to be the equilibrium level. So what we want to do is we want to understand, what is that equilibrium level? Well, let's think about it. What's going to happen in equilibrium? In equilibrium, the number of machines stays fixed. We stop growing. Well, what affects the number of machines? Two things, right? One, investment. We buy new machines, right, based on our savings rate. What else? Depreciation. We lose machines to depreciation. So the equilibrium is going to occur when investment equals depreciation. Okay? Well, guess what? That's going to be easy to solve. This is why models are so great. Let's do this formally. So think about it. What's our output? It's just 10 times the square root of m. What's our investment? Well, that's easy, right? That's just 0.3 times 10 times the square root of m. So that's just 3 times the square root of m, right? What's our depreciation? Well, that's just m over 4. In equilibrium, depreciation has to equal investment. So again, easy. We just get 3 times the square root of m equals m over 4. So that means 12 times the square root of m equals m. And if I divide both sides by the square root of m, I get 12 equals the square root of m. So that means m is going to equal 144. So if my total number of machines is 144, the depreciation is going to be actually exactly the same as the savings. So again, here's the math. The investment is 3 times the square root of m. Depreciation is 0.25 square root of m. I set those things equal, and I go ahead and solve, and I get 144 machines. Okay? Nothing complicated. Let's just check. Okay? So we got 144 machines. What's my output? Well, it's just 10 times the square root of 144. So that's 120. Well, so what's my savings? How much do I invest in new machine? Well, I take 0.3 times 120, which is 36 new machines. What's my depreciation? Well, that's 1/4 of 144, which is also 36 machines. So I invest in 36 machines wear out, so the total number of machines is still at 144. So 144 is an equilibrium. The number of new machines, the number of old machines exactly cancel out, and that's exactly where that curve finishes, right? Output is going to be at 120, right? So what we get is we get a long-run equilibrium in this model of exactly 120 units of output total. Okay, no wait, there's something ironic here. I called this a growth model. Well, what's ironic about this? What's ironic about this is eventually there's no growth, right? We're going to start with 4 machines, and then 9, and then 16, and then 23, and so on and so on and so on. Eventually we're going to take 144 machines, and then we stop. Growth stops. What's going on? Well, let's think about it. Depreciation is linear, right? So depreciation is just a nice linear function. But our output as a function of the number of machines is concave. That's falling off. So at some point, right, the amount of more output we're getting is falling to match the slope of the rate of depreciation, and those things exactly balance out. And that's why growth stops. Well, if growth stops, then the question is, how do we get more growth? Well, the answer is innovation. Innovation will allow us to continue to grow. And that's why people focus so much on innovation. So to get a real model of economic growth, we've got to move beyond this quote-unquote simple growth model and actually include a parameter, to even complicate the model even more, right? We've got to include a parameter that takes into account technological growth. So let's step back. What have we learned? We've learned that if we write down a simple model of growth, economic growth, that involves, investing money in new machines, right, but those machines depreciating, that there are limits to growth, right? That the model is just going to max out at this point where the number of machines lost to depreciation is exactly offset by the number of machines that we invested in the previous period. So growth is going to, start, if we start with no machines, growth will go really, really fast initially, but then it's going to fall off and reach this equilibrium level. So to get sustained growth, that's going to require new technologies, new innovations. And that's where we're going to go next. We're going to construct Solow's growth model, which includes this innovation parameter. Yeah, even more complicated, I know. But by including this innovation parameter, we'll see how growth can continue to be sustained. Okay, thanks. Hi, we just looked at a very simple growth model, and in that growth model we saw that, well, growth stopped, right? Once we got to 144 machines and an output of 120, we no longer got any growth. So we used that very simple model to get at a really important fact that without innovation, if technology stays fixed, growth will stop. Now, sure, the labor supply could get bigger, we could have more workers or something like that, but holding the amount of labor fixed and holding the technology fixed, if we've got a fixed savings rate and a fixed rate of depreciation, there's no more growth at some point. We're going to go up, 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 and then stop. Well, that hasn't been human experience, right? Economic well-being has continued to go way up, right? And GDP continues to go up. And so what's driving that? Well, to get at that, we're going to look at a deeper model, richer model, known as the Solow growth model. Now, what's nice about this model, what I love about this model, is we're just going to add one variable. We're just going to add one more variable to our other model, and that's going to suddenly give us a way to include innovation. Now, just to make this, more interesting maybe or more real, these models are developed by real people, right? And so this particular model is developed by a guy named Bob Solow, and Bob Solow is an economist at MIT. And here's Bob right here. And this is Bob actually testifying before the House Science and Technology Committee on the need to have multiple models to understand the economy, right? So this is a group of economists here, and we're standing up and we're swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about why models are important to understand where growth comes from. And in this particular case, to prevent things like the home mortgage crisis, which cost us all a lot of money. All right, so how does Solow's model work? What does Bob's model do? Well, what Bob does is this wonderful thing. He includes one more variable. So everything's the same as before, right? We have labor, capital, depreciation, savings. But we're going to include this thing, A of T, which stands for technology. So when A is low, technology is low. When A is high, technology is high. It's better. So A is just going to be this parameter we can tune to affect sort of how much or how good is the technology in the economy. So if we're making coconut picking machines, right, A is really small. And if we're making incredibly cool, laser pointers and iPhones and stuff like that, right, technology is great. Okay, so this is it. Very simple formula. Output is just equal to the technology at that time times capital to some beta and L to some 1 minus beta. Now, wait a minute. This also got a little more complicated. Now I get these betas here. Before I had square roots. Well, if beta equals 1/2, right, so if beta is 1/2, then this is just the square root of labor times the square root of capital, right? Easy. If beta gets bigger than 1/2, that means that capital matters a little bit more, and if beta is less than 1/2, that means capital matters a little bit less. So depending on the technology, it could be that it's a capital-intensive technology, so the beta would be big, or it could be that it doesn't use much capital, and beta tends to be relatively small. So you can estimate different betas for different manufacturing processes, or even for different countries, right? And 1/2 was just a convenience we assumed. So that's actually something when you take models today that you'd go in and estimate, you'd figure out what is beta. But for us, since we're just trying to get the ideas here, right, we're going to take beta equals 1/2. So let's go back just to remind ourselves of where we were before, right? Remember, our total output was 10, because we assumed 100 workers, so 10 times the square root of m. We had a savings rate of 30%, and we had a depreciation rate of 1/4. And we went through and we did all that stuff. We solved for the equilibrium where investment was exactly equal to depreciation. And we got that happened at an output of 120, which required 144 machines, right? So that meant that we were going to invest in 36 new machines, but we'd lose 36 machines to depreciation. So that was our equilibrium. Now we want to say, well, what would innovation do? What innovation would do would be put an A in front of this, right? So now we'd have an A in front of this 10 times the square root of m. So let's do that, and let's see what happens. So now we're going to say that output is 2 times 10 times the square root of m. So what we're going to do is we're going to assume that somebody had a technological innovation, and our coconut machines are now somehow like everything's twice as good. We're twice as productive. Okay, well now let's walk through the math. So what's our investment going to be? Our investment is going to be 0.3 times 20 the square root of m. So that's going to be 6 times the square root of m. And what's our depreciation? Well, that's going to be 1/4 m, right? So that's just m over 4. And so we just have to set these things equal again, right? So 6 square root of m equals m over 4. So that means 24 square root of m equals m. So that means 24 equals square root of m. So that means m equals, right? So our equilibrium is going to be m is equal 496, and output, right, is going to be 2 times 10 times the square root of 496, which is 24, right? So that's 24 times 10, which is 240, which is 480, right? So now our output is 480. Before it was 120, and now it's 480. So if you think about it, productivity doubled, right? Because our technology got twice as good, but long-run GDP went up by 4. Well, why is that? Well, let's look back at our numbers here. Okay, we became twice as productive. So that means that if we'd have kept the number of machines at 144, we now would have an output of 240, right? So we'd have doubled where we're at. But we didn't keep the number of machines at 144. When the technology got better, we actually increased the number of machines to 496. So when you have a technological change, two things happen. First, you just get more productive, you get more stuff. Second, because you're getting more stuff, it makes sense to invest in more machines. So there's this multiplier effect. So that means that productivity goes up by 2, right? Output eventually, in the long run equilibrium, goes up by 4, right? And this is what you can think of sort of as an innovation multiplier. Because what's happening, right, is these two effects, right? Labor and capital become more productive, so that, boom, you just get more stuff. But second of all, because they're more productive, it makes sense to invest in more machines, so then you get even more stuff. So there's this multiplier. Well, let's think about it. Productivity went up by 2, right? Total output eventually, in the long run, not immediately, because we've got to build all those machines, goes up by 4. Well, that leads to a puzzle, and here's where models are really useful. Is it additive or is it multiplicative? Here's the issue with 2. It could be that productivity went up by 2, and so we get 2 plus 2, and so things went up by 4. Or it could be we get 2 times 2. 2 squared is the reason productivity went up by 4. So we want to figure out, is this additive effect, right? The machine effect plus the productivity effect? Or is it multiplicative? Is it 2 times 2? Well, to make sense of that, what we can do is we can increase the multiplier to 3. Because if it's additive, then we get 6. And if it's multiplicative, we'd get 9, right? So if we make us 3 times as productive, we're going to ask in the long run, do we end up with 6 times as much stuff? Or do we end up with 9 times as much stuff? And again, this is, remember thinking about why do we model? We model to get the logic right. Without the model, it'd be very hard to figure out, is this going to go by 6 or is this going to go by 9? Heck, we might not have even got the second effect of more machines, right? So the model was really useful just in giving us that. Now it's going to tell us the magnitude of the effect. Okay, just to get our bearings again, let's remember where we started from. We start from an existing technology where it's just the square root of labor times the square root of machines. We assume 100 units of labor, so it's 10 times the square root of m. We save 30% and invest that in new machines, right? So that's going to be 3 times the square root of m. We lose a quarter of our machines to depreciation, so that's just m over 4. We set those things equal. We get m equals 144. We get output of 120. That's our equilibrium. Now we want to say, let's triple it. Okay, so let's suddenly assume that there's some a that comes in that's got a value of 3. So now we're going to get 3 times 10 times the square root of m. So our output is 30 times the square root of m. And let's see what happens. Okay, so what's our total investment going to be? Well, that's going to be 0.3 times 30 times the square root of m. So that's going to be 9 times the square root of m. What's our depreciation? Well, that's still just m over 4. So let's set these equal. 9 times the square root of m equals m over 4. So that means 36 square root of m equals m. So that means 36 equals the square root of m. So m is equal to 36 squared, right? So m, we just keep it at 36 squared, right? So m equals 36 squared. What's total output going to be? So if we've got 36 squared machines, which is a big number, what's output going to be? Well, output is 3 times 10 times the square root of 36 squared. So that's 3 times 10 times 36. Well, 3 times 36 is 108, so that's 1,080. So what happened when we made ourselves 3 times as productive? Well, total output went up 9 times. So what we see, remember what was our question? Our question was, is it additive? Are we going to get 3 plus 3 or 6? Or multiplicative, 3 times 3 or 9? The answer is it's going to be multiplicative. We're going to get 3 times 3 is 9. Two effects multiply on top of one another, right? The first one is we just get more stuff. The second one is we invest in more machines. And those two effects get multiplied together. So becoming 3 times more effective means we get 9 times as much output in the long run equilibrium. So let me summarize for a second. In the simple growth model, growth stopped, right? At some point we got to 144 machines and then we no longer had any growth. When we go to the Solow growth model, what happens is if we can continue to increase that A, right, if we can continue to increase our productivity, then growth can continue. But that sort of begs the question, where do increases in A come from? And this has led to what people call endogenous growth models. So in an endogenous growth model, labor can go to things like picking coconuts. Labor can also go to things like investing in new technologies, research and design, and those sorts of things to try and increase that A parameter. So what you could think of is, before all of our labor went to increasing capital, picking coconuts, right? Now that labor could also go to doing research on new coconut picking machines. And what you get in an endogenous growth model is how much labor goes into actually making stuff and how much goes into research and design and thinking, right, is a choice variable in the model, right? And you solve for how much of that you get. Quick summary, right? Growth ceases without innovation. If that's true, everybody should be pro-innovation. And in fact, most people are, right? So here's two quotes. Here's a fun little quiz. One of these quotes is from President Obama, who was a Democrat. The other quote is from President Reagan. I want you to try and guess which quote came from Obama and which quote came from Reagan. All right, so both Reagan and Obama are pro-innovation, right? They are because they're pro-GDP growth, because we want to lift those people out of poverty, right? We want to make everyone better off. Because if we can lift people out of poverty, we make people happier. And what we've learned is the way to do that, right, is first by investing in capital, right, because that makes us, all do better. We get to that 144 machines. But at some point then growth stops, and then you need investment in technology. And investment in technology leads to innovation, which raises the whole thing up. And we get this multiplier effect, right? We get the increased productivity, and then we also get the incentives to produce more machines, right, which raises our standard of living even more. So that's, in essence, what growth theory is. Thanks. Hi. Early in the set of lectures, I talked about how in the past Japan had had extremely high levels of growth. Remember, in the 1950s to 1970s, early 1970s, you see that Japan has growth rates that hang out in the 7 to 8% range. I also talked about how China is currently experiencing levels of growth that are equally high, in the same sort of range, 8 to 9%. And there's a question, can China continue to sustain those levels of growth? But what we want to see is we want to use our very simple growth model to see why countries like Japan in the post-war period can have incredibly high growth, why China during this era of industrialization can have incredibly high growth, but why would we should be somewhat dubious about the prospects of China being able to maintain these levels of growth unless they're able to somehow have massive increases in technological improvement. So we'll see that if you're catching up to other countries, then it's highly likely that you can experience super high growth levels, just like the ones we see here. But once you've caught up to other countries, it's going to be hard to maintain those growth levels unless you somehow can support massive amounts of innovation. So let's see how this works, and we're going to do it just by doing some math. So we're going to use slightly different numbers than we used before, but the exact same argument. So here what we're going to do is we're going to assume that the savings rate is 20%, the depreciation rate is 10%, and we're also going to assume a much larger economy, so we get bigger numbers. So instead of assuming that there's 100 people, so that the square root of that is 10, we're going to assume that there's 10,000 people, so that the square root is 100. We're also going to start with a lot more machines. We're going to start with 3,600 machines as opposed to just 6. So this is a bigger economy, and that'll allow us to get slightly more reasonable numbers when we work through the math. So remember how this works, right? What we do is we compute total output. We see how many new machines then get invested in. We see how many machines get depreciated. We solve for the new number of machines. And after we solve for the new number of machines, then we can solve for the output next period. So let's get started. Here we go. 3,600 machines. So output is 100 times the square root of 3,600. So that's 100 times 60. So that means output is 6,000. So let's think of that as per capita income of $6,000. So how much are they going to invest? Well, investment is going to be 0.2 times 6,000. So that's 1,200. So they're going to invest in 1,200 new machines. But depreciation is 10% of the existing machines of 3,600, which is 360. So if we net those out, we get 840 new machines. And with those 840 new machines, that means the new machines in the next period is going to be 4,440. So that's what we've got the first period. Output is 6,000, and now they've got 4,440 new machines. So let's go to the next period. In the next period, we're going to start out with 4,440 machines. And what we're going to do is then we're going to compute the output in this setting. So here we go. The square root of 4,440 is approximately 67. So we're going to get 100 times the square root of 4,440, which is 100 times 67, which is 6,700. So our investment in new machines is going to be 20% of that, which is going to be 1,340. And our depreciation is going to be, or 10% of this, which is roughly 440. So we're going to invest in about 900 new machines. So the new machines next time is going to be 5,340. What we can also do is we can look at what is our growth rate. So currently we've got $6,700 per person. Before we had a GDP of 6,000, so that's roughly 11% growth. So this is a growth rate not unlike, a little bit higher, but not unlike what we currently see in China. We went from 6,000 to 6,700, and now we've got 5,340 machines. Let's go ahead one more period. We've now got 5,340 machines. We want to ask, what's output going to be, and what's growth going to be? This is just some very basic math. So if we take the output, it's 100 times the square root of 5,340. I'll write that out again. That's going to be 100 times, turns out, again, if you do this in your head, it's about 73. So that's 7,300. That's going to be GDP per capita. Investment in new machines is 20% of that, which is 1,460. That's 20% of 7,300. And depreciation is 10%, which is 530. So we're going to add 930 new machines, which is going to give us 6,270 new machines. What's our growth rate? Well, our growth rate, it was 6,700 before, now it's 7,300, so it went up 600, which is about 8 to 9%. So what we look at is, in the previous period we had 11% growth, now we've got 9% growth. So what we're seeing is consistently high levels of growth because of the fact that relative to how much labor you've got, the amount of capital is pretty low. So just by investing and saving, you can maintain fairly high levels of growth. Now let's jump ahead. Let's suppose that we've been accumulating capital. We've gone from 3,600 machines to 4,400 machines to 5,300 machines to 6,200 machines. And now we're all the way up to 10,000 machines. We can ask what's going to happen to output, and we can ask even what's going to happen to growth. So let's again do the math. The output is going to be 100 times the square root of 10,000, which is 100. So that means now per capita GDP, let's just say it's 10,000. What is investment going to be? Investment is going to be 20% of that, which is 2,000. But what is depreciation going to be? Depreciation is 10% of 10,000 machines, which is 1,000. So that now we're going to have 11,000 machines next period. Well, if we have 11,000 machines next period, we can ask what's growth going to be? Well, that's going to be 100 times the square root of 11,000 is what GDP is going to be. So that's going to be 100 times approximately 105, which is 10,500. So GDP is going to go from 10,000 to 10,500. But what sort of growth rate is that? Well, that's only 5% growth. So what you can see is when we went from 3,000 to 4,000 to 5,000 to 6,000, during that period, the economy is sustaining 10, 11, 8, 9% growth, really high growth rates, just like those growth rates we're seeing in China. Once the number of machines gets to 10,000, now suddenly the growth rate falls to 5%. But we're still adding, notice we're still adding net 1,000 machines. Well, let's keep going. Let's go ahead another 10, 20 years. And let's suppose now the economy's got 22,500 machines, and let's ask what happens here. What's total output going to be? Well, that's going to be 100 times the square root of 22.5, which is 100 times 150. So now we've got 15,000 per capita GDP. That's really good. How much are we going to invest? Well, investment is going to be 20% of that, which is 3,000, which is a lot of new machines. But what's depreciation going to be? It's going to be 10% of that, which is of the 22,000 machines we have, which is 2,250 machines. So that means net, we add 750 machines. So that gives us 23,250 machines. Well, now we can ask, what's our output going to be next period? Well, next period output is going to be 100 times the square root of 23,000 250. Well, how much is that? Well, that's 15,250 ballpark. So now GDP's only gone up 250, and that's really like just a 1 to 2% increase. So growth is now in the 1 to 2% range. So we've seen this economy. Let's step all the way back a second. When we started out with 3,600 machines, output was 6,000. Then we had 11% growth. Then we had 8 to 9% growth. So this economy is growing at a fairly fast clip. Once it gets to 10,000 machines, though, now GDP only grows at 5%. And once it gets to 22,000 machines, now GDP only grows at 1 to 2%. What's going on? Well, remember our curve. Output, if we have a fixed technology, is going to be concave. So there's this region here where maybe you see 10% growth. Early on, when you don't have enough capital, given your amount of labor, you can get massive amounts of growth. But once you get in this region here, growth is going to fall to 1, 2%. It's going to fall off unless, right, remember from our model, unless you get lots of investment in new technology. So if you look at a country like China with really high growth rates, you can ask, what's causing that? And you can think, well, maybe what's causing it is they don't have enough capital given how much labor they've got. In the case of China, that's true. So they're at this part of the curve, so they're experiencing incredibly high growth. When they get to this part of the curve, then most likely you're not going to see this same sort of high growth rate. It's going to look a lot more like the picture in Japan. So for them to sustain high growth, they can't just continue to pour money into capital. What they're going to need to do is they're going to need to change technology. They're going to need A to increase. Now, increases in A necessary to keep up 8 to 9% growth just have never been seen before. So it'd be remarkable if technological advances occur at such a rate that they can maintain this level of growth once their capital levels get to the same level of other countries. What the model tells us is we're much more likely to see China follow a path similar to Japan, where we see high growth rates for a period, but then as capital accumulates, those growth rates fall over time. So what have we done? What we've done has been kind of fun. We've taken a very simple growth model, Solow growth model. We've looked at data from China and Japan and seen how China has these incredibly high growth rates now. Japan used to have incredibly high growth rates. And we've seen from our model that if a country is undercapitalized, if their levels of capital are low relative to the amount of labor they've got, then you can sustain super high growth rates for quite a while as you accumulate capital. But once your capital levels become sort of appropriate for the technology, your growth rate is going to fall off. And the only way you can sustain that growth rate is through technological innovation, by driving up in Solow's model that parameter A. This doesn't mean that China is not going to continue to have growth, or that Japan, all growth will end, or that the United States or Europe, all growth is going to end. What it says is there's two different ways to think about growth. One type of growth, what we're seeing in China now, and what we saw in Japan post-war, and what we saw in Europe and the United States post-war, is growth that occurs through capital accumulation. Another type of growth, which is what we see in the United States, in Japan, and Europe now, but not in China, occurs from technological advances, not from buildup of capital. And as you advance technology and increase that A term, then it makes sense to buy more capital, but different types of capital, and that's what drives growth. Okay, a lot going on here, a lot of fun though, right? What we're going to talk about next, in the final lecture, is why then are some countries poor? This seems to make a lot of sense. Just invest in capital. As you invest in capital, you get lots of growth, and you catch up with everybody else. Why is it still the case that some countries are poor if we understand where growth comes from? Thanks. Hi. In this final lecture on growth models, what I want to do is I want to return to that question that really motivated the whole section, which is, why are some countries really successful and why aren't others? Now, to get some understanding of that with the help of our model, we've got to go back and just remind ourselves of what's in our model, right? What it can explain and what it can't. So it's got labor, it's got capital, it's got technology, and those combine to produce output, right? And we've got this nice sort of just pretty straightforward equation that describes how output depends on those other factors. And then we included things like savings and depreciation, and that gave us, these growth rates, and we saw how innovation was incredibly important in terms of continuing to drive growth. Now notice what's not in here. There's no inequality in this model, there's no culture in this model, all sorts of things are left out. So it's very, very simple. Nevertheless, it's still really useful, right, as just sort of a benchmark to help us sort of think about what's going to cause a country to be successful or a country not to be successful. So there's a recent book out written by Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson called Why Nations Fail. And in this book, they look over hundreds of years why some countries have been successful and why other countries haven't been successful. What I want to do in this lecture is just take a couple of the main points that they make in that book and show how we can see them through the lens of this simple growth model, right? The simple growth model, the Solow model, and the endogenous growth model, right? So we're going to use that as a lens to interpret some of the things that Robinson and Acemoglu get at, right, through their rich study of history. Okay, so again, let's think back to the case of Botswana and Zimbabwe, right? You see Botswana has done very, very well, but Zimbabwe hasn't. And one of the things we want to understand is, why is that the case? What causes one country to be successful and another country not to be? Okay, well, here's what Acemoglu and Robinson say. The first one is, growth requires a strong central government. And they find over history that this is true. Why is that true? Well, what's true in our model? In our model, we need people to make investments in machines. We also need people to make investments in innovation. If there's not a strong central government that's there to maintain property rights, to make sure that if I invest in these machines that nobody takes them, or if I invest in this technology that nobody copies it, that I get, at least for a short period of time, maybe some patent rights on it, then there's less incentive for people to innovate and less incentive for people to invest in machines. And as a result, what's going to happen is you're going to get low growth, right? Because what drives growth is, more physical capital and more innovations. But there's a catch. You can't have too strong of a central government. You can't have it be controlled by just a few people. Now, why is that? And this actually goes a long way to explaining the situation in Zimbabwe. If the government's controlled just by one or two people, then they often can't help themselves, right? So what they'll do is they'll extract resources. They'll say to people in different industries, you have to pay me money. And as they extract resources from the economy, that does two things. It means money's not going into investment, into new machines. It also means that there's less incentive to invest in new machines. So it's almost like the opposite effect of improving our technology, A, right? So remember when we increased A, by 3, we got an increase of a factor of 9. Well, if we decrease it by a factor of 3, we're going to get a decrease of a factor of 9. So if I'm siphoning money out of the economy to build myself palaces or to store money in gold or oil or something like that, I'm storing money, then what's going to happen is I'm going to hurt the economy doubly so, right? Because of the fact that I get this multiplier effect. So if we look at our formula, right, and we go through all that math, we see that it explains why that extraction would be would be such a bad thing. And it also explains why we need a strong central government, because what drives growth is investments in machine and investments in innovation. There's another thing our model gives us, and this is sort of a subtlety, and it's not as pretty as and rosy as everything I've described so far. That is when A increases, labor becomes more productive, right? So we need less labor in order to produce the same output. And so if we think what happens in a real economy, suddenly we're getting a lot more stuff, but we may need less labor to produce that stuff. And so that labor eventually goes to producing more machines and more physical capital and more innovations, and we get more growth. But in the short run, right, when suddenly the machines are more productive, those workers don't have any place to go and we get unemployment. And that unemployment can be costly. So one of the things then that we learn sort of implicitly from the model is growth is going to require some creative destruction. Because what happens when we increase A? I made it all sound very nice. Like we just increase A and the coconut machines become twice as good. But actually when we increase A, we may wipe out an entire industry. So when we develop the tractor, right, all these horses, blacksmiths, farriers, all these people suddenly are no longer needed for jobs because they've been replaced by the tractor, right? So whole industries get wiped out and new industries come in. Now, Joseph Schumpeter was an economist who coined this term creative destruction. It's exactly what he's talking about. One technology replacing an old one. So let's see that, for example. So here's just the music industry. And what you see in this graph is different types of ways of listening to music. So what you see here in this blue line is vinyl records. And you see that goes up and then goes down. Then you see cassette tapes go up and then go down. Then you see CDs go up and then go down. And then you see here digital, which has just been going up, up, up. So each one of these things, vinyl, cassette, CDs, all sort of had its day in the sun and then fell off as a new technology replaced it. Well, each time those new technologies replace the old technologies, all sorts of jobs get lost. Let me take a very specific example. So the American newspaper industry has been hurt horribly in the last decade or so because of people placing classified ads online. In particular, there's one company called Craigslist where you can post things for sale that has really hurt the newspaper industry. So if you look at revenue for Craigslist and newspaper ads, you see that Craigslist is going up, right, like this, and you see that newspaper ad sales are going down, right? As people move things from newspapers to Craigslist. Now you can think of this as an innovation, and it is an innovation, right? Because it's much more efficient to post things online. You can pull the ad down as soon as it sells. You can put a lot more information on there. You're not restricted to small amounts of space. It's just a much better way to advertise things. You can put pictures. It's cheaper. Everybody sort of wins. Well, everybody wins except for the newspaper industry. So if you look at the number of workers employed in the newspaper industry, you see that from 1988 to 2009, it's fallen by almost 250,000 workers. It's 250,000 workers. Now you could say, well, yeah, but those workers all went to work at Craigslist. Well, not so. So here's a list of the 10 biggest websites and the number of employees that they've got. And if you look, Yahoo has 10,000 employees, Time Warner has 90,000 employees, Microsoft has 70,000 employees. Well, here's Craigslist, which is 7th. It has 23 employees. 23. So with only 23 employees, they're able to wipe out, in a sense, 250,000 jobs. It wasn't them alone, right, but this technology wiped out all those jobs. The reason Craigslist only needs 23 employees is when you place the ad, you type it in yourself. You don't need anyone from Craigslist to, typeset it and put it in the paper and lay it out and all that sort of stuff, right? They're also not selling any advertising. So the thing is, they don't have all these advertising sales. So 23 jobs, in effect, wiped out 250,000 jobs. That's what's called creative destruction. Something gets created, a great new website, a great new way to advertise your stuff for sale, but something also gets destroyed, which are a lot of jobs. Let's step back a second and think of this government that's being controlled by a few. Suppose you have a country where the newspaper industry had a lot of power in the government. Well, the newspaper industry might have said, hey, look, we shouldn't allow classified ads on the web, because they could have looked down the game tree, right, and said, hey, look, if they come in, we're going to lose 250,000 jobs. Now you could say, well, why would the government, stop Craigslist from coming into play just to help these newspaper people? Well, two reasons. One, it saves 250,000 jobs, so that's a compelling case. And two, they might be captured by the newspaper industry. So if the newspaper industry had captured the government, if the government was controlled by a select few, and those select few were in the newspaper industry, they might prevent this from happening. And you could say, well, that's a good thing because it saved all those jobs. But it's a bad thing because it lowered productivity. And so growth requires this creative destruction with new technologies replacing old, right? It requires going from vinyl to cassette to CD to digital music. It's that growth, right, these new technologies that make us all better off. But unfortunately, you've got to break a few eggs, and in this case, a lot of eggs within the newspaper industry. Okay, let's talk about the fertility of this model, right? Because we've talked about this only in the context of economic growth. Can we apply it in other cases? Well, we probably can't apply it to things like the growth of a tree or growth of a person, even though, trees get to a maximal size and people get to a maximal size. But what we can do is we can apply it to things like our own production, our own sort of personal GDP. Because what does it tell us? It tells us that, we can sort of work hard, but if we don't invest in new technologies and new innovation, if we don't become sort of better at what we do by possibly learning new models, learning new techniques, right, developing new skills, we're probably going to level out. And if you actually look at the data on what makes for really successful people who are very successful in their careers, one thing you find is they continue to learn. So it's almost like their own personal their own personal technology parameter, they keep upping and upping and upping. So what this model tells us that we can apply in other contexts is that continued growth depends on innovation, on getting better. You can't just sort of do more. At some point, the rate at which things fall off and the rate at which things increase are just going to even out. And that sustained growth requires innovation, becoming better at what you do. So just like countries have to invest in innovation, so should a person. And that's where personal growth and sort of personal success can come from. Okay, sum the whole thing up. So we've looked at these growth models and what have we seen? We've learned some really cool stuff like the rule of 72. That growth rates are very important because if you go from a growth rate from 2% to 6%, it means you double every 12 years as opposed to every 36 years, which is a huge difference. We also learned that absent innovation, growth tails off, right? It just stops. So we need a constant driver of innovation. And then we also saw sort of in this last lecture that that's not so easy. It may be easy to say, well, all we need is innovation. Well, to maintain that innovation, you need secure property rights. You need people to have incentives to invest in things like machine and also invest in new technologies. And so to get that, you need a strong central government. But the central government can't be so strong that it starts extracting stuff. Because if it extracts stuff, that is essentially the same effect as lowering the technology. And third, that government can't necessarily protect industries. Now, sometimes it can. There's cases where it's going to make sense to protect industries. But One of the things that's going to drive growth through innovation is this process of creative destruction. So the model tells us that sometimes we may have to, throw out our vinyl records and move to cassettes, and then throw out those cassettes and move to CDs, and then throw out those CDs and listen to digital music. There's going to be these processes of creative destruction that drive the growth, and they're representative of innovation that makes us all better off. Okay, thank you. Hi. In this set of lectures, we're going to talk about problem solving. We're going to talk about how individuals and teams go about solving problems. And we're going to focus on a couple things. We're going to talk about the role that diversity plays in problem solving, and we're also going to talk about how ideas can get recombined and how a lot of innovation actually comes from somebody having one idea in one place and it being applied someplace else. So those are going to be the two main themes, the role of diversity and the power of recombination. So to get there, to think about how we model problem solving, we've got to start out by making it formal, by constructing a somewhat formal model. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to assume that you take some sort of action, A, or that you have some sort of solution that we'll represent by A, and then there's a payoff function, F, that gives you the value of that particular action. So that action could be, a particular string of code if you're writing computer code, and F might be how fast that code runs, right? Or alternatively, A could be a healthcare policy, and F would be how efficient that healthcare policy is. So A is the solution that you propose, and F of A is how good that solution is. What we want to do is we want some way of understanding how people come up with better solutions, where innovation comes from. So to do that, we're going to invoke a metaphor. And we're going to use this metaphor of a landscape as a lens through which to interpret our models. Okay, so think of it in the following way. You are trying to come up with some sort of solution to a problem, and each solution has a value. So the altitude here is the value of it. So B is the best possible solution. Now along here, along the x-axis, these are all the different solutions. So I might start out by having some idea. Let's just put it right here, and here's my idea. And it's an okay idea, but we'd like to think about how do we find better ideas. Well, one thing we might do is we might sort of try things to the left and to the right and realize and sort of climb uphill here, and we get to some point C. And C might be where I'd get stuck, because if I go to the left, I'm lower, and if I go to the right, I'm lower, so I could say, boy, C's the best thing I can come up with. What we want to see is how people come up with these ideas, how teams of people come up with better ideas, and how we can avoid getting stuck on C and possibly get ourselves up to B. How are we going to do it? Well, here's what the model is going to look like. We're going to start out by talking about something I'm going to call perspectives. What is a perspective? A perspective is how you represent a problem. So if someone poses some problem to you, again, whether it's writing code, healthcare policy, designing a bicycle, or designing an addition to your house, you have some way of representing that problem in your head. That's going to be a perspective. It's literally how you encode the problem. Once you've encoded the problem, what you do is you create, again, this is sort of metaphorically, a landscape. Because I can think of your encoding as like that horizontal axis, and then there's a value, for each possible solution, and that creates a landscape. So we're going to talk about how different perspectives give different landscapes. That's the first part. Second part is something I'm going to call heuristics. Heuristics are how you move on the landscape. So remember when I drew that landscape a minute ago, I talked about climbing up the hill? Well, hill climbing is one heuristic. Random search would be another heuristic, right? You could just sort of randomly pick some points and then find which one has the highest value. That's another heuristic. So we'll talk about how different perspectives and different heuristics allow people to find better or improving solutions to problems. So that's going to be the focus of our model of problem solving. People have perspectives and people have heuristics. Once we finish talking about individuals, then we'll talk about teams. And one of the interesting things here is if you have groups of people or a team of people trying to solve a problem, you actually can show that they'll be better than the individuals in it. And the reason why is because they have more tools, and those tools tend to be diverse. So they have different perspectives and different heuristics, and all that diversity makes them better at coming up with new solutions and better solutions to problems. So teams are going to be important. After we've talked about teams, and after we've talked about the role of how one person can improve upon the solution of another, we're going to sort of extend our model a little bit and talk about recombination. So here's sort of the big idea. The big idea is this. I have some solution from one problem. You have a solution for a different problem. And sometimes I can take your solution and combine it with my solution and come up with something even better. So if you think about sophisticated products like a house, an automobile, or even a computer, that consists of all sorts of solutions to subproblems. And we're going to see how by recombining solutions to subproblems, we get ever better solutions, and that's really a big driver of innovation. So let's think back for a second. Remember in our previous lecture we talked about how without sustained innovation we no longer get growth, right? That growth depends on sustained innovation. What we're going to talk about here is how diversity leads to innovations and how recombinations of innovations can lead to even more innovations. So that's the big theme. So that's where we're headed. We're going to start by talking about perspectives, then we'll talk about heuristics, then we'll talk about how teams of people can leverage their diverse perspectives in heuristics, and then we'll talk about how recombining ideas can really drive a lot of growth. All right, let's get started. Thank you. Hi. In this lecture, we're talking about problem solving, and we're talking about the role that diverse perspectives play in finding solutions to problems. So when you think about a problem, perspective is how you represent it. So remember from the previous lecture, we talked about landscapes. We talked about a landscape being a way to represent the solutions along this axis and the value of the solutions as the height. And so this is metaphorically a way to represent how someone might think about solving a problem, finding high points on their landscape. What we want to do is we want to take this metaphor and formalize it. Remember, part of the reason for this course is to get better logic, right, to be able to think through things in a clear way. So we want to take this landscape metaphor and turn it into a formal model. So how do we do it? The first thing we do is we formally define what a perspective is. So we speak math to metaphor. So what a perspective is going to be is it's going to be a representation of all possible solutions. So it's some encoding of the set of possible solutions to the problem. Once we have that encoding of the set of possible solutions, then we can create our landscape by just assigning a value to each one of those solutions. And that will give us that landscape picture like we saw before. Now, most of us are familiar with perspectives, even though we don't know it. Let me give some examples. Remember when we took 7th grade math, we learned about how to represent a point, how to plot points. And we typically learned 2 ways to do it. The first way was Cartesian coordinates. So given a point, we would represent it by an x and a y value in space. So it might be 5 units. This would be the point, let's say 5, 2, right? It's 5 units over in the x direction, 2 units in the y direction. But we also learned another way to represent points, and that was Cartesian coordinates. We could take the same point and say, well, there's a radius, which is its distance from the origin, and then there's some angle theta, which says how far we have to sweep out in order, sweep that radius out in order to get to the point. So 2 totally reasonable ways to represent a point: x and y, r and theta. Cartesian, polar. Which is better? Well, the answer is it depends. Let me show you why. Suppose I want to describe this line. If I want to describe this line, I should use Cartesian coordinates, because I can just say y equals 3 and x moves from 2 to 5. It's really easy. But suppose I want to describe this arc. If I want to describe this arc, now Cartesian coordinates are going to be fairly complicated, and I'd be better off using polar coordinates because the radius is fixed, and I can just talk about how the radius is, there's this distance r, and theta just moves from, a to b, let's say. So depending on what I want to do, if I want to look at straight lines, I should use Cartesian, and if I want to look at arcs, I should probably use polar. So perspectives depend on the problem. Now let's think about where we want to go. We want to talk about how perspectives help us find solutions to problems, and how perspectives help us be innovative. Well, if you look at the history of science, a lot of great breakthroughs, when you think about Newton, and his theory of gravity, you can think about people actually having new perspectives on old problems. Let's take an example. So Mendeleev came up with the periodic table, and in the periodic table he represents the elements by atomic weight, right? He's got them in these different columns. In doing so, by organizing the elements by atomic weight, he found all sorts of structure, right? So all the metals lie in one column, stuff like that, right? Remember from high school chemistry class. That's a perspective. It's a representation of the set of all possible elements. He could have organized them alphabetically, but that wouldn't have made much sense. So alphabetical representation wouldn't give us any structure. Atomic weight representation gives us a lot of structure. In fact, when Mendeleev wrote down all the elements that were around at the time according to atomic weight, there were gaps in his representation. There were holes for elements that were missing. Those elements became scandium, gallium, and germanium, and they're eventually found 10 to 15 years later. After he'd written down the periodic table, people were not able to find the missing elements. That perspective, atomic weight, ended up being a very useful way to organize our thinking about the elements. We do it all the time now. When you have any sort of task, you'll find that you're actually using some sort of perspective. Suppose that you're hiring someone and you've got a bunch of recent college graduates who apply for a job, and you've got to think, okay, how do I organize all these applicants? If I have, let's say, 500 applicants. Well, one thing you could do is you could organize them by GPA. You could take the highest GPA down to the lowest GPA. That'd be one representation. And you might do that, right, if you valued competence or achievement. But you might also value work ethic. And if that were the case, you might instead organize those same CVs or application files by how thick they are, figuring the people who have really thick ones are people who work really, really hard. They've accomplished a lot. Well, the third thing you might do is you might value creativity. And you might say, well, let's put the ones that are sort of most colorful, most interesting over here, and the ones that are least colorful and least interesting over here. That's a third way to do it. Now, depending on what you're hiring for, depending who the applicants are, any one of these might be fine. The only point I'm trying to make here is that there's different ways to organize these applicants. And each one of those ways you organize them, whether it's in your head or whether it's formally laying them out in some way, is a perspective. And those perspectives will determine how hard the problem will be for you. Let me explain why. I want to go back to the landscape metaphor. And I want to think of that landscape as being rugged. And by rugged, I mean that it doesn't look like a single peak, that there's lots of peaks on it. And I want to formalize this notion of peaks. And to do so is following. I'm going to define what I call a local optima. A local optima is a point such that if you look at the points on either side of it, they're lower in value. So it's sort of a point that locally is the highest possible value. So if I look at this particular rugged landscape, again, there's 3 local optima. 1, 2, 3. If I were at any one of these 3 points, I'd be stuck. I couldn't, if I looked to the left or to the right, I wouldn't find a solution that's better. So when we think about what makes a good perspective, a good perspective is going to be a perspective that doesn't have many local optima. A bad perspective is going to be one that has a lot of local optima. Let me give an example, okay? So suppose I'm coming up with a candy bar. Suppose I'm tasked with coming up with a new candy bar. So I have my team of chefs make a whole bunch of different, confections for me to try, and I want to find the very best one. But there's so many of them. There's so many possibilities, not even sure how to think about it. Well, one way to represent those candy bars might be by the number of calories that they had. So I could organize all the different things they make by number of calories, and if I did that, maybe I'd have 3 local optima. So that's a reasonable way to represent these possible candy bars. Alternatively, I might represent those candy bars by masticity, which is chew time, how long it takes to chew them. So these would be the ones that maybe only take 2 minutes to chew, and these may take 20 minutes to chew. Well, chew time is probably not the best way to look at a candy bar, and so as a result, I'm going to have a landscape with many, many more peaks. And so because it's got many more peaks, that's more places I can get stuck, so it's not as good of a way to represent the possible solutions. It's not as good a perspective. The best perspective would be what we call a Mount Fuji landscape. That'd be a landscape that just has one peak. And these are called Mount Fuji landscapes because if you've ever been to Japan and you look at Mount Fuji, it looks pretty much like this. Well, actually, not quite like this. There's like snow on the top. But for the most part, it looks just like one giant cone. If you're on a Mount Fuji landscape, if you're sitting at some point, you can always just climb your way right up to the top. So these single peak landscapes are really good because you've basically taken a problem and made it very, very simple. What would be an example of a Mount Fuji landscape? I'm going to take a famous example. So a famous example comes from scientific management and due to Frederick Taylor. Taylor famously solved for the optimal size of a shovel. So let's think about the shovel size landscape. So on this axis, I've got the size of the shovel. And on this axis, I've got the value. Now, what do I mean by the value? I don't mean how much I can sell the shovel for. What I mean is like how useful the shovel is at the task. So let's suppose that we're shoveling coal. And I want to think about how many pounds of coal can some shovel in a day as a function of the size. So let's start out here where the size is 0. So this is the size of the pan. Well, if I have a shovel that has a pan of size 0, that's formally known as a stick. And we can't get anything. We're not going to shovel anything with a stick. Well, as I make it bigger, as I make it the size of maybe like a little spoon or something, then we can shovel a little bit. And as I make the shovel bigger and bigger and bigger, whoever my worker is can shovel more and more coal. But at some point, the shovel's going to get a little bit too big. And it's going to be too heavy to lift, and the worker's going to get tired, and he'll shovel less and less and less and less and less, and then eventually get to some point where the shovel's so big that he can't even lift it, and it's as useless as the stick. So if I look at value in terms of how much coal the person can shovel in a day as a function of the size of the shovel, I'm going to get a single peaked landscape. That's going to be an easy problem to solve. And this idea that we could represent scientific problems in this way, or in particular engineering problems in this way, and then climb our way to peaks, was the basis of something called scientific management. And the idea was that you could then, by finding these high points on these landscapes, find optimal solutions. Well, you're only going to find the optimal solution, right, for sure, if you hill climb like this, if it's single peaked. If it's rugged, if it looks like this if it looks like Mount Fuji landscape, you're fine. But if it looks like this masticity landscape, if you have a bad perspective, well, then if you climb hills, you could get stuck just about anywhere. So what you'd like is you'd like a Mount Fuji landscape, and in the case of simple things like the shovel, that's easy to get. Let me give another example. This one's a lot of fun. This is a favorite game of mine called Sum to 15, and was developed by Herb Simon, who's a Nobel Prize winner in economics. And Sum to 15 was developed to show people why diverse perspectives are so useful, why different ways of representing a problem can make them easy, can make them like Mount Fuji, or it can make them really difficult. Okay, so here's how Sum to 15 works. There's cards numbered from 1 to 9 face up on a table. There's 9 cards in front of you. There's 2 players. Each person takes turns taking a card until all the cards are gone, possibly, right? You could end sooner. If anybody ever holds 3 cards that sum up to exactly 15, they win. That's the game. So really simple. 9 cards, alternate taking cards. If you ever get exactly 3 that sum to 15, you win. So let me show you a game. Here's a game between 2 people. We'll call them Paul and David. Paul goes first. Now you'd think when you play this game, the thing to do would be to choose the 5. Paul chooses the 4, which is sort of an odd choice. David goes next, so he takes the 5. Paul then takes the 6. Now, the 6 is a strange choice because 4 plus 6 plus 5 equals 15, so it looks like there's no way that he can win. Well, this would be confusing to Doug, so Doug's going to take the 8. Now, notice 8 plus 5, equals 13, so that means Paul has to take the 2. So he takes the 2. Well, think about what happens next. 4 plus 2 is 6. So if Doug doesn't take the 9, he's going to lose. But 6 plus 2 is 8. So if Doug doesn't take the 7, he's going to lose. So what you've got here is that Paul has won. No matter what Doug does, Paul's going to win the game. Now this is a pretty tricky game, right? It was developed by a Nobel Prize winner. You can imagine there's lots of strategy involved. I want to show you this game in a different perspective. Remember the magic square from 7th grade math? Every row adds up to 15, 8 plus 3 plus 4, 1 plus 5 plus 9, and 6 plus 7 plus 2. So does every column. 8 plus 1 plus 6 sums up to 15, 3 plus 5 plus 7 sums up to 15. And even the diagonals. 8, 5, 2 is 15, 6, 5, 4 is 15. Every row, every column, and the diagonal sum up to 15. Let me show you this game again on the magic square. This is just a different perspective on sum to 15. Paul goes first and takes the 4. Doug goes next and takes the 5. Paul takes the 6, which is an odd choice because now he can't win. Doug then takes the 8. Paul blocks him with the 2, but now it turns out either the 9 or 7 will let Paul win. What game is this? Well, you're right. It's tic-tac-toe. Sum to 15 is just tic-tac-toe, but on a different perspective, using a different perspective. So if you turn sum to 15, if you move the cards 1 to 9 and put them in the magic square, what you do is you create a Mount Fuji landscape, in a sense, right? You make the problem really simple. So a lot of great breakthroughs, like the periodic table, Newton's theory of gravity, those are perspectives on problems that turn something that was really difficult to figure out into something that suddenly makes a lot of sense. It's very easy to see the solution. That leads to something that I call in my book, one of my books, The Difference, I call this the savant existence theorem. For any problem that's out there, there exists some way to represent it so that you turn it into a Mount Fuji problem. Now, why is that? Well, it's actually fairly straightforward. All you have to do is, if you've got all the solutions here represented on this thing, put the very best one in the middle, and then put the worst ones at the end, and then just sort of line up the solutions in such a way so that you turn it into a Mount Fuji. So it's very straightforward. Now, the thing is, in order to make the Mount Fuji, you'd have to know the solution already. This isn't a good way to solve problems. But the point is, it exists. So there's always the possibility that someone could look at a particular problem and say, hey, what if we think of it this way? And in doing so, turn something that was really rugged into something that looks like Mount Fuji. Here's the flip side, though. There's a ton of bad perspectives. So just like there's these Mount Fuji perspectives, there's also lots and lots of horrible ways to look at problems. Think about it. Suppose I have just, 10 alternatives, and I want to think about what are all the different ways I can just put them in a line. Well, there's 10 things I could put first, 9 things I could put second, 8 things I could put third, and so on. So there's 10 times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 perspectives. Most of those are going to not be very good. They're not going to organize the set of solutions in any useful way. And they're particularly not going to, only a few of them are going to create Mount Fujis. So when we think about the value of perspectives, what we get is this. There's really good ones out there that insightful, smart people can come up with really good representations of problem to make the landscapes less rugged. If we just think about things in random ways, we're likely to get a landscape that's so rugged that we're going to get stuck just about everywhere if we're not going to be able to find good solutions to the problem. And we're going to get things that look like the masticity landscape. So what have we learned? First thing we've learned is that when you go about trying to solve a problem, we encode it in some way, and that's a perspective. And a perspective creates peaks, right? It creates these local optima. So better perspectives have fewer local optima. Worse perspectives have lots of local optima. And if you think about how many perspectives are out there, we just saw there's billions of them. And because there's billions of perspectives, most of those probably aren't very useful. Some of them, though, turn problems into Mount Fujis. And sometimes it takes a genius, it takes a Newton, it takes a Mendeleev to come up with a way of representing reality so that something that was incredibly rugged becomes Mount Fuji-like. Other times, if you think about the size of a shovel, we're going to get things with lots and lots of peaks. That problem, most of us could probably figure out a way to represent that problem just by shovel size so that it becomes a Mount Fuji. But the big point is this. When we go about solving problems, the first thing we do is we encode them. We have some representation of the problem. That representation determines how hard the problem will be. If we represent it in such a way that it's a Mount Fuji, it's easy. If we represent it in such a way it looks like that masticity landscape, it's probably going to be fairly hard. Where we want to go next is we want to talk about, once we've got this representation of the possible solutions, once we have that landscape, so to speak, how do we search on that landscape? So one thing we talked about was climbing hills, but there's lots of different ways you can climb hills. So that's what we'll talk about next, the heuristics we use on a landscape. Thanks. Hi. In the previous lecture, we talked about perspectives, how we represent problems. In this lecture, we're going to talk about heuristics, how you go about finding solutions to problems once you've represented them in your perspective. So what a heuristic is it's just a technique, it's a tool, it's a way in which you look for new solutions. So in a sense, we've already talked about this, right? When we talked about those landscapes, what we're really talking about is hill climbing on those landscapes. I sort of assumed you're at some point and what you do is climb hills. So when I define things like a local optima, right, so here's a picture of those local optima, what I was implicitly assuming is that if I'm at some point here, that I can climb a hill and get to here. So the reason these are local optima is because if I tried to climb hills, I'd be stuck at any one of those points because any direction would be down. But hill climbing, this idea of just sort of climbing up a hill, is just one of many possible heuristics you could use. Now, heuristics are going to be defined relative to the problem you're trying to solve. So, for example, one famous heuristic that's in a lot of books on how to innovate is called do the opposite. What does do the opposite mean? It means think of what the existing solution is and do the exact opposite. So, for example, think about how it is that when you go buy something, somebody else tells you the price. What would the opposite be? Do the opposite would be that you actually tell them the price. Well, a lot of companies have been started that do exactly this. So a company like Priceline, you go to the hotels and you say to the airlines, here's how much I'd like to pay to stay at your hotel or to use your airlines. It's the exact opposite. Or alternatively, you can think about firms producing products. We normally think that they want to be lower cost. They want their cost below that of the other firm. Well, you could do the opposite and say, I want my price to be higher because I want to signal quality. So doing the opposite is a strategy that sometimes leads to really interesting innovations. That's a heuristic. Now you can think of this in the context of problem solving generally, by there's some sort of solution that exists. I'm going to do the exact opposite. So if everybody else makes grilled cheese sandwiches by putting the cheese between the bread, I'm going to do the opposite, and I'm going to actually put the cheese outside the bread. Now if you haven't tried that, it's actually pretty good. Here's another one. Big rocks first. Now, Stephen Covey has written a bunch of books on what makes people successful. What rules do you follow to be successful? When you think of these books, like the 7 Signs of Successful People, or almost any one of these self-help books, they're filled with heuristics. And one of those heuristics often is big rocks first. What is big rocks first? It says, suppose that you have the following task. You've got a bucket here, and you've got a bunch of rocks that you've got to put in that bucket of various sizes. If you put the little rocks in first, what happens is that the bucket fills up the little rocks, and then when you put the big rocks in, they don't all fit. They spill out the side. But if you put the big rocks in first, right? So let's erase all these rocks, and let's start over to redraw our bucket. If I put the big rocks in first, then when I put the little ones in, they'll fill in the gaps here, and everything will work fine. So big rocks first, little rocks second, if you're filling a bucket. And Covey argues that this is something that successful people know how to do. They put the big rocks in first. Now rocks here, right? It's not like most successful people spend a lot of time filling buckets with rocks. The idea here is big rocks represent the important things. So Covey's saying if you want to be successful, deal with important things first. That's the sign of that's a rule, that's a heuristic that successful people use. So what he's saying is there's a lot of problems out there where if you follow this heuristic, you'll find better solutions if you deal with big rocks first. Here's the rub, though. There's a famous theorem in computer science called the no free lunch theorem, proved by Wilpert and McCready. And in this theorem, what they show is the following. If you take 2 heuristics that each tell you to search the same number of solutions, so by that I mean if you had do the opposite versus random search, or do the opposite versus check the thing that's one bigger in your representation. So if they each tell you to search the same number of points, then if you look across all possible problems, now again, all possible problems is going to mean that some of these problems are incredibly hard and some are really easy, that no heuristic is any better than any other. So if you take a heuristic like big rocks first, that means that it's no better than any other heuristic across all problems. So does that mean that Covey's wrong? No, it doesn't mean that Covey's wrong, because the no free lunch theorem says, again, if you look, and here they use the word algorithms instead of heuristics, but if you look across all problems, no heuristic is better than the other. What Covey's saying is he spent a lot of time in management, and what he thinks is the types of problems you see in management lend themselves to the big rocks search first heuristic. The types of problems you face as a person are big rocks first kind of problems. And so therefore, big rocks first is a good algorithm to use, a good heuristic to use to find solutions to problems. Here's another way to think about the no free lunch theorem. If you don't know anything about the problem, if you don't know something about the type of the problem, then no heuristic is really that much better than any other one. Or if you don't know if your perspective on the problem is very useful, you might as well just hill climb. Once, though, you've learned something about the problem, you might realize that, this is a big rocks first kind of problem. But it could be the case that it's not a big rocks first kind of problem. So, for example, there's some things that are little rocks first problems. Let me give an example from my own life. I put in a fence around my yard and I had to dig a whole bunch of holes. So if you're digging a hole in the ground like this, right, so here's the hole you're going to dig, and there's big rocks in here and little rocks in here, you actually want to take the little rocks out first, because if you don't take the little rocks out first, you can't get the big rocks out. So if you're filling a bucket, it's big rock first. If you're digging a hole, it's little rocks first. So if you don't know anything about the problem, what the no free lunch theorem says is no heuristic is better than any other. If you know a lot about the problem, you can figure out, should I do big rocks or should I do little rocks? Now, we're talking a lot in terms of metaphor. Let's actually take this to real problems, and let's see how these heuristics, in particular having diverse heuristics, is really useful in terms of finding solutions to problems. So let's suppose I've got a representation of a problem that consists of 2 dimensions. So I've laid out all my possible solutions in this big grid. And these could be, anything you want. So these could be, let's say, these are pints of ice cream, and on this side, on this axis, I've got the number of chunks, right, chocolate chips in it, and this is, let's say, the size of those chocolate chips. This is my representation of that problem. Now, what I could do is I could think, what's my heuristic? Well, my heuristic might be that I look to the north, south, east, and west. So that's one heuristic. And these are actually formally known as the von Neumann neighborhoods, and that'd be one way that I could look for possible solutions. But that's not the only way. I could take these same pints of ice cream, and you could have somebody else who says, well, that's sort of inside the box thinking, I'm going to look to the northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. And this is a different way, different heuristic, a different way to look for solutions. If I have one person who looks like this, and another person who looks like that, and I combine them, right, what do I get? I get that I look at more points. So diverse heuristics are really useful if we have different ways of searching the space of possibilities because of the fact that we're actually going to search more points. So let's combine all this for a second. What were perspectives? Perspectives were ways of representing the problem, right? So one person might have a perspective that looks like this, another person might have a perspective that makes those same, problems, or the same set of solutions look like that. What is a heuristic? A heuristic is how we search. So one person might hill climb, and so that person would get stuck at these points, right, in these two landscapes. Another person might not hill climb. They might sort of have do the opposite rule, which means that they sort of jump all the way to the opposite side of the space. Well, that may mean that they don't get stuck at this point because they jump all the way to here, and it might mean that they don't get stuck at this point because they jump all the way to there. So what we're going to see in the next lecture is how diverse perspectives plus diverse heuristics enable teams of people, groups of people, to find better solutions to problems. So let's wrap this up. Previous lecture we talked about perspectives, and how perspectives are representations of problems. In this lecture we talked about heuristics, which is how we search within our perspectives. And we learned this important theorem called the no free lunch theorem, that unless we know something about the problem, no heuristic is better than any other. But if we do know something about the problem, then we might be able to come up with a better heuristic. We've also seen how diverse heuristics, if given a problem, if I look in different directions than you look, that means we search for more points. What we're going to see next is how if we've got lots of people working on a problem, and we have lots of different perspectives and lots of different heuristics, then collectively we're going to be able to do better than any one of us could do individually. Okay, thanks. Hi. Remember we're talking about problem solving. We talked about when you first solve a problem, what you do is come up with a perspective, a way of representing the set of solutions. Then we talked about how you use heuristics to search among those possible solutions given your representation. And we've seen how having lots of heuristics and diverse heuristics can help you look at more points and possibly find better solutions. What we want to do in this lecture is combine those two ideas, perspectives plus heuristics, to show why teams of people can often find solutions to problems that individuals can't, why teams are better. Now when I say teams, I'm going to use this in a very loose sense. I don't necessarily mean a team of people sitting in a room and brainstorming, that sort of stuff. What I mean is a collection of people, possibly, working even over time. So if you look at something even like the toaster on your counter, you could think of that as being something that's been really consistently and constantly improved upon by a team of people. So it's the person who first invented the toaster, and then somebody improved it, and then somebody came up with the crumb tray, and then somebody came up with the automatic shut-off button, and all sorts of things, right? So a toaster consists of a whole bunch of improvements, and you can think of that as being, that current solution that we have as being something that a team has come up with. So again, by team, I don't necessarily mean a group all working together and, in some unit. I just mean a collection of people. So how does it work? Why are teams and why are groups of people better than individuals? Well, let's go back and let's think about the candy bar example. And remember I had one landscape, one perspective based on calories, and that had 3 local peaks, right? And let's represent those by A, B, and C. And then I had another landscape that was represented by masticity, and that had 5 peaks, and we can call these, let's call these A, B, D, E, and F. So these are different than the peaks for the caloric landscape, with one exception. Notice for sure that A, which is the best possible point, that has to be a peak in the caloric landscape, and it's also got to be a peak in the masticity landscape, and that's because it's the best possible point. So if it's the best possible point, it's got to be a peak in every landscape. Now we can characterize these problem solvers by their local peaks, by their local optima. So the local optima of the caloric landscape are A, B, and C. The local optima for the masticity landscape are A, B, D, E, and F. And remember we said the caloric landscape is a better landscape than the masticity landscape because of the fact that it had fewer local optima. So one way to think about how good you are at solving a problem is how many local optima you have given your perspective and your heuristic. Now here we're assuming the heuristic, right, is just hill climbing. Let's go deeper, because that's a fairly crude way of thinking about how good a problem solver is. We can actually take into account the average value of those peaks. So the peaks where people get stuck are A, B, C, D, E, and F. And we can assign a value to each of those. So suppose the value to A is 10, B is 8, and so on. So A is the global optimum, and some of these other peaks aren't so good. What we can do is we can ask, what's the average value of a peak for the caloric problem solver? So the problem solver who thinks in terms of the caloric perspective, they get stuck at A, B, and C. What's the average value? Well, A has a value of 10, B has a value of 8, C has a value of 6. And so we can think of the ability as just the average of those 3 peaks, which is 8. But if I look at the masticity problem solver, they get stuck at A, B, D, E, and F, and those have values 10, 8, 6, 2, and 4, and the average of those is 6. So we can think about the ability of the masticity problem solver as being 6. So not only did the caloric problem solver have fewer local optima, they had higher average values. This is another reason why that person's a better problem solver. Let's think of them now, though, as working as a team. If I think of them working as a team, the caloric problem solver gets stuck at A, B, and C. The masticity problem solver gets stuck at A, B, D, E, and F. Let's suppose first that the caloric problem solver works on the problem first, and she gets stuck at B. She then passes the problem to the masticity problem solver. And the masticity person says, you know what, I can't help you, because B looks pretty good to me, because B is also a peak for him. Suppose instead, though, that the caloric problem solver gets stuck at C, and she passes C on to the masticity problem solver. And now this masticity person, C, if you notice, isn't anywhere in this list. C isn't a local optima. That means that the masticity person can get from C to some other local optima, and it's got to be one that's better. Why does it have to be better? Because this person's hill climbing, and if he's hill climbing, then he's got to be able to find something that's better than C, and that's going to be either A or B. So the intersection of these local optima, A and B, are the only places where they can get stuck. If, for example, the masticity person went first and got stuck at E, then the caloric person could take E and get to someplace else, either A, B, or C. If she gets to A or B, the masticity person's also stuck. If she gets to C, then the masticity person can then in turn take it up to A or B. So the only places the team can get stuck is A or B. You can make this formula called the intersection property, that the local optima for the team is the intersection of the local optima for the individuals. So if we look at the team, there's only 2 places the team can get stuck, 10 and 8, and the average value there is 9. So the ability of the team is higher than the ability of either person. And the reason why is because the team's local optima is the intersection of the local optima for the individuals. So the reason why then we see over time products get better, and the reason why we see teams being really innovative, the reason why we see a lot of science being done by teams of people, is because the only place a team can get stuck is where everybody on the team can get stuck. So this very simple model, having perspectives and heuristics, can explain why is it the case that teams are so much better than individuals, and why over time we keep finding better and better solutions to problems. It's not necessarily that we're getting smarter. Now it's true, we are coming up with new ways to represent problems, and we also are coming up with all sorts of new heuristics all the time. We're developing new ways to solve problems all the time. But another thing that's going on is just because of the accumulation of so many different ways of looking at problems and different ways of trying to solve them, that we get the intersection of all those peaks, and that gives us better solutions. So here's the big claim. The team can only get stuck at a solution that's a local optimum for everyone on the team. That means the team has to be better than the people in it. So what we want, right, we want people with different local optima. We want people to get stuck in different places. Well, how do we get it? We know, we've already looked at this twice, right? We looked at it first with respect to perspectives. If we have different perspectives, so if you code it this way and I code it this way, then we're going to get stuck in different places. We also want people with different heuristics. If I look in this direction and this direction, and you look in this direction and this direction, then when we add us together, we look in all 4 of those directions. So what we want is we want diverse perspectives, and we want diverse heuristics. And that diversity will give us different local optima, and those different local optima will mean that we take the intersections, we end up at better points. That's sort of the big idea. So if we take, again, let's play this out in more details. Again, imagine we've got these, here's this set of solutions. If one of us looks like this, and one of us looks maybe 2 to the left, and one looks 2 down, and one looks to the north, south, east, and west, if we have all these different, maybe one person looks 2 over this way, all these different heuristics looking at a problem, that means we're less likely to get stuck at the same point, which means the team is going to do better. Or over time, society is going to do better at finding solutions to problems. This all seems really smooth and nice and great, and we've seen teams are better, and we see the value of diverse perspectives, we see the value of diverse heuristics. But what's missing? Because this seems highly stylized. There's 2 things that I've left out. First one is, right, we can write this down as communication. I've assumed that when you've got a team solving a problem, that they can communicate their solutions to one another right away. Now, that's not always the case. There's a lot of misunderstanding that's going on, and we might not listen. I might just say, no, I'm not listening, right? And then no matter what you say, we don't find the better solution. Now, if you think of something like the toaster, though, it's weird. We can communicate through the toaster. If I come up with a better toaster and I make it, then you can look at my solution, you know what I've done, and then you can add the crumb tray. So if you think about making an artifact, the artifact itself, if the artifact is the solution, that gets communicated right away. But generally speaking, communication can be a problem. The other thing I've assumed is that there's the possibility of sort of error in interpreting the value of a solution. So I'm assuming if somebody proposes something and it's better, we instantly know it. It's as if there's some sort of oracle we can go to and say, oh, yep, that's a better solution. That may not always be the case. So it could be that I propose something really interesting and people just think, no, it's a bad idea. They make an error in terms of whether or not it's an interesting thing. Or it could be that I propose something that's worse and people think, oh, that's a great idea, and then they actually do it and it's not a good idea. So I've assumed there's no errors in determining the value of a solution, that when somebody proposes a solution, we know exactly what it's worth. That's not always going to be the case. So it won't always be true that there's perfect communication and there's perfect evaluation. So in a richer model, we could include communication error, and that's going to hurt teams. And we can also include just error in evaluation. That's also going to hurt teams. Even so, right, this model's shown us something fairly powerful, which is that diverse representations of problems and diverse ways of coming up with solutions can make teams of people better able at coming up with solutions than individuals. And it also sort of told us where innovation is coming from, right? Innovation is coming from different ways of seeing problems and different ways of finding solutions. There's a lot going on, right? Now I got this model of problem solving, and we can think about people finding solutions to particular problems. Now we want to step back a bit in the next lecture and want to think about, what about bigger things like designing a house, designing a car, designing a railway system, designing a city, bigger problems. Well, oftentimes those bigger problems, the solutions, even think of it like making a computer. A computer may consist of the solutions to a whole bunch of sub-problems. So where we want to go next is we want to talk about how we combine solutions to come up with new solutions. And we'll see how that can even be used as an argument to where economic growth comes from. That actually comes from individual solutions being recombined. Okay, thanks. Hi. In the previous lectures we've talked about how when solving problems, people have perspectives, representations of the problem, and then they have heuristics, which are techniques they use to find solutions given the representation. But we've been focusing on individual problems, individual solutions. In this lecture, what I want to do is I want to talk about recombination. So once I've got a solution, or even once I've got a heuristic, how I can recombine those to come up with even more solutions or more heuristics. And we're going to see the awesome power of recombination. Now remember, stepping way back for a second, we've been trying to think about innovation in the previous lecture. Where does innovation come from? What we're going to see is that recombination is incredibly powerful. And if we have a few solutions or a few heuristics, we can combine those to create ever more. And that may be the real driving force behind innovation in the economy, is that when we come up with a solution, we can then recombine it with all sorts of other solutions, and that leads to ever more innovation. Let me give an example to sort of show how this works. Think about those math tests or IQ tests you might take online. And they might give you a question like this: 1, 2, 3, 5, blank, 13. You've got to ask what number goes in there, right? And the answer here is just 8. You can get this either one of 2 ways. You can do 1 plus 2 is 3, 2 plus 3 is 5, 5 plus 8 is 13, and so on. Or you can subtract. 13 minus 8 is 5, 8 minus 5 is 3, and so on. Here's another one: 1, 4, blank, 15, or 16, 25, 36, right? The answer here is 9, and this is just squares. They can also come up with very hard ones: 1, 2, 6, blank, 1806. Now, I don't put this on here to make us not feel intelligent. I just want to show you that these can be hard. And I want to show the power of recombination. The first one, which was very easy, required subtraction. The second one, which was harder, involved squares. This one, which seems almost impossible, just requires combining those two techniques. Let's think about it. What's 2 minus 1? That's 1, but that's also 1 squared. What's 6 minus 2? That's 4, but that's also 2 squared. What's 42 minus 6? That's 36, which is 6 squared. And what's 1806 minus 42? That's 1764, which is 42 squared. So the answer to this one, 42, could be gotten by realizing just combine the first two tricks, squaring and subtracting, and that gives us the answer. Well, this idea that you can recombine is really a driver of economic growth generally, and also a driver of science, because when you come up with a new solution, we can combine that solution with other solutions, and we get this geometric explosion in the number of possibilities. To show you how that geometric explosion works, I want to just do a little bit of math. So let's start with something simple, then we'll do something more complicated. Suppose I've got 10 possible solutions or techniques I can use, and I want to just pick 3 of them. I can think of this as the following mathematical problem. I've got a box with 10 objects, and I just want to pick 3 objects from those 10. How many ways to do it? Well, there's 10 things I could pick first, 9 things I could pick second, and 8 things I could pick third. This actually, though, overstates the total number, because if I pick object A and then object B and then object C, that's the same thing as picking C and then B and then A, or C and then A and then B. So if I think about those 3 objects, there's 3 things I could pick first, 2 things I could have picked second, and 1 thing I could pick third. So these are the different ways of arranging those 3 objects. So I get 10 times 9 times 8 divided by 3 times 2 times 1, which is 120. So if I have 10 solutions, or 10 technologies, or 10 heuristics, or 10 ideas, that gives me 120 combinations of 3. Now 120 doesn't seem very big, and it's not, but the point is we've got way more than 10 solutions, and way more than 10 heuristics, and way more than 10 scientific theories. We've got a ton of them. So let's blow up the numbers a little bit. Let's suppose you have a deck of cards. Suppose I have 52 cards in a deck, and I want to just combine 20 of them. How big of a number do I get then? Well, there's 52 cards I could pick first, 51 second, and so on, all the way down to 33 cards I could pick for the 20th. But now that I've got those 20 cards, I could have picked those same 20 cards in lots of different orders. So any one of 20 could have been picked first, any one of 19 could have been picked second, and so on. So my answer is going to be 52 times 51 times 50, all the way down to times 33, divided by 20 times 19 times 18 times so on. That's going to be the number of ways to pick 20 cards from 52. Well, how big is that? Huge. It's 125 trillion. So when I think about combining technologies, combining heuristics, combining ideas, we get this huge explosion. And every time anybody has an idea, it can combine with every other idea and every other combination of ideas. And this may be a big reason why we see so much growth, why we've been able to sustain growth. So think back to our economic growth model, right? Remember we had that like A times capital to the beta times labor to the 1 minus beta thing, and A was the technology parameter. Well, and for sustained growth, we needed that A to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, one thing that makes that A bigger and bigger and bigger is when people have ideas, they can be recombined with every other idea, which leads to more and more growth. This idea of ideas building on ideas is the foundation of a theory of economic growth due to Martin Weitzman, who's at Harvard, called recombinant growth. And the idea is ideas get generated all the time. The steam engine gets developed, the gasoline engine gets developed, the microprocessor gets developed, and all these things get recombined into interesting combinations. And those combinations, in turn, get recombined, right, to create ever more growth. So that's the basic idea behind recombinant growth. So if you take something like the steam engine, right, here's a picture of the early Newcomen atmospheric engine, which is really just a steam engine, right? It's got all these things. It's got pumps, right? It's got a steam piston. It's got a boiler, right? It's got a water reservoir. It's got this little level thing like a teeter-totter. These are all solutions to previous problems. If you think of the gasoline engine, right, it's also got pistons and fuel injectors and all that sorts of stuff. It consists of recombinations of all sorts of different problems. So what we get, right, is these big machines, or even the computer on your desk, right? it consists of solutions to all sorts of other problems. So a lot of our inventions are recombinations of old solutions. Take a car. Your car consists of an engine, wheels, steering mechanisms, now consists of all sorts of electronic stuff. So a car, even though it's a solution to a problem, is comprised of a whole bunch of solutions to other problems combined in interesting ways. So it's this recombinations that can drive a lot of growth. When you think about all those parts that went into the car and the steam engine, they weren't developed with the car and the steam engine in mind. They were developed for other purposes. And this is an idea from biology called exaptation. Now, the classic example of exaptation is the feather. Birds developed feathers primarily to keep themselves warm, but eventually those same feathers allowed them to fly. So exaptation simply means this. You come up with some innovation, some solution for one reason, but then it gets exapted. It gets used in another context. So Emily Dickinson famously said, hope is the thing with feathers. It's a good thing to keep in mind, right? Because feathers are this classic example of exaptation. And hope, innovation, change is the thing with feathers as well, right? It's our ability to take a solution for one problem and apply it to something new. What do I mean? Take the laser. The laser was not developed. When they came up with the laser, they didn't think, wow, we can now have laser printers, we can have laser pointers. No, that wasn't what they were thinking at all. They just came up with the laser. So once something's developed, it gets used for all sorts of things that were never expected through this power of recombination. Even perspectives do. So remember my sort of silly perspective on the candy bar, domesticity perspective? Well, you might think, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Domesticity doesn't make a lot of sense as a perspective. It's a sort of a useless perspective. But in fact, domesticity might be a really useful perspective for other problems. For example, if I'm coming up with pasta or breakfast cereal or something like that, there may be that sort of a sweet spot in terms of domesticity. So that could be a really good way of looking at those problems. So even failed solutions for one problem may work really well as solutions to other problems. So the famous example here, right, is the Post-it note. That the glue that's used in Post-it notes was originally sort of a failure. It was a glue that didn't stick very well. But it turned out to be useful for other sorts of problems, namely making sticky notes. Now there's more to it than this, though. So it's not just the recombination of ideas, because for hundreds, thousands of years, people had ideas. And here's where we've got to sort of reach just one level deeper. If you think about why we've had such sustained growth, how is it that these ideas have been able to be recombined? We have to recognize there had to be some way to communicate those ideas. So Joe Mulcair wrote a wonderful book called The Gifts of Athena. In The Gifts of Athena, he talks about how the rise of things like modern universities, printing press, and scientific communication allowed ideas to be transferred from one location and one person to another. And so it really led to this, huge burst of activity, sometimes called the technological revolution, was the fact that we can now share those ideas and then recombine them. Because, like a tree, if an idea falls in a forest, nobody hears it and nothing happens to it. So where are we? Here's where we are. We think about innovation. We think about problem solving. Several things going on. First is you have to represent that problem in some way. Second thing is you got to have some way of looking for solutions to that problem. Different people represent problems in different ways. Different people look for different solutions to problems. That means different people can help one another out through that diversity. Second thing, once somebody finds a solution to a problem, or once somebody comes up with some sort of product, or even comes up with a representation, like a perspective, or a heuristic, that can be recombined with all the other ways of thinking and all the other solutions we have to lead to ever more growth. So if you want to ask where does innovation come from, it comes from two things. It comes from diversity of perspectives and heuristics, and it comes from recombination of those new ideas. And that's what allows for ever improving solutions to problems and ever improving new ideas, new products, new technologies, and new policies. Thank you. Hi. In this set of lectures, we're going to talk about Markov models. Now, Markov models are really simple. They consist of just two parts. First thing is there's a set of states. So those are states that a person's psyche could be in. They could be the state of a particular government or an economy. And then there's going to be transition probabilities. And the transition probabilities are going to tell us the probability of moving from one state to another. So remember all the stuff we learned about probabilities, how they sum to 1 and that sort of thing. All those rules are going to apply here, but the probabilities are going to tell us how likely it is to move from, say, one state to another. Let me give a couple examples. So first, let's suppose we have some students, and those students could be in either one of two states. They could be alert or they could be bored. Now there's going to be some probability P that they move from alert to bored, and maybe some probability Q that they move from bored to alert. And over time, students are going to be moving back and forth from the alert state to the bored state. And the Markov process will give us a framework with which to understand how those dynamics take place. Now, alert and bored students don't seem maybe that important, so let's do something with more relevance. Let's talk about countries being free or not free. So those are the two states. A country can be free, a country can be not free. Then what we can do is we can look at data and ask, well, what's the probability that a state moves from free to not free? And what's the probability that a state moves from not free to free? That'll also be a Markov process. So if we look at historically the number of free states and not free states, and then create a third category called partly free, which is the red line, we can see that there's these different trends, right? The free states seem to be increasing, the not free tend to be decreasing. What we can do is we can use Markov process to figure out where is this process going to end up. Is this going to, are we end up with all free states? Or are we going to end up with maybe some moderate number of free states and the process still churning? That's where the model is going to help us. Now remember we talked about the different sorts of things that processes can do. They can go to equilibria, they can be cycles, they can be completely random, or they can be complex. What we're going to find is as long as just a few assumptions hold, that Markov processes are going to be here. They're going to go to equilibria. And so there's a theorem called the Markov Convergence theorem. And this Markov Convergence theorem tells us as long as a couple of really mild assumptions hold, namely they got like a finite number of states and those probabilities stay fixed, and then one other thing, you can get from any position, any state to any other state, then what we'll get is the system goes to an equilibrium. So this is a really powerful thing and has all sorts of implications that we're going to flesh out as we look more deeply into the model. Now to do this, to understand Markov processes, we're going to have to introduce a little bit more notation and another technique, another tool for understanding models. And these are called matrices. So matrices is really just like a little grid, like a 2x2 or 3x3, where you put numbers in here, like 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.5, and those will be the transition probabilities. So what we're going to learn how to do is we're going to learn how to multiply by matrices in order to understand these Markov processes, and in particular to understand how the Markov convergence theorem works. We'll use these matrices to explain why these systems go to equilibria. Now the reason we do Markov processes is twofold. One is they're really sort of a useful way to think about how the world works, and we get this really powerful result, the Markov convergence theorem, that says these systems are going to go to these equilibria. Any Markov process goes to an equilibrium. Second reason we're going to do them is what we talked about in the previous lectures, this idea of exaptation. That the Markov model is incredibly fertile. Once we have the Markov idea in our head, once we understand what a Markov process is, we can apply it in a whole bunch of different settings. In fact, one of my colleagues, when you give him almost anything, he'll say, oh, that's a Markov process. And there's a sense in which a lot of things are Markov processes, and it's often really, really useful to think of things in the context of Markov processes. It's also true, once we have this idea of transition probabilities and matrices, we'll see that we can use those in a lot of settings as well. Okay, so let's get started. We're going to start out by just doing very, very simple Markov process. Then what we're going to do is we're going to look at a slightly more complicated one and then see how the Markov convergence theorem works. Once we've got all that in play, then we'll go back and talk about exaptation, where we can apply it in other settings. Okay, thanks. Hi, welcome back. In this set of lectures, we're talking about Markov models, and in the previous lecture, I introduced what they were, how they're these finite set of states, and there's transition probabilities between those states. What I want to do in this lecture is just show you how a simple Markov process works. So we're going to take a very, very simple Markov process and work through it, see exactly how the dynamics unfold. And in doing so, we're going to learn how to use matrices, how to actually specifically how to multiply on matrices. Okay, so let's take our simple example, and let's do the case of the alert and bored students. So I'm teaching a class, like many people do. This is an online class. And there's some percentage of people that are alert, and there's some percentage of people that are bored. Now what's going to happen at any given moment in time, someone who's alert could switch and become bored, and someone who's bored could switch and become alert. And what we want to do is we want to understand the dynamics of that process. We want a model that helps us understand these dynamic processes where there's these states, alert and bored, and people move between them. So we got to make some assumptions. We've got the two states, alert and bored, and now we need to understand the transition probabilities. So we need to assume something about transition probabilities. So let's assume the following is true, that 20% of the alert students become bored, but the 25% of the bored students suddenly say, hey, that sounds interesting. These Markov processes sound really cool, and they become alert. So that's what we want to model. So we can think of that as we've got the set of alert students, 20% of them are going to become bored, and of the bored students, 25% are going to become alert. So we can draw this picture, but this doesn't help us much. We want to sort of figure out what's going to happen, and this is where the matrices will be useful. Now before we do the matrices, let's just try and do it by hand. So let's start out with the scenario. We've got 100 alert students. So if I have 100 alert, let's say A is 100, and bored is 0. And I know that 20% of the alert become bored, and the rest are going to stay alert. So that means that what's going to happen is I'm going to then have 80 alert, and I'm going to have 20 bored. Well, now I've got to think, okay, what happens next? What happens next? I know that of the 80 alert, I know that 20%, which is 16, are going to become bored, and the rest, 64, will be alert. Now the 20 that are bored, I know that 25% of that is 5, so I'm going to put 5 of those become alert, and I'm going to know that 75% of it, which is 15, stay bored. So what I'm going to get is 69 alert and 31 bored. And I can say, okay, now I've got alert 69 and bored I've got 31, and now I've got to do this again. I've got to think, okay, well, 20% of these, which is going to be 13.8, become bored, and so on. And this you think, okay, this gets really complicated, and I've got numbers all over the place. Maybe there's a better way. Maybe there's, instead of writing all these numbers with these arrows, there must be a simpler way to keep track of all this. Well, there is, and the idea is something called a Markov transition matrix. And here's the idea. We basically write down the probabilities of moving from state to state. So these columns tell us what's true at time t, and the rows tell us what's true at time t plus 1. So if you're alert at times t, there's an 80% chance you stay alert, and a 20% chance you become bored. If you're bored at time t, there's a 25% chance you become alert, and a 75% chance that you stay bored. So this gives us just a matrix representation, a simple representation of all these transition probabilities. Now the reason this is useful is then we can just multiply these matrices to see how the transitions unfold. So here's an example. Suppose I start with 100% or 1. This is just a probability. So with probability 1, someone's alert, and I want to figure out how many alert people are next time. Well, this number, this 0.8, tells me the percentage of alert people that stay alert. So I'm going to get, so I take 0.8 and I multiply it by the 1, and that gives me 0.8. Now I want to ask how many bored people become alert. Well, 25% do, and how many bored people were there were 0, so I'm going to get 0.25 times 0, so I end up with 0.8. So the way I multiply matrices is I basically take this row here and I multiply it by this column. Now let's make this more formal. So what I do to multiply these things out is I've got, here's where people go at times t plus 1. This is how many are going to be alert at time t plus 1. 80% of the alert people and 25% of the bored people. Here is the percentage of alert people and the percentage of the bored people. So I want to know how many are going to be alert next time. It's 80% of the 1 and 25% of the 0, and that's going to end up being 0.8. Now I want to ask how many are going to be bored. Well, 20% of the alert people and 75% of the bored people. So I take this row and also multiply by the column. So I take 0.2 times 1 and 0.75 times 0, and I get 0.2. So what you get is, when I multiply this matrix, the transition matrix here, by this initial vector 1, 0, I get 80, 20, just like I did before. Remember the way I did that is I take this row, multiply by the column, and then I take this row and multiply by the column. Well, watch, now I can do it again. Now I'm at 80, 20, and I want to ask how many am I going to get next period? Well, I take this row, 80, 25, and multiply it and say 80% of the people are alert, 80% of them stay alert, so that's right there. 20% are bored, 25% become alert, so that's right there. And when I add those up, I'm going to get 69. And here I'll get 31. Well, let's see what happens in the next period. Again, just take this row times this column. So of the 69% that are alert, 80% of them stay alert. And of the 31% that are bored, 25% of them become alert. And I get that 63% are alert. And then I can do it again and take 0.8 times the 63 and 0.25 times the 0.37 and get the new percentage that's alert, which is going to be 60%. And I can keep going and going and going, and if I do it one more time, I end up with 58%. So what does that tell us? That tells us that if we started with all alert students, after 6 periods, I'm going to end up with 58% of students being alert. Now we want to know, where does this process stop? Is it going to go end up with nobody being alert? Well, let's think that through. Let's suppose we started out with nobody being alert, and we can ask what happened. So if I started with all board students, what's going to happen? Well, now all I do is put a 0 for the alert and a 1 for the board, and ask what happens next. Well, 80% of these alert students will stay alert, but that's 0, so it's 0.8 times 0. And 25% of the board students will become alert. So that means I'm going to get 0.25, and that means since this sums to 1, I'm going to get 0.75 over here. Next period, I've got 25% of the students are alert and 75% are bored. Well, now I can just put that here as my population at time 2, and I can think, okay, of these 25% that are bored, or alert, 80% will stay alert. Of the 75% that are bored, 25% become alert, and if I multiply all that out, I get that 45% are alert, 55% are bored. If I do it again, I want to put an even number of alert and bored, and if I do it one more time, I'll get that 53% are alert and 47% are bored. So it sort of looks like this is going to an equilibrium. When I started out with everybody alert, I got down to 58% alert. And when I started out with everybody being bored, I ended up with 52.5% being alert. So it looks like it's converging somewhere between 53 and 58%. Well, how do I find what that equilibrium is? This is where the matrices become really powerful. So let's think of it this way. There's some percentage of people that are alert. That's P. And there's some percentage of people that are bored. That's 1 minus P. What I'd like is, after this process takes place, for the same percentage to be alert. So how many are going to be alert? Well, that's going to be 0.8 P plus 0.25 times 1 minus P. So what would it mean for there to be an equilibrium? Equilibrium would mean that after I multiply this out, I have the same percentage of people being alert. So the equilibrium, if I put a little star here, is going to be the P star such that 0.8 P star plus 0.25 times 1 minus P star just gives me P star back, that I end up with the same percentage of people alert that I started. This just becomes algebra. I can now write this out. I've got an equation where this is my Markov transition matrix, and I want some probabilities P of people being alert, such that after the transition I've got P back, right? So that's just going to be 0.8 P plus 0.25 times 1 minus P should equal P. I want to find the P that solves this. Well, let's multiply through by 20 just to make this simpler. So I'm going to get 16P plus 5 times 1 minus P equals 20P. So that's going to give me 16P plus 5 minus 5P equals 20P. And so if I bring all the P's over to the one side, I'm going to get 5 equals 9P, so P equals 5/9. So what that says, if I start with 5/9 of the people being alert, I'm going to end up with 5/9 of the people being alert. So let's think about how that works precisely. So 5/9 of people are alert. What do we know? We know that 20% of them are going to become bored. So that means 20% means that each period 1/9 of the population will move from alert to bored. I also know that 25% of the bored people will become alert. What's 25% of 4/9? That's also 1/9. Right? So what I get is that each period 1/9 of the people are moving from alert to bored, and 1/9 of the people are moving from bored to alert, which means that exactly 5/9 stay alert and exactly 4/9 stay bored. Now notice what this equilibrium is like. It's a statistical equilibrium. So we can think of an equilibrium point where nothing changes. Here the thing that's not changing is the probability. So the population is still churning. People are moving from alert to bored. But if I think in terms of probabilities, that probability is staying fixed. That probability is staying fixed at 5/9. People are moving around, but the probability is staying fixed. That's why this is sometimes called a statistical equilibrium, because the statistic, P, the probability of someone being alert, is the thing that doesn't change. Okay, so pretty involved, right? What we did is we wrote down the Markov transition matrix, and we showed how using that matrix we could solve for an equilibrium. And we saw, at least in the simple example of alert and bored students, that the process went to an equilibrium, and it was fairly straightforward to solve for it. What we want to do next is we want to do a slightly more sophisticated model that involves multiple states instead of just two, involves 3 states, and we'll see how that process also converges to an equilibrium. Thanks. Hi. In the previous lecture, we talked about kind of a fun model where students could be alert or bored. Remember, it was a Markov model, and these Markov models, there's a set of states, in that case alert or bored, and then there's these transition probabilities that give you the probability of moving from alert to bored. Well, I want to move in this lecture to a slightly more complicated model, and it's going to be a model that involves countries, and these countries can either be free, partly free, or not at all free, being run by dictators. And I want to look at the dynamics of that situation. It'll help us sort of maybe learn a little bit more about how these Markov processes work, see how we can extend them to more dimensions, and also come up with a somewhat counterintuitive finding. Okay, so let's start simply with even just a 2-state democracy model. So I'm going to imagine there's 2 types of countries. There's democracies and there's non-democracies. And I'm going to assume that 5% of democracies switch into dictatorships every decade, and that 20% of dictatorships become democracies. So that'll be my assumption, and then let's just walk through the logic. So how do we do this? Well, we're going to write down a Markov transition matrix. So let's start out by assuming we have 30% of countries that are democracies and 70% are dictatorships. So of this 30% that are democracies, we know that 95% will stay democracies. Of the 70% that are dictatorships, we know that only 20% will become democracies. So to figure out how many will be democracies next time, we just take this row and multiply it by this column. So we get 0.95 times 0.3 plus 0.2, right, times 0.7. So maybe parentheses around here. So this is going to be 0.285, and this is going to be 0.14, and that gives us 0.425. So we're going to get 43% of countries in the next decade are going to be democracies. And we could do this one more time and say, well, if we have 43% or 42.5% democracies, we multiply this row by the column, we're going to get that 52% of democracies next time. Now, if you looked at this trend, you say we start out with 30% democracies, then we go to 42%, then we go from 42% to 52%. Well, you might just sort of extrapolate, look, that looks like a linear trend, and eventually we're going to end up with everybody being a democracy. But yet we know that that's not true, right? We know we can solve for the equilibrium, and that it's probably going to involve some churn. So how do we solve for the equilibrium? Remember from last time, right? We just want to take this row times this column, where now instead of putting down a specific probability, we put p and 1 minus p. We want, after we multiply that through, that we get the same p back. So that means it's going to be 0.95 times p plus 0.2 times 1 minus p should equal p. All right, we got a bunch of stuff. Let's just multiply this by 100 to get rid of everything. So we get 95p plus 20 minus 20p equals 100p. Right, I just multiply both sides by 100. Now if I bring everything over there, I'm going to get 20 equals 25p. So that means p equals 4/5. So here's sort of the surprising thing. We only end up with 80% democracies. Even though, right, 95% of democracies stay democracies and 20% of dictatorships become democracies in each decade, we still end up with only 80% democracies. That's what's counterintuitive. And that's why having this Markov model can be really useful, because it helps us really figure out what's going to happen, as opposed to just maybe extrapolating and thinking, boy, there's this big trend towards democratization. If things continue as they are, everything's going to be a democracy. Well, now let's move to a more sophisticated model. Now let's suppose that we classify countries not as just democracies or dictatorships, but we have 3 categories: free, partly free, and not free. And this is some data actually from Freedom House that I just plugged into Excel and plotted out. And what we see is an increase in free countries and a decrease in not free countries and a slight decrease in partly free countries. And we could ask, what's likely to happen? Well, what you can do, if I plug in sort of in 5-year increments the transition probabilities and do some crude estimates, sort of get the following. I get that each decade 5% of free and about 15% of not free become partly free. So those are those transition probabilities. And 5% of not free and 10% of partly free become free. and 10% of partly free become not free. So all sorts of transition properties here, kind of complicated. The matrix is more useful. So I can put free, partly free, and not free right here, and then I can put free, partly free, and not free here, and now I've just got 3 states. So it looks just like I had before, except for instead of a 2x2 matrix, I've got a 3x3 matrix. Same thing goes. Now, it used to be, before we had computers, when you went to 3x3 and 4x4 matrices, you just go, oh no, it's going to be a lot of math, a lot of algebra, and it was. But now that you've got computers, it's very easy to just make a huge matrix and solve for the equilibrium. There's nothing complicated about it. So what does that equilibrium look like? Well, all we do is take each one of these rows and multiply by the columns, but now the column has a p, a q, and a 1 minus p minus q, instead of just a p and a 1 minus p. And I want it to be the case that when I multiply this row times this column, I get p, and when I multiply this row by the column, I get q, and when I multiply this row by this column, I get 1 minus p minus q. So a lot of algebra here, you can do it, and if you do it, you get the following answer. You get that 62.5% of countries will be free, 25% will be partly free, and 12.5% will be not free. Now, if you looked at that initial graph, you might have thought, oh, look, there's this trend towards freedom. We're all going to be free. But in fact, if transition probabilities stay fixed, well, fewer than 2/3 of countries will be free. So again, that's sort of surprising, because if you look at this trend, you think, my gosh, we've gone from 25% up to 45%. It looks like very soon we'll all be free. But in fact, assuming those transition properties stay the same, you end up with about 62.5% being free. Here's what our model shows. Our model's not quite as good. Our model sort of shows these general trends like this. If I plugged in that same initial condition and ran my model, I get this sort of picture. It doesn't look exactly the same as that picture, but it doesn't look bad. Another way to look at it is to say, if I feed those probabilities in and start it in the initial case, how close does it get? And what you can see is the model comes up at the end of the 40-year period with values that are really close to what we saw in the real world. Now, the reason they're so close is because I estimated my transition probabilities from the actual data. So it's likely to be really close like this. But what's more interesting is that the patterns look fairly similar as well. Now, does that mean we can buy into the 62.5% for sure? Probably not. It doesn't mean it's going to be exactly right, but it does mean unless those transition probabilities change in a very serious way, we're not going to get to 100% free countries. We may be more likely to see something like 2/3. So what have we done? All we've done in this lecture is shown that we started out with that simple alert board model. That was a toy model. We often do that when constructing models. We take something very simple, it's kind of fun, we can all understand it, and see how the process works. Once we understand the model, then we can take it to real problems with more dimensions and even tie it into real data and get a deeper understanding of how the model works. And in some cases, get fairly surprising solutions, right? So here, the surprising result was that even though there's a trend towards more free countries, if transition probabilities stay in the range we're in, we shouldn't expect to see everyone be free. We should expect to see only 2/3 of countries be free. Okay, let's move on now, though, and talk about why that converges at 62.5%. What's causing these Markov models to go to equilibrium? And we're going to learn something called the Markov Convergence Theorem. Okay, thanks. Hi. We've been studying Markov models, and we looked at that first model where there's students that were alert and bored, and then we looked at the more realistic model, the more interesting model of countries being free, partly free, or not free. And in each of those cases, what we saw is that the process converged, right? That it went to a nice equilibrium. What we want to do in this lecture is study something called the Markov Convergence Theorem. Sounds scary, is a little bit scary. What it's going to tell us is that provided a few assumptions are met, and they're fairly mild assumptions, that Markov processes converge to an equilibrium. So this is a powerful result because it tells us what's going to happen to a Markov process. Now remember, this is a statistical equilibrium, right? It's going to keep churning, but the probability that you're in each state will stay fixed. And what we want to do is understand what are the conditions that must hold for that to be true. So let's go back, right, and think of our first example. Right? We had alert students and bored students, and we had some p that was the probability that you were alert. And what we could do is we could say, well, 0.8p plus 0.251 minus p has to equal p. That's an equilibrium. And we found that if p was equal to 5/9, then that probability stayed the same. If 5/9 of students were alert, 4/9 were bored, then we stayed in those proportions. That's what we mean by an equilibrium. So what we want to do is we want to ask what has to be true of our Markov process for an equilibrium to exist. There's just 4 assumptions. First one is you've got to have a finite number of states. Well, that's the definition of a Markov process, at least the ones we're considering, so that's always going to be satisfied. Second is the transition probabilities have to be fixed. So by that I mean that from period to period, the probability you move from one state to another doesn't change. Now, we'll talk in a minute about why that might not always be true, but for the moment, let's just assume that's the case. Third, and this is sort of the big one, you can eventually get from any state to any other state. So it may not be that you can get from state A to state C right away. Maybe you have to go through B. But as long as there's some way from getting from state A to state C, that's fine. That'll satisfy assumption 3. And then the last assumption, the fourth one, this is sort of a technicality, it's not a simple cycle. So if I wrote down a process where you automatically go from A to B and automatically went from B to A, then the thing would, churn, but the thing is it wouldn't really go to this nice stochastic equilibrium necessarily. It could be the all A's, then all B's, then all A's, then all B's, then all A's, then all B's. So if we rule out simple cycles and just assume finite states, fixed probabilities can get from any state to any other, then you get an equilibrium. So this is the Markov convergence theorem. Given A1 through A4, a Markov process converges to an equilibrium, and it's unique. So you're going to go where you're going to go, no matter whether you start with all bored or all alert, all free, all not free, you're going to end up at an equilibrium, and it's going to be the same one that's determined in some sense entirely by those transition probabilities. So if I write some Markov process like this, and I go ahead and solve for it, there's only one answer. There's going to be a unique answer for what that equilibrium is going to be. So let's think about what this means, because this is incredibly powerful. First thing, it sort of says the initial state doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where I start. If I start with all free, all not free, all alert, all bored, right? Anything that's a Markov process, any Markov process, the initial state will not matter. History doesn't matter either. It doesn't matter what happens along the way. If it's a Markov process, history doesn't matter. What's going to happen is going to happen. We're going to go to that equilibrium. Now, history could depend on which students move from alert to bored, but the long-run percentages of alert and bored, the long-run percentages of free and not free states is going to be the same regardless of how history plays out. Intervening to change the state doesn't matter. So if I go in and change a state, like if I go in and say, let's just make a country, move it from free to not free, well, guess what? In the long run, that's going to have no effect. Now, I've posed all of these as puzzles. The initial state doesn't matter. History doesn't matter. Intervening to change the state doesn't matter. And they're puzzles because that doesn't seem to make any sense, because if you think about it, history matters a lot. Initial conditions matter a lot. Interventions can matter a lot. When you think about whether you're running a small organization, a big business, or a government, you think about, let's come in and intervene here because we're going to make the world better. This Markov process is very deterministic. It's sort of saying none of these things make a difference. It doesn't matter where you start out. What happens along the way doesn't matter. And if you intervene, it's not going to have any effect. Let's see what we mean by that. So suppose you can have, let's just think in the context of like a relationship. So suppose a relationship could be happy or the relationship could be tense. And suppose we're modeling hundreds of relationships, like a whole community of people, and we're just keeping track of how many relationships are happy and how many are tense. Well, let's suppose that these relationships have a Markov process, so there's fixed probabilities of moving between happy and tense. Well, we might say, well, there's a lot of tension in the community right now, so let's just, buy a whole bunch of people dinners, and let's just move 50 couples from the tense state to the happy state by like giving them free dinners on the town. Well, if you do that, what's going to happen? Well, for a very short period of time, you'll make more people happy. But there's going to be that movement back towards tense. And the transition probabilities, if they stay fixed, are going to take you right back to the same equilibrium you were before. So there's going to be no effect in the long run on the system. So does this mean in general, we want to take these models seriously, but not too seriously. Does this mean that interventions have no effect, that interventions are meaningless? And does it mean that we shouldn't even redistribute stuff? If we redistribute happiness, or if we give these people meals, to make them happy, that has absolutely no effect either. Does this mean we shouldn't do these things? Well, let's be careful. There's a number of reasons why, even though the Markov model tells us that history doesn't matter, interventions don't matter, initial conditions don't matter, that it really could matter. And the first one is this: it could take a long time to get to the equilibrium. So let's go back to those happy and tense couples. It could be that if you make those couples happy, some of those tense couples, that yeah, eventually we're going to go back to the old equilibrium, but it could take 20 years. And if it takes 20 years, well, those intervening 20 years, there's a lot more happy couples. Or if we think about maybe only 60% of countries will be free, but if we artificially make too many free, we could have 30, 40, 50 years of a whole bunch of countries remaining free that wouldn't have been free otherwise. So even if in the long run we end up at the same place, it could be in the intervening years we still get some sort of benefit. But that idea that it just takes a long time to get there, maybe we can get a little boost in between, is still sort of, taking this somewhat negative view that any intervention we do can't matter. But yet we've got this darn theorem, right? We've got this theorem that says finite number of states, fixed transition probabilities, can get from any state to any other, then none of these things do matter. Well, let's look at these. Let's look at them seriously and ask, which of these things maybe doesn't hold? Well, the finite state thing, that's kind of hard to argue with because we could just sort of bin reality into different states. Remember earlier we talked about categories? Well, these states are categories, so we can think about which categories do we create to make sense of the world, and having a finite number doesn't seem like a big idea. This can eventually get from any one state to any other. Well, that one, maybe there's cases where that's not true. Maybe there's cases where you can't go from one state to another. So that's one we want to look at. But the one we really want to focus on is this fixed transition probabilities. Because it could be that when we move from one state to another, when we move from tense to happy, or when we move from not free to free, or as more countries move from not free to free, that suddenly the transition probabilities in the system change, that there's some larger effect and these transition probabilities change. So the thing we want to focus on when we think about why history may matter, why interventions may matter, is because those transition probabilities may change over time as the function of the state we're in. Now, this doesn't mean that the Markov model is wrong. The Markov model is right. It's a theorem. It's always true. But if we want history to matter, if we want interventions to matter, then we've got to focus on this. We've got to focus on interventions or policies or histories that can change those transition probabilities. Let me phrase this in a slightly different way. If we think about changing the state of the process, like moving from tense to happy, it's just going to be a temporary effect. But if we think about changing the transition probabilities, then we can have a permanent effect. So when you think about what are useful interventions, they're going to be interventions that change the transition probability. When you think about moments in history that could be things like tipping points, right, which we talked about before, those are going to be moments in history that change the transition probabilities. So if we have a tipping point, if we move from one likely history to another, what must be going on is those transition probabilities have to be changing. So what have we learned? We've learned something really powerful. That if we have a finite set of states, fixed transition probabilities, and we can get from any state to any other, then history doesn't matter, interventions don't matter, initial conditions don't matter. Now that's not to say that those things don't matter in the real world. They probably do. But if they do, then one of those assumptions have to be violated. Either states aren't finite, and that's sort of a hard one to disagree with, so it must be that either we can't get from some place to every place else, or that those transition probabilities can change. Now the most likely one is that transition probabilities can change, and interventions that really matter, interventions that tip, histories that matter, are events that change those transition probabilities. So what we see is not that everything's a Markov process, but what we see is that this Markov model helps us understand why are some results inevitable, it's because they satisfy those assumptions, and why are some results not. Okay, thank you. Hi. In this last lecture about Markov processes, what I want to talk about is exaptation. I want to talk about how we can use the Markov model in context and for problems we never would have thought of. And I'll do this in two ways. First, I'm going to talk about taking it whole hog, taking the entire process and modeling other things, just like we modeled the process of states becoming free or dictatorial. Second, what I want to do is I want to just take part of the Markov model, the transition probability matrix, and use that to understand some things that are really kind of surprising and interesting. So let's just remind ourselves of what a Markov process is. Fixed set of states, and then there's fixed transition probabilities between those states. Now, if it's possible to get from any state to any other through a sequence of transitions, then remember we have this Markov convergence theorem that says the process is going to go to unique equilibrium. So history doesn't matter, initial conditions don't matter, all that sort of stuff. Let's think about where else we might apply that. So one place right away is voter turnout. So you can think about there's a set of voters at time t, and there's a set of non-voters at time t. And what we can do is we can draw a little matrix and say, well, how many of those are going to vote at time t plus 1, and how many of these are not going to vote at time t plus 1. And it could be that 80% of voters at time t vote in t plus 1, 20% don't. It could be of non-voters that 40% vote and 60% don't vote. This would be our Markov transition matrix, and if you applied this, what you'd get is a unique equilibrium, which would tell you the number of people you'd expect to vote in any election. Now, it's not going to be the same people, right, because the process is going to churn. It's a statistical equilibrium, not a fixed point. But this model, if it's right, if these transition probabilities stay fixed, this would tell us what turnout should be, even though it won't tell us who votes. Where else might we use it? Well, we could use it for school enrollment. Same sort of thing, right? You can imagine here's kids who go to school, and here's the ones that don't go to school. And then we could ask, okay, at time t plus 1, how many go and how many don't go? And it could be that of those that go, 90% go the next day and 10% don't. Of those who don't go, it could be that there's only a 50-50 chance that they come the next day. Well, again, if you work through the logic here, you'll get some sort of percentage of people, students, who show up each day, and some percentage that don't. They'll still be a churn, but this model will give you an estimate of what total enrollment should be on a given day, what percentage of students show up. These two applications are very standard applications. They're not unlike the one we looked at in terms of alert and bored students, and they're not unlike the one with free countries versus dictatorial countries. What I want to do next is sort of go way outside the box. I want to just take a part of the Markov model, the Markov transition matrix. And I want to think about what that tells us. What it tells us is, if this is the state at time t, what are the likelihoods we go in these other states at time t plus 1? So think about this for a second. There's all sorts of things you could use this framework for, where there's something happening at time t, and then it transitions into something at time t plus 1. I want to just talk about 3 uses of this matrix, 3 very surprising uses. First one, to identify writers. I'm going to try and convince you that you can use this idea, this transition matrix idea, to figure out who wrote a book. So suppose some anonymous person writes a book, and you're trying to figure out, did this person write it? Did Bob write it? Or you're trying to figure out, did Carlos write it? And you can't tell. Well, what you can do is the following. You can figure out transition probabilities. What do I mean? Well, take this book. Take the book written by the anonymous author, and then say, okay, every time this book uses the word for, I'm loading the whole book into your computer, what percentage of the time is it follow the word for with the record? What percentage of the time does it follow the word for with example? And what percentage of the time does it follow the word for with the sake of? And what I'm doing is I'm creating just a giant matrix. So if it, in some sense, like at time t, I'm using for, and then I'm saying what's the probability that I follow with the record, example, or sake, and I'm putting a 0.17, 0.9, 0.11. So I'm just running a big transition matrix. What you can do is you can take some keywords, create these giant transition matrices, and then figure out, what does it look like? Does this transition matrix look like Bob's transition matrix, or does it look like Carlos's transition matrix? Now, how do I know what Bob's transition matrix is or what Carlos's transition matrix is? Well, that's easy. I just take one of their other books, load it into the computer, and figure out what their transition matrix is for the other book. Once I've got that in there, I can figure out, what does this look more like Carlos, or does it look more like Bob? Now, this actually gets used. Let me tell an interesting story. So this is Arlene Saxonhouse, who's one of my colleagues at the University of Michigan. And when she was a young graduate student, she found in the library at Yale this book of that included 4 essays by someone who she thought was a young Thomas Hobbes. The book was published in 1620. She thought 1620, and she thought, oh my gosh, these are essays by Hobbes. And the thing is, she's a young grad student. Who's necessarily going to believe her? How does she prove it? So she couldn't prove it, but she had a strong instinct that it was true. Well, eventually she found someone who knew how to do this stuff, right? Who knew how to do these transition probabilities, and they took the essays and they put in some of Hobbes' other writings. And what they showed was that it seems fairly clear that 3 of the 4 essays were actually written by Hobbes. And now those 3 essays are actually considered part of Hobbes' work. Now, even though it just sort of felt to her like they're written by Hobbes, that comes down to a matter of opinion. By having a model, by having these transition probabilities models, right? And by able to take that and take other Hobbes' work and this work, you can show statistically that it seems very, very likely that Hobbes wrote the work. So this combination of things, the model alone doesn't do it. The combination of the model plus her intuition plus the intuition of others gives us a common understanding now, at least we think, that Hobbes wrote those particular volumes. It's really cool. Let me give another example. Medical diagnoses. So if you think about giving someone a treatment for some disease, typically there's a sequence of reactions to that treatment, whether it's a drug protocol, whether it's an exercise or diet regimen. What you can do is you can write down transition probabilities. Now these can be multi-stage. So it could be, for example, that if this is going to be successful, if this treatment is going to be successful, that you go through the following transition. You go first feel some pain, then you're slightly depressed, then more pain, but then you get better. Alternatively, if it's not successful, it could be that initially you're depressed, then there's mild pain, then there's no pain, and then the system fails. Right? Your system fails, but you fail. The drug fails. The regimen fails. So what does this mean? This means that if I give someone the treatment, and then I see this sequence of pain and depression, I can say to them, you know, you're feeling pain, you're feeling depression, but guess what? That's consistent with a regimen that's going to be successful. Whereas alternatively, someone else could say, well, you know, I feel depressed and now I'm not really feeling that much pain. You can say to them, okay, even though you're not feeling much pain, this probably isn't a good sign. It doesn't look like the treatment's going to work. So by gathering all sorts of data on past experiences, you can use that transition probability to figure out early on in a treatment protocol whether it looks like it's working or not working. Another example, lead up to war. Suppose you got two countries and there's a little bit of tension. So what you get is the following. You get, let's say, first you get some political statements on each side. Then that leads to trade embargoes. Then that leads to military buildup. So now you've got this sequence of three things. You've got these transitions between these three things. You can ask, historically, when I've had those three transitions, what's the likelihood that I've had war, and what's the likelihood I haven't had war? And it could be that there's a 20% chance of war and an 80% chance of not having war. So if you're just sort of on the ground watching what's going on, you say, oh boy, look at this. First there was political statements, now there's a trade embargo, now we're seeing military buildups. Looks like things are going to go to war. Well, if you actually gather a lot of data and calculate these transition probability matrices, you could figure out, you know, this actually happens a lot, and only 20% of the time does it actually lead up to war. So again, we're not using the full power of the Markov model. We're not saying these transition probabilities necessarily stay fixed. We're not worried about solving for the equilibrium. All we're trying to do is just use this matrix to organize the data in such a way that we can think more clearly about what's likely to happen. So that's Markov processes. Markov processes, fixed set of states, fixed transition probabilities. You can get from any one state to any other, and then you get an equilibrium. So that equilibrium doesn't depend on where you start, doesn't depend on interventions, and it doesn't depend on history in any way. The model is really powerful, and so if you want to argue history matters, if you want to argue interventions matter, you somehow got to argue that this isn't a Markov process, or you've got to argue that you're changing the transition probabilities. Now that isn't impossible, and in fact, policies that really make a difference, interventions that really make a difference, do change transition probabilities. So what's really cool about this Markov process is it's given us this model, is it's given us a new lens to look at the world. When we think about, I want to take this action, it's going to make things better, we have to be saying it's changing the transition probabilities, not just that it's changing the state. So if I make my students a little more alert for 3 seconds by screaming or something, that's not going to change the long-run equilibrium of alert and bored students. If I change my teaching style, or if I add more interesting examples in class or something, then it's possible I can change those transition probabilities and end up with more alert students. We've also seen in this last lecture that we don't even need to use the full Markov process model, just the transition probabilities, just that idea of a matrix of transition probabilities, and we can find out all sorts of interesting things like who wrote a book, is there likely to be war, or is this medical treatment working? So that framework, the transition probability framework, and that matrix of transition probabilities is a really powerful tool to keep in your pocket when you confront some sort of dynamic process and you're trying to figure out what do I think is likely to happen. Thank you. Hi. In this set of lectures, we're going to talk about something called Lyapunov functions. Now what Lyapunov functions are is they're functions that really can be thought of as mapping models into outcomes in the following way. So what we can do is we can take a model or take a system and we can ask ourselves, can I come up with a Lyapunov function that describes that model or describes that system? And if I can, then I know for sure that system goes to equilibrium. So what a Lyapunov function is it's this tool, it's this incredibly powerful tool to help us understand, at least for some systems, whether they go to equilibrium or not. Let me explain what I mean a little bit more. Remember how we talked about there's 4 things a system can do. It can go to equilibrium, it can cycle, it can be random, or it can be complex. Lyapunov functions, if we can construct one, and that's going to be one of the challenges, if we can come up with one, then we'll know for sure that the system's going to go to equilibrium. If we can't construct one, then maybe it goes to equilibrium, maybe it's random, maybe it's chaos, maybe it's complex. We don't know. We can't really say anything. So the challenge here, the really hard and fun part, is coming up with Lyapunov functions. If you come up with Lyapunov function, then you know for sure, hey, this system's going to an equilibrium, which is a nice thing to know. Not only that, we'll see in a minute, that you can see how fast it's going to go to an equilibrium. So how does it work? Here's the idea. Suppose you have a system, and I've got something I care about here, which might be velocity on this axis. And suppose there's a minimal velocity, which is 0, which I'm representing by this big black region down here. Now suppose what I say is the following property holds. I start with some positive velocity, and every period, if the velocity changes, it goes down. So it's going to go down to there, and then it goes down to there. Now it could be the velocity doesn't change. Well, if the velocity doesn't change, then you're fixed. Then you're in an equilibrium. But if the velocity does change, it has to go down. Well, if that's the case, if it changes, it has to go down. At some point, it's going to hit this barrier down at the bottom, the 0 velocity point. And when it hits 0, it has to stop. So that's the idea. If it falls, if it moves, it has to fall. That's property 1. It's got to go down. If it moves, it's got to fall. And there's a minimum. Well, those 2 conditions are going to mean that the system has to stop. With one little, we got to pick up one little peculiar detail besides that. But that's basically the idea. If the system is going to move, it's got to fall, and there's a min. So therefore, at some point, it's either going to stop before the min, like it might fall, 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 and then stop right here, or eventually it'll hit the thing at the bottom. That's the idea. Now, how do economists do it? Economists do the opposite. They have something where maybe this is happiness on this axis, and maybe people are making trades, and you say people trade, happiness goes up. So I've got a happiness here, people trade, it goes up, people trade, it goes up. So anytime people trade, total happiness goes up, otherwise they wouldn't trade. So that means anytime the system moves, happiness is increasing. But you've got this caveat that there's a maximum happiness here. It can't go above this black bar. So what does that mean? If anytime people trade, it goes up, and at some point you're going to hit this bar, that means the process has to stop. And if it has to stop, that means it's in an equilibrium, where there's no more trade. Everybody's happy with what they've got. So there's these 2, in some sense, identical ideas, right? One is from physics, that if things fall every period and there's a min, the process has to stop. And then from economics, you have that things go up every period and there's a max, it has to stop. That's it. That's the theorem. I know it sounds sort of frightening, right? Lyapunov. It sounds really scary. And I'm sure when you looked at the syllabus, you thought, oh my gosh, Lyapunov functions. This is going to be hard. Maybe I'll skip this lecture. I thought about calling it Dave functions or Maria functions, because then it wouldn't sound so frightening. If I said, we're going to study Maria functions, you'd all say, oh, that's probably going to be pretty easy, or Dave functions. It's just that with these Russian surnames, you sort of think, oh my goodness, this is frightening. It's not. Very, very easy. Here's the formal part. What we do is we say there's a Lyapunov function if the following holds. First, I just have some function f, and I'm going to call this a Lyapunov function. And there's just 3 conditions. The first one is it has a maximum value. I'm going to do the economist version. In the physics version, I'd say it has a minimum value. So it has a maximum value. Second assumption, there is a k bigger than 0. So there's some number k bigger than 0, such that if xt plus 1 isn't equal to xt, so what that means is if f is going to basically map the state now to xt into xt plus 1. If they're not equal, right? So if the state in time t plus 1 is not equal to the state at time t, then f of xt plus 1 is bigger than f of xt plus k. What does that mean in words, not in math? What it means is if it's not fixed, so if the point is not fixed, then it increases by at least k, just by some fixed amount. It doesn't always have to increase by exactly k. It can increase by more, but it's got to be increased by at least k. If those things hold, so it's got a maximum, you're always increasing by at least some amount k, then at some point the process has to stop. Because if it didn't stop, it would keep increasing by k, and it would go above our maximum. That's the theorem. Now, what is this assumption to? What is this thing about it's got to, before I guess it has to be bigger, now I've got it's got to be bigger by plus k. What's going on? Well, this goes back to something way back in philosophy called Zeno's paradox. And Aristotle's treatment of this is probably the one most of you learned in college. And that is, suppose I want to leave this room. Suppose I'm going to leave this room right here. And the first day, I'm standing right here. Here I am. Da, da, da. And the first day, I go halfway to the door. Then before I get half, and then the next day, I go another halfway. And then the next day, I go another halfway. The next day, another halfway. The next day, another halfway. I'd never actually leave the room. Well, if I don't assume, because what's happening here is I'm going up a half, and then a quarter, and then an eighth, and then a 16th. So if I made my steps smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, it could be that I continue to increase, but I never actually get to the maximum. But if instead I assume that each step has to be at least 1/16th, well then after 16 steps, I'm going to be out of the room. So what Zeno's paradox is that you can basically keep making steps halfway and you'll never actually exit. And the paradox was that you could keep moving towards the door but never actually get to the door. The way we get around that is we make this formal assumption that says there's some k such that if you move, you go up by at least k. And so in this case, I talked about it being 1/16th. If you go up by at least 1/16th, then in 16 steps you're out of the room, and since you can't leave the room, that's a max, what's going to happen is the process has to stop. So that's all there is to it. The Lyapunov function consists of is f, it's got a maximum value, and then there's some, if it's the case that the process moves over time, then in the next period, you've gone up by at least some amount k. And since there's this max, and you're going up by at least k each time, eventually you're going to hit that max, and the process has to stop. Now there's a bonus that we just got as well, right? If each time I go up by 1/16th, then in 16 steps, I'm going to have to stop. So you can also say how fast the process is going to stop, and that's obviously not a very complicated calculation at all. Here's the tricky part, though, I talked about this. The hard part about this is constructing the function. So the theory, the idea that there's a function, there's a max, we go up by k each time, that's really straightforward. The really tricky part is going to be coming up with a Lyapunov function, coming up with that function f. So what we're going to do in this set of lectures is we're going to take some processes, things like arms trading, trading within markets, people deciding where to shop, and we're going to show how in some of these cases it's really easy to construct Lyapunov functions. In other cases, it's really hard to construct Lyapunov functions, or maybe we can't even construct Lyapunov functions. So we're just going to explore how this framework, this Lyapunov function framework, can help us make sense of some systems, and help us understand why some things become so structured and so ordered so fast, and why other things still seem to be churning around a little bit. So the outline of what we're going to do is we're just going to start out by first doing some simple examples, seeing how Lyapunov functions work. Then we're going to move on and see some sort of interesting applications of Lyapunov functions, maybe when they don't work. And then from there, we'll go on and talk about processes that maybe we can't even decide whether Lyapunov functions exist or not. Some open problems in mathematics that involve trying to figure out, does this thing go to an equilibrium or does this thing continually churn? And then we'll close it up by talking about how Lyapunov functions differ from Markov processes. Because remember, Markov processes also went to equilibria. And we'll talk about how those equilibria are different from the equilibrium we're talking about in these Lyapunov functions, and also how just the entire logic about how the system goes to an equilibrium is different in the two cases. Okay, so let's get started. Thanks. Hi, welcome back. Remember, we're talking about Lyapunov functions. And Lyapunov functions are really the simple thing. We had two ways of explaining them. First was the physics way, where there's some minimum value, and you've got a process that, if it changes its value, it moves down every period. So if it's moving down, 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 eventually it's going to stop. It's going to hit the floor. It could stop before the floor, but it's got to stop because of the floor. Or in economics, we often talk about systems where there's a max. And so every period, if the process moves, its value is going up, and since there's a ceiling here, the process has to stop there. So Lyapunov functions give us a way to say for sure that a particular system's going to equilibrium. Now, that's if we can construct one. If we can't construct one, then we don't know. Maybe it goes to equilibrium, maybe it doesn't. What we want to do in this lecture is just remind ourselves of what Lyapunov functions are, and then take an example, take a famous example of a puzzle that's out there, and show how this very, very simple framework helps us make sense of that puzzle. Before we get to the puzzle, though, I first want to just remind ourselves of what a Lyapunov function is. A Lyapunov function is a function f that has a minimum value. We're going to do the minimum case here. And then there's another assumption that it satisfies. If the process moves, if it's not in an equilibrium, then the value of f falls by some amount k, some amount at least k. So what you've got is a process that's got a minimum value, and if it's moving, if it's not in equilibrium, then it has to fall by at least k. So what that's going to mean is eventually you're either going to stop or you're going to hit the floor. And so what that means is you're going to get an equilibrium. Here's the puzzle. Go to any major city, and this is a picture of Stockholm that you see to my right. And what you see is amazing order. Restaurants have the right number of people in them, so do coffee shops. There's not huge line behind dry cleaners. There's traffic, but it's typically not incredibly backed up. And the interesting thing is there's no central planner. It's like the city self-organizes in some way so that there's the right number of people at the right places. We're not all bunched up in particular places, and there's not places that are completely vacant. It's almost as if there was a central planner telling people where to go, but we know there isn't. So how is it that cities have this amazing structure that when you go to the grocery store, they've got the right groceries for you, there's the right number of workers. When you hop on the train, the lines aren't incredibly long. That when you go to the grocery store, when you go to the dry cleaners, it's not incredibly crowded, nor is it particularly empty. What enables the city to self-organize in the way that it does to be so darn efficient? That's the puzzle. And what we're going to see is that Lyapunov functions can give us some inkling as to why even huge cities can self-organize in interesting ways. So here's the idea. Suppose that you've got 5 things you've got to do during the week. You've got to go to the cleaners, the grocery, the deli, the bookstore, and the fish market. So these are 5 things you have to do at some point during the week. You always got to go get fish and books and get your clothes cleaned. So this sort of stuff. And you can choose which day to go. So here's how to think of it. There's 5 days during the week. Assume you take the weekends off and you just read your book and have some fish wearing your nice clean shirt. So there's 5 days, Monday through Friday. And each day you have to decide during your lunch hour where to go. You assume maybe Monday you go to the dry cleaners, right? Tuesday the grocery store, Wednesday's the deli, Thursday's the bookstore, Friday the fish market. This would be just a route that you would take during the week, and somebody else might take a different route. And what we want to see is by people choosing these routes, whether or not the system is going to organize in such a way that you don't get huge crowds at particular locations. So we'll see how we can map a Lyapunov function onto this process. So here's the idea. Suppose you've got 5 people, and each one of these people chooses some random order in which to visit these different locations. So everybody else is just like you. Everybody else has to go to the cleaners, the grocery store, the deli, the bookstore, and the fish market. And they also pick 1 day a week to go to these things. So each person has chosen their route. This may be your route. This may be my route. This may be somebody else's route. Everybody's got their own route. But what we'd like to do is not go to some place that's really crowded. Because if it's really crowded, then we've got to wait in line, and it may take our whole lunch hour. We don't have time for our lunch. So the rule is you're just going to want to sort of avoid crowded places. And what we're going to see is if people follow that rule, then we can put a Lyapunov function on the process and show that it's going to go to an equilibrium and go to a pretty darn good equilibrium. So here's the idea. We're going to assume the following behavior, that people want to avoid crowds. So I pick a route, and if it turns out that I notice, boy, when I go to the cleaners on Monday, it's incredibly crowded, I switch that with another location so that so Monday I go to a place that's less crowded. So I'm just going to switch the time I visit the dry cleaners, maybe the time I visit the fish market, in order to bump into fewer people. That's the rule. And then we're going to see if that's the rule, that this process is actually going to self-organize into something that makes a lot of sense. So again, here's the idea. Everybody's choosing these routes. And let's look at this person here, this first person. The very first day, they're going to the cleaners. But notice there's 3 other people at the cleaners. So that means there's 4 people at the cleaners. What they'd like to do is not have 4 people at the cleaners and have to wait in line. So what they might think of is, look, if I go to the fish market here, there's no one going to the fish market on the first day. So if I switch the fish market with the cleaners, then Monday I won't see anybody at the fish market, and Friday I won't see anybody at the cleaners. So this first person realized, hey, if I just switch these 2, then I'm going to run into fewer people. That's the idea. That's the behavior we're going to assume that people follow. What we want to show is we can put a Lyapunov function on this process and show that this system is going to keep going down and eventually has to stop because there's a min. So what's the Lyapunov function? Remember I said this is the hard part and it's hard. So the first thing you might think of is, well, maybe it's just the total number of people at each location. Well, let's try that. So how many people go to the Cleaners. Well, 5 people go to the cleaners. How many people go to the deli? 5 people go to the deli. And what you realize is 5 people go to every location, so that's not going to work, right? Because even if I switch my route, there's still 5 people going to the cleaners and 5 people going to the deli and 5 people going to the fish market. So this first attempt of total number of people at each location, not going to work. So let's try something else. Here's another attempt. Let's have to be the total number of people that each person meets. So how many people do I meet in a given week? And now let's look at our example. So we start out here and we look at this person, and right here, and you think, okay, on the first day, they meet 3 people. On the second day, they meet no one, or he meets no one. On the third day, meets 2 people. On the fourth day, on Thursday, 2 people. And on Friday, 1 person. So that's 5, 7, 8. So this person meets 8 people. Well, now suppose they switch and go to the fish market on Monday and go to the cleaners on Friday. So this person switches to be less crowded. Well, now on Monday, they meet no one. On Tuesday, they meet no one. On Wednesday, they meet 2 people. On Thursday, they meet 2 people. And on Friday, they meet no one, for a total of 4 people. Now remember, before, they met 8. So by switching those 2, they reduced the number of people they meet from 8 to 4. We got to be a little careful here because there's also 4 other people. What about those 4 other people? Could their numbers have changed? Well, they did, right? Because these 4 people, these people that were C here, before were meeting this person, and now they're not. So in addition to this person running into 4 fewer people, the 4 people they were meeting also run into 4 fewer people. So the total reduction in the number of people that meet each other is 8. It's going to be 4 times 2, which is 8, because each person that person 1 doesn't meet also doesn't meet person 1. So there's a total number of 8 fewer meetings. So this is going to be a Lyapunov function. If people's rule is switch so that I meet fewer people, then when somebody switches, they meet fewer people meet them, so the total number of people who meet each other falls. Now let's ask, is this a Lyapunov function? Well, what are the conditions? The first is, does it have a minimum value? Sure, 0. If nobody meets anybody, then that's the best you could do. So yes, there's a minimum value. It's just 0. Second, if it's the case that somebody changes their route, does it mean that the total number of people that people meet falls? And the answer again there is yes, because if I move, I'm moving so I meet fewer people. It also means that fewer people meet me, which means that the number of people met has to fall. So if anybody moves, the number of people met has to fall. But remember, we also have to have that it has to fall by at least some amount k. Well, in this situation, it's easy. That k is easy because I'm meeting at least 1 fewer person. And if I'm running 1 fewer person, that person's also not meeting me. So k is going to equal 2. If I'm meeting 1 fewer person, then there's 1 fewer person meeting me. So at least 2 people have lowered the number of people they meet. So now I've got a function with a minimum of 0. It goes down by 2 each period. So therefore, the process has to stop. So if I take a route selection process like this and people are switching, what you're eventually going to get is you're going to get that everybody meets no one because you can keep switching. So people are going to keep switching until you would get an efficient ordering of people so that nobody's running into anyone else. Now to prove that you actually, this thing only stops at 0 takes a little bit more work. So we won't do that. But what's going to happen is you're going down by 2 each period and it just keeps going down, 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 down until eventually nobody's meeting anybody. This gives us an understanding. It's not a full explanation. It gives us some intuition as to why when we go to a city, it's so organized. Because people are trying to avoid crowds. If everybody's trying to avoid crowds, then what happens is you get a relatively efficient distribution of people across activities and restaurants and shops and museums and things like that. So the whole city seems to be organized as if by a central planner, when in fact it's self-organizing because of the fact that people are trying to avoid running into too many people, and what you end up getting then is a reasonably smoothly running city without some massive central planning attack, without us getting signals like, it's okay, you can now go to the cafe, Scott. They don't have to tell me that because people are going to develop routines of when they go to particular locations in order to avoid those crowds. This is pretty cool, I think. What have we got? We have a very simple model, right? Simple model is there's a min. If the process moves, it goes down by some amount each time. Therefore, the process has to stop. We use that model to say, let's think about how a city organizes itself. How is it that people in a city choose where to go, and how does it seem to be so efficient? And what we see is that people's maneuvering within the city is probably somewhat to avoid crowds, to go to places you like, but not wait in huge lines. So in doing that, you're always reducing the number of people that you meet. Let me be just a little bit critical of this for a moment. This was an extreme simplification because this model says the city's going to go to an equilibrium with everybody choosing the exact same routes. Now, in fact, a city's more of an open system. There's tourists coming in, there's all sorts of people being born and people dying and new businesses starting and all sorts of things. So that's going to keep a city churning and somewhat complex. But within that process, there's all sorts of people who develop regular routines of places that they go. And those regular routines move that Lyapunov function down, down, down in terms of the number of people that each of us runs into, and allows the system, even though the influx maintains some complexity, to be relatively efficient, to sort of keep down the number of crowds that people run into. So the model doesn't fully explain the city, but what it does is it gives us the insights into how the city is able to organize itself in such a way that there's never too many people at the barbershop and never too many people at the cleaners, and always some people at that cafe. It's never completely empty. All right, thank you. Hi, welcome back. Remember that we're talking about Lyapunov functions, and they're this intuitively very simple thing. So Lyapunov function would be a case where you've got a maximum value, and if the process stops, that's fine. But if it doesn't stop, it goes up by some fixed amount. Therefore, eventually, it's going to hit this thing and stop, which means that if a system has a Lyapunov function associated with it, it goes to equilibrium. Now, if it doesn't have a Lyapunov function, we can't think of one, then maybe it goes to equilibrium, maybe it doesn't. The point is, if we can construct a Lyapunov function, then it definitely goes to equilibrium. That's a useful thing to know. What we want to do in this lecture is give an example of another process. In this case, it's going to be an exchange market that has a Lyapunov function, so therefore it goes to equilibrium. Then I'm going to problematize a little bit and show that, well, why might a system not go to equilibrium? So I'll create another sort of market that doesn't go to equilibrium, and we'll see why that's the case. What has to be in the way from us to create a Lyapunov function? So what prevents us from constructing a really simple Lyapunov function and showing, yes, the system goes to equilibrium? Interestingly enough, we can relate this back to something we studied earlier in the course, Chris Langton's lambda parameter. And that was in the context of, remember those very abstract one-dimensional cellular automata models? We're actually going to bring that logic back into play here to understand something about Lyapunov functions. So let's get started. What's an exchange market? An exchange market consists of a situation where people just bring stuff. So this is in Bologna, Italy. People bring fish, other people bring money, people bring baskets, and you trade things. So everybody brings their stuff in a cart, and they trade with other people who brought their stuff in the cart, and at the end of the day, people go home. And we want to ask, is that system going to go to an equilibrium, or are people just going to keep trading things constantly all throughout the day, and is it just going to be some muddled mess of behavior? Well, let's think through it. What are our assumptions for the model? First is each person just brings a wagon full of stuff. Second assumption, we're going to assume that you only trade with someone if you're happier with what you have now than what you had before. Otherwise, why would you trade? And the third assumption, hidden in here a little bit, is we're going to assume that you have to increase your happiness by some fixed amount x. So there's some amount, and I probably should have called this k, because I was using k before, so let's cross out that x and call it a k. There's some fixed amount k you have to be happier by in order to make the trade. Now, why would I assume that? Because I'm assuming that there's some transactions cost. So if I'm trading a basket for some fish, it's got to be the case that I want the fish by at least the cost of going through that whole trading thing in order to get the fish for the basket. So this k is just the cost of trade. And that's going to be important because we need that in order for our Lyapunov function to work, because we need that happiness has got to go up by at least some amount k. Let's recall, what is the Lyapunov function? It's some function f that has two assumptions. Assumption 1, it's got a maximum or minimum value. Here we're going to assume a maximum. Assumption 2, that either the process is at an equilibrium, or if it moves, the Lyapunov function, the function f, goes up in value by at least some amount k. Those are the two assumptions. So let's think about what a Lyapunov function here might be. Well, here in this exchange market, we can let it be the total happiness of the people. That's it. Very straightforward. Total happiness of the people is a Lyapunov function. Let's think about it. Does it satisfy these two assumptions? Does it have a maximum value? Sure, because people brought just wagons loads worth of stuff in. There's only so much happiness that can go around, right? People can only get so happy with a fixed amount of stuff. So if you give everybody exactly what they wanted and added that all up, that would be the maximum happiness you could possibly get. So there's some maximum. We may not achieve it, but there's definitely a maximum because we've just got some wagons full of stuff. Assumption 2, there's some k such that if the process doesn't stop, happiness goes up by at least k. Well, that also holds, remember, because we assume that you only trade if you're improving by some amount k because there's some cost of doing the transaction. So now you're going to trade with someone if you're happier, so therefore every trade makes people happier, and there's a maximum, so therefore we're going to get an equilibrium, so this function is going to work. Let me add a little more detail. Two pieces of detail. First, I'm going to say that NW here stands for nuclear weapons, and O stands for oil. NK here stands for North Korea, and I stands for Iraq. So North Korea is going to say to Iraq, I'll give you some nuclear weapons for oil. And Iraq says to North Korea, that's great, here's some oil, give us some nuclear weapons. And you, who's not involved, I'm going to assume they're the United States. So this is no longer people trading fish for baskets. This is North Korea getting some oil and Iraq getting some nuclear weapons. Let's think about our happiness function. North Korea is happier. They got rid of some nuclear weapons. They got a bunch of oil to help their economy. Iraq's happier. They got rid of oil, and now they can better defend themselves against nuclear weapons. The United States, who's actor U here, even though they're not materially engaged in the transaction, they're affected. There's an externality. They're less happy. And because they're less happy, that means that total happiness didn't necessarily go up. Because Germany, France, England, Brazil, Venezuela, all sorts of people could be less happy. And if all sorts of people are less happy, this trade may mean total happiness went down. And if total happiness went down, that may mean that other people then have to make other trades as they try and make total happiness go up. So what can happen is we don't know for sure whether the system is ever going to stop. It could continue to churn because we can't put a Lyapunov function on the process. Let's think of some other situations. Political coalitions. When Party A merges with Party B, Party C may be upset. Total happiness isn't going up. What about mergers within firms? If you think of firms, you can think of there being the Lyapunov function could be profitability, it could be firm happiness, it could be firm security. But when two firms merge, that could make other firms less profitable, less secure, reduce their market share, whatever. And so what you could get is that that process may still churn. Same's true with political alliances. If you think of one country forming an alliance with another country, that could make other countries less secure. And that could mean that there is no Lyapunov function. The process is going to continue to churn. Finally, this is when I talk about my undergraduates quite a bit. What about dating? You can think when two people decide to date, they're both happier. Or when two people break up, presumably they're both happier. But that could affect other people who are friends of those people, who maybe wanted to date one of those people, and it's not clear. Maybe dating has Lyapunov function. Maybe happiness is a Lyapunov function for dating. Maybe it's not. It depends on the size of the externalities. What have we got? We looked at exchange markets and we said if we have a total happiness function as a Lyapunov function, works great. Happiness goes up, process has to stop, we get an equilibrium. Then we said not all exchange markets. If there's externalities, like with North Korea trading oil for nuclear weapons for oil with Iraq, other people could be affected, and that could mean that happiness doesn't necessarily go up. Total happiness could go down, and the process could keep churning. And we related that to Langton's lambda parameter from that simple cellular automata model. So this is really interesting, right? That cellular automata model, which was very abstract, told us that systems where behavior isn't influenced by others tend to go to equilibrium. And systems where my behavior and actions are influenced a lot by others tend to be more likely to be complex or random. And that same logic applies here. We can apply Lyapunov functions to things like, changing which location, when I go shopping for fish and when I go to the bookstore, or trading fish for baskets, because my actions don't materially affect other people, or if they do, they make them happier, right? So in each case, when I move from a crowded place to a less crowded place, they make everybody happier. And when I trade fish for a basket, I make the person I trade with happier. So I'm not I'm not lowering the happiness of anyone else. There's no externality going on. But in the cases where there are these externalities, now when I take an action, I materially affect other people in the opposite direction with these negative externalities. And that means that they may then want to change what they're doing, which can mean that the system keeps moving. So what do we have? We've got that without externalities, or with only positive externalities in the case of finding a maximum, what you're going to get is that it's easy to construct the Lyapunov function, and boom, you get there. The system's going to stop. But if there's these negative externalities, when I'm making myself happier but I make other people less happy, then the system could continue to churn, and we may not be able to say whether or not the system's going to go to equilibrium or whether it's going to be complex. But we do have some intuitions, and those intuitions suggest that simple markets trading goods should go to equilibrium, should constantly improve. People choosing routes should constantly improve. But things like international alliances or coalitions within political parties, or possibly even dating, that these things may be more complex. And certainly that's how it appears out there in the real world. Okay, thanks. Hi. In this set of lectures, we're talking about Lyapunov functions. And Lyapunov functions give us a way to explain or understand why some processes go to equilibrium. What I want to do in this very short lecture is just clean up two details, two questions that might be out there lingering in the minds of people. So the first question is this: can we say how long it's going to take the process to go to an equilibrium? So we know it's going to an equilibrium. Can we say exactly how fast? So we'll talk about that. And then second, does the process always stop at the max or the min? So remember when we talked about Lyapunov processes, they can either always be going up or always be going down until they reach an equilibrium. The question is, if they're going down, do they automatically hit the floor? Do they necessarily hit the floor? Could they stop above it? And if they're going up, do they necessarily hit the top, or could they stop below it? That's the second question. Both pretty straightforward, both fairly easy to answer, but it's worth cleaning up those details. Let's look again at the formal definition of a Lyapunov function, just so we can answer these questions precisely. So it's some function f that has a maximum value. If the process stops, then it's at an equilibrium. If it doesn't stop, then its value, according to this f, increases by some amount that has a value, by some amount at least k. So it goes up at least k. So that means is either the process is stopped or it's going up k. Since there's a maximum, that means at some point the process has to stop. So now let's look at this question: how long until the process reaches equilibrium? That's really a fairly easy question to answer. Suppose that we start out with f of x1 equals 100 and k equals 2. So that means that the original value of the function is 100, k equals 2, and let's suppose the maximum equals 200. So that means starting out at 100, the highest it can go is 200, and it's got to go up at least 2 each period. Well, what we can say is that the number of periods has to be less than 50, because it's got to go up at least 2, and the most it can go up is 100, and so 100 divided by 2 equals 50. So what we get is the maximum number of periods is 50. So when we write down Lyapunov function, if we can make k as big as we can possibly make it, and make the maximum as small as we can possibly make it, then we can put a bound on the number of periods. We can't say for sure. The process could stop in 1 period, it could stop in 2 periods, it could stop in 47 periods. But what we can say for sure is that the number of periods is going to be less than 50. Now, it could be that if I think really hard about the model, I realize that, you know what, k is not 2, but actually k is 4. That I can show that it's got to go by at least 4 each period. Well, if that's the case, then instead of the number of periods being less than 50, you could show it's less than 25. So if you want to put as tight a bound as you possibly can on the time it's going to take a Lyapunov process to converge, what you want to do is you want to make k as big as you can make it, and make that maximum value as low as you can make it, and that'll help you put a tighter bound on how many periods it's going to take to get to equilibrium. But putting that bound on once you know k and the maximum value, and you have to know the minimum value as well, the starting value, is really straightforward. It's just some really simple algebra. The other question is a little bit harder. That is, does the process necessarily reach a max or a minimum? And the answer here is going to be no. Now, that first one we did where people were choosing routes in terms of where to go in the city, that one it did go to a minimum. It did go to an efficient case always. We didn't prove it, but you can show that that's true. But generally, that's not going to be the case. Generally, it can be the case that a process can get stuck someplace less than the max. So I'm going to explain this in 2 ways. Let's go back and talk about a rugged landscape model. Remember in a rugged landscape model, there were peaks. So here's a peak, here's a peak, here's a peak. You can think of the Lyapunov function as saying, I'm going to step up at least some distance each period. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get to the highest peak. You could just go up a particular hill, and it could be a suboptimal peak. It doesn't seem necessary that these processes would take you to the maximal point, take you to the optimal point. Again, there's a difference between metaphor and actually having a mathematical example. So let's see if we can come up with an example to show where we get stuck at less than the optimal point. To do that, we're going to go back to our preference model. So you might be noticing at this point, I better pay attention to the earlier lectures, right? Because we've done Langton's model. Now we're going to do the preference model. So remember the preference model. Individuals had preference over different things. So person 1 here, here's person 1. Person 1, they like apples more than bananas, more than coconuts. And here's person 2, and they like bananas, coconuts, and then apples. And then here's person 3, they like coconuts, apples, and then bananas. Let's suppose the following is true. Person 1 has a banana. Person 2 has a coconut. And person 3 has an apple. And now we're going to have an exchange market. And we're going to ask, do they want to trade? Can they trade to make themselves happier? Well, it's clear they could trade to make themselves happier, but let's see if they can do it. So person 1 is saying, boy, I would like to have the apple. Person 1 goes over to person 3 and says, hey, how about if I give you this banana for your apple? And person 3 says, the banana? No way, because I like apples more than bananas. So they reject the trade. So person 1 can't make any trade that makes him better off. Person 2 has the coconut, but they'd rather have the banana. So they go to person 1 who's got the banana and says, hey, person 1, would you like to have my coconut? How about my coconut for your banana? And person 1 says, the coconut? No way. I like my banana more than the coconut, so forget it. So person 1's not going to trade with person 2. Now person 3's got the apple, and they like person 2's coconut. So they go to person 2 and say, hey, person 2, how about if I give you my apple for your coconut? And person 2 looks and says, the apple? Forget it. I like my coconut more than the apple. I'm not going to trade with you. So what we've got here is a situation where person 1 has the banana, person 2 has the coconut, person 3 has the apple. None of them can make a pairwise trade and be better off. One way to understand that metaphorically, right, is to think, here's the landscape where they've got the certain things they're stuck at this point. There's someplace they could get that could be better. It could be that if person 1 had the apple, person 2 had the banana, person 3 had the coconut, they'd be better off. But they can't get there by pairwise trades. They could do it if they had a more sophisticated trade where they put all 3 things on the table and each person grabbed the thing they wanted. But through pairwise trades, they don't get there. So what do we learn? What we learn is that it's at least possible to put a Lyapunov function on a process and have it stop somewhere less than the optimal point. It doesn't have to stop the optimal point. It could stop below. That's what we're seeing here. So we've answered 2 important questions. The first one is, can we know it goes to equilibrium? Can we say how fast? And the answer is yes. And the better bound we get on k, and the better bound we get on the max, the more accurately we can put a restriction on how long it's going to take. So we can put a tighter bound on how long it's going to take if we can estimate k accurately, and if we can estimate the maximum value accurately. We also learned that it can stop a lot faster than that because of the fact that the process may not get to that optimal value. Some processes get stuck in suboptimal points, and at least metaphorically we can understand it as being stuck in a landscape and a suboptimal peak. You're sort of climbing the mountain, but you're getting stuck somewhere below the optimal point. Okay, where we're going to go next is we're going to talk about another lingering question, and that is, are there processes where we don't know whether they go to equilibrium or not? And the answer to that surprisingly is going to be yes. There's somewhere it's just sort of hard to figure out. All right, thanks. Hi. So we're talking about Lyapunov processes. And Lyapunov processes give us one technique, one tool for possibly determining whether or not a system goes to equilibrium. So it can tell us for sure the system's going to go to equilibrium. But sort of lingering out, there's this question of, well, can we always tell? Maybe not using Lyapunov functions, but if we have a system, can we say for sure, hey, does this go to equilibrium or does it not go to equilibrium? Well, that's the question that we're going to take up in this lecture. Does a system go to equilibrium or does it not, or can we even tell? Well, and that's a good question. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this in 2 ways. We're going to do this in sort of a fun way with some examples, and then we'll do something a little bit deeper. We'll see, in fact, that why some processes are very hard to figure out. So here's the fun example, and this is called chairs and offices. And this actually comes from an experience that one of my former students had. So the student had learned about Lyapunov functions in class, and she's working for some firm, and this firm is moving to new offices. And they've also got a whole bunch of new office furniture, and they're trying to decide how do we allocate the furniture and how do we allocate the offices. So I'm going to just put furniture in this one category, chairs, and all the offices in this separate category, which I call offices. So to allocate the chairs, my student said, well, here's a really great idea. Let's just give each person a chair. just randomly assign each person a chair. We can all hold our chairs because these chairs are different. And then people can just trade. Each person can trade their chair with someone else if they want to. And this will be great, and then the process will stop and we'll be done. And her boss said, that seems kind of crazy because we could be trading chairs all day. And she said, no, we're not going to trade chairs all day because there's a Lyapunov function. Let the Lyapunov function be how happy people are with their chairs. And this is just a simple exchange market. I'm going to only trade with someone else if I'm happier and if they're happier. And so that means happiness is going to go up. Now there's a maximum happiness, which would be if everybody had their preferred chair. Now, of course, not everybody may get their preferred chair, but there's still definitely a maximum. So if you assume even some small cost of trading, because it takes time and everything else, you got to push the chairs around, that means happiness is going to go up for each trade. There's a maximum happiness, process stops. So the boss says, that's a brilliant idea. So we can do that. We can allocate the chairs that way. Well, then the boss says, hey, that's such a great idea. We can also do it. We can also do it for our offices. We can just randomly assign people offices and then let people trade. And my student said, that's a terrible idea. And the boss says, wait a minute. Why is that a terrible idea? It was your idea for the chairs, but now it's a bad idea for the offices. What's going on there? The student says, look, office is different because there's externalities. It's like the North Korea-Iraq example. So suppose there's a bunch of offices, and here's, me right here. And now there's someone, let's suppose there's someone who wears a hat, and this person likes to play really loud music. Well, when this person, and maybe that person wants to be next to this person over here who's really happy and always whistling. So there's the whistler over here and the loud music person. Well, the loud music person moves into this center office because the center cubicle because they want to be near the whistler. So they're sitting near the whistler and they're happy, but now I'm sitting next to this person who plays loud music. So I then decide to move. I would want to move. So I'm going to move over here, let's say. But maybe when I move over here, maybe I'm someone that frequently gets out of my cubicle and wanders around because I like to walk around when I think, because I do that. Well, this person who's sitting here, she may not like that at all. She may not like people who get up and wander around because that disturbs her. So when I move here, she may want to move someplace else. So when you think about allocating offices, I may move someplace to be happier, but that may make other people less happy. And in fact, we saw that a little bit in the Schelling model, right? One person moving can cause other people to move. But in the Schelling model, the process eventually stopped. In the office case, depending on the nature of the externalities, maybe it'll stop, maybe it won't stop. So my student could say here is, well, we don't know with the offices. This may be undecidable. In order to know whether or not the office relocation thing will stop, we're going to need to know a lot about how people feel about other people and how much they care about who their office is next to. So that leads to the deep question. When can you decide, and can you always decide? And that's a hard question. The answer is, it depends on the problem. So in some cases, you can figure out some other way to show or prove that the process goes to equilibrium. Or in some cases, you can come up with a really sophisticated Lyapunov function to show the system goes to equilibrium. But other problems, even what seem like incredibly simple problems, it turns out they're very hard to solve. So let me take just a simple instance of this. Can we know that a process stops? So this is the question. Let me take just an incredibly simple instance of this to show you just how complicated even simple processes can be. This is something called the Collatz problem. The Collatz problem works as follows. I call it HOTPO, half or 3 plus 1. So the idea is this. You pick a number. If it's an even number, divide it in half. If it's an odd number, multiply it by 3 and add 1. And you stop, the process stops if you ever reach 1. So pick a number. If it's even, divide by 2. If it's odd, multiply by 3 and add 1. So it's going to be going down every time you divide. It's going to be going up every time you multiply by 3. And you stop if the process ever reaches the number 1. Now you could ask, does this process ever stop? Let's do some examples to see how this works. So let's suppose I start with 5. 5's odd, so I'm going to take 3 times 5 plus 1, so that's 16. Then I divide, that's even, so I divide by 2, that's 8. That's even, I divide by 2, that's 4. That's even, I divide by 2, that's 2. That's even, I divide by 2, that's 1. Process stops. Let's take 7. That's odd, so I multiply by 3. 3 times 7 plus 1, so it's 21, that's 22. That's even, so I divide by 2, that's 11. That's odd, so I multiply by 3 and add 1, that's 34. then I divide by 2, that's 17, that's even, that's odd, so I multiply by 3 and add 1, that's 52, even, so I divide by 2, even, divide by 2, that's 13, odd, I multiply by 3 and add 1, that's 40, that's even, 20, even, 10, even, 5, and once I get to 5, I know, look, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. Process stops. So I start with 5, I get to 1 pretty quickly. When I start at 7, I get to 1, but it takes a long time. What if I start with 27, start with a bigger number? We see, whoa, this process seems to take an incredibly long time. It's no longer a really simple process. Turns out that this is a very hard problem. In fact, the mathematician Paul Erdős, who's one of the great number theorists ever, said mathematics is not yet ripe for such problems. In other words, mathematics as a subject hasn't matured enough to be able to solve this. We can put a man on the moon, but we can't solve the Collatz problem. Sort of amazing. Just to give you a sense of how complicated this is, here's a graph from Carnegie Mellon of all the numbers up to 2000 on this axis, and this is how many periods it takes them to stop in the Collatz problem. So what you see, wow, there's a lot of structure in here. There seems to be one set of numbers that sort of goes like this, and another set of numbers that sort of has this pattern, but it seems really interesting and hard to figure out. Well, that's why we don't know, because it's so interesting and hard to figure out. We can't tell whether the Collatz problem stops, and we probably can't tell whether the office problem stops. But we can tell whether the share problem stops. That's what's so interesting. So when you think about a model, or you think about a process like the Lyapunov process, right, Lyapunov functions, what you've got is you can say, hey, there's some cases, like in the case of chairs or pure exchange markets, this thing works great. And we can just say, boom, it's going to stop, we're fine. There's other things, like the office process, that unless you know a lot about the nature of the externalities, you can't tell. It could be, oh yeah, this thing's going to go right to equilibrium, or it could be that, whoa, it's going to churn a long time, like the number 27 did, right, where it just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes when we put it in the Collatz process, or the hot-po process. Okay, thanks. Hi, welcome back. And I want to conclude our discussion and analysis of Lyapunov functions. And when I do so in a particular way, I want to contrast Lyapunov functions with Markov processes, which we previously studied. Because Markov processes also went to equilibria. But there's some fundamental differences between the equilibria we described with Lyapunov functions and the equilibria we described with Markov processes. Now remember, the broader context here is when we look out there in the world, when we look at a system, there's lots of things that can happen. The system can go to equilibria, the system can be ordered, it can be random, or it can be complex. Those are the 4 things that we can get. And both Markov processes and Lyapunov functions gave us sort of conditions under which we can say for sure this system is going to go to an equilibrium. For a Lyapunov function, it was really simple, right? We just had that there's a function f, it has a maximum value, or in some cases a minimum value. If it has a maximum value, if the process isn't at equilibrium, it goes up by some fixed amount k. That means since it's always going up by some fixed amount k, it has to stop. Really simple idea. So it's a way, if we can construct a function, to say that the system is going to equilibrium. Now, Markov process was a very different thing. The system went in some finite number of states. They could be high values, low values, whatever, and it moved between those states. And our assumptions were that the probability it moved between those states stayed fixed over time, and that it was possible to get from any one state to any other. That was assumption 3. And then the third assumption was there was no simple cycle, so it didn't just go like A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. Given those assumptions, we had the Markov convergence theorem that said the system goes to an equilibrium. But remember, it goes to a stochastic equilibrium. So it goes to some equilibrium. If the states are A, B, and C, it may go to some equilibrium like a half, a fourth, a fourth. So half the time it's in A, a quarter of the time it's in B, a quarter of the time it's in C. So it's a stochastic equilibrium. The system is churning. There's equilibrium percentages of the time it stays in those 3 states. And moreover, that equilibrium is unique. So if I have a Markov process, history doesn't matter. Initial point doesn't matter. None of those things matter. It's going to go to this stochastic distribution over these 3 states, regardless of where you start. Very different from a Lyapunov function. The Lyapunov function could be highly path dependent. It could depend a lot also on the initial conditions. So it could depend on where you start, and where you go. So there could be many, many equilibria. So there's no reason to assume that it's going to be unique if you put a Lyapunov function on a process. There's lots of equilibria. Or there could be lots of equilibria. There isn't necessary, but there could be. Second thing is, it's not a stochastic equilibrium. It's not half the time you're in A, a quarter of the time you're in B, a quarter of the time you're in C. It's a fixed point. It's a fixed, allocation of places where people go shop, time periods when people go shop. It's a fixed set of trades among people. So the system stops. Whereas in a Markov process, the system keeps churning. So the structure that we had for Lyapunov functions, right, maximum value keeps going up, is fundamentally different than the structure we had for Markov processes. Both go to equilibria, but they go to different types of equilibria. So let's remind ourselves of just some of the things we've learned, though, about these processes on which we can place Lyapunov functions. First is, if you can construct the Lyapunov function, then it goes to equilibrium. Now, if you can't, that doesn't mean it doesn't, but if you can, then it does. That's the first thing. So when you look at a process, one thing you might do is just sit there and think, can I place a Lyapunov function on this? So in the case of my student with the chairs, yes, she could. In the case of the offices, no, she couldn't. So she could say with great conviction, hey, let's do this trading thing with the chairs, but she could be skeptical of whether the same procedure would work with the offices because she couldn't think of Lyapunov function. Second, if you can write down the Lyapunov function, you can figure out how long it's going to take. So you can say, this is going to go to equilibrium and it's going to go pretty fast. Or you can say it's going to go to equilibrium, it could take a long time. So you can bound how long it's going to take to go to equilibrium. So that's also good. Third thing, right, just talking about this, that equilibrium need not be unique or efficient. So there could be many equilibria, there could be bad equilibria. All you know is it's going to go to equilibrium. To prove it's a good equilibrium requires other techniques. It's going to require a deeper analysis. So all the Lyapunov function will tell you is it going to go to an equilibrium and how fast? And then last, the reason a system won't go to equilibrium is because there's externalities. And even more than that, I can even be more specific here. There's sort of externalities pointing in the other direction. So pointing opposite. So if you're trying to increase happiness, if the externalities cause people to become less happy, that's going to keep the system churning. If you're trying to minimize waiting time and the externalities increase waiting time, that's going to keep the system churning. So it's not just externalities, it's externalities that point in the opposite direction. That's what causes a system not to have a Lyapunov function, and that's what makes it possibly undecidable. So let's think back to the hot pot case, the Collatz problem. Remember there was half or 3 plus 1. So some of the time it was going down by half, and other times it was going up by 3 plus 1. So you have a system that's going up and down. Systems that go up and down, you can't necessarily say they're going to go to equilibrium. It's those externalities that point in the opposite direction that cause a system that's trying to go down to go up, or a system that's trying to go up to go down. And it's externalities that prevent equilibrium. But that's the same lesson we learned, remember, from the Langton lambda in that very simple cellular automata model. When we have externalities, when one person's action or one cell's action depends on the actions of others, so if my happiness depends on other people's actions, the system's likely to churn. When what I do is unaffected by other people, so my happiness is unaffected by the actions of others, then I'm likely to get a system that equilibrates. That's it. We're done now with the Lyapunov functions. Learned a lot of really cool stuff. And it's a really nice framework for just thinking about systems. So when you think about, let's just set something loose, you think, oh boy, have I just set something loose that's just going to go crazy? Or if I set something loose that's just going to very smoothly lead to a nice equilibrium, one way to get some insight into that is through Lyapunov functions. Now what's nice though about this as well is by looking at Lyapunov functions in comparing it to some of our other models like Markov processes and the Langton model, we begin to see how having multiple models in our heads enables us to understand some of the richness we see out there in the world and actually have deeper understandings of the processes we see. To understand like this process is going to equilibrium because it's a Markov process and it's a stochastic equilibrium, and this process, the exchange market, is going to equilibrium because of the fact that it's a Lyapunov function and happiness is going up. So what you get is different processes can go to equilibrium for very different reasons, and having different tools for understanding why equilibrium exists is a very useful thing for making sense of the world, which is one reason why we model. Okay, thanks.